Sure.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War esports history.
You know, once you have that level of success, that anything but first has got to drive you crazy.
And for a 4-year spree, Billy had the highest KD. He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you, you took a step back.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS Top 10 from the HCS Salt Lake City Major, hosted by Space Station. At number 10, it's Rami, a veteran in the scene, attempting to make veteran plays and stay in a series against Quadrant. TLF currently down 1-0. Rami able to pick up the killing spree as he takes down that player, grapples through blue, and with the right timing, finds a back smack onto Seiko. At number 9, it's Formal from the Green Wall. He was on fire all tournament long. Maybe not his favorite series from the tournament, but this is a clip to remember. One shot to the face, make it 2 as Formal hits a killing spree with the double on the shock rifle. At number 8, it's Stellar, the 3-time champion this year, and right now we're seeing it from Bastos' point of view. He's got overshield check and long haul check again. He gets ninja'd by Stellar. At number 7, back with Formal back in action and with camouflage this time around. Shopify thinks they're going to get a pipe set up with the odd ball. Formal 5's the ball carrier before he can get up to the stairs. Formal's going to play that ball, immediately turn around, see 2 players, take care of both of them as Formal takes down all of Shopify's setup by himself. At number 6, Suspector from Cloud9 in a tournament what could have been. This series was so close, and why? Because Suspector was on fire. Suspector finds a double kill, picks up the red gun, and with it, puts it right to use for a perfect kill in the triple. At number 5, it's Manny from Cloud9. Cloud9 was making plays, and here comes Manny from Cycle's point of view. Takes down the sniper and puts it to work immediately for the quickest triple kill we've seen in quite a while. At number 4, Frosty from FaZe Clan, and they're going up against Pure, a team that beat them in the last tournament. Frosty wants to make a statement early in this series. Game 1, Frosty starts to get the kill. S1 gets the double, and the insta-splode onto the player that lifts for a triple to start this series off hot. At number 3, Stellar back inside the top 10, and Stellar back inside the top 3. He's got snipe in hand, and you know good things are going to happen. Denies the trip cap for FaZe Clan with a single shot. Spots snake bite out on the dummies with a single shot. Denies FaZe Clan any map control. We're inside the top 2 now, and it's the last shot. You know he's got something exciting for it. This kid is a human highlight reel. The first shock rifle shot's perfect. The spawn kill onto the player blue, and Flower Door gets eliminated as well. Last shot popping off with the shock. And now for your number 1 clip from SLC. We're on board with Looney. It's forbidden, and you know the snipe's got to be involved at some point. 2 players running for their lives for good reason. It's a double kill for Looney as he spots the player under his street. It's 4 shots into the head. It's a triple kill from Looney, and he's got the snipe and quick scopes the last player alive for an overkill. An insane clip from Looney.
Oh my God, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players would aspire to be.
When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Oh my goodness, Lucid!
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD. Hello Spartans, welcome to Seattle, Washington, and welcome to your 2024 Halo World Championship. This weekend is historic, and fans from all over the world are watching and waiting as we start our journey to crown this season's champions. Now the fans are filling in, very hopeful, waiting for their favorite teams to take that stage. But the first part of your weekend starts with pool play. And to talk us all the way through it with the action, I do have an electric desk. Clutch, Tony, so good to be back up here with you guys. Wow, World Championships. I mean, they bring something special to the table, don't they, Wes? They bring something out of our players, out of our teams. It's all or nothing. It's down to this moment. How do you feel about it?
I mean, this is a life-changing event for everybody that's competing here, and the team that takes it is going to reap the benefits. But not only that, be put in basically the Hall of Fame, be put in the history books, solidify their names in stone. And for players that haven't had that opportunity, it means everything to solidify the hard work that they put in throughout these years of Halo Infinite. We're in year 3, so you've had a couple of chances, and we know the big dogs in Optic and FaZe want to continue the success they've had at this tournament, at basically the Super Bowl of Halo, the World Championship. I'm looking forward to see if some other teams can solidify their names in history.
Tony, so much has happened this season already. We are full of surprises here at the Halo Championship Series. Are you expecting a new winner? Are we expecting a different team lifting up that trophy? Or do you expect some maybe dominance to come forward from the rest of the season?
Well, it's honestly one of the things that makes year 3 of the HCS so special is that you can make a good argument from anybody that is coming into this tournament to upset anybody in the big 3, anybody that's just one tier above them. This is what everything that you've been practicing for, every scrim, every online tournament, every LAN leads up to right now. This is where champions are born.
What a season we have had. We have had some incredible gameplay on our screens. Look at where we have come from. Our champions, Space Station Gaming, showing a lot of dominance, and FaZe Clan just injecting themselves into that split one in London. London remains theirs, but we also have some back-to-back champs. SSG, they're going to be hard to take down, but who can do it here in Seattle, Washington? The World Championships. This is where it is all down to play for. This is the trophy that everyone wants, the ring on their finger, but SSG is looking pretty primed and ready to go right now. And it's going to be hard to stop them. I think coming from a momentum-based, incredible season this team has had, picking up Legend, a big roster change, a big chance taken on the skid, and my goodness me, has it paid off?
Yeah, they're the most consistent team this year by far. I mean, having 3 tournament wins, they got to come into this tournament the favorite. But the big thing for me is this is the tournament that has eluded Eco, Stellar, and all of these boys bound for the entire Halo Infinite series. So you know what they've accomplished so far this year is great, but they have had their eyes set on a world championship since the start of this roster. This is why this team was formed, and they are not satisfied until the end of this weekend where they are holding up that trophy.
Indeed, I think a lot of it comes down to the way that they're working together right now. The chemistry has just grown so much this season. We're seeing it from event to event. The fact that they're also picking up wins while still growing as a team is pretty scary, but I think it also does come down to 2 people. And Bound and Legend, what they have built, I think, off the sticks, but also on the sticks, they truly are partners in crime, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, the unlikely duo, the unlikely best friendship that now is coming in out of nowhere, roommates, and unselfish-like gameplay with the way they're able to traverse the map. They're damage dealers, they're unselfish, they really do play the game the right way, and watching them duo it up, it's special. These 2 really are special.
They really are. Also, a couple of other teams that might be a little special, especially coming into this World Championships, are your reigning world champs, FaZe. Taking London earlier this season, they haven't quite been their best team performance as of then. I mean, it's been a little bit difficult. They just haven't quite found the rhythm. You know, coming into this World, are you seeing potential for them to show us what they're made of in this final one, Wes?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think you can ever count this FaZe roster out. And that online tournament that we had, the pre-Worlds tournament, where they looked their best so far this year, I expect to see FaZe rise to the occasion, I should say. FaZe have got to play strong at the start and build from that momentum in this tournament. You know the season hasn't gone their way so far this year, but everything can be erased from all those faults with a tournament win here.
And also, they've been landing in Toronto. Some practice has been coming in, something that they did last year as well. Tony, do you think that's going to bode well for those 4 guys?
I really think it is. Like, we keep talking about when it comes to FaZe, like, they're a bit of objective inefficiency while landing and going up against a Shopify Rebellion roster who's going to give you valuable practice, and them going in the hours that they put in. I think FaZe going to come in super prepared.
Talking about valuable practice, a lot of practice getting into grand finals is our Optic Gaming, but not a lot of practice winning so far. They are capable though, we know. They've had accolades to date, but those second places have been so difficult for this team. Well, they get in the position clutch, they just cannot get over the line. Why is this time potentially different?
I think you have a lot to build on off of SLC. You obviously had Dead Zone that was not feeling his best and still put on one hell of a performance. I think Optic know they can get to the grand finals, and these guys have won a world championship under their belt. Obviously, this is a new roster, but I think that they know that they can get the job done. That first series against SSG was the one they needed to win back in SLC, and I think a couple of different plays decided that series. If they can just make one or two more plays in the grand finals, they could have their second world championship as well.
They certainly could indeed. I think consistency has been actually incredible. When you consider, yes, they haven't won, but getting back to back second places all season long, that's really difficult to do. And they've had a couple of different journeys with that as well, Tony. I mean, they've gone through the elimination bracket, they've gone through the winner's side of things, and it just hasn't worked out for them. But we know that it takes a lot of grit to get to that position in the first place. How are you feeling about the team right now, heading into their world championships? You know, things are looking pretty good. They're always one to not count out. You know, Optic Gaming, can they do this?
I mean, I thought they looked amazing at SLC all the way into that grand finals, that winner's bracket run. They really were tested throughout SLC. I thought they looked very good in the warm-up as well, the World Championship warm-up that Complexity had. They've looked so good. Now it's time to do it when it matters most. Now it's time to do it in a grand finals.
Now, we need to talk about Shopify Rebellion. They really have been quite rebellious this season, if I do say so myself. Also, again, some consistency coming forward from them, not quite in the right place. I'm sure they're thinking that in the back of their minds. Again, landing in Toronto as well ahead of the World Championships. How are you feeling about this roster that seems to count themselves out on a Sunday?
Yeah, if I'm going to pick anybody outside the big three to try and take down all three of those big three teams and win this World Championship, it has got to be Shopify. They have proven that they can create a single upset throughout the weekend. They have proven that they can get into the top three to make it to that championship Sunday. That is enough to where if they convince themselves that they can get the job done here and they can catch fire on this weekend in Championship Sunday, it would not surprise me at all if Shopify were holding up that trophy at the end of the weekend. That might be a hot take, but I have a lot of confidence that they have the skill and the teamwork to get this done. They just need to play their best when it matters most.
It feels almost similar to what we talk about when we talk about Optic Gaming. Like, they've beaten the best in the league. They've made it all the way through. And when it gets to Championship Sunday, they need to step up. They need to get over that hump. You have beaten the best in the league. Now it's time to do it here with the World Championship.
I also think it does start with two people, another duo, which is Cycle and Suppress. I mean, they have been special this season, Wes. And, you know, if they're really on their A game, that's going to be dangerous for a lot of other teams facing them.
Yeah, those are the two kids that are shining brighter than just about anybody else in the league right now. The reason Shopify has been able to create those upsets is just the consistency of those two in those big series, where Cycle is the best player in a series against a team like FaZe, against a team like Optic Gaming, against a team like SSG. It does not surprise me to watch them pop off even against the best in the world. Those two playing at their best are very difficult to beat, even for our juggernauts here.
I think there are a couple of other teams. One in particular on that bubble is Pure for me. I think there's something to be said about the fact that when you mention Pure and you think about them lined up against some of your favorite teams here, you are worried. You're always going into that series worried, wondering what type of Pure you're going to get. And Tony, seeing them win that first warm-up heading into Worlds, that's a confidence builder for sure for this team.
Yeah, when we talk about Pure, we keep talking about improvement. And one thing that really stands out to me is their oddball. So far, undefeated in oddball this year, a game type that's largely plagued a lot of the players like a Tallek, like a Druk. This has now become a strength within their arsenal.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say also there's a couple of different players on this roster that also are looking diffy and have been all season. One that's definitely on my mind is Last Shot. I mean, he has been so good, such a young superstar. And it's incredible to see some of these youngsters come up and get the kind of establishment that they have needed for such a long time, playing through, you know, countless types of open brackets to try and get here. And to see somebody like Last Shot up there on the main stage and one of the juggernauts as well, and considered very highly amongst all of our pro players, is pretty special.
Yeah, Yeah, no doubt the Rookie of the Year for me. He was our FFA Championship and Worlds 1, and now he's got a team that can compete to get the job done here in year 3. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Last Shot's the MVP of this tournament, if Pure have a great tournament, because Last Shot has proven time after time he's going to have the most damage in the lobby, even against the likes of Optic Gaming, which is unheard of. When you're that young and like that little experience and you're able to pop off and have that much of a percentage outcome and like the dictation of win and loss, you give your team a serious chance to create upsets. I think that's why we've seen Pure have success. Last Shot is the truth. I've been calling him that all year. I would love to see the truth show up this weekend and make himself a world championship run.
I love to hear it. Well, this Halo World Championship is special for many reasons. Not only will we be crowning another world champion, but we're also celebrating 10 years of the Halo Championship Series. It has been an incredible ride so far, a decade of incredible, insane moments here with you guys, our community. And we're going to be reminiscing on amazing clips all weekend long. And I just want to show you guys one very special one, a little bit of a throwback, especially for you. I know that you remember this one. But this was CLG versus Noble Black. And I believe it was multiple ties happening here. It was nuts. If you guys don't remember or you didn't watch it, check this out.
3 you see. Again at Royal 2 previously, but that's going to be Arcanum. All tied up once again. 6-6, 10 seconds remaining. Will he go down? Yes. No, he doesn't. 5 seconds. He's one shot. 7-7. 3 is still 7-7. 2 seconds to go. It's going to be another 7-7. He's heading up the throw.
I cannot believe it. Richie Hines' father right there on screen cannot believe it. As you see, he stands up. I can't imagine the emotions going through his head as a father watching his son tie game after game.
All right, Clutch, give us a little context there. What was going on?
Yeah, we only got to see one of the replays, but that actually was a tie 3 straight times. Oof. Where you play for 5 minutes. They tied 3 straight times, and then eventually you see CLG punch their ticket into the grand finals after that series. But I mean, watching that, the intensity of every single one of those resets just continued to build. And the only reason CLG were able to get to that first tie in the original Game 5 Slayer was because Royal 2 dropped the snipe in a stalemate situation for Snakebite, something that I thought I'd never see is Royal 2 drop a snipe for anybody. But he gave it to Snakebite. Snakebite made plays with it. And for CLG to somehow muster up the confidence and like to weather that storm across 3 straight ties and then eventually to win, I mean, I feel like we've seen those boys clutch serious moments, but Noble Black gave them everything they could handle that tournament, and it felt like that was a 2-hour-long series that everybody was on the edge of their seats.
I love that, and I expect many, many more across the past 10 years of HCS. It's been incredible. If you guys have any favorite moments across those 10 years, please do share them with us. Hashtag HaloWC, so make sure you are sharing all of those special ones. Now back to the present. We're making more memories here, people, and of course, heading into pool play, I have no doubt there'll be some spicy things going on. Now, the question right now, of course, is pool of death, and it's got to be pool B in Clutch. Looking across pool B, just so much competition in there, so much potential for even some upsets. And it's like, you look across some of these names, you think, would it even be an upset? You know, looking at some of the names on the rosters as well. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of potential for some scary things to be going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Optic Gaming need to start Friday off on the right foot this time around. At SLC, they lost to Complexity, and it kind of set them behind the 8 ball as far as their winner's bracket run. They ended up going on a winner's bracket run, but you never want to put yourself in a situation where you're playing the likes of FaZe or SSG early in the winner's bracket. So this pool is so important for Optic to start out hot. And with teams like Quadrant and Sentinels, it's going to be very difficult to start your tournament off on the right foot because they're going to give you everything they got. Sentinels and Quadrant are real threats, and they have just been on the verge of so many upsets this year. You think it's going to happen, and it would be dramatic for it to happen at the World Championship. Optic Gaming need to come out hot, and I'm looking at Sentinels like, can you close one of these series out? Because it's been such a problem. They get to Game 5, and every big series they play against SSG, against FaZe, whoever it is, they just can't find a way to win those clutch moments to finish these games off. But if they somehow find that magic, Sentinels wouldn't surprise me at all if they created an upset here.
Indeed, I mean, we saw Darth Boo Boo just a moment ago, and I'm just wondering, do we go deeper into the dark side for Sentinels, or do we try and, you know, convert to a Jedi? I don't know what the answer is here, but maybe they do need a couple of lightsabers going the right colors for them, because I don't know, maybe they need to be the good guys. Maybe they need to finish their villain era and see what they do at the Halo World Championships, because it hasn't been working out for them yet, but they have so much potential. The names on that roster, I mean, they have accolades under their belt, that is for sure. So I'm looking for a really big run here from Sentinels, and we'll see what they've got this weekend. But I also want to mention Pool C. And Tony, looking across Pool C, why should we maybe be looking out for this pool? I see a couple of maybe wild, kind of spicy teams in here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know that Pool B is that pool of death here, but when I'm talking about Pool C, I'm thinking the pool of opportunity, the pool of wild cards, because even though Shopify Rebellion are #1 and kind of projected to go first in this pool, it's open. You know, Native know that they are beatable. Cloud9 know that they are beatable. Even Dark Inside has an opportunity to finish in that top 2, that top 3. For me, Pool C is more of like the unpredictable pool that we have.
Indeed, I gotta say with Pool C, I think the wildcard pool, you just don't know who's really gonna be coming out on top there. And I think you do kind of put your bets on Shopify Rebellion, but it's what have the others got to compete with? How are they gonna start off their World Championships? How are they gonna really put a foot down for day one here at Worlds? So I'm really excited to see what comes of that and how that shapes up, because often we've seen a couple of times with pools, they can mess up a bracket or two. I mean, gosh, going back to some of the events, we don't expect to see some of our Titans kind of line up so early on, and that's a problem, right? You're going down way earlier on than you wanted to, expecting to maybe face somebody in the bracket that you might have seen a little bit later, and that can really mess up an entire event for you. So Clutch, when you're looking across some of these pools, do you expect any upsets to be coming forward?
Yeah, I think a lot of the 2-3 seeds in these pools are very contestable positions. You have Sentinels in Quadrant, obviously in Pool B, and then you have Native and Cloud9. Cloud9 were several different games away in individual kills in those games away from beating a team like SSG that ended up winning SLC. So Native know they have their hands full. A lot of those 3-2 upsets, to have an opportunity to advance into winner's bracket at a world championship is everything. You give yourself so much more opportunity when you go into that winner's bracket. So I'm looking at those 3 seeds. Can they upset the 2 seeds? Because I think a lot of them, not much separates them.
Indeed, I also think it would just push one side of the bracket of a nice run for maybe some of the teams that are wildcards potentially as well. But we'll see what happens. I won't get ahead of myself, although I do know history repeats itself. And we've had an awful lot of that so far this season. But let's talk about your match schedule. What is coming your way today for the first day of the Halo World Championships? I'm very excited about some of these matchups. We're seeing Shopify Rebellion right off the cuff going up against Native Gaming. That Pool C, we'll see what happens. Optic Gaming coming your way versus Quadrant shortly after. Rebellion once again heads up against Cloud9. Space Station Gaming, your dominant team, going up against Pure. That one's going to be spicy. And FaZe, your previous World Championship, going up against Complexity. Let's see what they've got. I would also argue probably the hardest of their pool as well. So a spicy game coming your way that evening. Optic Gaming rounding off the night, going up against Sentinels. We'll see what 2 of these teams have to finish off your night. Where to watch though, folks? We have 4 different places for you to see this. 2 of them are casted, 2 of them are not, but if your favorite team is playing and it's not around, it'll be on one of these screens. So make sure you are opening all of your tabs to catch your favorites with all of the action all weekend long. What do you get if you're watching along with us? You get Twitch drops, and these are particularly beautiful. I love all of those. I've got to say the HaloWC trophy, that charm is gorgeous, and I'm already eyeing that one up. But to be honest, all I can say is make sure you're watching all weekend. You get your hands on all of these goodies, and also our co-streamers as well. So make sure you are tuning in to everyone, everywhere, all at once. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Gents, I cannot wait to get things started. And in fact, I really can't wait. So we need to talk about what we've got coming up, because our first match is going to be Shopify versus Native Gaming. I'm expecting a lot out of this Native Gaming roster. I'm excited to see what they're bringing to the table with all of their growth and how they're feeling. How are you feeling about this first match?
For Native Gaming's side, I'm kind of worried. I think Shopify are going to come into this tournament as a real threat to win the whole thing. Native Gaming, of course, they got top 6 at the last tournament, but the road that they got top 6 didn't really impress me. They beat a team like Quadrant that really wasn't playing anything special as SLC, and they also beat Halo Esports, a team that I would expect Native Gaming to beat. But I think Native Gaming know that they are kind of trying to punch outside their distance here, so we'll see if they can keep it close. I think that that'll tell you that Native Gaming are playing well. But I expect Shopify's speed and the pace they play at to really start to dictate how this series is going to go quickly.
Now, Tony, on the other side of things, are you looking at this being a good start for Native Gaming, potentially catching Shopify off guard? Or are you a little bit worried that the fact that their first match is going to be a Titan in their pool?
Honestly, when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, they do have a wide map pool. They're number 3 right now in Slayer when it comes to the league all year long. The same for Strongholds as well. The problem is that map 1 record, 13-16, is honestly a bit egregious when you're talking about where Shopify Rebellion want to be at. That is the 6th worst in the league. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion arguably top 4, top 3 in the league. So they need to start these series off a little bit hotter if they're going to win a championship. You can't start slow against the best in the world.
All right, well, let's talk specifics here. Shopify Rebellion first. I mean, Wes, what are you looking for from this Shopify squad in this opening series specifically?
Domination would be the answer. I want to see them handle Native 3-0 fashion. I don't want the scores to be close. I want to see this team come out of the gates swinging, ready to try and compete at a world championship. This moment is something that these guys, even in their young careers, haven't had a lot of opportunity to experience. How much money is on the line, the fact that your name in the history books is on the line. Shopify, that's a lot of pressure. Pressure can make diamonds or it can burst pipes. Which one are you going to be this weekend is the big question for me. And I'm looking at a player like Mental that has been there, done that, has the accolades to get his team ready and kind of simmer them down and let them know that, hey, this is just another game of Halo, and we know we're the better team here.
Tony, what are some of the factors you see from Shopify Rebellion that aid in their consistent placements here? We just saw loads of 3rd placements. They've been looking really good this season.
They really have. I love that you brought up Mental, but I'm actually going to turn it to the other side of the table. I'm going to say Psycho and Suppress. We talked about that earlier, that duo. They really are special, and they're top 15 as far as damage dealt at Salt Lake City. That is really impressive to say about 2 players on the same roster. When you have that level of firepower, I'm confident within that team. I know that they're ready to make history here.
So Native Gaming, though, on the other side of things, they're looking to really push this bar here. They're looking to make a moment right ahead of this World Championship here in pool play and make a statement. How are you feeling about this team and how they're going to try and achieve that, Wes?
If Native Gaming is going to make this a series, it's going to be off the back of Gilkey having an unbelievable individual performance. The way this Native Gaming team competes is they go by how Gilkey is playing. If he is given opportunity and set up with these power weapons, with these snipes, we know what Gilkey is capable of when he finds his flow. The big question is Shopify going to give you that opportunity to find your flow at any point in this match? Gilkey's got to find ways to have success here, and if he can create enough openings, players like APG and Tapping Buttons are going to fill in the gaps and going to get the job done efficiently, but they need someone really popping off, and the only person I think that has that potential to pop off against a team like Shopify has got to be the Dudster himself, Gil.
It certainly has to be. Well, I've just been told we are ready to get going on our first match of the day here at the Halo World Championships. Day 1 starts right now.
Well, welcome along, everyone. It is our privilege, our pleasure to say welcome to the Halo World Championships. It is day 1, and it is the start of what is going to be an incredible journey for these teams and players. And we're going to grace that main stage just behind us. On set, Bravo here to talk you through the first game. And what a way to start here, Andy. Pool C. We were looking at Pool C before this tournament got underway, and we were very unsure on how this one is going to look. Pool play in general at this event has never been more intense, never been more on the line. And what a perfect way to start with these 2 teams.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Of course, the Des broke it down quite a bit, but talking about pool play here, it feels different. It feels very unique in terms of Halo history, and of course, this pool is the best one to start things off with. We're a bit spoiled to start things off with Pool C.
We certainly are. You can take a look at the series layout in front of you as well. Shopify Rebellion going up against Native Gaming, and just to kind of give you the story of the season, kind of follow on from what everyone on the desk was saying, Shopify Rebellion certainly the favorites in this pool. The #1 seed for a reason. Their performance so far this season would attest to that. However, Native Gaming back in SLC, our previous event, showed that they have something to say. It was their best placing of the season, and then you throw in a little team called Cloud9 in there. You throw in a little team called Dark Inside, who there's a story behind it as well, and we are going to have some intense and very impressive Halo to start things off. But speaking of starting things off, I don't know how you're feeling, Andy, but it feels like it's time to kick off the Halo World Championships.
I think it is. We are now underway at the Halo World Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here in Seattle. Welcome. Joining us from all around the world, it is a special privilege to be bringing you the first match of what will be an unforgettable weekend of professional Halo here. We're starting things off, as you heard, with Shopify Rebellion going up against Native Gaming. Of course, Shopify coming in with the #1 seed in this pool after a fantastic year so far. But they're looking to put a punctuation mark on a season that has largely been about top 3 placings. Instead, they're going to look to perform even better here at the World Championships.
Big win early on coming in from Gilkey, and Wes was saying on the desk that this man on your screen, if Native Gaming want to have some success in this first series of the day, is going to have to be the player who leads the way when it comes to kills, when it comes to slay, and those big moments. A big moment early on there, not just because of the individual battle that was won, but it's who it was won against as well. Cycle, and speaking of good years, that gentleman's had quite the year.
Quite the year indeed. Gilkey connects from the back here. From Mud will take down Mental, give them a momentary man advantage here. Quite a lot of progress already in terms of time elapsed on this first hill.
Certainly is indeed. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion have the majority of it, but you're also seeing Native Gaming at the moment answering back and starting to scoop up a little bit of time themselves. And with 2 players on either side still alive, there is still one in the hill, and Gilkey's going to have some work to do, but the break comes in at just the last second from Shopify Rebellion, and now Native Gaming, who were on the front foot momentarily, now have to try and break, and Gilk's not really got much help to try and do so.
Keep an eye on that progress on the bottom here. Shopify about to close, and they do. They take the first hill. And if that first hill was any indicator, this will be a fantastic series, and we know that all of Pool C will continue delivering. Suppress somehow just gets tapping before the melee comes in. That was 3 dead. Mental, the player on your screen. Last player alive for Shopify.
Most important for him here is just to stay alive. Buy some time over at this tower, as that hill will be right in front of him. By doing so, he can allow the likes of Soul Snipe to get involved in these fights, get involved in these kills, and you can see exactly that's what's happening. Now he drops down to get the back smack. Now we can turn his attention to the hill, and it's a perfect example of why you stay alive on this game, because you can do so much more damage. Native Gaming 3 dead, and it was all because they just didn't flush Mental out that tower.
It didn't. You called it perfectly there. I think anyone who's played enough of this game knew exactly what Mental needed to do in that scenario, and he played it to a T. Now, it did not result in a lot of control on the board, however. It ensured that they at least are going to continue controlling C-Plat. Now, though, the camo will go to APG. We'll see what he can do here. Big moment in the game. Here comes the camo push.
Couple of kills being picked up by Shopify, though. That means APG is going to have to play this a lot slower than maybe he would have wanted to initially. Going to have to wait for teammates to get in position, because the last thing you want to do with that camo is be the first player to get picked off. Press is going to challenge. APG is going to stay alive and challenge back, as he knows the help from tapping his over his shoulder. And with that camo pick up, and with APG playing his life beautifully, Shopify Rebellion find themselves 3 dead, and it's Native Gaming who will now step inside that hill.
Very nicely done with APG as well. He uses the last little bit of camo to make sure he gets the kill on Sandbags. Finally, he's taken down by a green push that comes in. Nice body coming in from tapping. He'll need to retreat. Also, will start to burn ammo on screen. And this second hill, just as close as the first, if we're completely honest. Here comes a nest push. Oof.
A lot of damage, just unfortunately none of the damage was turning into kills, and with everyone falling around him, Native Gaming find themselves 3 dead. A very tight hill once again, though. You can see by the progress that both teams have been neck and neck at the start of this game. It was a last-minute push from Shopify that secured that first hill. And are we going to see a similar situation here as Native have to break?
3-3 now on the push. It will be a second kill that comes in. Shopify will find themselves 2 dead. Here comes the flush now. 3 dead. 2v1 momentarily on the map. Cycle, last player alive.
Well, Barcode should be able to clean this up. Gets the trade, and now Tapping should be able to just scoop up a little bit this time. Spawns in Garage and A coming in for Shopify Rebellion. Native Gaming are going to be spawning over at B, so the top middle lane is going to be open, and you can see the pressure that Tapping Buttons is going to be under in that hill.
Very nicely done from Suppress there. That was not easy. He decided to continue to challenge C-Plat on that play, and in doing so, makes sure that they get the break. They will continue pressuring once again.
Guild finds one in the feed. That's going to create some space here for Native to push forward. Barcode finds another. Cycle might be the 3rd dead here, and he is. It's Barcode who finds 2 for his team, and that will now be Native Gaming stepping inside of that hill. And the heartbreak on the first hill, well, that was all Native Gaming as they got flushed out at the final moments, but now it's Shopify who are finding out how that feels.
Very, very big double, as you said. That will score again. Off of the double kill from Barcode. Beautifully done there. Somehow stays alive on the drop down. It's another kill as well. cannot be stopped. He will continue holding down. Eventually, he's shut down. Mental should be dealt with in the 2v1. That leaves one alive for Soul Snipe. Off of the, excuse me, for Shopify, it's Soul Snipe off of the rotation. He's desperately going to try to stay alive. And just like that, Native Gaming has answered back. We're tied up 1-1.
Native Gaming answers back at a huge moment in this game because Camo's coming up as well. All the spawns that came in for Shopify Rebellion were over towards green, so far away from being able to contest that Camo, but somehow they've managed to pick up the kills. Somehow they've managed to wrangle a Camo, at least contest on that side of the map. And even though Barco picks it up, it's not at the detriment of his team too much because 3 players have fallen. And now you can see that it's kind of a little bit of a scrappy push towards this hill, but with Barco with the Camo, he should be able to make the difference.
See what he can do here. We just saw him previously with the Quantum. Made some damage. See if he can stay alive here yet again.
It's messy.
Finally, he's taken down. It got messy indeed. 3 dead off of that. Tapping buttons is your last player alive. Going to be a spawner for Native Gaming.
So Shopify do break, and Shopify will have control. Look at the pressure they're applying far up the map here. All 3 players actually over halfway, and I think they've actually essentially been lapped by the Native Gaming players who now have quick access to that hill. You can see the idea from Shopify, but the timing just off. They couldn't find that first kill on a spawner, and now Native Gaming have full control.
Every single hill in this game has been tied at the halfway mark. It's been unbelievable with how neck and neck every single one of these exchanges has been. Just tit for tat, kind of back and forth, tug of war style gameplay here. 1 dead for each side yet again. A second one will fall for Shopify. Just as quickly as I say that, it's a 2v2 yet again. And Barcode's right back here in the window.
Barcode is having a fantastic opening here in the Halo World Championships. I was gonna say 16, but in a flash, he turns it into 17. 17 and 10 for him as he cooks a couple of Shopify players on his way to the grave.
And you had a feeling game number 1 of this tournament was already gonna have some highlight reel clips. Barcode is delivering on that front, but most importantly, all eyes, of course, are on the progress here on the 3rd hill. This will be the go-ahead hill, and with only 1:57 left on the game clock, this is a big one.
2v2 at the moment, Cycle down and no shield. Suppressy trying to support him. Barco gets taken down, and Cycle doing what he does so well. That's just staying alive half a second longer than he deserves to a lot of the time. And what happens off the back of it? He gets back into the fight. He picks up more kills. He finds a snipe, and if APG's not careful, he's going to find that out for himself.
Cycle trying to hold here. Still a little bit of pressure that's going to be coming in here that they need to hold off.
1v1, maybe for the hill here. Trade's going to come in. There is another player from Shopify who's going to step inside of this hill. Tapping buttons and Gilk are going to try and flush him out before he can cap. But Suppress manages to stay alive just long enough to put Shopify into the lead here. But once again, such a hotly contested hill.
I mean, down to the wire once again. Also, big credit to Suppress there. The fact that he's able to not just challenge in a 1v1, but a 1v2 in the end. And on the last frame of his life, somehow manages to secure that 2nd hill. It's an enormous hill with only 130 left. They can be very strategic in how they play hill number 4.
Tapping goes down first, and Cycle finds himself the Camo, and with Native Gaming 3 dead momentarily, now they have a decision to make. Do we play the time, like you say? Do we play for that win? Or do we try and cap this hill? It looks like the decision has been made here for Shopify Rebellion. They're going to try and use this Camo to pick up a series of kills and run that clock down.
Unbelievable shots there from Cycle. He was never losing that battle. You just saw how consistent that was. He might pick up another one. It's a triple kill late game for Cycle. Also grabs the QT on the way out. 60 seconds left on the clock.
All the info being picked up as well here by Shopify Rebellion. They know where the spawns are coming in. Soul Snipe's finding another. And Cycle is looking to chase down that kill leader at the end of this game. He's on 19, tied with Barcode at the moment with all 4 dead for Native Gaming. This might be one of their last pushes to try and get back into this.
What a late run here from Cycle. We talked about him before this tournament, just what he's capable of. He'll QT right out against the stick and the killing spree with the QT. It's beautifully done. 30 seconds left here.
Lots of comparisons with Pistola-esque gameplay coming in from this man this season. There is another example of the ingenuity and the inventiveness that you see from Cycle in situations where not many players would have gone out with their life. He finds a way to survive. He finds a way to pick up kills, and he finds a way to push Shopify Rebellion even closer to being 1-up in this series.
Beautifully done here. 10 seconds left. You just heard it here in Shopify. What a late game hold coming in from them. It was all about the 3rd hill, and they made it count.
Certainly did. A double kill here from Mental, and with 2 seconds left on the clock, no one from Native Gaming will be able to step inside. And Shopify Rebellion show great discipline on that final hill to make sure that time was on their side as they go up 1 in the series.
And based on that post-game reaction alone, you're just joining us, you'd be forgiven if you thought Native Gaming won, and they're the ones that have the fist pound right away, almost kind of empathy for one another in that game. Instead, Shopify, they're all business focused, not even exchanging handshakes whatsoever. as they close out game number 1. But Mark, you and I knew it. I think anyone who's played enough of this game knew it. It was always going to be about that third hill. Every single hill was tied at the 50% mark. As we got to the third hill with only about 2 minutes left, you knew that the time would be playable. And that's exactly what Shopify did. They made sure they put the points on the board. And in the end, as we take a look, some big damage coming in as well across the board.
Certainly was indeed. And Cycle, as we take a look at some of the highlights from that first map that we see here at the Halo World Championships, will certainly be involved. It was a great start for Native Gaming. You have to say, Guilt was going off for that sniper rifle, an important kill early on, got the momentum on his side, but it was like we see so many times. Close is great in Halo Infinite, but a lot of the time close is not good enough with the teams this close when it comes to skill, when it comes to strategy. It was tied up in those final moments, but a break just at the last second from Rebellion put them one up. And when a game goes to just 3 hills, those differences are what make the difference when the score comes to the end of the game.
It really is. And as we've said all year, and we have to reiterate it yet again here at the World Championships, this year and this game coming, my God, that double from Barcode as he barks out that call out as well. Beautifully done. We've talked about it all year. This game is not just a game of margins. It is a game of the thinnest of margins here at the World Championship, and I think that game 1 is evidence of it, right? You've got a team that has placed top 3 all year long playing against a team that is the 2nd seed in the pool but has otherwise had an underwhelming year.
Had started the open bracket numerous events.
Right, and you had a game 1 that was like that, 2-1. It's the perfect way to start this tournament. Next up, Slayer Solitude.
Slayer Solitude. Interesting story to talk about here with Shopify Rebellion as well. When we talk about Slayers, we talk about their performances, because pre-SLC, we were very excited about their performance and their stats. They were the best Slayer team in the league. They had a huge win percentage when it came to those Slayers, but it changed a little bit in Salt Lake City as we take a look at 2 of the leading Slayers from Salt Lake City for their respective teams. And one of the reasons you look at the stats of Suppressed, right? 0.99 in those Slayers. He's usually the guy who is at the top of the leaderboards when it comes to that KD in those Slayers, the top of the leaderboard when it comes to those big games. And the question for me coming out of SLC is, like, were Shopify a little bit off the boil with their Slayers, or had teams just started to work out why they were so good and kind of counter-strat a little bit and work out how they play and how they can adapt to it?
Yeah, you get the feeling that we're only going to find the answer to that question here at the World Championship as we track their performance all weekend long. Of course, both these teams have high hopes of finding themselves deep in the bracket. As you said earlier, Native Gaming, a team that got a taste of returning to form, really, for these players. Long history for a lot of them, especially if, of course, you look all the way down at APG. 18 seasons of play, unbelievable for him, all the way to some new guns, of course, on the team in person with Barcode and Tapping. Gilkey's been there for a lot of that ride as well alongside APG, really starting things off for him in Halo 3. On the other side, a little bit of newer talent overall, but man, have they ever had quite a year.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I just want to kind of touch upon APG a little bit. You mentioned it. He got me with the tweet this morning, by the way.
He did. He got us all.
He got us all. It was like 18th season competing. This will be my final, the final event of my 18th season. And we were like, wait.
Everyone in agreement was like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. But then we read it
What's
properly.
being announced here?
Once we had our coffee, we were like, oh,
Tom Brady moment.
Just saying I've played for 18 years. It was like, okay, that's pretty nuts.
Got it.
And
it's like, we all know it's the end of the year.
Yeah.
Also, what's going on here?
He knows what happens at the end of the year if you get to a Sunday as well. Of course, APG, a Halo World Champion in Halo Infinite, in this very building, that very stage. So he knows what it takes to get it done on the biggest stage. Speaking of which, let's look at Suppress, some of his stats. We were talking about how he usually leads the way. This is from London, so this is an interesting comparison. This is where he was one of the best players at the event.
It really was. I mean, come on, overall KD of just shy of 1.3. Also, just simply looking at what he's able to do across these game types. Look, it just gets worse and worse for your opponents, right? A CTF of a 1.3, a 1.4 in ball, all the way up to a 1.67
Which is insane, by the way.
Insane. Not surprising to see him in first place in terms of Stronghold KD with numbers like that. He's going to look to repeat that here and do even better at the World Championships.
Yeah, one of my favorite stats on that as well is the damage differential, right? That's output versus damage taken. So you can see that he's constantly shooting his gun. He's constantly in a position to deal damage for his team. And by doing so, never overextends, never gives away an easy death. And that's been kind of, I think, one of the things that has been kind of synonymous with Shopify Rebellion, the way they play. And when they have success, they're such hard kills to find. You look at the likes of Cycle, we talk about it all the time now because he's proven he is one of the most difficult players to kill.
Perfect
like
example.
we saw in that game number 1. And if you have the likes of Suppress matching that, it is so difficult to find an opening kill against a team who plays in such a good way with their deaths.
I agree, and we've talked about what these players can do when there's 2 specific examples. Look at what Cycle was able to do with that QT. Look at what Mental was able to do, top tower in a 1v4. Things like that are what keep Shopify ahead of the curve. They will continue to look for that advantage here in game number 2 as well. It's going to be Slayer on Solitude, 50 kills to win, 12 minutes on the clock.
Well, the opening strategy always so important on this map as well. We know that Solitude can be a map where you can go on a 10, 12, maybe even 15, maybe even more if you're feeling a little bit juicy here on a Friday. Run at the start of the game and really establish yourself on the map. If you can get the camo and shock early on, it really does set you up in a great spot for a good lead. But Cycle continuing where he left off on the first game by quite simply not missing a bullet.
Great shots once again, not an easy challenge to angle there from Luke, but makes it very easy from U-turn. Now it's going to be an early lead for Shopify. They'll pick up the early kills, 3-1 lead, as he's going to start to poke and prod here in Yard. He's got the help as well. What a stick though from APG.
APG says, we're talking about Ola. Let me show you what a sticky feels like. An important kill to get in that position as well, because if APG takes that damage and Cycle survives, you can see there was a flank coming in from the flowers to clean up that damage. And 1 kill, the difference now, 3-1 when you're going against a shock and potentially being trapped into a spawn versus 3-2, and now you can push up the map. It's a very, very different thing. So for Native Gaming, that 1 stick is a big swing in the opening moments of this game.
Really, really was. And you had the feeling from that Yard angle that it was about to just get out of control with a 3-1 lead. Instead, Native Gaming turns it around 5-4, simply off of the stick from APG and Yard. Once again, keep an eye on every single play on your screen this weekend at the World Championship. Things could turn on a dime here.
They're the moments you're going to remember as we get into the meat and potatoes of this tournament. We get towards Sunday. Suppressed with a pretty comfortable body shot onto tap in there. And most importantly for him is that he's doing a really good job actually just to keep this weapon in their hands. Now the pressure's going to start to finally come in. Gets a bit of chain damage, but it's not enough. And Native Gaming will keep this pressure up. And I think for Native Gaming, they need to roll with this momentum. They need to keep the pressure on. They need to try and take advantage of these split spawns and keep at least 1 or 2 players from Shopify Rebellion in the death screen. That's exactly what they're doing. It's 10-6 right now.
Yeah, nicely done here. Another kill comes on the board. APG somehow stays alive. Barcode able to help to keep things, instead of going within 2, they will stay within 3. APG going to want to finish this one if he can. Nicely done. Maybe even gets away in loop as well. I spoke too soon, but it's 12-9 here. Shopify keeping things close.
Gilky and Soul Snipe going to trade. That means Mental has to play this one a little bit more conservatively and allow his teammate Suppress to play around him with this camouflage. Tappin's going to find one, Cycle trades it out immediately, but this is a way back into this game here for Shopify. Suppress going to take some bottom middle angles, trying to be a little bit sneaky, but Native will slow this down completely. They want to try and burn time on this camo.
Let's see what Shopify can do here with this camo play. A little bit of time left. Let's get into a listening here with Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I'm with you, Preston.
Two running, two Donnie.
We're coming.
They're going drive by in the trail.
I got you. Two guys popped.
Drive in. They're trying to kill me then.
Back
They're trying to kill me posters.
Watch out, Mark your dead.
Mark your dead.
Your last one. Alright, it's fine. Alright, shock and 12.
I have death cam. He's going yard guard.
Pushing us two.
Yard guard.
2 yards, go to yard.
2 yard guys. 2 yard guards play passive. Get on the pillars.
Alright.
Snipe and fire.
We're gonna go.
Thrust is on snipe.
Might be top gold or something.
Yeah, he's glass.
Like glass.
Glass top gold. Top gold's gonna fall. Or he's in the ledge.
I'm gonna blow.
Sniper as well, remember.
Push.
No damage. Blue no damage. Blue's going yard right now.
Yeah, shock. Going top mid. Top mid to posters.
Push. Alright, we should the buddy system a little more here.
What's that tram? Do the same things. Back tram. Tapping. Glass tapping.
Yeah, we should probably live.
U-turn sniping. We try to kill this guy, Luki.
Yeah.
U-turn is half. U-turn is 1. Going silo.
Watch out.
Well, the comms back into the game, and it's an element of concern in those comms, and understandably so. It was a 4 dead, it was a 3 dead. The shock rifle is now in the hands of Native Gaming, and they're up by 23-14.
It was a 2-kill game when we got into that listening with a camo in hand, and instead now it's a very, very different game. Shopify, though, managing to keep things close. Finally, a triple kill comes in here from Mental on the trade, and that will once again bring things within 8. However, still quite a lead here for Native. They will cross the halfway mark first in just a moment. And now also look to continue this. See if Suppress can stay alive. He's got the help to do so.
APG having a game, by the way. 10-4 at the moment. The camo did just come up. Not quite seeing when that's gone, or if it was burned. As we were focusing on the point of view of Suppress in this situation, but I love what I'm seeing from Native. There's just constant pressure that's coming in. They are trying to rotate. They are trying to pressure spawns immediately. And it's something you can do so effectively on this map if your cohesion and your comms and your teamwork are all synced up. And a 30-19, it might seem like a almost unassailable lead right now. But knowing that this can be done to you, you've got to keep that in mind here for Shopify Rebellion. They can turn this around, and taking down Guilt with that camo is going to be a good step.
Especially on this map, as you say, 21 now to 31. It's a 10-kill game. Native Gaming needs to make sure they continue to apply the pressure and push their advantage at every single turn. a team like Shopify can bring this one back in just a few minutes, if not less. 7 minutes on the clock.
Love how APG and Tappin are playing together here, by the way. They're just body system, and they're literally running shoulder to shoulder, making sure that any situation they get into, there's going to be at least a trade. They know that they have the lead in this situation. They don't have to do anything ridiculous or outstanding at this point to tie this series up. APG will find another one. That's his 12th of the game, but he'll be traded out. And for the first time, it feels like Native Gaming on the back foot in what feels like about 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay.
You can just tell Shopify also playing this fairly slow. They know that this lead is sizable here at 10 kills, and they can't let this run away. They need to make sure they're still applying the pressure. Soulsnipe gets absolutely 1v4'd there, trying to make a yard push, a BR push happen. Does not happen as he gets trapped in yard. That'll bring the game now to 11 kills for Native.
And what's the difference there? You look at how Soulsnipe plays that. No support, no help. Pushes in on its own. Maybe got the information there was players weak, but having found numerous players there, it's an overcommitment at that point, which is just going to give another easy kill over to Native Gaming. Native Gaming have quite simply out-teamworked Shopify Rebellion in the majority of this game, and now they just need 12.
Tapping's the first to fall, but as you say, it's not only 12 kills to go for Native, 12 kill lead still on the board, and you get the feeling that Shopify never recovered. 3 dead finally for Native, but Shopify seems to have never recovered from the back-to-back 4 and 3 deads that we saw. 41st will go on the board now. Mental with a huge opportunity. You might say game in his hands, but being down by 12, he's got a lot of work to do.
That's such an important name from Soulsnipe to deal with APG, because everyone from Shopify Rebellion, even though they had Camo and Shock, was trapped over at the snipe lift, having pushed the last players out. By finding the kill on APG, it means they can now turn their attention to everybody else from Native Gaming. But the problem is the death. There's barely any to play with for them. It's going to have to be big shots that come in here from Mental that aren't traded out.
Really well done there. More assists coming in. Still a lot of work to do, but they played the Camo Shock well there. But it's just, once again, when you're down by 12, there's not a lot of room for error. And just like that, Native Gaming only needing 6. So while it was a nice exchange and a nice bit of teamwork coming in from Shopify, it might be too little too late here. 44 on the board for Native.
It would be an absolute shocker if Native Gaming managed to throw this one away at this point. Shopify Rebellion looking for a way back into it. Tappin, though, going to find that first kill. That's what he does so well when he's playing some of his best Halo. Barco going to be challenging on Suppress, backs him down as well. And even though Cycle finds the kill, it's only 5 to go now for Native Gaming. They are getting closer and closer step by step.
A few more kills coming in here. Gilky's going to be the last player alive here on Loop, so it will be. I think 4 dead. Yes, a triple kill. Barcode's your first spawner. He's going to be at S2, but 47 on the board here, and it's just been trades coming in from Native, even though it's been about 1 to 2 trades. In the end, Suppress gets taken down. 2 kills to go for Native Gaming. Only a matter of time here before they close it out.
Around 12 seconds till the next camo comes up, and even though it might seem like this is a way back into the game for Shopify with so little kills to give away, so little deaths to give away, you know that they're going to have to contest it, and that's just going to give an opportunity here for Native Gaming to pick up that 50th kill. You would expect a trade to come in at least in the next few moments. And Native can just play this one patiently and wait for that opportunity to present itself. It's been a fantastic Game 2 performance from them.
Really has. And they have not turned back or looked away at all. Focus here has been amazing since that midway point, even earlier in the game. Still 1 to go.
APG is desperate for it. You can see he wants his 17th kill to cap this off. Trying to push up, trying to take space. And I think it's an important thing to do here for Native as well, just to make sure they are applying pressure. They don't want to get in a position where they can just get pushed and 4 dead and then get cycled themselves. Speaking of cycle, there's a big win for him. Mental gets another one as well, and all of a sudden, I bet there's a few hairs that are standing up that weren't previously on the side of Native Gaming.
Really nice baiting and switching coming in from Loop. You can't deny it from Shopify. And if this was a 44-48, I might even think a bit differently. The final kill does come in there in the end. 50-45 is your final score. Will be Soulsnipe, the last player to fall, the first player in that exchange, but of course the 50th kill will conclude the game here. Native Gaming not just alive in this series, but they bounced back in a big way with a game that went down to the wire in game number 1. It's a very different game number 2, even though it's 50-45 at this level, and with the final really moments of that game, the way it played out, that was largely more of a 10-kill win, if you really think about how that game felt. Native Gaming, they tie up the series 1-1.
We were talking about this, Paul, and how it could be an interesting one, to say the least, and we're seeing that in this series. Yes, there's a lot of Halo still to play, and the Slayer sometimes does give the lesser-seeded team that opportunity to get back into a series, but you got to take that opportunity, and that wasn't a stolen game from Native Gaming. That was a game where they outplayed Shopify Rebellion, in my opinion. They had full control a lot of the time, and I think it was just that pace they played out after getting that first 2 or 3 dead, where they were able to cycle 2 or 3 sets of spawns and essentially not trading those where that lead developed, and Shopify just couldn't find a way back into it.
Absolutely couldn't, and really impressive there from Native, because once again, as we went to that listening, it was a camo opportunity for them to bounce back. Look at Suppressed also just poking and prodding, getting that last kill, somehow stays alive. In the end, I will say, I think if Shopify gave themselves maybe, instead of being down by 10, just a 5-kill game, I'm pretty sure they bring that one back a lot closer. In the end, though, it was Native Gaming applying fantastic pressure throughout the entirety of the game. You see Coach Hoaxer in the back popping off. And also, they've got to be thinking, few things go differently in game number 1, and we're up 2-0 in this series. So I hope that they can, as a squad, look at that and not really take that as a negative, but instead say, hey, we are right in this. And there's a lot more Halo yet to play in this series.
I was just thinking like that, a random thing that popped into my head thinking about Native Gaming. It's like, is there any other team here at the Halo World Champions that's played more series of Halo on LAN than them this season? Because they had to go through the open bracket so many times. They're going to know each other's games pretty well at this point. So they certainly are a practice team as we move now onto our 3rd game of our first series here in Pool C. Strongholds recharge. Now, Shopify Rebellion, we saw some of the stats that came in from Suppressed on Strongholds back in London. If he can reproduce that form, then we could have a very, very strong performance coming in from Shopify and potentially them taking the lead. And looking at those stats, it only looks like it's leaning one way so far this season.
Certainly does here. Very clear story that's being told. You also saw, as we said, the stats earlier, just about what they're able to do in the kills category in a game like Strongholds as well. Got to be a lot of confidence coming from them heading into this game number 3, but also they're going to realize that game number 1 a lot closer than they would have wanted. Game number 2, of course, they're falling in it. And Pool C is already delivering, I think, in the exact way that you and I expected. I think and everyone expected that it would.
It's going to be a fun pool, this one. I tell you, keep your eyes on it. Follow it all day long. You've got the Bravo stream firing up as well, so you're not going to miss any of the games from Pool Play. And just to give you a bit more context, just on the pool, because it's interesting, you got Dark Inside. You might be thinking, hey, Dark Inside, why are you talking about Dark Inside? Well, it was a game 5 with Native Gaming. Yes. Back at SLC. There was a 46, excuse me, right down to the wire. Then you've got Cloud9 in here as well, which are I'm saying, sleeper team for the event. I think they are the upset team for me in this. They get to the bracket. Again, they get to the bracket. They get to the elimination bracket. They get to the winner side of the bracket coming out of this pool. Will be quite the performance. So this is going to be an absolute shark tank, and that's what you got to look forward to when it comes to pool play. We're talking about Pool C. Now, look at some of the other pools as well. You look at some of the names in there. It's like, good luck.
It really is wild. As you said, this pool is particularly hard to call. You and I have called it the hardest pool to call, so it's awfully fitting to start the whole weekend off with Pool C. We're going to be keeping, even when we're casting other matches on the Bravo stream, etc., we'll be keeping a very close eye on exactly how this pool goes. But I feel like you got to have more tabs open than ever. I would say just get more monitors at this stage. If you're strapping in for 3 days of the Halo World Championship from home, which we know many of you are, it might be time to get that second or third monitor you've been putting off.
Yeah.
Check the Amazon deals.
Pretty sure that there was a, what's it called?
It was a 2-for-1 deal.
Prime Day? No.
Something, those things are good.
Other shops are available.
Got to say, though, it's going to be, we are going to have as many screens as we can backstage, just trying to keep an eye on what on earth is happening in pool play, because it has been an unbelievable year that has led to what we believe, I can confidently say, is the tightest competition that professional Halo has ever seen. And now over 2 decades of competitive play. This series, of course, is a great example of that with what we've seen so far.
100%. I mean, we were looking at some of the, the community predictions, people giving us top 4s, top 12s, whatever it might be. And I don't think I've seen many that have matched up. That kind of gives a great indication. It's not just like fandom. People obviously want to see their teams do well, but everyone is kind of like, I don't really know what's going to happen here. We expect certain things to happen, but there's also been like conversations about teams. I've seen some crazy predictions. People saying like certain teams outside of the top 5. I'm like, that's not happening. But it still shows that there's reasoning behind it. There's thought behind it, because we have seen. We could have had I keep saying this. We could have had SSG falling out in 12 thanks to, I mean, one grenade that bound us to survive bottom middle.
Crazy.
And then we would have been coming into the Halo World Championships. And who would your favorite have been? Like that's where we're at right now, everyone.
Exactly. I also love how different all the predictions are. And on top of that, if you were to ask anyone, would you put $500 on that prediction? Everyone would probably go, yeah, actually, I'm not so sure about that. So it's it's been amazing to track so far.
Well, we've got another stream going on, and we've got some more games for you here, and it's our first look at FaZe Clan. And we are tied up at 1-1 with HCS Esports.
We got to assume that Akabe took the Slayer, but still, okay, as we said, by the way, we are finding out this information.
We ain't lying here, by the way.
We are finding out this information at the same time that all of you are here watching. You might have been following on Twitter earlier, so you might have had more information than Mark and I did, but we did not know that this series was at 1-1 already, and the defending world champions already being tested in their first match of pool play.
You are going to be tested every single series at this event. If you are crowned Halo World Champions here in 2024, boy, you're going to have to work hard for it, but FaZe Clan at least a little bit of respite here. I was about to say they're 1-up, but it's 1-1. It's 1-1.
Leor brings the flag in. By the way, we should mention here, of course, these are the artists formerly known as Alpha Esports here. Leor, Noble, Drift, Acid, legends of the Latin American scene, and now, to be honest, the global scene here, representing Mexico and some of the best players to do it, not just from the region, but also now here at the Halo World Championship, tied 1-1 with FaZe.
Tied 1-1 with FaZe and 1-1 here in Imperium flag as well. Wow. With just over 6.5 minutes left, so I mean, I said you got to come right here at the Halo World Championships, otherwise you're going to be found out very, very quickly. There's going to be no such thing as an easy series, and FaZe is certainly finding that out on our main stage, as are Shopify Rebellion and Native Gaming. I mean, you're going to hear this a lot from us through the weekend, because I mean, there's two examples.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this as well.
I can't give you better examples than what
exactly. We've been talking about just how close the competition's going to be, but I feel like that is being painted with the backdrop of unbelievably close series already here in the first hours. Yeah, not even the first full hour of the Halo World Championship. As we take a look back at the main stage, we get ready to jump back into Shopify versus Native Gaming. We're tied 1-1 on the main stage, and we'll jump back into another very close series here.
Well, here we go then. A little bit of strongholds. So the pace will still be up there, which favors maybe, even though you look at the strongholds kind of records so far from the year, and Natives didn't look great, whereas Shopify's look very good, but if they can kind of continue cycling the spawns in the way they did at the start of that previous game, that might give them a little bit of momentum here, but just a little step away, few moments maybe for Shopify to just talk through strategy, make sure that they're on the same page ahead of this next game. The stats certainly favor them, but as you can see from what we've seen so far, we've only been here for about 20 minutes at the Halo World Championships, then nothing really is going to matter when it comes to those stats, because it is all to play for, and this is going to be unpredictable at best.
You get the feeling here at this World Championship, something feels different.
Yeah, right?
It really does. We've been here many times before. Of course, decades of events for a lot of the players here on the stage. For you and I as well, something feels different here, where there's a little bit more on the line because of how close things are this year. There's not 1 to 2 or maybe a third favorite here at this event. Instead, you feel like you have the careers of players that have led up to this moment. It feels like you have years of Halo Infinite that has led up to here, and there's going to be so much that is put on the line and left on the line at the end of the weekend. We're already feeling that here as 3 are dead for Shopify. Cycle's your last player alive momentarily under heavy pressure.
Cycle does get finished off here, so that's going to be B still in the control of Native Gaming, and they will continue to score. They're actually trying to push a triple cap here. You can see that Mental's trying to pressure C himself as a solo for Shopify Rebellion, but Tapping Buttons and Co are there to double up on him. So it's a triple cap here for Native Gaming, and I love what you said there, by the way. I think we haven't had a World Championships where it's felt like every team and player has a story that they are trying to finish, whether it's European teams coming in, whether it's European players looking for a first Halo World Championship, where it's international players with life after Tapping Buttons, for example, like we just saw from a team going up against FaZe. It's everybody has something to play for here, and this makes it one of the most exciting events that we've ever had.
They really do. I mean, as we take a look here at the scores, Shopify's getting right back in this year off the AB hold. They're trying to tie it up here right around the 30 mark, but this is the type of maturity, competitive maturity, that you dream of in a scene where anyone in the top 8 is threatening not just the top 3, but even beyond, where every time you see a 1v1, you feel the weight of the year that has led to that 1v1. And as I said, you dream of things like this. Competitive Halo has never been this tight, and I'm so excited to be here. There's going to be so many stories written this weekend. There's going to be hearts that are broken, champions, of course, crowned, and so many teams that could hoist that trophy at the end of the weekend.
Well, Shopify are going to have a pretty commanding lead at this point, doubling up now on the score, and this triple cap that they had momentarily is going to be continued for a few more moments here. Gilkey tries to put some pressure onto B to stop that conversion, and will manage to get the reset, which should buy just a little bit of time with Shopify 2 dead. Maybe there's an opportunity here for APG over at C to flip this, but Tapping Buttons is trying to get in a position to help him out and manages to do so. 99 players in the world out of 100 would have been stuck there, but Tapping Buttons is built different.
Built different, somehow just able to squeak in between the wall and the sticky there. BC hold now. still for Native Gaming as they try to rally back. Shopify with a very nice 50-point uncontested hold to get the lead here moments ago.
Suppressed, gets taken down. Tapping Buns is starting to win his individuals, and that is only a good sign here for Native Gaming. But the Battle of B was almost won by Shopify, but Barcode at the last second managed to get that reset. Finally, he gets taken down, but now the flood is coming in over at C. Soul Sniper and crew are going to have a lot of pressure coming in on tower, but they should, with the control on the kill they're getting, be able to flip B over and continue scoring themselves. 77-62, but again, it's another insanely close start.
Really is. Very nicely done there by Soul Sniper. That's not easy to stay alive on the angles that he just had to rotate back to also come back and get the kill on C stairs. Really nicely done. It paves the way for Mental to hit shots like this. 3 dead. Gilkey's your last player alive at A, and this will be a C cap coming in for Mental and the side of Shopify Rebellion.
Mental almost beat me to it. I was about to say, maybe as a player, just getting hold of a shock rifle, going on a little run here, that's just going to calm the game down a little bit on either side. As it's just been trade, cap, being swapped between the two teams, scoring, consistently flipping. But now you're seeing Shopify Rebellion, thanks to those 2 shots that were hit, not only with the shock rifle in their hands, but also you can see Cycle bottom middle as well. Not only gets the camo, but thanks to the damage from Cycle, from his teammate with the shock rifle, gets away with it as well.
Really nicely done, as you say, and Cycle, of course, picks up that kill. Not just gets the kill, but also stays alive with camo. That's a high-risk play with low reward, to be completely honest, when you have the camo, but he closes it out, and they will now be leading 119-62.
Cycle trying to play this one sneaky. Boy, misses the green gun shot, and he's going to get traded out. APG just jiggling around that wall to make sure that that was going to be as difficult a shot to hit. Native Gaming should be able to reset B here, but there's going to be a challenge coming in. Challenge is dealt with. Gilkey does get the kill and does manage to get the conversion, but more pressure now over at B, and it's going to be trade once again for the kills. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment, and Shopify will get the conversion, but just say it. Tapping Buttons gets the kill and starts to wrap it back towards his team, as C is being flipped as well.
Things are getting scrappy now. The insta does take him down there. That will be a trade essentially in the end, but B will still be held. That means A will now flip. Shopify scoring once again now on an A-B hold, doubling the score of their opponents here.
It's starting to look like a Shopify game at this point. They're starting just to find a bit of rhythm, a little bit of control, and win some of those important fights and get some of those important resets. Just dipping a toe into the stronghold as it's about to be converted to keep the scoring in their favor. A spawns here for Native Gaming. You can see that they're a little bit trapped at the moment. Full map control. If they can flip C, he will be for Shopify Rebellion. They've already managed to pick up 1, make it 2, and now the collapse can come in. They know where all of these players are spawning, where they're all going to be, and that is why you're seeing Cycle pick up a double. Barcode trying to escape, but you're going to see surely AB flips as well.
So an unbelievable set of mind games there. Suppress hitting drop slides around Pizza, while Barcode hits drop slides all the way to bottom mid. Eventually, he cannot get away, which means that Shopify will continue scoring here. They're also flipping A at the same time as well. Despite losing C, it'll be a flip of an AC hold, which means Shopify will now score AB.
165-63. Even though it was close to the start of this game, this run in the last 60 seconds, all based off that double kill. Remember, that came in from Mental, has swayed the momentum, and those kills all in the favor of Shopify. 178 now on the board. And Suppress is hunting for more. APG will die to that nade, and even though he takes down 2 somehow with a stick himself, Suppress should be able to keep this pressure on to beat. Gilkey with a big individual has to win there.
See what Suppress does here. It's not going to be an easy 1v1. Gilk probably knows he's there. Does he win this one as well? Oh my, trade in the end. Fantastic battle between the two. 2 dead for Shopify.
Important though for Gilk to get the reset onto B. Onto C, excuse me. That forces Shopify to re-wrap around the map and take that little bit of an extra second, which allows Native then to cap A. So AB is the hold. They will continue to score here, Native Gaming, but they're a little bit pinned at the moment. Barcode gets taken down. Cycle finds another one. Notices another player here. You can hear the comms coming in. APG will find one, but should be traded out almost immediately here by Mental. Will be indeed, and this is 4 dead for Native Gaming. This is the run that Shopify were looking for in the late game.
Beautifully done, almost perfectly timed. AB will flip. Yes, they will lose C, but they're playing the same game that they've been playing for minutes now, Shopify. With perfectly executed rotations, they are very happy to just take 2 out of 3, and they will once again increase their lead to over 100 points.
It's going to be an all-in play here towards A, and the all-in play seems to be working. Most importantly, when they were all trapped in tower around C, their APG got such an important pick to open the map up a little bit for them. Then they can flood knowing that they have numbers somewhere on the map. Off the back of it, they get that kill, they manage to flip, but C in the meantime has been flipped. Native Gaming need to start thinking about strongholds now. They need to start getting inside of them while they're picking these kills up, as Tappin realizes the emergency of the situation with the score starting to get away from them, and maybe the game starting to get away from them.
Tapping as well to stay alive. He also makes sure, even in a straight 3v3, he makes sure to get B. It's really well done. But they're going to have to continue playing just like that for the next few minutes if they want to get right back into this one. The melee is big as well. We'll see if that gets cleaned up.
I think Camo was just burnt there, as you saw off screen. Cycle, no surprise, wins his important fight on the map. It's 2v2 right now. Shopify trying to flip A at the moment. We're at the spawns here for Native Gaming. That's the important thing. They're trying to flood C. Barcode will get that Camo. Excuse me, it was not burnt. And now look at the info he has. He might have been spotted out. This could be a really bad moment. And unfortunately for Barcode, he just gets spotted out by 3 players from Shopify flooding through the tower.
You have to wonder if he got punished there for stepping in. Of course, there's no way to really go around that unless you step in. 3 do fall here for Shopify. Mental is the last player alive. Barcode should be able to flush. He does flush. And even though we saw the Camo fall, in the end, they get the better of the next rotation. They will continue scoring on BC. However, they are still down by 100.
This is a big moment in the game. A really, really big moment in the game. Cycle finds one, tries to hold off the push, tries to survive, tries to thrive, and somehow or other, he's buying enough time, maybe for his teammates to get in position to clean up this damage. Again, it's a Cycle play, which won't show on the stat screen. He gets damage down, survives for 2 or 3 extra seconds, that allows Mental to get those kills, to get Shopify in a position to cap. It is, again, just brilliant recognition of the situation of the game from Cycle.
It really feels like Shopify has just been one step ahead this entire game, not only on the rotations, but also on plays just like that, as you say. 228 on the board for them.
And just before Cycle made that play, I was about to say, this is Native's chance. 3 or 4 dead. They know where they're spawning, they've got damage, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. And now Shopify consistently are just out-rotating them at the moment. It's A and B in their possession. They will continue to score, and even with Gilkey hitting some good shots, we're now in the desperation part of the game here for Native Gaming to try and get back into this Cycle. He's got a shot, he's got a grenade, and he's got yet another kill, and of course it's a headshot.
Absolutely just wraps around, gets bunkered, if I'm completely honest there. I haven't seen a play like that since Greg Hastings Pro Paintball on the original Xbox. 248 on the board.
Headshots only to close out here for Cycle, and W's only for Shopify Rebellion. They will go up 2-1 in the series, and it's the most commanding win we've seen in the series from their side. And now it's just 1 game to go to deal with their first challenge here from Native Gaming.
Couldn't agree more. It looked like a very, very different Shopify Rebellion. To be honest, a very different series overall in that game. Just a commanding lead of not just the game, but you felt like the game type. They knew exactly where they needed to be. Taking a look at the kills here, it was Cycle, I believe, was 23 on the board total, leading his side. As we said, a player to watch, not just in this series, but throughout the entire weekend. Also the only player, I believe, in the lobby to cross not just 6K damage, but actually crossing 6,500 at 6,652 damage total. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game, number 3.
And there's one in particular, and this is the great thing about Halo at the moment, right? Halo Infinite. I mean, we've kind of gone on about how close everything is. It means that when something happens in a game that changes it, it's so easy to pinpoint that moment.
Yeah.
And Mental with that double kill, from there, Shopify took over. For a good 60 seconds or so, it was scoring. Camo that followed it up, and you saw this roll start to happen where everything started going their way, and it was based off of one individual play that changed the complexion of how that game was looking at the moment. And you look at the score right now, 182 to 63. This was the run that they went on, and unfortunately for Native Gaming, they just weren't able to get any kind of footing back on the map for a good 60 seconds or so.
Like you said, it feels, look at this, by the way, the Cycle of the bunker at the end of the 238 mark. Absolutely beautifully done. 250 to 123 is your final score in that game. And as we said, a very different score line compared to the rest of the games in not just the series, but also it feels like in the tournament so far. Stepping up in a huge way, and based on the history of these two teams, I think we were expecting that result. Shopify is going to be happy with that, and also be very comfortable going into CTF Forbidden knowing that they are 1 game away from closing it out and not 1 game away from being sent home. Excuse me, sent home in this series.
Well, let's take a look at some of the stats from both these teams when it comes to this season and it comes to CTF game types. You can just see the steals, you can see the cap success, which is always a great stat. That's essentially caps converted after the flag gets pulled off the stand. And when over half your flags are going home, it's usually you're in a pretty good spot here. But I will say on the other side of things, not too shabby on the side of Native Gaming as well. I think when you're looking at game types, when you're looking at specific game types that give you an opportunity in a series as well, for Native Gaming, seeing a Forbidden, knowing that it's first to 3, knowing that you can double cap pretty comfortably if you get a couple of 4 deads and one of your snipers gets hot, I'd be a little bit worried if I go 1 down in this series for Shopify Rebellion, because if they lose this game, and I'm get ahead of myself here, of course, but Game 5 is Street Slayer. And how many times have we been, let's check in with X Stream.
Yeah.
We've got Native Gaming versus X.
Yeah.
And Native Gaming have won
Exactly.
a Street Slayer.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of history there as well, but you got to get there first.
Yeah, absolutely do. But I agree. I think if you're on the side of Native Gaming, you want something like an Argyle or a Forbidden here. You want something where one double kill with the snipe that turns into an OV grab all of a sudden means flags on the board, and all of a sudden can turn games wide open. I think if this was something like an Aqua, you'd just start to bet a little bit harder on Shopify, right? Especially when we talk about a game that's 5 flags, that fast-paced. Instead, talking about CTF Forbidden, I agree. I think Native Gaming is going to like to see this in the series layout. I think as neutral fans in this series, we like to see it in the series layout because it could send us to a Game 5 and maybe has a stronger likelihood than a 5 CTF map. But this is going to be a fun one here, and we'll have to see. I think Shopify needs to take the exact same approach they had in Game 3, just clinical, ruthless, brutal gameplay, bring that into CTF Forbidden, because keep in mind, in Strongholds, you can blow games wide open. You can trip cap, you can, as you saw, win by double the opponent's score, which they just did. CTF Forbidden, the maximum margin is 3, right? So let's not forget, Shopify needs to remember, they don't want to go to Game 5 here, as you said.
I would also say the maximum difference is 3, but you can be done in about 50 seconds if you play perfect Halo.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how ruthless this game type can be. And I'm looking for one of these snipers to get hot. On the Shopify side, I'm kind of keeping my eyes on Cycle if he picks that thing up because, well, you've seen enough of him so far this series to know that he can do some work with it. On the other side of things, I want to see if Barcode's going to be picking it up or Gilk, because we saw Barcode looking a little bit hot at the start of the game. We saw
oh boy.
Oh, forget about it.
Okay.
Forget about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Halo World Championship. Akave Esports leading 2-1 over FaZe in round 1 of pool play. This is your 4th seed in the pool, leading in the series against FaZe.
It was an overtime win for Akave Esports, I'm hearing in my ears as well, on CTF Imperial, which puts them 2-1 up in the series. And if you're a FaZe fan and you're seeing a game like this against the lowest seed in your pool, which is your worst game type so far this season, alarm bells are ringing. And boy, are they ringing loud early here on day 1.
I tell you what, there's something about this city, there's something about this building and this game when all 3 of these pieces come together. Let's not forget how crazy last year was in terms of what we saw in the Halo World Championship. We're already off to an unbelievable start here. You never would have imagined this series to be going this way at this stage. Akave Esports also leading in game number 4.
Not just leading, pretty commanding lead as well. Nobles found himself a sniper rifle, and we were watching a little bit of Renegade POV, and it didn't look like it. Those shots usually hit. Those shots usually make a difference. However, it does look like the breaker's coming here for FaZe, so Noble's going to have to do a little bit of work himself. Decides to just escape with the S7. Frosty going to peek, maybe. Doesn't know he's there for a second. Now he's going to find out, and now Noble has some high pressure shots to try and hit that unfortunately for him he can't.
Ooh, Acid wins a big 1v1 against Frosty as well. Finally, he's taken down. Drift was your last player alive, and he's got good pressure coming in on Renegade. Eventually, Renegade, though, is going to win the overall challenge. But man, unbelievable scenes. What a way to start this. I think we talked about last event how we would never be surprised based on what we hear in pool play. I'm not going to lie, this one does have me a bit surprised, but I think it's just testament to what's going on this weekend.
I have to be honest, when we jumped into that there, I was like, is this a graphic mistake? Is something going wrong here? Because this is not what we expected on day 1 here of the Halo World Championships. We expected upsets, we expected close games, but for FaZe to be in this position, I've got to be honest, when it came to us, my mouth was open and I didn't really know what to say.
We're going to keep a very close eye on that series. To be honest, I'm about to pull that series up on my phone to have a side stream of our own just to keep a very close eye on that. But as we said, it's just another example of how you'll want to keep an eye on each and every stream here this weekend because you have no idea what these series are going to deliver. We'll keep a close eye on that. But right now, we are back into our main stage match. Shopify versus Native Gaming here. Could be the final game of the series if Shopify takes CTF Forbidden. However, Native Gaming going to look to extend this and send this the distance to a Game 5.
All right, let's see a big play off the rip here. Someone grab that sniper rifle. Someone make the difference. Someone get that overshield off the back of it. And let's see a cap on the board early on here to see if we really can add the pressure on either side of this stage. It's going to be Mental who's going to grab it on the side of Shopify Rebellion. One of the most consistent snipers on the side of Shopify. On the other side, Barcode is trying to hold forward immediately and put him under pressure.
Gotta say, what a tournament it's already been so far, and I had no idea I'd be this hyped already. And we haven't even closed out a single series on the weekend just yet. Let's see what Barco can do off this initial push.
Barco trying to play this one sneaky. He's waiting for damage to play off. You can see, he doesn't want to give his position away. Now the attention taken away. He's going to find one, but
it's great.
Wait, that Tappin's killing everything. Doesn't matter what color you are, what team you're on.
Tappin gets the collat team kill, the betrayal on the melee.
Tappin gets an overkill. That's all that really matters. And Gilkey is running that flag.
I think technically it's a kill tack.
God.
I think with the betrayal, it's a kill tack. Unbelievable. He's just shooting everything that moves.
Is it just a triple because we have to remove the kill? Who knows at this point? But Tappin, I mentioned I wanted to see something at the start of this game. Well, it's going to be Native who start this game off with an overkill from Tappin and a flag on the board.
We are going to have to watch that back. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous main stage overkills, arguably kill tacks I've ever seen.
I'm not ready for this.
In Halo history. We were not. We thought we were mentally prepared for what Friday was going to bring. It is already off to an unbelievable start. Native Gaming scores in under 90 seconds to lead 1-0 here. And like we said, this was the game type they wanted to see in the fourth slot. And now you get why we mentioned that.
What a start. Absolutely electric. APG picks up the big stick now, and he's going to have a little go with it himself. 10 seconds till that next overshield comes up. Now, even though the start was electric here for Native Gaming, understandably, they're going to be pretty hyped up about things. They're going to be pretty pumped up about things. I wonder how their game plan is going to be executed from here on. Are they going to slowly play this game? Are they going to play a little bit more conservative? Or are they going to try and keep that pressure up? Because I think they only play their best one way, and that is trying to keep that pressure up.
Really nice stuff from APG. Look how many bodies he's hit there. Just holding down this lane, doing so well. Eventually the team help comes in, and then he earns the overshield. Beautifully done. That is amazing patience coming in from APG. Amazing experience coming in from Native Gaming to close down that overshield. That was 3 dead, and the flag run will begin. APG doing it all here.
He's going to tank these shots as well. 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, and I love the phrase you use. He earned the overshield, and boy did he earn it. So much work was done, and now APG gets that flag back to his heart. Psycho is the only player who's furthest forward here, but you can see that Native Gaming are trying to hunt him down. Barcode's going to find him as well. Suppress trying to put damage down, but it's a 2v2 on the map.
Beautifully done. APG even uses the last little bit of overshield as well to get all the way back here. Make sure to reload in time, but knows there's a few more kills they need to get together.
They know someone is here. They're sniffing Mental out, and APG says, run that flag, buddy. I'm going to find Mental and deal with him myself. Mental's still being annoying, though. He's still been such a problem. And now the pressure, look how things are flipped. Look at the map setup, look at the map control for Shopify Rebellion. And even though APG has managed to flank around and managed to survive, that flag still isn't home. Psycho! Psycho! Whip to himself!
What did we say? The sniper rifle, 2 kills can change everything. Psycho's doing it again here. 3 dead. Gilkey's your last player alive in the back of the base. They get the flag stop. They get the return.
Oh my word. And we stay where we were, but boy, do we have to go on a journey to get here. Cycle's still posted up with his sniper rifle. Suppress and Soul Sniper will find a couple of kills themselves. Barco gonna try and pressure him at the moment. One thing I love about when you're watching Cycle POV, though, is not just the gameplay, it's the calmness in the player cam as well. Never looks flustered by the situation.
Oh, it's a crispy body as well. That flank, by the way, Suppress did get a touch. Cycle gets the overshield. Eventually, half of it will be taken off here. All of it will be taken off, but he denies that, Obi. Only 3 shots left in the rifle. That flag will not go, by the way. That flag will finally return, but what a few minutes and exchanges between these two. That's 3 dead. The flag run will start again. APG, last player alive.
I think you're right. You just said what? Exactly. A crazy start here.
Here's the run.
Suppress will find one, but APG does get the kill onto Cycle. There is a sniper rifle down there as well. Mental's going to try and collect this one and keep it going. Through the rat tunnel, Native Gaming find themselves 2 dead. Now, can they do the same thing that was done to them a few moments ago and make a last-second stand to try and send this flag home? It doesn't look like it's going to be the case, and Shopify Rebellion, who was staring down the barrel of being 2-0 down just about 30 or 40 seconds ago, tie this game up at 1-1.
What a stop in the end. You have to wonder, we only got that from APG's POV when the flag was just about to be ran in, and the flag was not run from the Mohawk, and we could not tell based on our POV if that was due to pressure that was coming in from the top of the open ramp, if that was due to other factors around the flag. In the end, though, Cycle hits an unbelievably timed double to not just keep his team in the game, but to stop the flag. Eventually, they run a very, very late and patient kind of counter cap, and we're tied 1-1 with 6:30 left. A trade coming in here from Cycle and Barcode, but you could feel just what's on the line here in this game number 4. Shopify knows they need to end it here.
APG decides to Donate a kill, falls off the map there. Not sure if it was a little bit of nade damage that helped him on his way down to
Must not
the
have been,
abyss.
right? Because the kill, otherwise the kill would have come in.
But Suppress is going to continue forward off the back of it. And now APG off the respawn is going to have to do some work. 2 dead here for Native Gaming, and the flag is moving towards the main ramp here. It's a little bit of an unorthodox run, but that's because Gilkey is in a position to try and slow things down, and APG makes up for a mistake a few moments ago with a double kill, looking to make it a triple, but the damage should be enough for a return to come in.
Definitely, especially with this overshield. Gilkey's not going to let this one go away. Going to get the return, going to get the kill as well. APG, though, deserves credit there for the double and the damage on the flag carrier as well. It paved the way as well for Gilkey to get this overshield and now pick up a few kills of his own.
Tappin's got snipe as well. He's just picked up the snipe, and look, he's in the feed again. Every time the tapping buttons touches the sniper rifle at the moment, it turns into gold, and Gilkey still has a little bit of overshield here, which is going to allow him to suck up a few more bullets, and tapping buttons is still looking for targets in front of him. He is denying so much space with his sniper rifle.
Ooh, finally gets taken down. Where's that flag, though, is the question. APG's already around the ramp. Gilkey now going to go for this drop here. Should have the timing, even if the shots come in. Yes, indeed. The pressure comes in heavy. He probably gets taken down here. He does, but not before Native Gaming scores. 2v2 on the map. The run begins again.
Mendel's going to be trying to counter cap here. Tapping buttons will shut it down, and now Soul Snipe trying to move into a position to support that flag run. Has got to think about staying alive and maybe just kind of conceding that that flag isn't going to be one that they can call their own. Trade does come in, though. It's 2 dead for Native. They might be able to get a touch here, and Suppress does, but Barcode gets an important kill once more. APG trying to get that return. Here comes Cycle. Does he have the timing? Of course he does. He gets the touch.
Oh my, and he has the help as well. Gets a double kill. It's huge. You thought the run was over, but Mental flies in bottom as well. Cycle should be able to bring this flag home.
Gilkey gets a couple himself, but I don't think there's anyone with a line of sight apart from him to cut this down. It's 2-2. And Cycle again making plays happen that turn into good things for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Native Gaming, every time they seem to get a foothold in this game, find themselves falling behind a few moments later, and now with 2 dead and the flag moving, 3 dead with the flag moving, this could be Shopify putting the dagger in.
Enormous plays there coming in from Cycle. He had to win that 1v1. Tapping picks up a kill though in the feed. Let's see where that flag is.
I think Tapping actually managed to get that kill on the flag runner, and yes, he sends it back home. So Tapping bot with a game-saving, series-saving kill on the flag runner, and the return coming in as you saw the Shopify turn their attention from flag to overshield top middle. Suppress now finds himself last alive. It feels like every time someone gets an advantage, the tables turn in the next 30 seconds, and now Gilk, he's got an overshield, and we know what happened last time.
Really nicely done here. Look at the focus as well coming out of Gilk. He knows exactly what's going to happen here in the back of the base. A lot of pressure going to be coming in. So far, some good damage.
A lot of good damage. Barcode finds one. Tapping will fall. Gilk's thinking about the run. Does he have the timing? Does he have the support? Does he have the cover? It's 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, but Mental takes the angle to get ahead of that flag and shut it down.
Really, really nicely done from Mental there. That was not easy. He needed the kill and he needed it then. Also has a jump on Barcode. Barcode does not know where the pressure's coming in from. They should be able to clear out their base here.
So the overshield essentially turns into nothing when it comes to flag cap opportunities, but the sniper rifles are about to pop once more.
Enemy flag return.
What a game 4 here. 2:53 left, as you said. All eyes are going to be on the snipe. Gilkey's going to grab his. Mental's going to get forced back, maybe even have to drop. Oh, soul snipe.
Oh! What? That one's been practiced.
Unbelievable insta. Cycle's the one that gets the kill in the feed, but watching that from the receiving end was disgusting.
2 snipes here. 2 snipes here for Shopify Rebellion. Suppressed has one. Soul Snipe has the other. They have them pinned in the base. This is the chance. This is the opportunity to close this series out. It's 3 dead for Native Gaming. Tappin's last alive. He's going to challenge. Soul Snipe just buying time. Suppress gets that kill, and surely now, with Suppress dominating the respawners with that sniper rifle, it's going to be the final flag going in here. On the side of Shopify Rebellion, they hold up the challenge. They will win the game. They will win the series, but boy, did they have to work for it.
What a series between these two. 3-2 is your final score, and we hoped that game 4 would also go down to the wire. And my God, did it ever deliver. As you could just tell on the side of the stage at Native Gaming, there's a lot to think about because if a few things go differently in just a few of those games, got my eyes on games 1 and 4. Could be a very, very different series result without a doubt. 3-2 is your final score in the end. Big numbers coming in from a few players. Suppressed actually crossing the 6,000 damage mark in that one as well. And Rebellion will win the series narrowly in the end in terms of the overall score of that game number 4.
Yeah, overall in the score, but when you look at a 3-1 and you were to offer that Shopify Rebellion, I think they'd be pretty happy with it.
At this stage, yeah.
100%, especially with how tightly contested every single one of those games was. The Halo World Championship isn't about how close the games are, it's about getting over the line. And that's exactly what Shopify do. And we mentioned how Pool C is going to be a wild one. That's series number 1 for you.
It has set the tone and the pace very well, not just for this pool, but for this entire tournament. Here's a look at your final games. Overall, as we said, Shopify takes it 3-1, but you could just tell by the margins, with the exception of that game 3, this one was very close indeed.
It certainly was indeed, and that, I mean, you're looking at that game 4, the start that we saw from Native Gaming, tapping buttons with the overkill / kill-tacular, if you want to include the team kill that came off the back of it. It's good of you, I get it. But that kind of play is what you're going to expect over the next 3 days of action here in Seattle. And speaking of teams who played quite well, and speaking of players who look quite good in that series, we're going to go down to the main stage right now because Suppressed is there with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Seattle, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion as they start this tournament off hot. I got the man himself, Suppressed, with me on the main stage. Suppressed, how do you feel to kick champs off with a win here on the stage and to be able to get this with your team?
It feels good, you know, getting our first dub on LAN, you know, trying to get the jitters out, so, you know, first match of the day.
Definitely did, okay? Like, you know, very few jitters right there, but there was some scary moments in this series, okay? You know, now, scrimming these guys, you haven't lost a map to them, but you lose that first Slayer, okay? Now, after y'all lost that Slayer and it was 1-1, were you guys able to shake that one off, or did you have any worries after that?
Yeah, I mean, Plaza is just like a dice. Honestly, when you have Shock and Snipe, you know, you can turn their game around, so we weren't too worried about that. It was a 50-45. Okay. You know, we lost pretty tight, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Back.
Definitely did kind of fight back towards the end of that one. Now, let's go ahead on fast forward to the game 4. That second flag that you guys stopped on the Mohawk, okay? It's a big difference than having to fight back down 2-0 versus it being 1-1. Talk to me, how did you feel when the boys made that stop, and how did y'all rally back for the win?
We had a game plan there, actually. We wanted to push our snipe. We pushed, I believe it was tapping. We had sniper, and I believe I picked them off under our bridge. And then there was another guy top right, and they were just like rotating towards snipe and trapping themselves there. So we knew we had a chance as soon as he was wrapping all the way snipe with the flag. So there was a chance there when we had snipe.
Hey, it definitely was a chance, and that chance came out with a win. 3-1 victory for you guys. Lastly, anything you want to say to the Shopify fans out there? Because you guys got a sick booth in the back of the venue.
Yeah. I just want to thank our Shopify fans, you know, everyone here supporting us. Yo, go visit our booth, man. It's pretty sick. We have Halo 2 there as well. Yep. Couch, it's pretty chill. So.
It is sick. Go check out the Shopify Rebellion booth. That's going to do it for me and Suppressed on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Pure vibes on the stage there from Suppressed and Blaze for sure. Just unbelievable stuff. And he is right. The Shopify booth is stunning. You guys, if you are in the venue, please do go check it out. It is very, very cool, very drippy. But Drippy was the name of the game for Shopify Rebellion. My goodness. Some of the things happening already this morning are crazy. That insta-explode as well. Just mind-blowing, stunning. Plays being made. There's just one name that I have to just get out of my system right now because it's on my mind, but Cycle was just so good yet again. We talked about this kid. We actually talked about him with Suppress's duo on the main stage. He was such a standout in this series. Not only just the clips, the shots he was hitting, but the room he makes for his team. He opens doors and he doesn't shut them much.
Yeah, in a series that was probably a lot closer than Shopify expected, Cycle needed to be great in order to get this team out of a situation where they find themselves in a game 5, which you never want to find yourself in this early on in the tournament. And Cycle was great. Every single time it was on the screen, the shot was smooth. But most of all, just playing his life and his awareness is so important and so powerful. I love watching Cycle's point of view every single time we get an opportunity to see it. And he picked up a massive double to stop this game 4 from going 2-0 in Native's favor early on. And because he gets that double, it would change the entire pace of how that game was going.
It certainly did. There were so many moments where you just kind of came to the rescue. You're thinking that Native are doing what they need to do to get these objectives in, and suddenly Cycle is just there being an absolute pain in your back. Tony, on the other side though, Native they were looking really good. I mean, there were some incredible moments there. We had Gilkey on the OS multiple times, really making that power-up work and last for his team. There were huge ins for Native. How are you feeling about their gameplay? Because that was really close.
Yeah, I mean, I was really proud of Native Gaming, especially when it came to individual performances. That game number 1, I thought tapping buns was fantastic. I thought APG was very good that game number 2 as well. And then obviously, dude, tapping's an animal, but on the other side of things, you gotta highlight Cycle. 70 kills, most kills on his team, least amount of deaths, most damage, and the one thing that doesn't show, you know, I love my assist. Most assist in the team as well. That is just impressive. He's literally doing it all in the kill, assist, and damage department.
He certainly is. I think, you know, there's a lot to be said there for Shopify Rebellion, but I think it also is a statement about Native Gaming. You're also looking across here, Barcode with a 1.23 in a series where his team lose out. Barcode was really good there. He kept his team alive in multiple moments. I mean, going back to game 1, the double kills that he was getting for his team, he had no business getting. If Forbidden, staying alive at moments as well, where you're thinking, wait, how is he not dead? Where is he? To the back of the base, getting a back smack, getting a kill to try and open and create some room for his team likewise as well. Barcode was a superstar there.
Absolutely. That game 1 is something Native is going to go back and know when they rewatch it that it slipped through their fingers. That was a very winnable game, and if they had been able to pull off a couple of those hills that went down to the last kill in a lot of the situations, then they could have found themselves having the advantage going into that game 4, and momentum at least pushes you to a game 5 at that point. Barco played lights out. When you look at those stats, though, it was Gilkey that kind of had the worst series out of the players on his team, and that's the guy you need to step up. That was the guy I said if Native are going to be able to pull off this upset, that was the player that needs to play great. Gilkey, unfortunately, things weren't going his way whenever it was on the screen. That Insta, you know, Gilkey's thinking this guy's one shot, all I have to do is wait this plasma out. That Insta taking him out actually changed the outcome of the entire series because they got double snipe control. Gilkey's going to be kicking himself, but if Native can get something out of Gilk, they're going to show a lot of promise in the rest of the pool play and then going into bracket play as well.
Promise is exactly that. I think for Native, all you need to do is polish up on a couple of those openers. When you have that door open, capitalize on it. Do something with it. Don't close it back again on the rest of your team. But incredible stuff from both of them. Shopify Rebellion looking strong in their pool, kicking things off with a 1-0. Cloud9 also got the better of Dark Inside as well in Pool C. So Tony, I'm coming over to you because this was the wild card pool. How are you feeling now with how things are shaking out?
I mean, it's kind of what I expected. I said it before. It really is that wild card pool. It really is unpredictable. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion are the favorites, but how many times have we been talking about Cloud9 really started to catch fire later in the year? Native Gaming, top 6 last event. And Dark Inside, I promise you, obviously losing out that matchup against Cloud9, they still are a threat in this pool. So really, I can make a good argument for anybody in this pool making it out through the winner's side going into bracket play.
Yeah, I think also we saw earlier on some of the other streams a couple of kind of strange things occurring. I mean, FaZe right now as well, fighting for their life in their first match, first series against our LATAM team as well. You know, a little bit of a rusty, kind of sleepy start for the FaZe roster. I know that they just won the oddball, so they're in game 5, but you don't expect to see that against the first seed and the 4th seed, considering they have questionably the easiest pool here.
Yeah, not where you want to be if you're FaZe, but if you manage to find a way to win that game 5, at least you've been pushed the distance early on in a series and you kind of were forced to wake up. A team that has gone to game 5 with teams that they probably shouldn't have in the past. We'll see how that game 5 goes before we make any further comments.
Indeed. All right, no further comments then. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we have another absolute banger of a series. It's a historic revenge match. Optic versus Quadrant, lighting up your stage right after this.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
future.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War Esports history.
You know, once you have that level of success, that anything but first has got to drive you crazy.
And for a 4-year spree, Billy had the highest KD. He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you, you took a step back.
Penguin's your last player alive. They're going to get this kill on front seat, no doubt. 7 seconds left.
7 seconds left. The NA Super was the first step. It was this game type. Orlando was the second. And now the journey is complete. Optic Gaming. The green wall stands tallest. As with just a few moments left.
Wait a second. You're one second. APG's headset was off. The game isn't over yet. There's no way. Somehow Cloud9, now we can say it. Oh my God. It's a premature celebration even on the stage for Optic Gaming. They thought it was over. C9 was in the hill the whole time. APG was shaking. He couldn't believe it. They forced a reset there in overtime for just a few extra seconds. Optic had no idea. We had no idea. And in the end, now we can say that Optic Gaming are your Halo World Champions.
It's never over till it's really over. I think the lesson we all learned at that moment, but it is one of my favorite moments because it was drama heavy in that second. We've seen crazier things happen, especially on Hill. You can be in a hill with with 0 seconds on the clock and get it done. Depending on how your team are performing, if you've got people on a spawn cycle, whatever the position may be, it is a terrifying situation to be in. And I think every single one of those Optic boys knew that in that moment. They were listening to the music off, they were excited, and suddenly it was like, oh no, hold on. Little bit of a problem, but they managed to get it done. They're very resilient, and it was a pretty crazy moment, wasn't it, Wes?
Yeah, there's two sides to that, right? There's Optic Gaming, a little bit of a pre-celebration, but they end up getting the pop off, well deserved, because they were the best team at that tournament. They are the 2022 world champions. And what a moment that was for those guys. But when you panned out to the end of that video, it went straight to Bound, Eco, and Stellar, guys that have been on fire and are the favorite to win this tournament. And the looks of depression on their face when they realized that their final chance at that world championship slipped through their fingers. Now this is a tournament that they can redeem themselves, that they can finally find themselves champions, world champions in Halo Infinite. And that is a moment, I guarantee you, when they see that, it fires them up even more for this tournament.
I'm sure it does. We'll have to find out who is going to be lifting that trophy by the end of the weekend. But if you do have some of your favorite moments across the 10 years that we've had the HCS, please do share it with us. Hashtag HaloWC. Now, on to the next series on the main stage, and it's going to be Optic versus Quadrant. So we do have a chance to look at those 2022 World Champs in action here at your current World Championships. Now, starting things off with Optic Gaming. Clutch, how important is it to see a full-strength Optic right out of the gates, especially because they're in the pool of death?
Yeah, this pool is no joke. So Optic, having lost the complexity in pool play the way they did 3-0 fashion at SLC, you know that they don't want to go down that road again. Even though it ended up being okay, like I said, this is something that Optic need to start off on the right foot for in order to just prove to themselves that they can once again call themselves world champions. These guys have put in so much work, and there's so much mystery around, can this team get the job done? I think that they want to convince their fans and give them a reason to celebrate and have hope later on in this weekend.
We talk about the pool of death, and we just saw the formal point of death. And that's something Quadrant don't want to be seeing. But Tony, looking across the rest of the roster, you know, they have lined up against Quadrant numerous times now. Who tends to step up against Quadrant when it matters most?
And that's actually what I find to be very interesting about this Optic versus Quadrant rivalry, because normally you expect your firepower to come from Formal and Lucid. Like the year that they've had have been incredible, but it's actually the objective mind of the support players, Trippy and Dead Zone, specifically Trippy, a 1.10 KD whenever he goes up against Quadrant. When they play Capture the Flag, a 1.55 KD. He really steps it up. I guess that's why we call him Big Game Trip.
That's exactly why we call him Big Game Trippy, and he's going to have some big games here in this World Championship. You know, we've seen a lot of Optic versus Quadrant as of late, but it has been very different from the past history that we've seen with a Quadrant roster, including Legend on it. Are we seeing maybe a transition with this brand new Quadrant roster? Are you feeling like there is some growth there that might just kind of rebuttal what we've seen from past rosters and past versions of Quadrant?
I would have to say yes. I think the key piece, the key player that I look at when I look at this Quadrant roster, and are they going to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Optic Gaming? I'm looking at Glory. He has been a pleasure to watch play throughout this year. He has really grown as an individual player, and he has been the guy that has made the plays for this team when they have had moments of success. Quadrant have had an up and down year, however, and in all honesty, they haven't reached the goals and the strides that they did with Legends, so they're still trying to figure out ways to climb throughout a bracket. What an opportunity this could be for these guys to put themselves in such a prime position to have the best tournament of the year yet at a world championship.
Indeed, and you know, moving on to Quadrant, Wes, you mentioned Glory there. He really is a Mr. Duel. I think, you know, really deep diving into kind of what he does for this team, it really is everything. He's not only just a main slayer, but he manages to get what needs to be done across the board. And we talk about efficiency. Look at this guy. I mean, he is phenomenal, and he's a key part of this team.
Yeah, first. I say he's doing his part when it comes to the statistical category. And every time you watch a screen, it's no doubt that a lot of these numbers make sense because he's always active. He's always making plays, progressing on the map, filling in holes, playing efficient. I mean, I love what I see from his point of view. He plays great Halo, and for a kid that hasn't been playing Halo nearly as long as a lot of the people sitting next to him or on the other side of the stage, for him to sometimes and even be the best a lot of the times on his own team, that's a very impressive stat sheet he's put up.
Yeah, I gotta say, I have been just so impressed with Glory as of recent this season. He has been incredible. I can't wait to see what he does against Optic. But Quadrant is certainly gonna know the weight of this series. This is no joke. When you go up against Optic Gaming, they are always going to give you 100%. And they also know that Quadrant are a really good team. So you're gonna be seeing a very feisty Optic Gaming. Tony, what is the most important map in this series for Quadrant going into it?
For me, it's still that game number 2 when you go up against Optic Gaming. And it's really important because it's the Slayer. Right now, Optic's weakest game mode is Slayer. They were 6-5 back at SLC. I think they're 6th overall in the entire league in that Slayer, where although Quadrant aren't the best as far as that game type, it is seemingly a weakness for Optic that you have to exploit. So for me, it's that game 2 Slayer, and if you're gonna beat Optic, it's gonna go to a game 5, so same thing. You gotta win the Slayers.
It certainly will, and we're looking at this incredible graph here, which I love this addition, I think, to our table here. And Clutch, looking across it, things look like they're gonna get pretty dicey. This series layout is looking pretty good evenly for both of them. So I'm excited to see what happens. But for Optic Gaming, where do you think that they really take the cake here against Quadrant?
It's got to be the Forbidden CTF, 4-1, and probably the best CTF team we have on the circuit, in my opinion. Optic Gaming plays such strong. The definition of quality Halo is in your CTFs, I think, as I judge a team. And I think Optic Gaming lead the league in CTFs. I know SSG might statistically look better at it, but the way that Optic go about the strategy of their capture the flags is near perfection in my eyes. If this series goes to a game 4 and Optic have the lead, I expect them to close the door on it right there.
I certainly do indeed. As somebody we're also seeing on camera right now, we haven't mentioned yet, but we will mention, I'm sure, across the entire weekend, is Formal. Now, Formal, what a season he has had. Yes, hasn't been the placement he wanted. Not a bad placement, though. Second.
Not his fault.
Consistently, exactly my point. Not his fault at all. He's been so good for his team. I mean, if we're seeing all 4 of these players really step up to the mark, including somebody like Formal, this could be a really good ride. I mean, just looking at them at their best, Clutch, they are so hard to stop.
Yeah, I think you're getting the best out of Formal so far this year. He has been the best player on this team, and that is tough to do along the like side of Dead Zone, Trippy, and Lucid. All of those guys I expect to pick up the game and play at a high level. I think Formal, as long as he can consistently play like he did at SLC, and you get a little bit more from the rest of Optic Gaming, they're going to call themselves world champions at the end of this weekend. They looked so strong, even going through the winners bracket. I mean, they beat every single top team to do so, and it was on the back of Formal having one hell of an event, if not probably the best individual performance through that winners bracket run I've seen in a long time.
So much of this we've already actually discussed because you two are just elite at your jobs. But like we're seeing here with our keys to victory, I mean, so important to get out the gates hot here for Optic Gaming. Make a statement. You lost to Complexity last time that we saw you, and it was pretty difficult, but you managed to bounce back. You had quite the journey in order to do so. Pool play, yeah, didn't quite go to plan, but you ended up on the winner's side of things. How important, Clutch, is this going to be for them if they manage to really whitewash every single team here and also have their preferred journey?
How important is it? If I'm Optic Gaming, I'm expecting to win every series 3-0 in my pool. I'm expecting to go to the winners bracket with the 1 seed. Obviously, SLC was a completely different story with a lot of different variables going through to make that a little bit more difficult of a road. But once they got the winners bracket, they were the Optic Gaming we know. I don't think we're going to learn a lot about Optic Gaming up until they go against Shopify, FaZe, or SSG. And when that series is scheduled, it's going to be probably late Saturday night, and when those lights are bright and we see Optic come out on top, then you have a reason to truly believe that this green wall team is going to compete for a championship this weekend. I have no doubt that they will find themselves in that spot. I'm just waiting for it.
I will say the one thing that did worry me a little bit on the side of that Optic roster when I saw that graphic is normally Optic are ranked 3rd in the league as far as map number 1 game modes. No matter what the game type, no matter what the map is, they start off hot. At SLC was a little bit different though. They were 4-4 when you saw that graphic, and that to me, I feel like that needs to turn around because, like you said, we're going to judge them when they go up against those phases, go up against those SSGs, and I really feel like they're going to have to start those series hot.
I would argue that that stat's a little bit skewed. I mean, we can take the pool play and understanding all the variables they were fighting there, and understand that those were a lot of the game ones that they lost. The other game ones that they probably are losing are against the likes of SSG and FaZe, because they played SSG probably 3 times that tournament, FaZe once that tournament. That's a completely different stat when you're putting those teams in that category rather than like game ones over as a whole against the Cloud9s of the world, no disrespect, the Alpha Esports of the world, no disrespect. But I think Optic are still going to be able to start series out strong, even with that kind of a skewed SLC graphic, just because when they were in winners bracket round 1, they had to play a 1 seed because they came out second. So their bracket was stacked, and they're always playing against a good team.
And that's why we have you up here, Clutch, because we need context, and you bring that context. And I'm going to bring you guys some context right now with what's happening in our pools, because behind the scenes, as you see, starting out strong, as Clutch mentioned, FaZe 1-0 in their pool, but that wasn't quite the story. Looking upon these numbers, these very simple numbers here, wasn't so simple to get up there. I mean, is it a cave? A cave? A cave?
A cave?
Oh, okay. Totally wrong. Totally wrong.
Usually
okay.
I can't pronounce things, so this is a moment that I'm going to take.
I'm just going to blame my British accent on that, Tony.
I will say, I do want to give a little bit of a shout out to that Agave Esports roster, because they were formerly going by Alpha Esports, and SLC, they got that 3-0 over Sentinels. They matched up against Complexity pretty well and was 1 series away from getting to top 6, now pushing FaZe. So want to give a shout out to Lure and the boys. Keep doing your thing. You're getting better and better.
Amazing stuff. Well, the stage is set up in green because it's that historic matchup. Optic Gaming versus Quadrant. Let's meet your teams.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the HCS World Championship. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy on the call here. Seattle, let's wake up. How you feeling today? I like it. I like a little bit of the energy. It's Friday. You know what I mean? We'll take it a little bit. We'll take it one step at a time. You know what I'm saying, Puppy? In any case, though, folks, we got Optic Gaming going up against Quadrant here. It's going to be an awesome matchup because we've seen these teams face off against each other time and time and time and time again. They've done it many times in the past. But Dave, this time around, you got a world championship on the line. You got a Quadrant roster that's looking to find themselves in an Optic Gaming team that really, really is trying to correct some wrongs at the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Optic start off slow last tournament. You can't afford or want to be in that position here at the World Championship.
Well, let's go ahead and jump right into the action and start things off with Formal. Let's see what we can manage to put together over here as we're going to be starting things off. Of course, we got ourselves some King of the Hill to begin the clash between Quadrant as well as Optic Gaming here. Formal and just gingerly walking across to grab that sniper rifle. He's going to be chilling over toward the tower side. He does see someone tucked away inside of the green area there, but they're playing for that camo, Dave. They're waiting for that to come up here so that they can take advantage.
Not just for that camo, but the fact that Formal and crew still in a great spot to contest it while they're scrapping time. That was crazy. Most times in the past, you see one team go for Hill right away, the other team get the camo. But right here, Optic has gotten 60, 70% of this hill. I feel like this trade has worked out well.
Yeah.
In actually in Quadrant's favor. Sorry, colors were swapped up there a little bit. Confused me.
Yeah. That's, of course, Optic will be in the blue and Quadrant will be in the red. But it is important to note there that while all that was going on, we were talking about what had happened before. Formal got himself the sniper rifle. While that was going on, Quadrant chilling over toward the hill. Formal, hey guys, where are the players? Let's look over toward Camo. Before you know it, he's dead. And that led to that first point there for Quadrant. A strong start and a double kill, looking for the triple, but he can't find it. Trippy's going to stay alive, but Seek is there for the coverage.
And this is such a difficult position to be in if you're Optic. You're starting off a little slow. Quadrant, they're coming out hot. They're getting the initial kills, and you have to just win those fights. And sometimes there's not much you can do, especially when you get spawn sniped like that for dead zone.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a squeaker there. That one off. Call starting to come through here. See where that pressure is coming in. Bottom pillars. Seek is trying to join in on the action, and I'll have to give and abandon the site here for the time being because they need to wait for this push to come through. One big hit there. Trippy's going to be one shot, but he doesn't have any help. Seek to try and fight through this. Can he get the next shot? But instead, it's not going to come through. Now Seek is going to find himself surrounded, and he's got to get out of there, but he cannot. He's not able to do so because he was surrounded. But let's see how Quadrant can try and follow up here. But of course, Optic Gaming shutting them down. 2 down presently.
And Lucid showing a little bit of life here while his team is struggling a little bit. He's at least able to throw on 6 kills on the board, give his teammates some breathing room. Somehow Optic having a chance at getting the second hill, which is impressive considering how heavily outslayed they were leading into this.
Yeah. Lucid trying his best to get away from that. He's got the QT, Quantum Translocator. He can go ahead and bail out of those fights. 2 players down here for Quadrant.
Also, I like that play by Lucid. He waits till he's over towards tower to pop that QT. Since the hill is all the way over at tower side, him actually QTing back towards back green is a detriment to him and his team. So if you want to bring that over towards the side, he was able to get that all the way to back tower. I like that.
Yeah, and this is, of course, through that play and many others, Optic Gaming are in a position to be able to score this one, put their first on the board. It was a good progress gained by Quadrant, but instead it's going to be Optic who tie things up 1-1.
All right, Formal start off the match with Sniper. Let's see what he can do now that we're mid-match. Gets a little help from his teammate Dead Zone. They're able to pick off that kill on Sika onto the plat. That's going to be 3 down for Quadrant.
Now you're starting to see Optic Gaming begin to wake up a little bit. You were hearing the desk earlier talk about what were going to be the win cons, what were going to be the situations that Quadrant would find success. And, you know, you don't want to sugarcoat things too much here. Quadrant's certainly going to be climbing an uphill a battle here against Optic Gaming, a team that has finished second place in pretty much every single tournament. They are a damn good team, but if you are Quadrant, you're going to need to try and pick up this series in 5 because Optic have just the ability to turn things on quickly. And just when you think, hey, things are looking really good at the early outset of the game, Optic's right back in it.
Yeah, it looks so good kicking off this match, but then all of a sudden just feels like Optic, like you said, woke up, and that's just in the matter of a few minutes. So things are starting to look stronger and stronger here, especially as you see Dead Zone pick up that double kill.
Yeah, and look at the way that they're also just continuously pressuring, right? You got a player that's engaging in a fight, waiting for the aggression to come in from Quadrant on the big door side, and then you have some more attention happening over towards top sandbags. It's those plays like that that Optic Gaming, they play together so well, and they're so effective. Great sticks, gonna send him packing, and he's gonna QT right out of there.
I feel like that's the new play we're gonna be seeing this tournament.
I love it.
That's the second time we've seen now somebody get a stick and then QT away. I believe we saw it from Cycle during the very first match. Yeah. Now we're seeing it from Dead Zone here from Optic.
Absolutely love it. All right, well, let's see now. Of course, and this is actually an interesting reposition here and a good spot for Dead Zone to be in because he's now going to be in a spot to, you know, be prepared for the cave aggression. But nothing really is going to come through yet because you can see where Quadrant are positioning themselves. They want to try, get into big door, force their way in, and try and just herd Optic Gaming into a really bad, uncomfortable position. But the problem is, Optic wise to it. They know this push is going to be coming in, but they have to do it, Quadrant. They have to stop them here. They have no other choice. But every single time those players are one shot, you got a member of Optic, namely Formal, who creeps in, picks up the kill, gets to scraps, and there is nothing that Quadrant can do to stop this hold that Optic has right now.
Yeah, fantastic defense from Optic there. You even saw Dead Zone trying to break through behind enemy lines, find that area of that chain that was open and couldn't find anything. He first tried to go over towards Nest side. Yeah. Obviously just stopped there. Went over towards Bags. Completely stopped. He kept trying to find a flank to basically round in behind the member of Quadrant. And it was just no possible opportunity.
Yeah, well, there is an opportunity now for Quadrant here because they managed to get themselves back on, but is it going to be enough, though, especially with Lucid with his camo right at the front door? He's also got help outside, too, and they do not see where that camo guy is. Pressure now starting to come in for the green walls. They're looking to get right into the faces of Quadrant here. Oh, but look at SLG holding his own at that door, just trying to prevent them from being able to come in. Trippy with the big connection, able to get the kill. That's going to be the second point for Optic Gaming, and they do it in the fight.
Wow, and just that calm play there from all those members of Optic. Sure, there was a little bit of jitters as they're fighting through and such, but nobody overcommitted towards there. You saw Lucid just back and forth from the scoreboard, laying down shots, eventually opening a spot for Trippy to push on through, get the last kills, and scoop up that time.
And they do so expertly. But now, does Quadrant wait? Can't grapple that. He was holding W so, well, I was saying W for me, but he was holding forward on the joystick so much so he can try and stop that momentum. But in any case, though, they're going to lose that sniper rifle Quadrant. But Optic won't gain it, so that is going to be a little bit of a, light at the end of the tunnel there for Quadrant here. They have managed to get a decent amount of time on this hill, too. So remember, this is where, things can get really, really dicey if Quadrant aren't careful. And also another thing of note too, and you're probably wondering to yourself, well, no one's really going into the hill right now. What's the situation? When you look at the time, remember when you're in the hill, the time ticks down. We saw on SLC a lot of teams really banking on the time, getting them the win, Walshy, and even at the warm-up tournament too. So you can kind of see shades of that happening here a little bit, but they just want to drain the clock just a little bit with this lead they have.
A little bit, but I think it was just more if they didn't have the numbers on the field.
Yeah.
And it was a situation where they don't want to give up any sense of control in the spot. In order for Optic to actually come back into this third hill here, they're going to need to get 3 or 4 down from Quadrant and then jump in. But,
yeah, and that's a good point there, too, because one thing that I didn't know while I was yapping was that, you had Quadrant that were just going in there, getting more garbage time, So now at this point, you got Quadrant tying this up 2-2. Optic certainly, and to your point, Dave, put in a position where they could not be effective to get in to the objective to stop Quadrant. Now you go to the middle, and this is where the war begins, because these guys are going to be jockeying back and forth, and that time is going to tick down.
Yeah, this one's going to likely be the decider. But we'll see. Also, when this does move back over towards green, that one you can hide in through the bottom of green, avoid shots across the map, and avoid grenades too well, but you get the point. It's a safer hill if we do get to the 6th hill.
3 down right now for Quadrant. It's going to give Optic Gaming an opportunity to get into that hill, gain themselves some more time. Good use of the spiker there, too, to prevent that player from pushing inside of the sneaky, and then he had the help, too. That was really well played. And Optic continued to maintain control inside of this, and I really do like the way that Dead Zone's using the brute grenades as kind of like a door stopper, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all those factors that go into a fight when you're in Halo. They're able to throw that grenade there, take cover on this spot. It's just also just buying time.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, Dead Zone isn't trying to lay down as many shots as fast as possible. He's saying, what can I do to buy an extra half second, buy an extra second or 2, so his teammates can come over and help finish off the fight.
Yeah, because that extra half second can be everything. And look at where things are right now on the scoreboard. Big kill there for Sika. He got Trippy in the secret. He actually gets that stop. Formal's going to still be inside. Massive snipe there from Formal. Only one more tick, and that is going to do it. 3 points for Optic Gaming. But remember, game's not done yet. 1:35 left on the clock. We're going over to that green hill there. And very important to note, this is where Quadrant started things off hot at the beginning of this one.
Not gonna lie, I almost feel like Optic can just be pressuring the time here in this one. And that, I mean, jumping in the hill. It's almost quicker for them to grab time and have that win condition rather than just outslaying throughout the side. But we're gonna have to see how this one plays out.
Yeah. 4 shots there for Formal to use. Waiting to see where that push is going to be coming in from Quadrant. They're talking about it. How we're going to make this happen.
Looks like they revert towards that. Optic instead decide that the clock is going to tick down faster if they just jump in. This also puts down a little extra pressure onto Quadrant.
Yeah.
So Quadrant take too long through some of their flanks and say, all right, we got a minute 10, we just need to get control. Now they take extra time through the flanks. Optic can actually end the game quicker, and that's exactly what they're going for.
Yeah, well played there by Optic Gaming. They are going to get themselves the Camo 2 in a sec here. Dead Zone with a double kill off screen will get himself that objective. And I think at this time, when you look at the economy of what you have, whether it's the power items, the power weapons, you got to side with Optic Gaming here. Quadrant need a miracle to be able to break out of this one, but it's going to be so difficult for them to do so as the time continues to tick on down. And I think Quadrant has conceded that they cannot break through, and Optic Gaming will pick up map 1 in this best of 5 series.
Great plays there by Optic, and I like the fact too that they don't go with just answer a sunken cost fallacy and just go by the very first decision that was made. They're not just to say, all right, we said we have to play time. I think they started to wait it out for a second and say, actually, you know what? We don't have to play time here. We have a minute and a half on the clock. It's gonna only take us 30 seconds to grab this hill. Might as well do that and put the pressure against Quadrant.
Yeah, and that is exactly how you do it if you're Optic Gaming. It was a slow start for the green wall, without a doubt, but Quadrant really put the pressure on them early on in this map. And Optic Gaming kind of got caught looking a little bit at that first hill because of how things had played out. But then after that, it was Optic Gaming's control. That was the story of this map. It never felt like Quadrant had an opportunity to get back in. And I don't even know if they got the slays, if they felt like they were comfortable enough to be able to succeed in some of these hills that have been quite detrimental to them.
Yeah, just looking through some of these highlights, you'll notice, especially early on, you saw quite a few Quadrant highlights. And then as the game went through, as control started to skew towards the side of Optic, started to see quite a few finishes from their POVs. Dead Zone getting that final kill as his teammates grabbed the hill.
They had everything you could possibly want toward the tail end of that one. So that locks up a 4-2 finish for Optic Gaming. King of the Hill live fired now. This is where the series is going to get a little interesting here, people, because you saw that beautiful bar graph before. And if there's one thing we love in video games, it's bar graphs. And you may have noticed that you see Quadrant doing all right in games 2 and 3. Statistically speaking, of course. That is going to be where you're looking for Quadrant to try and eke out this win, especially in the Slayer Solitude game here, Dave. This is a great opportunity for Quadrant to really put their stake in the series, show that they can compete, especially at this highest level. We know that they can. There goes that bar graph. Look at that.
Yeah. We also see a bit of
very good at mathing.
You know, it's always tough sometimes to judge these top teams, someone like Optic, their win-loss records, because you start to think through their tournament runs.
Yeah.
You know, they're second every single match. They're losing a lot of these to a FaZe in the finals, an SSG in the finals. They're losing this maybe as they get swept or lose in pools. Like there's all these sort of like upsets because people have been studying them and targeting them. You still have to consider that Optic aren't bad at anything. Yes, there's stuff that they are statistically better at, but they're never just gonna be bad. Like this isn't gonna be a rollover game that Optic are gonna lose. Like this could very well be Optic win 50-40.
Yeah, very likely, right? But on the flip side to that too, right? Slayer gives you a unique opportunity to very much get yourself back into this series here, right? We have seen teams in the past that may not be able to put it together in the objective. They do find that success in the Slayer side of things. But to your point, Dave, it is gonna be freaking hard to do that against Optic Gaming, a team that, yes, statistically, you might have a little bit of an advantage, but you know, the intangibles of it all are very much different. So it's gonna be a difficult one for Quadrant, without a doubt, to try and break through here. But you're going to be leaning on the likes of Glory. You're going to be leaning on, you know, Snipe Drone, right, to really be the ones that pick up, you know, those slays for Quadrant and really keep them in this one.
Absolutely. Name of the game is Slayer coming up here. And you gotta say, Solitude's also pretty snowbally. There's so many times where your team can get that full setup, get control of the center of the map, hold on to that shock rifle, hold on to the camo.
I really want them to get that snipe into Snipe Drone's hand as soon as they possibly can. Really play for that. Put him in a position where he can thrive. I think might be a recipe for success for Quadrant. But for Optic Gaming, though, I expect them out of the gate to just really get up in Quadrant's face, not let them feel comfortable, especially after walking away with that 4-2 finish on live fire Strongholds. And a strong 3-0 start here for Optic Gaming would be everything for them, especially considering how things panned out in SLC at the early starts of the tournament here. But here we go. Start things off. And I mentioned before, wanting to see Quadrant get control of that snipe side of the map, get those power weapons online, and that's exactly what they're trying to accomplish here. But you got to watch out for the power item up above too, right?
One thing I was also really impressed there with Luce at the very start is just how cautious he was with his life. Because one thing I always look at when I'm seeing a Slayer game early on compared to towards the end of the game is how loose are people with their lives. Early on, people are like, yeah, I'll charge around, I'll try to make this play happen. And later on, people are like, I don't want to misstep by just 1 inch here. I just need to like back down, play super scared, super safe.
Yeah, and there's always that potential that you probably are playing a little too safe, you know, and that ends up biting you.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of like this mix on the early end of the game. A lot of times you're playing more aggressive than you should. Later on, you're playing too cautious.
Yeah, exactly. Formal took a sweet time for that one. One shot at Snipe Drone too, so he might be able to get picked up quickly here. Continuing to lay down some shots. Snipe Drone's still alive, but he finally is going to get wiped out there. That's going to be 8-2 for Optic Gaming, and again, a very, very strong start. Not what you want to see if you are a Quadrant fan.
Yeah, we're going to see how Formal decides to play this last shot.
He's just patrolling.
Yeah, just pushing over, and does he just shoot this and then play it, or is there just a... Yeah, we'll figure out what it does with that shock rifle. But maybe he doesn't even want to bother with that since obviously we have all those members of Quadrant in the center of the map.
Yeah.
Right here, it feels like Formal's kind of been not a factor whatsoever. Like, there's times where Lucid and Dead Zone are fighting over at Cafe and Market.
Yeah.
And he has not been in the center of this map as he's just been kind of roaming around after he's lost the shock.
Yeah, and while that was going on, right, you had an 8-2 lead there at one point for Optic Quadrant, and Quadrant have been able to chip away at it little by little. Now they're within striking distance. You got 3 kills and very much in the series here. So for Optic Gaming, it's just about playing that keep away and leaning on some of those, you know, more prolific slayers on your squad to try and pick up those dubs where they are present there. And look at Trippy, really just preventing them from being able to get comfortable, get back into the fight there against him. But while all that was happening, though, Quadrant, they are 1 kill away. I was going to say tied, but now they are 1 kill away yet again from being able to tie this one up.
I mean, that's bad news here if you're an Optic fan. The fact that you saw Formal go on a killing spree with that, have a massive lead, but the second that shock rifle is off the map and not in the hands of Optic, the game ties up instantly. That changed over the course of about 30, 45 seconds.
Snipe Drone doing an excellent job of calling things out, but gotta be mindful though, because there was a player behind him. He's able to pick that up. It was Trippy. Saw that earlier on. Dead Zone's not going to be stuck in a really bad position. Might get cleaned up any second now, which is going to happen courtesy of SLG. Look at this.
Oh my God.
Absolutely love it. Oh man, they ended up just sending every single grenade that they had available to them to just wipe them out. If you can't shoot them, blow them up. That's what I say.
That was such a great play there. Just realizing he did not want to get hit once, give up his camo, and does not get within melee range. However, in most cases there too, you see a lot of players just instantly go for that 2-shot melee and just say, all right, someone finish up my 1-shot. Sometimes when you're spotted, you're spotted. But we now have ourselves a 1-kill lead here for Quadrant, thanks to the 10 and 5 efforts here of Glory.
I could tell Glory really wanted to get out of dodge in that one. He had an intention to probably jump up to the snipe, but just did not have the space to do so, and the pressure was coming in big time here from Optic Gaming. And now it's going to be SLG's time to strike with this shock rifle. What can they do with it here? They have plenty to work with, but SLG's got to get away from this fight. He keeps himself alive in this one. Massive win for him to just keep himself in this fight. But Dead Zone gets a double kill off screen with a sticky.
Double sticky, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But it also almost looked like the sticky was on both their screens. So I don't know if he had 2 stickies back to back or if that's just what happens when you get that stick. And oh my God, triple kill for SLG. Did he get it?
Divot! Overkill for SLG, baby! Locks it up. That's going to be a 4-kill lead, and my man is just out there looking for those kills.
Just flying across, and the way he's been maneuvering across the map has been so impressive. He's not just taking the most safe route every single time, but he is taking a safe route. Like, he's not just cautiously going around cover every single time. He's moving from one point of cover to another point of cover. If he gets shot, he's able to duck, dodge, and go different directions.
The 5 Ds of dodgeball. You already know it. Shout out to Patches O'Houlihan. What a legend. Being said, though, 4 kills. Going to be the difference. Optic Gaming started this one off so nicely, but it can really run away from you in a heartbeat if you are not careful. So for Quadrant, they got that mid-game, burst that really allowed them to be able to get back into this. But now this is where you got to play some smart Halo.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, do they need to get control of that shock rifle again? Do they need to slow it down? One thing I'm looking at from the stats screen is consider that Formal earlier on in the game had that killing spree. Throughout the rest, outside that killing spree, he's gone 1 and 6.
Yeah, that's true. Damn. And certainly not what you would come to expect from Formal, who has been just touted as just an absolute slaying machine for good reason. Performing so admirably throughout the season here. Big battle here for Snipe Drone. Can he win it against Trippy? But the health's coming in there. He's able to get his pound of flesh, but Dead Zone does push right in there to be able to pick him up. There's going to be another player there lingering about too by the posters. Dead Zone made the identification for it. Sika, not much he could handle in that one, but it's still going to be Quadrant keeping themselves in the lead in this one ever so slightly by 1 kill.
Just back and forth here. We're gonna have to see what happens as these new power weapons pop up on the map. Is this camo gonna be a difference maker? Sometimes it is. As we saw in SLC, camo was basically a death mark.
Yeah, it really was, man. Maybe that'll be the case here today, or it could have been us. We could be cursed. I don't know. Jundo does manage to get possession of that camo. I called it out earlier. I want to see this guy pop off in this series, and so far he's been doing relatively all right, but he's been winning the battles that matter, and those are the battles that matter there, especially when you're up 43-41 with only 2 kills, and you have to pick up those critical victories. Kind of like what we're seeing right here. Big battle now, but those bullets, they're disappearing. They're not connecting with Dead Zone, and somehow, some way, Dead Zone is still alive.
Both of them alive.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, round 2, you want to do it again? Gentleman's agreement.
Round 2, ready, fight.
And just gets obliterated there over in the loop, but these are all such tricky, difficult battles, especially when people are dropping down from that position. These players are back in a corner.
Glory, though. If there's a player you want to have the shock at that moment, it would have been him, and Formal knew that, which is why he removed that gun from his hands. He got 47-43. Quadrant have an opportunity to try and win this one out right here and now. But of course, for Optic Gaming, they're going to take a little bit more of a slow down approach and just play for positioning, wait this one out. Dead Zone wants to see if anyone is creeping across. He's made the calls to.
Yeah.
I think someone's posted.
Dead Zone's position is a little hidden. They don't know where he is at, and so you saw Formal going out and clear out the other area. Dead Zone in that position was basically setting a trap. He wasn't exactly trying to flank, but he's just setting the trap for the second that anyone tried to make a sneaky move in the bottom center of the map.
Kind of like that one, which literally just happened. As you said, Dead Zone now pushes right in. 2 kills here. Quadrant, they were playing a bit of a turtle game. They lose control of that shock rifle. 1 kill separates them. A few nades starting to fly in. Posters getting pressured on. Dead Zone, 1 shot, but that's going to be a tied game. A massive grenade there from Lucid. And if Optic Gaming manage to pick up this win, that will be demoralizing. But it very well might be the case here. 48-49, who's in a position to be able to get this kill? Feels like Dead Zone's been blinking for at least 5 years, but Formal's going to be sitting up on top. He got himself that camouflage. He's looking for an opportunity to be able to jump in here. He knows there's a chance for him to be Batman. Swoop in, maybe get himself a kill. They see him. They're running away from him. They're like,
don't
wait
know
a
where
minute.
he's at.
Oh my God!
How calm and collected you have to be if you're Formal in that situation.
No freaking
So
way.
many times you see a player there. I also saw that grenade, that frag grenade rolling on the ground.
Yeah.
They did not see Formal, that's for certain, but the perfect listen out to the team comms, knowing exactly which player was the weak one.
Yeah.
Finishing off that player after seeing all 4 on your screen.
It was wild because he turns the corner. Everyone's like, run away, run away. So it would be easy to believe that they would have seen him in that situation, but no. Instead, Formal plays the calmest possible game that you can have. And it also just continues to shine how damn good he is, because Dave, you were pointing out how in that map he was struggling to be able to get going in the mid game, but for him to pick up like that right at the end, the moments that matter, that's all that really counts.
Yeah, he started off that one 5-0 and then comes out to the very end of the game to win it there for Optic Gaming.
This
also
was a
wouldn't
play
surprise me
brought it back in.
If Quadrant didn't even know Camo was up. Like with how chaotic and crazy some of those end situations are, that you're saying, let's just finish up the last person at LR or whatever.
And you know what too, actually, glad you mentioned that, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm almost certain Formal was perched on top of it. So the moment it populated, he would have grabbed it.
It was up.
So yes, they would have seen the countdown, but they would have seen it get grabbed immediately, and then they're like, okay, well, we don't have this, so what are we supposed to do here? And it's a 1-kill game. Very well done. Also, this battle was just wild. And then this shot from Formal, another
You're not
clutch kill.
expecting that. Like someone might round the corner and shoot you with a bandit or something there, but no, you don't expect to get shot from the shock rifle up close and personal like that over in the backyard.
Damn. Well played. Well played, Optic Gaming. It was looking a little tough there for a moment. SLG gave them some juice in that map too with that overkill. But it was Optic Gaming who squeaked through a 50-49 victory. And if you reflect on what we were talking about before on the desk, we were saying this Solitude Slayer game, massive one for Quadrant. They don't pick it up. Now it's their next chance, but it only gets harder from here, because in order for you to defeat the team that has been the runner-up of every major, of every big tournament, you got to pull off a reverse sweep right now on Friday here against one of the greatest teams to play the game right now. It's going to be really difficult for Quadrant to do so. The talent's there, but Optic want to close this one out cleanly.
Yeah, and nothing is telling me right now that Optic can't just do this right here.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's kind of their series to lose at this point. You usually see Optic sometimes putting themselves in the more difficult spot where they're 1-1 or down 1-2 in a series, and they have to do it again. They have to win Game 4, Game 5, come back, but they're in a comfortable spot. They're winning the close ones. Some of those are straight up coin tosses at the end there. Purple could have got spotted out. Dead Zone could have got picked off from grenades at LR earlier. Like, just so many things could have gone slightly different.
Yeah, Dead Zone was one shot for at least a solid generation. So I would imagine that if someone had looked at one point in time, they would have been able to pick up the kill. But
I just don't know how Dead Zone dodged all those grenades. It's so impressive. Just back and forth there, and then after they were out of those grenades, like, there's nothing you can do with Dead Zone. If Dead Zone actually stayed in that position, he was like, if
I got
they haven't killed me just yet, they're not going to do it now.
What if he's the one?
Ooh,
that could be the case. He could be the one. You know, I see a resemblance. In any case, though, the Gaming now at a position to be able to get a clean sweep over a rival of theirs in Quadrant. And while this rivalry has been a bit more one-sided over the course of the last few events, it is certainly still fun to watch these two teams go at it time and time again at these major events. But something I did want to note too is, you know, you talk about how close this competition is. I mean, yeah, we're here, Halo World Championship. The best teams in the world are here playing for the lion's share of a massive prize pool and a chance to call themselves a world champion in their sport. So you better believe that everyone's bringing their A game here today. And I would expect Quadrant to go, if this is to be the one where they go out swinging in this particular series, which, you know, I don't want to believe that. I think there's an opportunity, a big opportunity they can come back and win it. Go out swinging, man. You know, you have no other choice. You might as well just take it down to the wire like you did in that Solitude Slayer game.
Taking a look at this series thus far, and the slaying side, both these players on your screen, both +5 when it comes to kills versus deaths. But you also see a little bit of a different story when it comes to damage. SLG putting out over 10% more damage.
Good math.
Compared to Formal.
Wow, that was quick. I couldn't do that. I would have just been like, looks like 1,000.
I took a couple answers like over 10%.
Yeah, actually, that's
over
true.
10%.
It's 10%. You just picked an easy number and then you went for it. So I gave you credit for no reason. Yeah, okay. There, you've been lying to me this whole time, Dave. I thought you were actually good at math. My goodness. All right, well, let's see how Quadrant respond after going down 2-0 and a nail-biter loss on Solitude Slayer. Which you could see the frustration on Quadrant's face when that game ended. They needed it so desperately.
They win game 2. I feel like this series is, you know, obviously even if it would have been 1-1, I'd be like, this series is more of a coin flip.
The door's ajar now.
Yes.
You know, not wide open. There's a little bit of
the door right now, they're kind of knocking on like, yo, hey, come on, we're still coming back.
Yeah, right now, Optic closed the door. They haven't locked it yet. We really are honing in on this door reference. All right, here we go. Let's jump into the action now and see if Optic can close this one out 3-0 over Quadrant. Can bring this back and respond to a reverse sweep here Friday at the Halo World Championship. SLG at the start is going to get himself a double kill. First one on that board, and he'll get himself that luscious camo to boot. He'll take himself another kill there too. So far, so good for Quadrant.
Double capping that B, realizing that they just need to hold this 2-cap setup here until they get some more control. And that's going to be 2 down, but let's see what SLG can do to answer it. Does not check the full corner there, and eventually does turn around to get that zone, though.
I was worried about that, because that would have been hilarious. Any case, though, now SLG, and I would imagine some of these calls were starting to come in here, but that shot missing is going to hurt a little bit here. Trying to send another one of those nades. He's got himself some support. Big clear there for Quadrant. That's going to win them the elevator side of the map. They have shock rifle control with a couple of shots in there, too, and a trip cap to boot. Quadrant starting off on strongholds with pretty much the way that we always expect them, hot on strong.
Also, this is similar to how game 1 started on King of the Hill. You saw Quadrant coming out so strong. You only saw 3 or so kills out of Optic, and they just answered right back and dominated that. But you don't really have the luxury of time here on Strongholds. The game moves just way too quick. If some team has a trip cap, this game can end in 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, even just look at the way the score is really starting to get out of hand here, but Optic are going to try and stop the bleeding, but
a reverse
up right on that nade, so that is going to be a little difficult there to deal with. Glory, though, can't really deal with the players over toward B, and we should be getting a flip here for Optic toward A here any second now, because no one from Quadrant's going to be in the vicinity to be able to stop this. And, well, I say that, sends an A just for good measure.
Okay, stopping the bleeding. Now they just have to stop this next push here from Quadrant. Optic aren't going to get greedy. They're not going to force the trip cap, but they do want to get a few slays on the board, get themselves some breathing room.
Yeah, and also, too, let's not forget that that camel's going to be coming up in a few as well, which is now going to be available to grab, and that is going to be another Quadrant possession of this power item here, and it has played out quite nicely for them. It led to his control of this, the shock rifle, the shots he was putting toward, because let's not forget, he was hitting a lot of those shots with the shock. He has been doing some work.
Look at this reposition here from SLG. It was so well done. Once he realized he was in a one-on-one into the B batteries, didn't have that hill or stronghold very much captured, decides to bail and go back towards pipes and fight a brand new player. So he drew a player into one of the worst spots on the map, then went over to pipes to try to isolate a 1v1. Didn't work out in the end, but that was the thought process.
Yeah. Intelligence for sure. SLG and players like him, and I mean, honestly, all the players on these teams, students of the game, constantly putting in that work. Here goes Quadrant again, back on the board here. They got A and B control, continuing to add on a little bit more to this massive win there for Formal, keeping himself alive over toward a double stack. He did everything he could in that one, but they had eyes on him, and now it's going to leave Lucid over towards Sneaky by himself.
That's tough. Look at that. Even though Formal won a situation where he was definitely at the disadvantage and down in shots, still, two other of his teammates fall back-to-back. You can just tell Quadrant are in such good control of the map right now.
Good battle rifle shots there. He knows exactly where Formal doesn't have the utility to try and move him from this batteries. And now that Formal's got himself that shock rifle, maybe he can put this one to good use. Optic Gaming have a lot of points to gain here against Quadrant with how things have been shaken out so far. 154 to 22, and it shows no sign of slowing down.
But 2 down. Now you know Optic can be flying across the map. Glory's just being a pest there. Somehow, Snipe Drone and Glory able to get the pick over towards Healer, which is actually incredibly surprising. Most times when you're down in a 2v4, you're just kind of hiding back.
Yeah. They were protecting across going toward A, and they knew that they were toward the gold side, so they had no other place to go, and they were able to get a few kills for that. It did not lead to them holding the hill for much longer, or the stronghold rather, but instead, it has actually led that whole situation to Optic Gaming getting their first camo of this one, and just as I say that, it is removed from the equation.
Yeah, somehow Snipe Drone just throwing that grenade out right before that second melee takes place and getting the trade onto Dead Zone. That's a huge, huge trade there, removing the camo out of Optic's hands. That was their first camo that they would have a chance to use.
Every time Optic go for a hill, the flip comes right in on the other side of the map, so Optic are going to need to get a good concerted push going to try and prevent Quadrant from being able to heat up the way that they have been in this map. But I mean, dude, Quadrant is all over them. Every single time you think that Optic are going to find their way back into this one, you learn why Quadrant are a great Strongholds team, because of the way that they play the map so effectively.
We're going to see Snipe Drone just patrolling over here. Just a couple more kills, and this one's almost guaranteed here. Optic really only have one push, because you got to figure on this one push, they have to first stop the bleeding, and then secondly, somehow take over a second stronghold.
Yeah.
There is no time left on the board here for Optic. They got to do it now.
Yeah.
And there looks like the push is coming towards C, but even now, Dead Zone's considering going towards B. You have to get 2 of these, so even though it's slowed down a little bit,
10 points.
It is about over.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Optic Gaming here. They're still going to be up in the series, but Quadrant desperately needed this win. 5 points remaining here, and that could very well be all she wrote. They got to remove this player from the B hill. They managed to get the stop, and that is going to be forcing a map 4 unless Quadrant cannot stop Optic here. You got a lot of players in the green wall inside of batteries trying to prevent this here, but with 3 points remaining and now Optic on the board, it's Strongholds. Remember, there is still an opportunity for Optic to be able to win this, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, Optic would literally have to play perfect Halo here for 200 points, and that's just going to be a very tall order, a big ask. I don't really foresee that happening. It's going to take Quadrant to get one exchange where they come ahead and slays, and they'll grab one stronghold. But it's going to be an opening kill onto Formal. But SLG going to be grabbing.
Imagine.
I could imagine, but you know.
It ain't happening, but imagine.
It ain't happening.
Well, the flip's starting to come through over toward B and C, and that should very well be the end of this one, unless Optic have anything to say about it. Every single time I got a little ahead of myself, Optic answer right back, but this time ain't gonna happen. Quadrant stay alive in the series, and we're going to map 4.
You know, if Optic ended up winning that one, I would have just went all Game of Thrones there, going Hodor at the end.
Hold the door. We just would have been yelling, like an obscene amount of just audio that would have been absolutely horrible for our listeners, but that would have been hype, though. That would have been really hype. In any case,
the series, but also that momentum shift there. That can't be understated.
Yeah.
Even though it was a quick game, the fact that they dominated that hard, you saw Optic have to struggle at the very end just to continue it and get about 10 more points. But in the end, fully one-sided for Quadrant. Quadrant previously being the #1 team in the world at Strongholds, still a massive force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and really, when you look at how Quadrant played it, they were never still. They were constantly moving around the map. They were playing and putting themselves in positions where if they had a teammate in a fight, someone was there to help out instantly. And Optic were trying to do that, but it felt like at that point, and to what you were mentioning going into this map, Dave, is that this can snowball quite a bit if you're not careful. And that is what happened. It just completely got out of the control of Optic Gaming, and Quadrant just looked like the greatest Stronghold team in the world yet again.
I was just gonna say.
They've done it before, but now seeing them do it without Legend, on the team, without Chick on the team, it's actually quite fascinating that they're still this effective on this.
They're not magically just gonna be like terrible at that mode. Yes. Like clearly there was something that their team has always figured out, and I've never actually gotten to do the sit-down talk with them, talk about like their exact tactics or what certain things they're looking for during specific moments of Strongholds, because they have something that just works better.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. I would really love to understand the Quadrant approach, and it has been really fun to see it. But in any case, let's look forward. We got Forbidden CTF coming up next year, and I don't know. I don't want to believe in stats. I don't care about stats. Sorry. That's why I'm sorry. Easy Mac. I love you, brother. You're the man. But you know what?
Well, for those of us who do believe in stats, looking at the score in front of you right there, Optic looking much stronger there on Forbidden CTF. But also, like you said, we're at the Halo World Championship. Upsets can happen. The door is not completely shut here, Golden Boy. And if we see anything like we just saw out of that last game here from Quadrant, stats were saying they were supposed to just win games 2 and 3. But obviously, they've lost game 2.
They almost won game 2.
Yeah.
They almost won game 2. And then they dominated game 3. So it's like, statistically, it was not wrong. Interestingly enough, it just slightly off, within the margin of error, right? Election season. Now with an Optic Gaming that knows that they just got shellacked on Strongholds, I would expect them to come out just like what they were supposed to do last time, and instead it was more Quadrant with that immediate map control. But you got a couple snipers on each side of the map. You have a lot of space to work with. I sense that this could very well be a playground here for Formal if he manages to get his hands on those vital power weapons.
And Glory's actually... Okay, I was wondering what kind of route he was taking. I knew he wouldn't go sewers there, but decides to jump up towards bridge and get this instant flank on towards top center for this overshield. Looks like that should be an OS going in the hands of Quadrant. There it is, in the hands of SLG. Does he go for an instant grab? Probably not, as you have Sniper in the hands of Lucid. But looks like Glory's already on the Optic flag, gets the toss out, and if they can kill Lucid, which they have, this flag can keep on moving.
It can, but so far it's been still SLG looking for the opening, and it doesn't seem like with that stop they were able to get anything going there.
First off, if he makes this flank, it's completely unexpected, but he is basically leaving his teammates out in a 3v4 as he makes the most amazing flank in the world. So he opts to just go back, fight with his teammates across the top of the map.
And also, too, where this map becomes very, very annoying is in those situations right there, right? You had SLG, they had to account for the sniper, no idea where it was. Oh, he's behind us. It's just the map is so big. There's so many areas that you can manage to squeak by and move around the map here, but it seems like we got another attempted flag pull here starting to come to fruition, potentially, for Optic Gaming.
Also interesting, Lucid just trying to keep that pressure on, even though he's in a 1v2 and they know his location, decides to back down, and then we're basically back to the start of the map. Both teams got their half, Both teams pushing for center control.
Now, at this point, Dave, how should Optic approach Quadrant's defense here? Because it feels as if what Quadrant are doing, they're just locking it up, but just setting up a wall because they know this OS is going to be coming up. They know that some of these crucial things and these timings are coming up.
Well, it's kind of a game back and forth here. On one hand, you want to defend your sniper side, but also if you get the opportunity, you want to take over their snipe side. So in a case like this, you saw Optic lost their snipe side. They weren't able to successfully take over Quadrant's snipe side, so Quadrant in the lead in a much better position right now. They're going to grab this OS, and they already have flag moving. Actually, OS going to go in the hands of Trippy. This is going to be huge here for Optic. They should not only be able to get the stop here, but we're surprised to see Trippy start running the flag of his own, and that's what he does. He's not going to commit towards just stopping the flag. He's going to put his team in a position to get a counter cap.
Yeah, he's got to use this little bit of extra shields that he has to his advantage, but he's going to be running into some traffic now. He's got a couple players in front of him. It's going to be one going down. SLG now looking for the next. Where's he going to be located here? Trippy trying to sniff him out, knows exactly where that flag is going to be, but he needs some help, and it's coming in the form of Lucid. 2v2 fight happening here, but can't Quadrant manage to stand tall? They do so, and they stop Quadrant, or sorry, they stop Optic right in their tracks and do not allow them to be able to prevent that flag from going back to the base.
All right, Formal gonna drop that. Let his next point teammate worry about it, but he needs to be on the defensive side as teammates here from Quadrant can be pushing in. But here's some of that back and forth. Two members of Quadrant go down. Now it's gonna be Optic's turn to go on the offensive and try to push in for a counter, for a return, I should say, not a counter grab.
Formal playing the base here, knowing that there could be a push from the basement. There could be potential pressure from right in front of him where he is right now. He's going to be leaning also on Trippy here with his sniper rifle.
Some people at home might be wondering, why isn't he just holding the flag and hiding where it's at? These players want to have more people on the board shooting across the map. They'd rather not hide in a corner where they can't be seen. Instead, they'd rather see the threat head on, find them coming through sewers, and get that first shot and just trade fights. They're confident enough in their individual fighting ability that they want to be present and doing more damage across the map.
And also, too, they're confident enough in that they could ditch that flag for the time being, go do a couple slays because they see that that timer is there. They know where the players are going to be positioned. So there was a lot of comfort there, I think, for Optic Gaming, and honestly, for both teams, really to try and take a little bit more space. As we saw earlier, Optic tried to do that with Trippy and Lucid. Now, though, we're right back where we started here. It's going to be this drawed game. The overshield has played some roles, but it hasn't been that big of a factor here. Maybe now with Formal holding it, it could play
Here's going to be the first gap. First gap coming in here for Optic. Good job as they broke through, and they're also in a great spot for a second grab, and that's exactly what Formal does. Formal grabs the second flag, and that's what happens sometimes in situations. Generally in those flag standoffs, what happens is one team breaks through, gets the kills, and gets a second counter cap or second pull. Or what also happens is both teams break through, both flags get returned, and you're back to even.
Which is what, you know, I think if you're Optic, you're feeling pretty happy about this situation because, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but Quadrant were the ones that pulled that flag first. They were the ones to get it across first, but it was losing that overshield to Trippy that stopped the traffic, that stopped the flow of traffic to that flag. And now we're end up in a situation just off of that one little moment alone. And there was more that played into a role there. But had they been able to get that overshield, man, this could have been a different looking scoreboard.
I think that's one of the differences between Optic and a lot of the other top squads is during very chaotic situations, they're making the best macro play they can. So Trippy, instead of being like, all right, am I going to just drop down, double kill, and recover the flag, and saying, I don't have to do anything special here. I can start to run this flag and then go back and be a part of the recovery. So he opens us multiple opportunities. One, he opens up the counter cap opportunity. Two, he opens up the recovery opportunity. Recovery didn't happen that time, but that backup plan came to play. The flag ran all the way back, and we got a killing frenzy from Formal.
What the hell?
When did that happen? What's going on here?
My guy just chilling, living his best life, picking up these shots. He's got more in the chamber to work with too. And look at these players from Quadrant fall as Optic Gaming now get movement on another flag. Could be their second here. Is anyone in a position to try and make any sort of stop happen? It does not seem to be the case at all. You can even see where those spawns are starting to come in too. There's just nowhere that they can go. The overshield's been grabbed for Optic Gaming. That's going to be the second cap. And I mean, that just was clean, bro.
And it'll be ironic if the time that Formal dies is when he has OS, but he is just getting up close and personal here. Gets double. Does not care about continuing that spree. Instead, cares about getting the most important spree, which is a victory in this series.
That's right.
And gets that toss out, and I respect that.
especially if you can end this 3-0 on the CTF Forbidden. Final map would be massive for Optic Gaming with how things had shaked out in that Strongholds game. You know that they're going to want to go back to the drawing board on that one, but if it ain't Formal putting it together with that sniper rifle, it's probably going to be Lucid with it too, and there's Formal on the push. They are all over these guys. Quadrant cannot seem to get out of that base.
No, I mean, it's tough. They just keep getting pushed back, and that's what happens, especially if you lose your sniper. You see this crossfire coming over from Quadrant snipe side and snipes coming from top center. There's not much you can do there. There's just too many times where the snipers have multiple shots to take you down. That flag's moving, so many players down, and Formals just feel dropped. No one alive to even shoot in the back, and here comes the flag through the sewer, and this is gonna be the third and final flag cap coming in for Optic Gaming.
Quadrant have no one there to stop them, and it's gonna be Formal locking it in, and a 3-1 finish for Optic Gaming. A strong start here at the Halo World Championship after a rocky start in Salt Lake City due to illness and just a mess of other factors. You know that Optic wanted to come out of the gate and show everyone why they are the real deal and why everyone in Seattle should fear them when you play against them on that stage.
Yeah, they were able to close it out. They had moments of greatness. Also, a couple shaky times. We were so close to that series being a 2-2 going to game 5. Consider that 50-49 Slayer. So even though Optic looked clean, the competition could not be any closer here in this second series of the day in Seattle.
But I definitely want to give credit to both teams without a doubt, right? Credit to Quadrant because, you know, they showed that when push comes to shove, when they're in those moments where, you know, they need to have a big game, they can do that. 250 to 68 Strongholds recharge, massive. But you gotta give all the love to Optic Gaming in that map too, 50-49 Solitude Slayer. Why? Because Quadrant were in a great spot in that map. You had SLG with an overkill. You had map control everywhere you looked. It was red everywhere. But no, instead, it was Optic Gaming who manages to just eke that win. 1 kill and a smart play from Formal. And I think again, it cannot be understated. For the amount of times Formal has come up clutch with his team and has won big moments for this squad is absolutely astronomical. But yeah, Optic Gaming picking up a big dub.
Yeah, cool. looking solid. Like we said, we've seen shakier pool plays. We've also seen some better pool plays.
Yeah.
But instead of hearing it from us, I want to hear from Blaze, who's on the floor with Lucid. Take it away, my guy.
Thank you so much, Walshy and G. Seattle, make some noise for Optic Gaming. They start off with a win here in pool play. I got Lucid with me on the main stage. How you feeling being able to get this win against a talented Quadrant team who was playing like they had nothing to lose?
Yeah, I mean, feeling good. I mean, me personally, I feel like I normally start out a little bit slow, so, you know, all of us as a team, though, we're firing, getting the muscles flexing right now, just moving through the motions, just trying to get used to LAN. First series, they're playing pretty well. So it just takes a little bit of time, and yeah, it was a good series.
It does, okay? And you know what? You started to get warmed up at the right time in this series, all right? You know, you win map number 1, and you're going into maps 2 and 3, which were their better maps in this series. And then they got about a 4 or 5 kill lead on you guys in that Slayer. What was the game plan there towards the end? I know Camo was coming up. You guys were got a few clutch kills to tie it up. What was the comms like in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, the comms, I think for us, especially on Solitude, we've been doing a bit better. I think once we find our flow, we know we just got to play aggressive. And I think we found that 1 or 2 kills that came a little easy to us, and we knew where they were spawning, got a couple slays, got a camo or 2 and a shock, and that brings us right back into it.
And that was key right there, okay? You know, you lose the Strongholds, but that's typical towards them, and the CTF, you guys absolutely lock it in. Now, this is one of the last, you know, first chance I got to talk to you since the last event, you know, Utah. Devastating loss from you guys, the reset in the bracket. What have you been working on coming into this event to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, it mainly just comes down to just staying steady, not worrying about it too much. I mean, being in this line of work, you got to have a short-term memory for some things. So
yeah,
that's what
you definitely do.
I think we're still playing really well. I think we continue to play pretty well, and we got to just keep leveling up. That's what it boils down to.
All right, just keep leveling up. Okay, well, the win is fresh in these Optic Gaming fans' minds right now. What do you want to say to them that's in the crowd in the chat?
Thank you guys as always. I really appreciate it.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Lucid on the stage. Lot, let's break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some wise, experienced words up there coming from Lucid. We expect nothing less from that guy. Optic Gaming making a statement because Quadrant, they were fighting back through tooth and nail that entire series, and Optic denied that. Incredible, incredible start for the Green Wall, and fans, you should be very excited because yes, this was a little bit of a different pool play match from what we saw from Optic last time. Although they did end up in the winner's side of things and going all the way through, it was a bit of a shaky one at the beginning. Is this giving you the belief that you need behind this Optic Gaming roster to not just take second this time and to lift the damn thing?
Yeah, so far so good for Optic Gaming. Exactly what you expect to see from these guys. True veterans in the scene, world champions. Are 3 of them up there, and you know Dead Zone wants to claim a world championship himself in his career, so everything you want to see out of the Green Wall, the plays being made, the close games being won, this Slayer going down to the wire, Formal showing you trigger discipline when he has that camouflage, finding the weak kill and making sure the game doesn't get out of hand and go into Quadrant's favor to tie this series up. And Tony, you said this game 2 was going to be important. Quadrant were very close to taking this one, but Optic Gaming just showed resiliency, showed patience in a big moment, and I think when Optic Gaming are showing patience, that's a scary form of Optic Gaming.
There was one play that showed on that replay, and that was Dead Zone getting the kill on Snipe Drone with that camouflage, which was huge. Obviously, Formal with his patience with that camo play was big, but when Dead Zone got that kill on Snipe Drone with camo, brings them back within 3 kills, they then slay out and win that camo that Formal got. I love that play that we saw.
I said Formal's been doing it all year, so no surprise. It's championship weekend here, the World Championship weekend, and Formal's off on the right foot once again, a frenzy in Game 4. I said if it went to Game 4 and Optic have the lead and a 2-1 advantage, they're going to close the door on this series. They did just that, and it was off the back of Formal's snipe, and what a pleasure that was to watch. A frenzy from him, almost a riot, and that would have been something that would have been the talk of the town, honestly, if he hits that riot on a team like Quadrant, but just perfection when it comes to the CTF game. And as we take a look at the stats, it really is Formal leading the way, at least with the kills.
What I'd love to see from those stats is, yes, Formal did lead with that 1.36 KD, damage pretty decent as well, but up until that Game 4, it was actually fairly quiet out of Formal, and then he comes in and really becomes the man of that game, and ultimately the man of the series with the way things end. The first 3 games, a little bit more quiet from Formal compared to what we normally expect, but he really showed off with that frenzy. That was clutch.
Something that you had also mentioned, Tony, previous coming into this series was somebody who steps up typically against Quadrant, which is Trippy. He does have the 2nd highest KD, not only on his team, but also in the entire lobby as well. What did you make of Trippy in particular, Tony? Watching him once again going up against the Quadrant boys, and how much did that really affect the outcome of this series for you?
Yeah, the triple was great. Like you're seeing, the damage not exactly there, but what impressed me was there was a couple of sneaky plays that he made that got a clutch kill that gave Optic the advantage in order to create these 4v3 situations, these 4v2 situations, and you know you give Optic an inch, they're going to take a mile. So even though the damage wasn't there as much as we want it to be, damage doesn't exactly always tell you the value that a player is having on the map. They love having Trippy within that series, and he also is a large reason why they were able to win.
Certainly is a large reason why that pool update is coming forward and looking awfully good for the Green Wall right now. Optic Gaming do take that first one in their pool of death, going up against Quadrant, and they are sealing the deal right at the top there to see who is going to challenge them next. Looking at a little bit at Pool B as well, Wes, and talking on Quadrant side. Some good things there from Quadrant, I think, coming forward. Yes, you're going up against Optic early on in your tournament, early on in, you know, the start of pool play. It's always going to be tough and always going to be difficult. How are you feeling about the Quadrant boys right now for the rest of their journey?
I think I wanted to see more out of them. I wanted to see them contest them in a little bit more in that Game 4, show a little bit more of life when your backs are against the wall there. Sentinels obviously starting off their tournament in the opposite direction, having a win over a sim baseline. Obviously, I think Quadrant aren't going to worry about a sim baseline too much, but that's the big series in this pool if Optic are playing at their best, is that Sentinels Quadrant series, because one of those teams is going to have to start in the elimination bracket if they don't find a way to win that best of 5 later on. Sentinels maybe get some momentum from that sim baseline, even though it was a pushover kind of a team. Sentinels got the job done, and that's going to give you hope that they are going up against each other later tonight in a banger of a series to really decide who's going to go into winner's bracket.
Well, coming up next, we do have Rebellion versus Cloud9. But before we get into that series and heading into a break, we do have a very special episode of Unlocked. Fans may say crazy, some may say mental.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War Esports history.
You know, once you have that level of success, that anything but first has got to drive you crazy.
And for a 4-year spree, Billy had the highest KD. He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you, you took a step back.
Everybody knows his exploits in Gears of War.
Mental definitely on one of the greatest runs, I mean, you could say in esports history.
Those boys were unstoppable.
This is unreal! You can't help think about the brand of Mental without winning.
My name is Billy Putnam. My gamer tag is Mental. I played Gears of War competitively. I have 22 championship wins in that game.
You should have never stood up! You should have never stood up! Keep sitting down, all right? You're not scared of us!
Gears is different when it comes to trash talking. For me personally, I kind of just stay there stone face, and I let my teammates do all the talking.
Get up! Don't ever get up! Ever! Ever! Ever get up! Ever!
Coming to the end of Gears of War 5, Mental was facing a tough decision where he wasn't feeling that passion for the esport anymore, and he had his eyes set on something else.
So yeah, it was a hard decision to quit Gears of War and go to a different game because I didn't have any offers at the time, so I actually had no job.
He wanted to switch to Call of Duty and see if he could become a CDL pro. He did, and actually transitioned into being a starting player on a CDL pro team. So then after CDL came to a close for him, he switched over to Halo.
I knew of Mental from Gears. Obviously, he was like the best of all time, you know? So I kind of knew about him going into Halo. At first, I was like, this guy needs to go back to Gears. Like, he doesn't have it figured out yet. But then he quickly started to just keep grinding and grinding and grinding, you know? He went from a whole bunch of different teammates, Gears teammates to some COD teammates. And then he eventually found Rynoob, and he went from like not the best placements to placing pro immediately with Rynoob.
There has never been a player who's given me a first impression like Billy Mental. This guy was incredible. When I first went into practice with him, I was like, you know, it's an option for us, but it's definitely not our leading option. You know, he hadn't placed pro that season, but we had a lot of time in our off season, and we played, and everything was decided after our first match. Can't really emphasize just how professional he was and how great of a teammate he would continue to be. I heard that first mention of, oh yeah, he's a 22, 23-time champion in Gears of War. I was like, what? No, I just heard he was a Gears of War player. That was definitely an interesting tidbit of information to come after I started teaming with him.
I think what stood out for me in Halo was really the movement you can have. Kind of remind me of Gears in a way, where movement mattered a lot.
And I think just that natural like superstar talent that he has can translate to any game, and I think Halo is just perfect because it does have that movement.
Oh my God! Oh, get him, boy!
Love this angling here from Mental.
Captain Clutch himself, Mental, he's just popped a 3-piece.
Are you serious?
Third bullet through the dome. Oh! Mental with nades and his... Oh my God! What?
That could be huge, but someone's down. They're going to clean up one.
Clean up two! Mental nearly found the third. And Mental and two of them. The duo getting the triple kill.
Mental fight into the face. They need people to fight for them like this.
Rebounded! Clean sweep!
It is so unbelievably important to have not only experience, sometimes in a different esport, but to win. The experience of winning, of how to dominate, of how to be the best you can be at something. Having that experience under your belt is so incredibly, I personally think, necessary when you are trying to go into a new esport.
So as a player, for Mental to be a renowned superstar in another FPS title, to then have to start from the bottom and work your way back through, it's been a fascinating journey to watch. And it hasn't been a straight to the top kind of transition. It's been a grind. It's been through the onlines, it's been to LAN, it's been through open bracket to pool play, and now he's on a team with Shopify Rebellion who are making it through to a championship Sunday.
I think he's that player that your team looks to when you want a little bit of inspiration, when you see him ripping faces in the kill feed, all of a sudden you breathe this confidence, you've got this excitement, you start to believe that I can take down an Optic Gaming, a Space Station, a FaZe, and I can put myself into a grand finals if Shopify Rebellion are going to see some success. It will be off the back of something that Mental does.
3 of baseline in the most recent minute. So Rebellion are certainly clawing their way back into this one, and that's one way to get yourself going, to get the team going with a triple kill for Mental.
So Mental being considered one of the GOATs of Gears, which is already an insane feature, to then switch to Halo and be a professional and place, I think he's placed top 3 a few times now, like that's insane.
Making a switch to a different game, I feel like is never easy. So the fact that he's able to catch up with everyone's like really like shows how good he is as a player.
Very few people are able to transition from one esport to another and become successful. But to do it 3 times, that's crazy.
The trajectory that he's on, even though it's been slow, it's only ever been one way, which is up. You would imagine that at some point he will be on that main stage lifting the trophies.
Of course, I have my history in Gears of War, but for me, I want to be looked at as a Halo Pro and a champion in this game as well. I don't really care for second or third or anything like that. I just want nothing but first. After that, I want domination.
If Mental wins a Halo Major, a title, a ring, I think there's a Hall of Fame for GOATs, and he would definitely be in there.
It's not an if, in my mind, it's a win.
There's been a lot of fans that have been there since day one, from Gears of War specifically, and it means the world to me, and I'm glad everyone's been watching, and I hope I can bring one home for the Gears fam, and you know, I think it's past overdue, so.
If you're a fan of gaming in general or esports, you are automatically a fan of that guy on the screen because he is so good at what he does. I think there is one thing to transition to another game. There's another thing to be good at it as well, right? It's like, okay, you can get up there, you can kind of compete, but to be considered for a world championship, which I very much do consider Shopify Rebellion up there with some of the best to lift that trophy, that is difficult to say the very least. Mental, an exceptional player, and so lovely to have him in Halo as well, Coach.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable talent. I feel like every time we watch his screen in a big series, he's making big time plays. And I'm just waiting for them to take that next step on Championship Sunday for Shopify, because I think Mental has caught everybody's eyes. Shopify has caught everybody's eyes throughout this year. They've been consistently getting top 3. It's a matter of can they find a grand finals? And then what form of Mental do we see? Having so many championships from grand finals in Gears of War, you honestly think that as the series gets bigger, a player like Mental is going to play better.
I got the chance to talk to Guy Blaze, who obviously has known Mental for a very long time, and he talked about how Mental always values the start of a game, because he comes from like a round-based game mode like Gears of War. He always has those hot starts, and it's one of the reasons why Shopify Rebellion like kick off games the way they do. He has a way of staying alive and putting damage down.
I love that note, actually. I think that's such an interesting insight onto the team and maybe how they can adapt around a player that brings something special to the table. He certainly does. While I have you as well, Tony, talking about Shopify first and foremost, you know, and talking about kicking things off as well, kicking their World Championships off, they faced up against Native. Were you impressed by the gameplay that you saw from Rebellion early on so far this tournament?
Yeah, I would say I feel good about them. You know, I think Native were excellent, and I think the things that I saw from Shopify Rebellion were really good. I look at them going to that King of the Hill and the Strongholds. They were very impressive with not just the slays that they were able to get, but the value within those slays. Defensive kills on players in the Strongholds and Hill, but also offensive kills where they're in the Hill, when they're in the Strongholds, they're outslaying the opposition. So I love what I saw out of them, at least as far as that, like not just slaying around the objective, but also being aggressive through the objective and playing one step ahead. So I'll say I liked it. Maybe the Slayer, not so much though.
Yeah, for me, I actually want to see Shopify play even better. I think Native Gaming had a realistic chance to steal that series with a couple of different decisions, a couple of different kills going in their favor. I think we could be talking about Shopify completely differently going into the series. Although it is one thing to just get the first series of your tournament out of the way, and they were able to come on top, unscathed, we'll say. They only lost one game, and it was a Slayer. So nothing to really, like, hang your heads on right now, but for Shopify, I think they expect domination. I think they're going to have to expect domination if they truly want to catch fire this weekend and have a championship Sunday run that they haven't been capable of. So I'm looking at this to be another contest for them and another opportunity to get the ball rolling in the direction of dominance, which is what they expect.
On the side of Cloud9, we just saw a moment ago the flash of the face of Manny, who is actually relatively new to this roster, being picked up last event, which was on the precipice of the roster lock. So, you know, they picked him up, and actually Cloud9 looked like they started to soar a little bit into the clouds with him on the roster. Now, growth is everything for a new team change. Tony, you know, do you think that, you know, what happened with SLC, you know, favored Shopify and how it worked out with their series layout from coming into Worlds here? Do you think that's going to kind of talk about how their playstyle might improve a little bit? We could be seeing a Cloud9 who's really gunning for some success here, if not to climb the ladder a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. You know, obviously, Shopify and Blank going up against Cloud9 are going to be the heavy favorites, but Cloud9 are no pushover against anybody in the league, even against this very SSG roster like you're seeing right now. There were times where Cloud9 should have 3-0'd them with how good they looked in the Slayer, with when they went to that Game 5, how amazing they looked. Cloud9 are the real deal, but we got to stop getting them in positions where it's like heartbreaking defeats and start, you know what, they clutched it out. They got the win. They need to get over the hump.
100%. I think also getting over the hump, there has to be an element of the fact that the series layout this time around in Worlds is a little bit more even. We're looking at the series rewind here. What are you reading into what what they're dealing with here coming into this first match?
I mean, like you said, the series definitely favors them a little bit more. And even though I think they did fantastic, we still saw them take those first 2 games on a Stronghold's interference. You look at Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 stylistically, and you say, oh no, Shopify Rebellion win interference all day, every day. But that was different. Cloud9 clutched up. So even though the series was against them in the first time they matched up, they were able to push to a Game 5. And I expect the same thing out of Cloud9 here. It's a little bit more even, and you are ready to take that next step in your career. Cloud9, this is your opportunity.
All right, well, I have an opportunity right now to do something a little bit different on this desk, and get your paddles ready, lads, because we're going to do some killer takes, and we're going to see what we're going to be dealing with here. But we have 3 different paddles. That means 3 different things. Obviously, we have Kill-tacular, which means that the take is pretty spicy. It's pretty hot. It's kind of crazy. We have Overkill, which is a medium spicy take, you know, medium level hot. And then the assist is a little bit of a cold take, not so great, kind of average. So we're going to see what comes our way in terms, and I want to know what you boys think and how much we agree on some of these takes. So without further ado, let's see what we're dealing with here graphically, because I'm excited to see. All right, so Shopify will slip up, which will allow C9 to take full advantage and take that pool. They'll face Optic and lose. I think that's this.
That's a spicy take.
That's really spicy.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, that's really spicy, and I don't agree with it, but I appreciate how spicy that take is, and I think a lot of Cloud9 fans will be very excited by that, potentially. What about you?
I think that's a spicy take. The big thing that Cloud9 lacked at SLC, and I don't know how you obtain it over a month's practice, is a killer instinct. You got reverse swept. You should have won multiple Game 5s. That ended 50-49. You didn't have the ice. You were in promising positions in both of those. Until you find the killer instinct, you have not proven to me that you can hang with the big dogs. Shopify's a big dog. That's a very hot take that they're going to take this series.
Tony, you got the medium heat on.
I don't think it's that hot of a take, to be honest with you. I think we've seen Shopify Rebellion, you know, struggle on obviously on Championship Sundays, but that could happen here in the World Championship on a Friday, on a Saturday. I think Cloud9 are very good. They were up 2-0 in that series and put themselves in a position to 3-0 Shopify Rebellion. So although I believe Shopify Rebellion can beat anybody in this league, I don't think they're unbeatable. I think Cloud9 can clutch up and get a win, and it's going to happen if Shopify Rebellion don't clutch up, if they slip up. I don't think that was that hot of a take.
All right, well, we'll see how crazy of a take that truly is. We're going to head to the stage right now. Let's meet your team, Shopify Rebellion versus Cloud9.
It is the Halo World Championship, and you cannot afford to leave your A game at home. Pool D is where our eyes are set now. These two teams, Rebellion and Cloud9, joined in Pool D with Native Gaming and Dark inside. One of these teams, has got to go, and the Desk have teed this one up perfectly. Cloud9 get to Game 5, never find the ice. Rebellion continue to get themselves into third place. What sort of form will these two be in?
Yeah, spicy takes, not spicy takes, medium takes, whatever it is, Cloud9 have an opportunity here to try and disrupt one of the top 3 teams from recent events. Shopify Rebellion have been the breakers of the top 3. They've been the ones that have really disrupted those big teams, tournament after tournament, to finally find themselves as one of the big squads in this tournament. But now, Cloud9, can they do something in this pool to say, actually, we're here to play?
Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway, we're on board with Septify, and he'll be looking to right some wrongs of the past and make sure they can find that ice.
HaloWC could be the perfect start for Cloud9. It's arguably Shopify Rebellion's worst capture the flag map, so maybe an opportunity to try and disrupt them in the early stages. I do want to keep an eye on Cycle. He's usually the guy who's putting up the damage for the side of Shopify versus Spectre. He's already putting up the damage for his side of Cloud9.
And the complexion of Cloud9's tournament in Salt Lake City. Good, but not good enough. Taking the then champions to a Game 5, but coming unstuck. Manny puts them in the lead, and they're starting this one off hot.
The speed of which they've just captured that flag is insane, and it was all down to the sniping as well, to be able to take that sniper, get the damage done, and Cloud9 are relentless with their aggression right now. Rebellion very much on the back foot.
Rebellion need to weather this storm. Suppressing the respawn screen, and Cloud9 have got a flag tossed out once more. This time though, Manny gets cut down. Spectre is out of sniper rifle ammo now, so his impact on the map should now dissipate just a touch. Mental soars forward, killing spree for Spectre, and he might not be done yet as he looks towards Suppress, but ultimately gets back down.
Does get the help though to ensure that that player just gets eliminated from the map. All snipes gone down. But this is such a good opportunity for now Cloud9. They can actually sit on this 1-0 lead. I mean, 10 minutes to try and sit on it is going to be difficult, so you kind of sit back, you wait for Shopify Rebellion to push, and then you hit the counter as soon as you get some of those sneaky kills. Wait around those corners, play a little bit ratty, use this lead to your advantage.
Cycle's got the long scope. Playing a little bit of defense for now, and with good reason, because Cloud9 have been that good. They've applied so much pressure, and Sab's there again, just to try and squeeze and make this difficult for him. Settling for the trade. No, Sab gets the kill, as does Manny elsewhere. Cloud9 are not interested in giving Rebellion an opportunity to grow into this series. They're trying to hit them hard and hit them fast.
Mental, who we saw an incredible Unlocked episode about his journey into Halo Infinite and how he would love to find a World Championship. And it would all start today on Friday with a good pool play performance from Shopify Rebellion, similarly to what we've seen so far this year. Their consistency has been unreal. And it's all been about that Championship Sunday for Shopify Rebellion, where they really haven't been able to match those teams and the experience they've been going up against, but they have been getting better and better as each tournament goes on. Can this be the tournament where Shopify Rebellion finally find themselves in a grand final?
They had the flag out. Sab just doing perfect work there, picking up a double kill and making sure that flag does not progress past the halfway point. Expertly done by him. That's going to be in soul snipes in the world of Hurt. 2 players combined to make sure he's cleared out of the base. This is good from C9.
This is great from C9. I think Shopify Rebellion may be surprised by the speed of which Cloud9 came out of the blocks. And now you've got to try and slow them down. Mental with a sniper is going to be a good way to do so. Cloud9 probably going to be running with their tails between their legs right now, because once Mental gets let loose with that sniper, we know what he can do.
Will he be wall bouncing left and right, hitting these shots? One thing we noticed from the Unlocked episode, Dan, is while all of his players and his teammates were using some colorful language, you will say, to his opponents, he stayed seated. It is almost like the expectation was always going to be that he would win the series, that he would pop off. And he puts the Spectre in the grave once more and scoops up a grapple as well. Sniper rifle now completely out of ammunition. Sab's over towards the vent. Mental's getting close to him. 3 shots in, both combined, both trade.
Suppressed is going to be able to pull that flag, and Cycle, player I was saying we need to keep an eye out for, and the amount of damage that he can put down. Usually averages around 12 kills per game here on HaloWC. Sadly, whiffs that one though, so not an extra kill, but he is able to at least let them know he's there, so now they have to take a new angle with this sniper being in that position. Flag almost home, but not quite yet.
Flag almost home, but not holes just yet. Players starting to fall, 3 dead for Rebellion, and perhaps risked a little bit too much there. And now they're spawning back base, and that's exactly where Sav and Co want them. Soul Snipe's in trouble, and he recognizes this. Tries to head towards the grapple. Suspector gets the kill. This flag's pushing forward now. Septify is being pressured from across the map, but his shields remain untouched for now. As he looks over towards the pistol side now. Anybody from Rebellion in position to stop this flag? The answer is yes, 3 players exactly. And he has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up and help him.
It's a firing squad waiting for him if he wants to put this flag in, so Septify playing this one very well, just keeps touching it, is waiting for a little bit of support, waiting for a bit of help. But it looks like there's going to be just a great pinch here from Shopify Rebellion.
Beautiful backstab by Soul Snipe. Ensures this flag is not going to be getting punched in too easily. Sab goes to touch it. He's got hands on. Where are Rebellion? Where have they gone? The answer is it doesn't matter. The score now, 2-0.
Cloud9 taking this advantage that I mentioned at the start of this game, where Rebellion just haven't really been able to find success at times on Argyle CTF throughout this year. I think they can get a little bit bogged down sometimes with trying to control the map a little bit too much and just let those flags slip through their fingers just in one quick counter cap. And now Cloud9, 6 minutes left, 2-0 up. You shouldn't throw this away. If you are a team in the Halo World Championship that has aspirations of getting to the latter stages of the tournament, you win this map.
And you've seen last event, Cloud9 put themselves in really good positions time and time again. But when they got there, they almost changed the strategy. They were afraid. It was like they got nosebleeds because they hadn't been that high before. Have they learned from the mistakes of the past? Is this the moment now where you start to really apply pressure to those big teams? You take the series here, you take the series lead at least, and you really apply pressure, because right now they're catching Rebellion flat-footed.
Almost a triple kill for Mental. We'll be able to at least communicate where that final player is, and now there's going to be 2 on spawn. Rebellion need to up the ante, and they need to do it fast. You don't want to give Cloud9 too much time here just to kind of pick and choose where they want to be. Is Mental off the map and out of the equation. Cloud9 can once again just focus on defending it.
You mentioned up in the ante. One of the chips that Mental had was that sniper rifle. He's thrown it off the map, not choosing to put it on the table. For a good reason. Players like Suspector can really punish you if you put that weapon in his hands. As he pushes forward now, you can see the strategy has altered just a touch. Perhaps Cloud9 happy to hold what they have. They've worked hard for it after all. But will that then open the door just a touch for Rebellion to sneak their way in? Because you know if they capture one flag, the confidence, and all of a sudden the momentum starts to shift.
5 minutes remaining.
It's going to be 3 dead on the side of Rebellion, and Cloud9 are looking to try and finish this off here and now. By the looks of it, Sab's going to be running this flag. And they say, actually, we've got a brilliant opportunity at making this just a quick, easy 3-0. Rebellion need to try and respond off spawn.
Septify with that sniper rifle has a grapple as well, so if the flag gets close, he might be able to grapple it towards him and make a lot of progress very quickly. Septify rips the skull of Suppressed. He hears players underneath him. He's looking towards the enemy vent, but no player positioned there right now. Soul Snipe gets close, shield gets popped, and he just doesn't have the arms big enough. He's got those T-Rex reach.
Rebellion have done enough at least to return that flag and keep it alive. 4:20 left on the clock. Suspector has a sniper rifle, but just can't quite find those body shots to really secure these kills, clean up these Shopify Rebellion players. And if they do stay alive, if they do get away, they're going to start to pressure your base. This game isn't over. We've seen Cloud9 in these spots, and they have thrown away games, as you mentioned, against the more experienced teams. We're going to learn a lot in these next 4 minutes.
4 minutes long enough for this script to change. There's still time for alterations. Soul Snipe and Suppressed are pushing forward into the base. Soul Snipe has got that quantum translocator and he's used it. Gets straight back into the vent and he has the cover and the safety now. He can go back in and get a flag touch if he needs to. That portal goes both ways, but Septify shuts him down.
Oh. Shuts down one, but Cycle just able to stay alive for the next. Flag is going to go back. 3 minutes 30. Rebellion, again, they need to start moving. Someone needs to start thinking about trying to get behind enemy lines and see if you can get a flag on the pull. It's not going to be the perfect setup. I think it's going to have to be scrappy now if you're Rebellion and trying to get one here.
They have made progress. You see Cloud9, they're in a lot of unorthodox positions, making it really difficult for Rebellion to make progress here. They're having to fight for every inch. Sabonair, so locked, so dialed right now, put a bullet in his own teammate. But all of a sudden, the Slays have gone against him. Suspect is the last man alive over towards that glass on the snipe side. He's trying to make this difficult. He's trying to put damage down for his teammates. Cycle down to no shields. He has done a decent enough job here to stop this one in its tracks for now, at least.
This is a desperate last attempt at trying to get a pull, but all four dead on the side of Rebellion, and Cloud9 holds so successfully. That one player staying alive, doing enough damage to Cycle that he couldn't cross with the flag, was so detrimental to Rebellion's chances here. And now with 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, time is running out. Cloud9 don't need to get overzealous. They genuinely can just sit back here. There is no need to look for a third flag right now.
It's about whether they want to push forward and have these fights a little further up the map, so that way, if they do fall, Rebellion aren't on their doorstep immediately. Do they try and take those engagements a little further up the map? Do they get a little bit adventurous? Do they play with a little bit more courage and bravery? They're doing this expertly right now. Rebellion are in trouble. They have them on the ropes with 2 minutes on the clock.
I like this from Cloud9. They're being very patient, waiting in their screens, waiting for the push to come through. Manny, of course, starting to think about the sniper rifle, which has exposed him slightly, and now Rebellion will get 2 dead. So this is going to be Rebellion's chance to get a flag pull, if any. But again, that's just going to be the one flag. They need back-to-back flags here.
Suppress got hands on. He's picked up a couple of plasma grenades on his way. Septifies in front of him. He's also got a player at his back. He's in big trouble here, is Suppressed. Ultimately gets taken down from a combination of 3 members of Cloud9. 3 dead for a moment. Mental, the last man standing. He's soaring towards Septify. He appears to have a sniper rifle in his hands as well. He needs to start hitting shots. He needs to start going big because they're almost down to within a minute of this game ending in Cloud9's favor.
Yeah, Cloud9 again can just back off, watch their lanes here, watch their angles, and frustrate Shopify Rebellion that little bit further to get them that one step closer to victory here in this first map. It looks all but guaranteed at this point. Just not enough time, really, for Shopify Rebellion to try and get back-to-back flags. Argo, a very difficult map to try and do so. You have to just control so much of it to be able to do that.
Cloud9 have been in complete control for large portions of this game. Every time Rebellion have pushed forward, they just really haven't gotten that flag over the halfway point. They've huffed and they've puffed, but they've been unable to blow the Cloud9 house down. And at the moment, they're sitting pretty with this 2-0 lead with 30 seconds left. It seems like a matter of time now before they're 1-0 to the good.
It is quite surprising because a house of clouds, you would imagine,
it's quite easy
blow
to blow
over
down
pretty easily, but they've held strong.
Them rain clouds can be pretty heavy.
It has been fortified, this base of Cloud9, and Shopify Rebellion just have not been able to break through.
The windows have been well and truly boarded up. They're not interested in stepping outside. Suppressed on the staircase, has to back away towards his basement. Manages to, a little bit of help of mixed martial arts, clear out his base, and Cloud9 draw first blood. 1-0 to C9.
When I looked at the series layout, Argyle CTF, I was thinking this was going to be Cloud9's best opportunity at a victory. I don't think Rebellion will be too disheartened looking at what they've got coming up in the series layout. But what it does do for Cloud9 is give them that confidence going into the rest of it. We speak of Salt Lake City, you speak of the woes that Cloud9 had to go through after being so close to toppling the best team in the world. And sadly, they were unable to do so. And now, can they topple one of the top 4 squads in Rebellion here as we move over to Slayer Livefire as map number 2. But we can look back at some of the highlights. It was Cloud9 dominance, really. There was nothing from Rebellion that suggested they were going to win that game.
Yeah, they were never really in control. Cloud9, from the outset, that flag capture coming with barely 45 seconds played. That's how quickly they moved. Not interested in giving Rebellion the chance to warm up, to heat up. C9 came to play. And they've been rewarded for the aggression. They hold a 1-0 lead now. And it's very easy for us to get bogged down in the woes, Dan, like you say, from Salt Lake City. Yes, they found themselves going out in those Slayers in gut-wrenching fashion. But there is that expression, you don't lose, you learn. Have they gone back and they looked at the drawing board? This is what the mistakes we made. Let's ensure we never do that again.
It could have been some of the most vital experience that they learned, that loss. Tasting loss after being so close to tasting victory might have just given them enough of an oomph going into this tournament to make sure they lock down games like that. Practice some Slayers some more, because we know teams don't like to practice Slayers as often because they feel like it's a little bit different. It's hard to replicate the tournament style. But maybe Cloud9 are just the real deal here at the Halo World Championship. Well, Slayer Livefire is going to be coming up. It's a very different story between Shopify and Cloud9. It is a far superior mapping mode for Shopify Rebellion. And you can see just how much success they've had previously, but also their struggles and where they have arrived. Native, SSG, Optic Gaming have all been able to topple Shopify Rebellion.
And even before this, as we were teeing up the series at Desk, we were talking about Cloud9's woes in Slayers as well. The problems and the issues that they have had getting over that hump, winning that game 5. 2-6 in Slayers versus Rebellion's 5-2. There is a very stark contrast in the performances, and really it has to be said, there are 2 Slayers in every series. They are your bread and butter. They're the ones you have to get right.
And they are the #1 team on Livefire Slayer or Shopify Rebellion with that 5-2 record. And one of the players that is the big reason is Suppressed. I remember actually in Salt Lake City, we were like, let's keep an eye on Suppressed when he's playing Livefire Slayer, because he can start to pop off, and he went insane. He almost had the entire team on his back. And they're going to need him to step up to that kind of standard here in this map too, because they need to shut down Cloud9 quickly.
And they'll be doing some game 1 analysis when they go back, no doubt. And it's difficult for us, certainly, to point fingers at what exactly went wrong on that Argyle flag. What was the issues that arose that they need to tackle now in the VOD review? But one thing they know is they have got work to do, because Cloud9 completely outplayed them. And they'll be hoping to turn their fortunes around here in game 2.
Well, it was the hot start, wasn't it, from Cloud9 that I think really set the pace of that initial map 1. Can they do something similar here and get a really early lead, but Cycle denies Septify? Cloud9 do briefly have a lead, but it looks like Shopify Rebellion will even things up and now regain it themselves. And still haven't seen Camo grabbed yet, but it looks like Mental might be able to get hold of it.
Slayer on Livefire. This is where it all happened. This is where it all went wrong. If you're a Cloud9 fan, you almost do not want to see this map mode combination. It's too painful to see. And for the players, they can be saying the same thing. Go down to no shields. This looks like clean up on aisle 5 for Mental, as he could be with the lock in a triple kill. Gets close to Septify, but the quantum translocator gets Septify out of dodge.
Backs off. Sadly, not able to stay alive. You only get out of dodge for a short while because Suppressed was there and waiting. 8-8. I think if you are Cloud9 here, you will definitely have those memories, the bad memories of this map and mode against SSG at Salt Lake City. But as you alluded to, I think you have to learn from that. You have to have practiced it, and you've got to make sure that if you are in that scenario or anywhere close to it again, you have a better game plan to ensure that you don't fall in that way.
Septify attempting to dipsy doodle. Shout out Strongside, who we recently found out is a father, so congratulations to him. He's been putting in reps for an upcoming Halo 2 land. So hoping the old dog still got it. Here looking at Septify with the sniper rifle, no more ammunition to play with. Manny down to no shields, and he's taken care of as well. So a 3-kill deficit for Cloud9 to claw back at, and Rebellion now just starting to get in the ascendancy. A little bit of map control with the camouflage to pop up in 25 seconds.
This is the lead that Rebellion were searching for. They're far more comfortable when they do have a little bit of control, not just of the map, but of the game. Less to worry about trying to break your way back in, as that repulse will just send 3 members of Cloud9 back. So much information gathered there by Cycle, and then the collapse comes through. Mental was just there and waiting, locked in to secure those kills.
Mental sliding in tandem with his teammate then. Septify over towards Nest. Soul Snipe's got that camouflage. Waiting for information. What's the best play to make here? Caught between a rock and a hard place. The hard place right now is Manny. Manny takes care of business. Camouflage now completely negated. No longer an issue. No longer a concern. 4 kills now for Cloud9 to claw back at. And with Rebellion spawning over towards green, a real opportunity for a collapse. But 3 members push big door. Perfect execution from Rebellion.
Yeah, Rebellion doing very well to isolate targets at the moment. And as soon as they have the numbers advantage, they are very relentless with their pushing. They don't really give Cloud9 the chance to think and plan accordingly. But they've noticed one player is going to be over towards tower, and that tower player does not survive for very long. They eliminate him instantly.
The sniper rifle hadn't even hit the floor, and it was already in the hands of Mental. Fortunately for him, he was cut down before he could get cooking with it. It's passed straight back over to Sab. He holds tower, and right now he holds a lot of the map for his team, ensuring a lot of these lanes are clear, and if anybody does pop up, they'll have the shields or the face ripped from right under them. Manny's position top middle, as is Septify. So they're looking to hatch a plan of some description. 2 members of Rebellion over towards green. Now Sab has not seen that player cross over towards Nest, so he could be an issue and a thorn in the side if they're not careful. They're starting to engage now over towards the camouflage side. Cycle is still positioned there, hoping to maybe catch Sab off guard if he drops off this bridge. There's trouble afoot, but Sab just doesn't know it. Shields gets ripped down to half. That's good enough for him to know that there's a lot of contention over that side, and perhaps he needs to explore different avenues. He's doing so now. Cycle and Mental combined, almost as though Sab expected that kill to go his way. He slid past it. All 4 dead. Cloud9 only get 1 from that push.
The shields were up, but the weapon was not hot, sadly. Couldn't do anything with it. And now Shopify Rebellion, they regain that quite significant lead now. They're up by 8. For Cloud9, they just have to ensure that they get some trades in when they can't afford to go all 4 down in such an easy way, really. It was a good attempt at a push. I like that they had a plan, but sadly, Rebellion were more than aware of it. Cloud9, if they're going to get back into this one, they need an all 4 dead that's a flawless run as well. They need a coordinated attack. I was going to say maybe that's going to be the one, but Soulsnipe was able to get the trade.
I think the issue you have is you do have some woes on Slayer. You don't want to be playing the best team in the league. They will punish you anytime that you give them an opportunity to. Septify slides forward with no shield straight into Suppressed Bandit Rifle. Camouflage has been scooped up by Suspector and he hasn't been spotted out here. Gets the shields down, and gets the kill as well. Cycle's gonna get close. Information was passed across, his shields go down, and ultimately he has to put it into reverse. He remains top middle, Suspector just patrolling like a Terminator. Getting kills, doing damage, downloading information for his team and passing it over.
Surely heard the grunts of the Spartan there, and he did, so that's going to be another kill secured, and now they're only down by 4 here, Cloud9. This is a great passage of play, a lot of it coming from the camouflage from Suspector. Manny picks up another one. Now they're down by 3. And suddenly it's just 2, so Cloud9 may be learning from what happened to them in Salt Lake City and saying, look, we're not down and out until it is officially over. And they are right back into this one now.
Suspector, 14, 4, and 8. He really has been the Terminator on the map. And Manny with that sniper rifle. He's been on live fire and he's had the game in his hands before. Can he turn his team's fortunes around here? Currently sitting at 11, 5, and 11. Consistent, good for now, but they need more from the team. Specifically from Septify, who seems to be struggling right now. Perhaps he needs to alter his game plan. Play a little bit differently, but right now it's a 1-kill game, and Cloud9 have got themselves right back into this Slayer.
I think another surprise is Suppress going -5 at the moment. 13 deaths. He often tries to be the player that kind of flanks around and can be that pivot point for the team to pick up damage. He's been caught off guard a couple of times, and there's just maybe 1 too many that's allowed Cloud9 to stay in this game. And perhaps Rebellion, with the lead that they did have, they were perhaps a little bit overconfident. They still are up by 3, so they don't have to worry too much just yet, and a big kill there coming out of Soulsnipe.
And he pushes forward. Thought he got a trade, thought it was good for one, but it wasn't. Only 2 shots in the melee, not enough to get the kill. So now, 3 kills. On board with Suppressed. As he pushed into house now. Septify and Manny are combining together here. Suppressed takes care of one with a fresh 5 shots. Camouflage now popped up. It's in the chest of Sab. He needs to get away and he needs to have an influence on these next few engagements because they're running out of kills.
Yeah, you'd imagine a 5-kill lead, making a 4-kill lead at this stage of the game should be enough for Rebellion, but we've seen crazier things happen. Suppressed just needs to stay alive. You need to play your life smart here because your teammates are going down. Cloud9 are having a bloody good go at this one. It's going to be another kill, you'd imagine, 47-45. Rebellion just need to be careful here. They are giving far too many opportunities to Cloud9 to actually wrap around them.
Cloud9 chased the length and breadth of live fire to get that kill over by scoreboard. Now within 2, 3 members now pushing towards sandbags. Little did they know, 3 members of Rebellion towards scoreboard. Sab has missed them all. They've leaked through the cracks here. This could spell peril if they're not too careful. All 4 members in house now. Suppress gets 1. It's traded out. Sab's in trouble. Uses the quantum translocator to get out and re-engage. Soulsnipe's down to no shields. A lot of damage has been done here, but nobody's capitalizing on it. Sab's down to no shields, no half shields, excuse me. So nervous, in fact, that he backs away from that kill, knowing the next couple of kills are going to be too important. And it comes the wave Rebellion. Too slow for Cloud9, and the series score 1-1.
Good save there, but yeah,
Thank you.
1-1. Could have been worse, but Cloud9, they just couldn't find them. I think you were right. They were trying to scout out where those players might be. And even though you have the QT to try and redirect yourself, there were so many players on one shot there, but everyone was baiting and switching so successfully from the side of Rebellion, making it almost near impossible for Cloud9 to actually pick up those kills. And sadly for Cloud9, despite their valiant efforts to fight their way, claw their way back into their game, they weren't able to do anything with it. And it is going to be 1-1 after the 2, and a chance, of course, for the players to take a little bathroom break.
So Cloud9 Slayer woes continue, at least for now. And for Rebellion, this is what they do, Dan. Even if they lose that initial objective game type, that game 1, games 2 and 5, more often than not, swing their way. Cloud9 have got to find a way to disrupt this team. Game 1 was perfect, it was flawless almost. Game 2 a little less so.
Shopify Rebellion will continue their map record on live fire, and it is just going to be one of those scenarios where they keep getting better and better, and they keep being the #1 team. And you saw the stats before, even though they had an incredible Slayer record against the bigger teams, they had struggled a little bit, and they had lost a few Slayers, so being able to secure that one is going to do wonders for their confidence as well. For Cloud9, however, it is just live fire woes yet again. And if they are going to win this series, you imagine they are going to have to get a Slayer at some point. But they could get it done in 3 objectives. So I guess they don't have to play another Slayer. Maybe they'd be happier if they didn't play said Slayer.
Well, I guess what we have on the horizon is going to be an objective game. Like, we've got Street Softball, and I know you've always got some valuable information that can tip the scales one way or another. You're pretty good at telling us what way to expect it to go, and confirmation of what you've seen on the series layout. 2-0, Argyle CTF went Cloud9's way. It was smooth sailing. Game 2, though, 50-46. They came undone. Oddball Streets then on the horizon, Dan. What have you got for me?
Oddball Streets is another one of Shopify Rebellion's best maps and modes. They are 5-1 on it throughout the entire season. And I think my highlight player is going to have to be Cycle. He has the highest KD across the entirety of Oddball in the league. So he's going to be the main man, and you need to shut him down if you're Cloud9.
Well, we have an opportunity to jump into ITB versus Pure whilst we're in an intermission here, and players head to the bathroom. Into the breach, up 2-1 here. And they've been here before, and they've won this series before against Pure. Hoping to tap into that inspiration once more. Jimbo just falls down. They require 3 more seconds to tie up this oddball.
And this would be a huge result for ITB if they were able to find a victory against Pure. We've seen what Pure can do in terms of disrupting that kind of top 8, and when they do go on a run. But ITB, they've done it before. They've been able to break into that top 6, and I'm sure they would love to be back there at the Halo World Championship, if not further. They still need 3 more seconds here on this round to take us to round 3, because at the moment, Pure have a round advantage here on Oddball.
Chick shuts that one down, 4 dead. That should be the round for Into the Breach, and yes, indeed it is. 1-1 the score now. 1 round away. And I don't even want to call it an upset. It's been done before. Perhaps for Into the Breach, this is the expectation that they will win this series. Both teams probably expect to win this series. That's how close it's going to be.
These often are some of the best series to watch between the best European teams and some of the kind of teams outside of the bubble of North America that are slowly trending upwards. You get such competitive games, and I think these are the games that ITB need to be winning if they want to find themselves in successful position at the end of the tournament. But also, in terms of a metric for Pure, if they can beat a team like ITB, they know they are playing at a high standard as well.
I think it's important that you know, for the likes of Into the Breach, it wasn't some meteoric rise. They have slowly grinded results out over the course of the year, where they've had top 12 finishes, top 8, and now they find themselves in that top 6 bracket and being a real difficult customer for any of the top teams. If you don't bring your A game, Into the Breach will punish you. And that's what Pure have got to do here. They've got to answer back and push this one to a game 5. At the moment, they have got the ball and they brought it towards tower.
I think if you are Into the Breach here, though, you need to get it done here in map 4. You don't want to go into a game 5 Slayer against Pure. You look at some of those names and how they've been playing in recent weeks and also recent tournaments. Slayer-wise, they just have such an impact, and I think you are really putting yourself at a disadvantage if you go into that game 5. So for ITB, it has to be now for me.
You might say now or never. Move them down to no shields. Druk and Talik make sure that they put the Finn away. He's going to push towards Big Door. Nades the Big Door, as a matter of fact, and decides to go sandbags instead. Jimbo will jiggle peek, and both of them will take a fair chunk of shields off one another. Williams has just spawned up, and Druk's aware of this. Communication came his way. You can see Pure have a very clear game plan right now. Get the slays you need before moving that ball. And that way you can extract maximum time and maximum pain for Into the Breach.
See, ITV just want to get that ball away from House. They don't want to allow Pure to get that setup. And it is a bit scrappy at the moment. Neither team has had that ideal position with the ball, but maybe this could be it from last shot. He sees where the spawners are. He tries to escape, but good grenades, good map awareness from ITB to make sure that he doesn't.
Druk's top middle then. Drops down the hole, looking to re-engage. Mighties and Chick fall. Rudum's in big trouble then. It's going to be in enemy territory. Jimbo's going to try and get their heads-up play from Rudum to play that ball and ensure if he does fall, it shouldn't amount to too much time on the board.
So many kills on the side of Pure as well in these recent moments, but they've not really been able to capitalize on actually picking up any ball time from it. And ITB are just keeping Pure at arm's length. Of course, if you want to carry on watching this game, go to twitch.tv/HCS to watch your boys ITB or Pure, as we will see the final remaining moments of this series over there. But we will head back to the main stage, where of course we have to still wrap up this series. Shopify Rebellion just won map number 2 to take us to 1-1 against Cloud9 as the players arrive back on the stage after the little break.
Cloud9 take their seats with purpose now, it has to be. A reminder, like we say, score now 1-1. Streets oddball on the horizon, Dan. You mentioned Suppressed in the Slayer, and perhaps he underperformed just a touch. It didn't cost him too much in the end. But who is your player to watch? Who is the one that you expect to make the difference here for either one of these teams?
I think I alluded to it. It's going to be Cycle. He has the highest oddball KD in the league, so that's including every single team. He has had the most kills to death ratio out of anyone in the HCS. Something about oddball just clicks for him, the way he moves around the map, the way he's able to manipulate other teams into just feeding his constant damage. And he has been the guy on oddball. So for Rebellion, that's where they're going to be kind of hoping he will pick up those kind of performances. But for Cloud9, that's who you have to shut down. And yes, okay, Suppressed didn't kind of step up to the plate in game 2, but Mental did. I think that's what is always impressive about Rebellion. There is always someone else to pick up the slack if someone isn't having that pop-off kick.
The best of frenemies sit across from one another. Former teammates, Manny on the side of Cloud9, Soul Snipe, and Suppressed, perhaps once upon a time, could have been teammates. But what we have in front of us now is a slobber knocker. But still time to dissect what we've seen in games 1 and 2, Dan. Of course, game 1 was all one-way traffic for Cloud9. The perfect start. 50-46 in the Slayer. They weren't staked by any sake of the imagination, but they do find themselves now 1-1. And after that bathroom break, do you expect them to come back revitalized, or do you think now the series starts to trend more towards Rebellion?
I think in a round-based game like Oddball, it is going to trend towards Rebellion. I spoke about who's going to be the best KD. Well, the ball carrier is something I am always a big fan of. When I used to play and compete in Halo, I was more objectively focused. Whether that's because I couldn't aim or not, that's down to your own discretion.
That's only for mean people to say.
But certainly, these guys are going to be very important of their positioning, when they grab that ball, the risks they take to ensure that they get that ball time under their belt as well. And I think that you could argue they will be the most important players on the map, even if they do it quietly and go about their business.
And we can talk about this, the Cloud9 story. They found themselves in the opens having to do it the hard way more often than not. And now they find themselves starting to rub shoulders with the teams that perhaps they expected to be against all along, but they finally start to find that form and be competitive in the big series. And we're seeing it here again against Rebellion.
Yeah, and I think that Cloud9 had that really hot start in Argyle CTF. And sure, you could have it again here in Streets Oddball, but then you are going to finish and go up a round, and then the round completely restarts. And that does kind of take that momentum away from you a little bit. Very different to old school Halo Oddball, where it would just be a straight 250, for example. So I think that Cloud9 need to be continuing to focus on their starts, but also accept the fact that once they've got that first round, if they are to get it, keep hitting Shopify hard at the start of that game and try and take the early lead.
And how often do we see it in Oddball where you win a close round 1 and you almost exhale a little bit and you settle into a groove, you think you've got the job done, but all of a sudden now it's 1-1. You've let the guard slip a little bit too much and you almost rest on your laurels. They can't afford to do that either. Cloud9 have got to come correct here, because Rebellion will not give you too many mistakes, will not give you too many errors. You've got to capitalize and you've got to punish.
There will be some teams who very much prefer to start on the tower side with their spawn, but Cloud9 say it doesn't matter where we spawn, and they've actually got the upper hand here in the early stages and will get the ball time to begin with. So Septified now trying to be sneaky, but it was like Mental smelled him on the stairs, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to get the kill.
Always apply your deodorant, particularly when you're in the conventions, because you can see you can get sniffed out. They can punish it. Manny then, with the camouflage down to no shields, prioritizes staying alive. I like this play from him. As he pushes now over towards the arcade. Mental throwing down grenades. Those camo eyes just spot him out. That stalker rifle doing so much damage. You know Manny's disappointed with that, but sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Once you get spotted, you're afraid to shoot because you can see him looking at you, but you don't want to confirm it's you.
It's another hot start for Cloud9 though, and I think that's the biggest takeaway so far in this series is their starting strategies have been superb. And Rebellion maybe need to take note of that. Not if just for this series, but future series that may arrive, because you've got to remember this is pool play. There is still a chance that both of these teams could end up competing later on down the line in the tournament, in the championship bracket. We'll have to see whether that comes to fruition, as Manny might be the last alive, but he is still getting ball time, but just can't quite get around that corner. That would have been huge, actually, if he had got around the corner, extra little bit of time, just delaying Shopify Rebellion.
And you could tell he paused for a second, knowing that as soon as he crossed that threshold, with a lot of pain coming his way, ball has now transferred. Camouflage is about to pop up bottom middle as well. That's going to be a point of contention very soon. Manny seems to be there or thereabouts, waiting for the slide to push forward. He executes on it. The shroud screen comes in to cover his escape as well. Expertly done from Cloud9.
Whammy. Mental taken down, and now Shopify Rebellion may still have the ball, but they are about to be hunted. Cycle falls as well. Cloud9 are doing very well to communicate where these players are, because actually Rebellion in a few sporadic positions, they're kind of on their own at times, and Cloud9 are picking them off one by one.
A lot of grenades coming Manny's way. As he tiptoes his way on that railing, keeping himself just about out of harm's way. Cycle over towards Caution, gets the kill, stays alive. Cloud9 still have the ball. And Suspector's got the stalk rifle, he's got to put it to work, puts a shot down, missed the second one, doesn't get the melee. And now the opening. Stalk rifle transfers hands. You know, you put power weapons in the hands of any of these Rebellion players, they'll punish it. Fortunately though, Manny was there to cut him down, and now it transfers once again. This stalker rifle weapon is cursed right now.
No one can hold it for any longer than a few seconds, it would seem. For Cloud9, considering that their win rate is only 50% on this map in mode, they are really going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion, who have one of the best records on Streets Oddball. And again, it's been about that pace right from the very beginning. Shopify Rebellion have not had that time to reconsider about positioning. They've not had any time to think about any planning or any ball setup. Cloud9 are always in their face at the moment, and it seems to be to the detriment of Rebellion. Maybe that's their kryptonite, is just a little bit of pace at times. When you look at the Cloud9 roster, I mean, there are players who certainly know how to play at speed.
Sab now has got that cursed stalker rifle in his hands. I can't carry it, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you, and perhaps that's what the stalker rifle is right now. It is just a ring. It's doing damage, it's going to work. Sab puts down more damage. Pushing forward, getting in the face of Soul Snipe. Manny was there to help his teammate back away. There is an option now, an opportunity to get more ball time. 3 dead. Camouflage pops up. It's in the chest of Suspector. All things looking good for Cloud9, except for that little backstab from Suppress, who managed to get the ball carrier down. And if he throws this out, that is well played from Suppressed.
Yeah, that's really good from him. At least that will stop any bleeding here. But again, it's another camouflage going in favor of Cloud9. Suspector just about stays alive, but sadly he was called out. I think Rebellion need to do better for these camos. They can't allow Cloud9 to be escaping with them so comfortably. Still, a long ways to go yet for Cloud9. They still have to put 30+ seconds on the board.
Time continues to dwindle if you're a Rebellion fan. Score ascending towards that 100-point threshold that Cloud9 need to secure that round. Suppressed, get a couple of shots to his shields. Manny though in trouble. Is he going to try and play this ball? Takes the fight with Soul Snipe, wins it against his former teammate. Trying to make himself really difficult. You know he wanted to try and get a melee or a ninja there, but Cycle and Suppress combined. They're throwing fists, they're throwing hands, and they're putting people in the dirt.
Cloud9 were doing very well at protecting the ball as well. As soon as a player goes down, they just say, okay, let's focus on damage and let's focus on delaying Shopify as much as possible so that we can get closer to spawning as a full 4, and then we can actually break. It just means you really are stopping that bleeding and not allowing too much time to go into the hands of Shopify. Still a 37-point lead, and it's going to be ticking here because Shopify's been able to sneak in, grab that ball. Cloud9, they're still scoring.
All of his teammates have fallen. All his friends are dead. Ball's been tossed out towards the garbage. It's down in no man's land for now. It has eventually been scooped up. Camouflage is about to be an influence once more. And it's Cloud9 who are in prime position to pick it up. Rebellion have put so much resources into stopping the ball. They haven't got enough map to really contest this camouflage now. And that could be their undoing. A win condition could very quickly be going their way. Mental continues to fire down shots. Septify gets a kill. That means this push is going to be a lot more easy. Septify with the force push. Throws another player back. Suspector's got another camouflage. Soul Snipe's in big trouble. He falls. They only need 14 more seconds.
I'm shaking my head because it's another camouflage. It's too easy. The timing has been on point for Cloud9, and they just need 7 more seconds. And Rebellion maybe have one more push, but I think it's going to be too slow. And Cloud9 should be taking the round here and will be taking the first round here on Oddball Street. So despite it being one of Rebellion's best, Cloud9 have showed they are very much here to play.
Round 1 in the bag. We engage once more. You spoke about it, Dan, how important it was going to be for Cloud9 if they do get that round 1. Closing out the game. Do not allow Rebellion a chance. Do not leave that door open. Slam it shut. Stalker rifle for Soul Snipe. He's in arcade. He slides forward. Suspector's going to engage with him. He's not afraid of the Stalker rifle because he has the shield advantage. Shab was there to cut off the angle as well. Stalker rifle falls. Camouflage now in 3 seconds. It's been a one-way story for Cloud9. Getting those power weapons, and those power-ups. Suppressed down the nose shields, gets quite a lot of damage onto Suspector, but not enough to pop his shields. And here is that opportunity for the camouflage. A little bit of nade damage for Suspector. He's forced to back away.
So the downside, comparatively to Argyle CTF, Cloud9 cannot just sit on this lead now. Yes, they're up by 1, but they have to continue to be playing at the same kind of pace, which has really been disrupting the chances of Rebellion. For Rebellion, they need to start assessing why things are going wrong. How Cloud9 are A, getting these much camouflages. They've already been able to make sure they rectify that here in this game and say, look, we've got the first camo on the board. We know what the timing is. We know we are in the position to grab the next one. And they just need to ensure that this happens over and over again. Do not give them freely to Cloud9.
Mental continues to play sneaky. Calling out that player. Pick up the Bulldog. Go on. Do it.
Enemy has the ball.
Do it.
He decides not to.
Enemy has the ball.
Do you think you would be a legend or enemy of the state if you picked up a Bulldog at any point during the Halo World Championship?
I think it could really go either way, depending on the fan base. I like to think we're people of honor. But sometimes the devil on your shoulder wins.
Yeah, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? You can be a legend and an enemy.
You will be a legend to some and an enemy to others. That much is for sure. 4 dead now for Cloud9. And Mental is being an enemy to the C9 players as it stands. Shroud screen goes down. Mental will get the camouflage. Will just... Nope. Shut down. Camouflage down as well. Front tower. Does Manny and Co have that information? It's only him and Suspector on the map now for his team. Soul Snipe's got the camouflage. He's lost a little bit of shields thanks to some grenades. Prioritizing staying alive right now, and with good reason. The cycle and suppress to hit the respawn screen. He has got to make himself a very difficult kill, and if he can get any kills on the way out, yes he does. This is good for Soul Snipe. But Cloud9 have the ball, and they're starting to eat away at that lead. Mental falls, killing spree, perfect kill and double kill for Septify. A lot of damage being done. Speaking of, stock rifle for Cycle.
Enemy has the ball.
Rebellion are definitely doing well at prioritizing that camouflage. I think there are teams you can play against where the camo... Oh my goodness gracious! There are times when you can allow the camo to go into your enemy's hands and you can still be dominating with map control. You can kind of sniff out the camo and it doesn't really play too much of a factor against some of the lesser teams perhaps, but Cloud9 have not been a lesser team. They have very much matched Shopify Rebellion stride for stride here and are 1 round away from taking the lead yet again in this series. But Rebellion are a top 3 team for a reason. They know how to get back into these games.
Stock Rifles has got to have a big impact here. A lot of shots being fired. Soul Snipe's killed Sab, but Suspector needs to get himself involved in this fight somehow, some way. He's trying to. He gets towards Tires, but unfortunately for him, Soul Snipe hits him with a Shoryuken and eliminates him from the equation. Shroud Screen was down in the Tire window as well. Ball over by the statue. Nobody interested in picking it up for now. 4 seconds, the point of difference for these two teams.
Yeah, Cloud9 have done well at not allowing Rebellion to kind of run away with this despite an early lead. Camouflage is going to be, again, the point of contention shortly. Maybe be a little bit of scrappy time here for Psycho, and it looks like he will be able to grab it, because 3, make it 4 dead for Cloud9. This is perfect. You have the ball, Camo's coming up, you should be able to get it if a spawner doesn't hit you with a nade. Yeah, he's dead. Never mind.
Camouflage wasn't picked up. As a matter of fact, he still had a repulsor that perhaps he wasn't aware was there. That means Manny will capitalize on the error that was made. Ball will be played towards bottom middle, with good reason. They recognize they're in trouble. Suppressed, excuse me. Will take out Manny with that camouflage. Suppressed again, double kill, pushes forward. Sab could be his latest victim. He's hitting shots, but Sab's ones are cleaner, tighter. Kill secured for him. Septify will toss that ball towards Statue once more. Suspector now over towards PD. Septify back tower in the cubby, waiting for anybody to push by. And he's down to no shield. Soul Snipe hasn't got much more to play with. Cloud9 just about getting the better of these engagements right now. They picked up the ball and they're trying to close the gap. Currently sits at, well, quick math stand, looking at almost 10, 12. I was waiting for the 8, it didn't come my way.
You're just hoping a tick was going to come through to make your life a little bit easier for the man.
That's always what I'm looking for.
It's 11, is what, the number you're looking for right now. It still hasn't ticked over, just to let you know.
We'll keep a close eye on will that time tick over. Matter of fact, Rebellion who are pushing us further beyond that point.
You just want an even number.
Just get me back to 10, please. Don't make me do maths on the fly.
Well, Cloud9 have done very well at everyone kind of stepping up to the plate in terms of ball time. Even Suspector, who hadn't had much of it then, needed to get some scrappy time on the board just to keep it away from Rebellion. But now Rebellion have plucked that ball away at the perfect time, and they have really been able to get into a heavy setup here. Suppressed may be down, so Cloud9 is going to be pushing aggressively, but Mental doing that, not trading out, is massive for Rebellion here.
Really making themselves such a difficult kill. Cloud9 have got to be cautious here. They're throwing good money after bad, it seems. 2 players dishing over towards tower. It's going to be a brawl. Traded out. 3 go down for Cloud9. And again, another opportunity. Septify gets the kill and the camouflage. Will there be more from it, though? Can they get towards the ball and really eat away at this lead?
Just a quick touch. A little lick of the odd ball before he passes it off, and
that can't be good for you.
Licking the odd ball?
Licking the odd
Definitely
ball.
A lot of germs on there. That's if you think about it. I don't know where that odd ball's been.
Part of a healthy, balanced diet, or unhealthy, unbalanced diet. One way or another, do not lick your oddballs.
Enemy has the ball.
Septify with the camouflage then. Still going to work. Now 60 points, climbing. 3 dead for Rebellion. Suppressed waits for his teammates to spawn back up before he pushes forward. Wants a collective push. Seem to be down to no shields over towards the steps, and you can see Septify desperately wanted to lock in that kill, and he was overzealous. He was punished for it. Now the push comes. The ball was played straight into the wakeful, the watching hands of Suppressed. He caught it, dropped it immediately to make sure it wouldn't progress over that halfway point, and now they only need 8 more seconds. 2 dead for Cloud9. This one looks done. It looks dusted. Rebellion will tie us up here 1-1 in the odd ball, 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, this is far better, or was far better from Shopify Rebellion. And sadly, my thoughts became true from Cloud9. Yes, they had the hot start. Yes, they got that first round, but weren't able to double down here and allowed Shopify Rebellion just a little bit too much time to think. They weren't as quick in terms of moving into aggressive places, and they did give up those camouflages and allow Rebellion to have a far better time with them.
Have Cloud9 altered their strategy in this oddball, or have Rebellion simply figured them out? We're about to find out now in this round 3 which way it's going to go. Camouflage is going to pop up once more. Suspector's got the stock rifle. He's been almost a turret at times. Soul Snipe down to no shields. That's enough damage for him. He probably doesn't need to push it. He's lost a couple of teammates along the way. Cycle will just make himself a difficult kill. Somehow gets around that corner. 3 players were put to no shields by Suspector there. None of them were locked in. And now Rebellion are the benefactors.
And Suppressed might not have stepped up in the previous game, but he is certainly pulling his weight here in number 3. 29 kills, 19 deaths. Plenty of damage for the assists as well. And not only that, but he's also been holding that ball, been doing a little bit of everything, has suppressed to ensure that Shopify Rebellion do not go down in this series. Cloud9 now are starting to get pinned back. And they are really struggling to stay alive. They're struggling to stay alive as a 4. I think that's what's important. Rebellion are keeping them on staggered spawns here.
Cloud9's got to fashion some sort of plan and execute on it. So otherwise, this game is going to get from bad to worse. Losing that round 2, really giving them an opportunity to get back into this game.
Well, Cloud9 are currently down by over 30 points. And this is when you really need someone to step up to the plate and make a call. This is a good chance to jump into a listen and see what Cloud9 is saying.
Nice.
So back again.
Camo 10.
Two guys backing on the smoke,
Nice, guys. Camo then.
One more cafe.
Camo's up. You might play for you, he's the last guy.
Yeah, I think there's two up.
Still up. Nice, I'm one.
Yeah.
Watch out, bitches.
Nice. Watch your driver, man.
Play the team.
Yeah, live.
Is it burn?
Yeah, can you look at me? Yeah. Good driver, Jay. Driver weak, I think. I want Jay. Look at that. Look at.
Yeah, bro. They're stacking. Yeah, go PD.
I'm dead too. NB. One mid.
Nice.
Good trade.
One's plants. He has Dr. Arcade, I think, in Arcade. No, he's like Ice Bureau now.
Yeah,
Pillars, basket. Let me drop it.
Going down, I think.
Enemy
Here's one tires, guys. Ivy, spikes.
Easy.
All tires on me. Shut him once. Tires.
Nice. You try throwing it out.
Yeah, boss B.
Rotate. We need kills here. Heavy.
Team went out. Nice job,
Top team, we need more kills.
Bottom C.
Ivy, guys, in Ivy. You look at me.
Yeah.
I'm playing up.
Ivy weak. Ivy very weak. I'm on top. Watch out, front T.
Nice.
Well, certainly plans did come to fruition there for Cloud9. They wanted to just break through and take that ball away from Rebellion. They did lose a player or two on the way, but they are able to stop that incredible setup we saw for a short while. It was a very effective push. Even though Cloud9 went all 4 dead at one point, they were still off spawn, able to break through.
And what we actually seen on the other side of things is the counter to Cloud9 setup. Rebellion pushing out, stacking that side of driveway, really executing it perfectly, breaking that setup wide open. You could recognize as soon as that push was lopsided, Cloud9 knew they were in trouble. They had 2 players positioned over that way, but 3 were coming their way. Simple numbers, you know what way that's going to shake out. And as a result now, Rebellion closing in on a round 2 victory.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Suppress got camouflaged, he continues to jump and avoid damage. And you can see he was spotted out, but when you don't shoot, you just eliminate that opportunity to give any sort of aim assist.
Yeah, Cloud9 knew he was around somewhere. They heard it pop, but now he can pop it, lock it, and start to push because Cloud9, they've lost a couple of players. They're not going to be able to hold on to that ball, and Shopify are so close to taking this round and taking the entire map, taking a lead in the series.
2 down for Cloud9. And it could be about to be 2-1 down in the series if they're not too careful. Got too few mistakes left in the chamber. Unfortunately, they're once again, Dan, on those staggered spawns. Rebellion have done such a great job of splitting them up, dividing and conquering. And that's been the story of this oddball. Shopify Rebellion win this game 2-1.
Despite the fact that Rebellion went down in that first round, again, another really hot start from Cloud9. Experience shines through yet again for Shopify Rebellion. And now for Cloud9, do they have anything left in the tank after such an incredible first map and first round here in map number 3? Maybe they put so much into it now, whereas Rebellion are starting to just find their footing here on the main stage. Because sometimes it can take a little bit of time to warm up on a Friday. But Rebellion are now 1 map away from winning their 2nd match in pool play.
It's important to note, as you touch upon the pool, Pool D, these 2 teams share it with Dark Inside and Native Gaming. So you know both these teams heading into this series were 1-0. Native Gaming and indeed Dark Insider will be watching on here, waiting to see where their opportunity is going to come. And right now, it looks as though it's going to be through Cloud9.
Certainly would love a stab at Cloud9 as well, but that's also worrying. If you look at, I mean, this pool is very difficult. If you look at Native and what they've been able to achieve, their growth as they've come through Halo Infinite, they're now going to go up against the Cloud9 roster, who you could argue have been doing the same, right? Two teams who have been on the up and coming, have been able to disrupt some of those big teams, take maps off them, but just haven't quite gotten over that final hurdle. It's going to be the Halo World Championship pool play, where one of them is really going to have to step up if they want to be in a better scenario getting into that bracket.
And it's interesting that the narrative between the likes of Cloud9 and Native are somewhat intertwined, right? Because, matter of fact, SLC, we look back affectionately for Cloud9 because they almost eliminated Space Station Gaming, but ultimately their placement was top 12. And for Native Gaming, their placement was top 6. So you look at the records and on paper, it looks as though, well, they've had two stark contrast tournaments, but as a matter of fact, Cloud9 were only undone because of the opponent that was put in front of them. They happened to run into SSG because the brackets had been upset. And now we look upon King of the Hill recharge, and Cloud9 desperately wanting to push this one to a game 5. Confirmation of what we've seen: Argyle flag, smooth sailing, 2-0, games 2 and 3, Slayer and Oddball going back the way of Rebellion as they take control of the series for the first time. And having a look at their records then, 6-2 versus 2-2. Very different. And you can say maybe that's perhaps because Rebellion make it to a Sunday because they play more series, they play this game type map mode combination a lot more. But Dan, what way do you see this one going?
Shopify Rebellion have been so good so far this year at this map and mode, so I'm expecting this to be a 3-1. I think that Cloud9 have been very valiant with their efforts, but this is now getting into Shopify Rebellion's comfort zone. Sure, we might see another hot start from Cloud9, and you can build from that, but again, it's almost another round-based map and mode. With it being King of the Hill, if it was Strongholds, maybe I would say, okay, an early start, you get a lead and you can start kind of sit on it, you can hold down those two Strongholds, but with King of the Hill, I worry for Cloud9 here, and I think Shopify Rebellion will show their class.
Perhaps that's the concern for Cloud9. They put in valiant performances, but nearly doesn't win the race, almost doesn't win the series. Can they change the narrative here? A hot start is called for. Perhaps the power weapon, getting that shock rifle, maybe the camouflage, giving yourself all the ingredients you need to cause the upset here. Because the expectation going into this series was that Rebellion should win this series. Cloud9 still have time to alter that here. They're down by 1, but you know they desperately want to get into that game 5 and change the narrative around their team that's been painted over the last couple of events.
Cloud9 had all 4 dead on the side of Rebellion, and you have camo and shock rifle, all the tools you need. You got hill time alongside it. Can you get that hot start? Can you take a 1 lead as well? But Shopify Rebellion have lost a player, so we'll get that one a reset. But Rebellion are a top 3 team when you look at the statistics. You saw the 6-2 across this year. They are one of the big 3 when it comes to recharge on King of the Hill. And I think one of the reasons for that is, I've mentioned about, you know, Suppressed is one of those players who likes to pinch, he likes to float around. You can do such damage to the other team on King of the Hill. But whilst we're waiting for that one to get ready, I mentioned earlier that ITB would want to get the job done in game 4. They didn't, but they are up by 8 here against Pure.
A little window then into what's going on over towards Pool A. And we're in a game 5, and there's very little time left. 8 kills the difference, but into the breach needing 6. This could be big, not only for them, but for Europe as a whole. Their aspirations of pushing as far as they possibly can at the Halo World Championships. You know ITB want to be Europe's shining light. Last event, they were most certainly that. Maybe even the time before that. They're trying to change that narrative around their team as well. There's so little to separate the teams like Pure into the breach, Cloud9. Anybody can win on any given day. And as it stands, this Slayer is going to slow down.
Yeah, an 8-kill lead is going to be difficult for Pure to get back into this one. I thought that maybe they would have the advantage, but I didn't know what the map 5 was going to be. Of course, you know it's a Slayer, but the fact it's a recharge, I think, does open things up for ITB because it puts a shock rifle on the map. It gives Wootum that chance to be able to dominate as well on the massive keyboard, but it's Druck who has it in his hands at the moment. And there's that first pick. There's the opener. They might just be able to collapse on some more players from ITB here and get back into this game. It's a 6-kill difference.
Druk just keeps on drucking. Camouflage was down, continues to be down. Cherish is going to venture forward to scoop it up. Nobody there to contend it. Clean, quick camouflage into his chest. 4 members now of ITB isolated over towards the pipes. They have very little map to play with now. This is where the collapse comes. Cherish has got to play this one perfectly. He does not want to be the first one in, but he needs to see damage from his team before he soars in. In he pops, 4 members in front of him, immediately thinks the better of it, and they take care of business. And an opportunity as Jimbo gets a stick onto Druk, and somehow, someway, ITB clutch up. They win the series in a game 5.
It's a massive series win for ITB and for Europe. Can ITB make it their best tournament yet and go on to maybe even break into that top 4? Obviously, time will tell, and there's a long way to go, but they've certainly been able to topple one of their greatest opponents in their pool.
There was a wager going on social media as well, Dan, if I'm not mistaken, between you and Jimbo, right? Can you explain to people what that might be?
I said if ITB win the tournament, I will kiss Jimbo.
That's still on right now, folks. That is on. Taking a look at the scores around the grounds then. Pool A's, B's, C's, and D's. Space Station currently on top of theirs. Optic Gaming, FaZe, Rebellion, all the teams we expect to be on top of their pools are so, but it was not as easy as perhaps it probably should have been when FaZe came up against Halo Esports and it went to a game 5.
It did indeed, but look how important that is in Pool A for ITB. Mindfreak, you would expect that to be a victory for Into the Breach just based off of history, but of course, nothing is given here. You know, there are always going to be opportunities that people can upset. Space Station should be a loss for ITB in theory, but we have seen crazy things happen in pool play. But most importantly, for Into the Breach, they are one step closer to ensuring that they get top 2 in their pool so that they start in the winner's bracket on Sunday.
And how crazy is it?
What day is it?
Today is Friday.
Okay.
It's a Friday. And teams are flying. How mad is it that we have Pure, who finished top 4 not that long ago, but now they're playing against Into the Breach? Is that testament to how close our championship is, that anybody really can win? As I say that, as I set it up, Recharge, King of the Hill on the horizon, Dan. You spoke about how you expect this one to go Rebellion's way. You expect this series to end 3-1. But a chance then for Cloud9, who had a decent start before the reset. Can they replicate that starting strategy? Can they get the camouflage and the shock rifle in the hands of Manny once more?
Well, certainly one thing Cloud9 do know is that they seem to be the better team at securing those power-ups when they're on the map. So the camouflage, they should be expecting to get the higher percentage of them, but it's about putting them to use and being able to shut Shopify down and not allowing them to have those setups here in the hill.
Manny gets a pick. Suppressed down to no shields. Camouflage no longer an issue, no longer a concern. Manny gets close, tried desperately to get the melee. He just wasn't close enough. Septify is down to no shields. This is another good start for Cloud9. They have the hill again, only this time they don't have the shock rifle and they don't have the camouflage right where they might want to. Sab now has got the shock rifle. He's positioned top goal. He needs to start hitting some shots and frying some Spartans out of their boots.
Good early time for Cloud9. 3 are going to be dead, but the last remaining player is SoulSnipe, and he comes out of nowhere with an RKO. And that just means Cloud9 have to be aware of their surroundings, have to start looking for him, but SoulSnipe is on a tear, shuts down 3 members single-handedly for Rebellion, and may have just given them a chance here to try and get this first hill.
His snipe's pretty good, but his fists seem to be better right now. His SoulSnipe registered as lethal weapons, it would seem. Sab top tower will clear him out, so that means that Rebellion's progress will be halted for now. Septify is going to push over towards Elevator. His teammate Sab is there, so they do have the control side of the map that they would like. They can push into pipes and drop a member down. If they do so, they will start to score. So you can see Suppressed and Cycle touch tight to one another, and as a result, they're going to be closed out, taken care of. SoulSnipe falls as well, so Rebellion now in trouble with Mental over towards that top catwalk, in between A and Tower, not really in a position that he can really apply pressure to the person in the hill.
So Rebellion try one more attempt at this one, or do they just give it up? I think the nades are going to dictate that, and the nades do secure the kill, so there is still going to be a push opportunity here for Rebellion. 3 dead on the side of Cloud9, but Suspector is still alive to be a thorn in the side.
Suspector, pivotal here then. Has 1 grenade to play with. It has got to be good. They've got players positioned over towards Tower. SoulSnipe in trouble. Communication was good. Spectre made sure that kill got cleaned up. They've got to play this one expertly. All they need to do is break this one open, and they should be able to claim the hill. They step inside, both players swing and a miss. Both have T-Rex arms. Cloud9 go down by 3. Septify, the last man standing. He's in a brawl with Cycle, he wins it, and he wins the hill for Cloud9.
Massive by Septify to ensure they get that first round on the board. And Cloud9, boy, did they need that if they want to stay alive in this series. Rebellion almost able to just pinch it right from under their nose. That's very important kills, and we've already seen several individual plays and winning moments here for different guys on these teams.
You never want to get pinched right under your nose, that much for sure.
It really hurt.
That sounds painful, I'm going to be honest. Suspector then. Something that's going to be painful for him is losing this game, losing this series. They fought valiantly for the first hill and secured it. Soul Snipe pushes forward, Cycle meets the same end from Suspector's Bandit Rifle, putting down damage. Players in the hill now. Suppressed is the last man inside tower now, so they have that information. He continues to apply pressure, and you can see Suspector needs help. And it comes the way from Sab. This is good from Cloud9. They continue to hold this blue side, but the pressure from Rebellion is relentless.
There's a lot of S's in this game, isn't there? Sab, Suspector, Septify, Soul Snipe, Suppressed, Smanny. They're all there.
That was good from you. We have fun around here. Here's Mental then. Soul Snipe gets the shock rifle, puts it to work. There's another S with shock rifle. We're being challenged all the time.
I do think if Cloud9 can take a 2-0 lead here, then Rebellion may struggle. Because I mentioned, you know, we look back at that Argyle CTF where Cloud9 were able to sit on a lead, and even though it's a little bit more difficult to do it on King of the Hill, you can waste time, of course. You can take a 2 lead, and then you can start to really delay your opponent from getting in, from stepping in, and that clock starts to tick down in your advantage.
Septify goes down, as does Mental. Cycle will jiggle peek from the tower, Sabinator down to half shields. Sticky Grenade will find the forehead of Soul Snipe, so they're going to trade as well. It appears to be good news for Cloud9, but unfortunately they still haven't cleared out blue. They have now eventually taken control. Septify is there over towards double stacking. You can see Suspector's not too comfortable with what might be coming tower side. So he asks his teammates to push over that side. This is going to be huge for Cloud9. If they can secure this hill, like you say, they can really start to dictate the pace of the game.
Big nades though. Suspector was going to be in a great position to try and deal damage that the rest of the team could maybe close in on, but now they are going to be down 2 versus 4. And just like previous, it is going to be a tight finish for this hill, but it looks like Rebellion are going to secure it and will tie things up 1-1. So that lead that Cloud9 fought so hard for, that individual play that they fought to get that first point on the board, it is all for nothing now as we're tied up.
This King of the Hill game really has been indicative of the series, just how close they are. Very little to separate them, coming down to just moments in time. A slay here, a camouflage there. We wouldn't have it any other way at the Halo World Championships. Mental over towards tower, waiting for teammates to make the call. He's going to cross over towards elevator now. Cycles on glass, shock rifle is up. Sab got the information, there's a player behind him. He gets the kill as well. You know he wants that shock rifle, tips over towards him, but gets plucked right out of the air.
Cycle just needs to be a little bit patient here. I don't want to see him give up this shock rifle. Sadly, it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. I think he really wanted to help his teammates, and sometimes that you are so desperate to get into the action because you can see your teammates struggling, but sometimes you just have to let them die. I do it to Scherzi all the time. I watch him run in, I sit back, I enjoy the death that comes through, and then I'll get the kills later.
I'm just going to stay silent because I'm feeling a lot of pain and a lot of energy towards one particular person right now, but I will not build upon that. Instead, I will be the bigger man and talk about the game at hand. Currently sits as though we're seeing a pattern emerge almost here. Cloud9 get really early success in the hill, then Rebellion break the setup, and the hill goes Rebellion's way. We're starting to see that now. Can Cloud9 flip that script? Can they change it? They're really pushed back here over towards tower. Nobody inside of the hill, which is good news for Cloud9 as far as I'm concerned. This means they're not making inroads into the lead that they've already built up. Sab's going to drop down, try and apply a couple of sticky grenades, not enough blue tack. And unfortunately for him, it's a swing and a miss. Kills keep going the way of Cloud9 for now. With the 2 dead for a moment apiece. Double kill for Mental, and that means Soul Snipe now in control of the hill, but only for now as Suspector shuts him down.
Could this third hill be a definitive one? When you look at that clock, 1 minute 48 left. Cloud9 so close to etching another point onto the scoreboard. It's going to be one last push. Cycle gets taken down, but they are still holding it, and it is going to be 2-1 to Cloud9. Not much time left for Shopify Rebellion, but they are on spawn over towards the next hill.
I think Rebellion recognized the situation they were in and prioritized rotating towards blue instead, trying to control that. We know how difficult this one can be. And the thing about it is Cloud9 do not have to stand inside it. They can let Rebellion sit in blue, and as long as they don't have toes inside the hill, they'll be quite happy.
It's a dangerous one. Really tough, this one at blue, because if you do give it up, if you do just allow them to try and step in and then you take them out of it, if they get you all 4 dead, they can just amp up so much time, and then suddenly you're going into a 5th hill. But Cloud9 are doing well at the moment to keep them out. Rebellion, time not on their side, and they need to start thinking about getting a little bit of extra hill time right now.
They really need Mental to start doing some mental things. Camouflage gone down, and there we go. Asked and answered, provided by Mental. Hits the face. Manny just about slides, maneuvers his hitbox down just a touch, and that will mean that the headshot that appeared to be on the cards will not be so. And again, Mental will hit the face onto Manny. He's hitting these shots, but time is dwindling down.
Yeah, they've still not been able to get into that hill. Cloud9 have done very well at surrounding the hill, picking them off one by one, and another was about to arrive, but Cycle comes to the rescue, and Cycle should be able to pick up a double, will do so. But 2 are down on either side, 35 seconds left, and Cloud9 very much still playing this clock.
Cloud9 in the driving seat, they have got control of blue. That means any single time a player from Rebellion step inside, they can do maximum damage without taking much. And that's why they've got to try and clear Septify out of here. They've done so successfully. Unfortunately though, they've lost a member along the way. Suspector comes up clutch and gets that kill, does damage. Manny the last man standing, and Rebellion have got toes inside the hill.
Yeah, this is where you need to work together here. You need to make sure someone stays in at all times if possible. Still 22 seconds to work with. Of course, the clock does stop as long as you have someone with a toe in it. It is ticking away. 2 are dead on the side of Rebellion. Cloud9 getting closer and closer to sending us to a game 5.
Suspector trying to get those sticks, will eventually land one, and you can see Cycle leans back in frustration. Septify steps out and takes control of blue once more. Time is dwindling down. Mental steps in. He's not facing the right direction. Cloud9 push us to a shootout. We're going to a game 5.
So impressive from Cloud9 to do that against Rebellion on that map in mode where they have found so much success throughout this entire season. Really does show how far Cloud9 have come as a team. Yes, they were eliminated at top 12 in Salt Lake City, but we know the full story. Had they come up against arguably any other team in that situation, they may have been progressing as far as top 6. Who knows, even top 4 with how they were playing and how good they looked. But they just couldn't get over that finish line. But now they will find themselves in a similar position, a Game 5 Slayer, where they just couldn't get the job done. Yes, it's pool play, but it is still going to linger. It's going to still have those bad memories, that bad smell from the games against SSG.
Now you just put, you have to let it linger in my head, and I can't shake the lyrics. What I'm going to say, this is just indicative of how competitive it is at the Halo World Championships, at the HCS in general. You have a team that finished top 12, going toe-to-toe with a team that finished top 3 at the previous event. That's the magic of Halo, and that's why it's my favorite esport.
It's just so bloody beautiful to watch. And it's one of those scenarios where you never really know what's going to happen. How many times have we been at a World Championship and you look at a Friday roster and you say, all right, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, that's going to be another 3-0. Let's just get to Saturday, forget pool play. Not today. We've already had Game 5s. FaZe got taken all the way by Akavi Esports, by the Mexicans that have shown up so far this tournament. We saw ITB take down Pure 3-2 as well. And now we're getting another Game 5 here between Shopify and Cloud9. If this is how good Fridays are going to be, just imagine how good it's going to be once we get to the weekend.
Yeah, somehow, some way, the teams that play each other only get better and better. The competition only gets tighter and tighter. And we're in Game 5 now. Cloud9 versus Rebellion. Both these teams have trended upwards. The trajectory is on the rise. And for Cloud9, for only a few months ago, fighting in the open bracket, and now going toe-to-toe with a team that has made it to the winners finals and elimination finals time and time again.
And this is what you build for. This is what you train for all year long. The World Championship, when the prize pool is increased significantly, when the honor is increased significantly. And yes, you don't have to play through that open bracket. You have fought all year long so that you can be here at the World Championship. You want to make it count. You want to win these kind of series when you are given the opportunity. You're in a game 5 against a top 3 team here, again, for Cloud9, and it could do you wonders. You think about the implications of winning this game 5, you suddenly get the better seed. You suddenly are in that winner's bracket, essentially as 3rd seed if you go on to win this pool. And that means instead of playing an SSG, instead of playing a FaZe Clan, you might be playing, I don't know, an ITB, a Quadrant, one of the teams that are in the top 6, a Complexity, for example, with a better opportunity of going through.
And how crazy is it, right? You go to a Halo World Championship, your whole season you might have been mediocre, average, you get top 12, top 8, top 12, top 8, and then you make it to the World Championships, and if you get a top 6, a top 4, all of the rest of that season where you might have felt like you underperformed, it no longer matters.
No longer matters, and I think that's the scary thing, right? You could have worked so hard all year, you could have been winning LAN, you could have been getting top 3, but then suddenly you find yourself getting knocked out early, or you lose in pool play games, and it can all be forgotten in just one moment at a World Championship. Well, this is how the pools are looking so far. Everyone has played a single game, a single series of Halo, not just a single game. Optic and Sentinels lead Pool B at the moment, FaZe and Complexity, Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9 in Pool C, and Space Station and Into the Breach in Pool A. All kind of looking how it should in terms of seeding. I guess the biggest question was ITB versus Pure. How was that one going to go? And ITB able to win that one in a game 5.
Yeah, that one was always going to be a coin flip. And of course, what we're talking about, what we have on the main stage, is a game 5 in Pool C, Rebellion versus Cloud9. And this is really to get a chokehold on that pool. You want to try and get yourself the maximum seeding, get out on top, and then play against a team that you might perceive as a little bit weaker, give yourself an easier run going through Saturday, going through Sunday. Taking a look at the stats then, Map 2 Slayer, 50-46. It wasn't quite a nail-biter, but Cloud9 did enough where they could have won that game had they made a decision or two, and it gone a different way.
Cloud9 never got the lead. I think that was the important thing. Shopify always had control of the game, and constantly Cloud9 were trying to fight back, trying to battle back to get into it, and Rebellion were just able to keep them at arm's length. And Mental was one of the reasons why. I thought it was going to be the likes of Suppressed to step up, but Mental said, actually, I'm going to take this game on my back. Needs to do it again here in game 5. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer, though. Very different from Live Fire. You don't have the kind of weapons to work with on Aquarius. It is going to be more about your bandit and less about a sniper, for example.
Pep talk, game plan for Cloud9. Their coach Sensor leads them back onto the stage to handle business. We have a little quarrel between these two teams that we have to settle. We need a winner, and it has got to be definitive, and we are going to get that. And with Aqua Slayer, Dan, like you say, it can all come down to your opening breaks sometimes. How you start can be truly how you finish on this game type. We've seen it end in a stake more often than not. We've seen the big teams fall to a stake at times. Sometimes, if things go against you, it can be hard to claw it back.
I mean, with how this series has been going, it's almost leading towards one of those tight finishes where it just comes down to a few kills. And if it does happen, will Cloud9 have those flashbacks from Salt Lake City where they had the lead, where they had the chance to beat a top 3 team, and they just let it slip right in those final moments? Well, the overshield is going to be very important, right? It's going to be a situation where you need to be focusing it here on Aquarius, and certainly the power-ups have been an advantage for Cloud9 so far this series.
It's those dang Slayers for Cloud9. We said it before the series, we're going to say it again. They lost game 2. So it's very much shaping up that Rebellion should take this game 5. But still time for Cloud9 to switch it up, to learn from the mistakes of the past. You've seen they had the pep talk, Dan. What do you think they were talking about? What do they need to do to finally ice up in those final moments?
They say, hey, you remember how it felt last time? When we were in this position against SSG and we threw it away? If you don't want to feel that again, step the hell up. Make sure that you are not nervous in those final moments. Believe in yourself. I mean, these guys are incredible and have the individual skill, but in those moments, they looked scared. They looked worried. They didn't want to make that play. Be the risk taker. It's pool play, so you have a little bit more wiggle room here. You go into this game and you believe you are the favorites. Don't think you're the underdogs.
Sometimes the fear is not wanting to make the play. More importantly, not wanting to be the one that makes the mistake and costs your team the victory. Like you say, it's pool play. If you do falter here, it is not too detrimental to the cause, but you know they want to take victory here. They want to change the narrative. They want to be the team that everyone is talking about. We're going to get some sort of finish this series here and now. We're underway. Overshield's been scooped up, and Suspector's got it.
Well, the shields are up, the weapons are hot, and there is extra shields on board for Cloud9 because that overshield has been taken into their own hands. And if they can continue dominating the overshield, if they can continue focusing it like they've done with the camouflages previously in this series, they could be in great stead to try and win this entire series. Suspector desperately tries to stay alive, but it is a good response from Rebellion. It's 4-4.
And I want to highlight Suspector, how important he was in game 2. 4,000 damage for his team, 17 kills. Pivotal for Cloud9 that when they put themselves in good positions, it's typically off the back of the good work that Suspector does. He is an absolute turret on the map. Put him in positions where he can do the damage. He's sitting P2 now. That's typically a good place to see results. Unfortunately for him, Cycle cuts him down.
If you're Septify and Manny here, you need to be running. You need to be finding a way to get out of the potential pinch that's about to arrive here from Rebellion, but sadly they're not able to avoid it. But off the spawn, you can see Sab and Septify are able to get kills. Soul Snipe, though, gets a double. And at the moment, it is scrappy here, and I think that is good news for Cloud9. Make sure this stays scrappy.
You can see Suspector trying to get close to Sab. Does he just give this one up, recognizing that Sab perhaps was isolated by himself, give up the kill? That's something that Sab now has to recognize, that he's 1-4-4, been involved in a lot of gun engagements, but perhaps he needs to slow things down and stay with his team. Ensure they don't give away too many easy kills like that. Soul Snipe gets a double kill, and now we're all tied up. Make it a 1-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion.
Sab was temporarily the last remaining player there, and he is going to get called out as well. It's so frustrating when you get someone down to no shields, you're just not able to convert it, especially when you don't have any teammates alive to call out to. Your game just becomes survival and making sure you don't give away any extra kills. As Manny can't quite connect with the stick.
Back and forth we go. 2 kills separate us, and we'll continue to do so up until this overshield pops up. Last one was in the chest of Suspector and in the hands of a Cloud9 member. So you know Rebellion want to pick that up, and they can be the ones that can be the aggressors. They can push the pace and dictate what way this one's going to shake out. Overshield did go the way of Mental. He put a kill on the board. You know he wants to add to it, and he does. Triple kill, an unofficial triple kill for Mental. Suspector answered back with 1, but all of a sudden Rebellion starting to really put distance between the two.
Yeah, if Rebellion can get on top of these overshields, Cloud9 may struggle. Just like what we saw in Livefire, Rebellion having the lead, maintaining said lead. Cloud9 then have to go to the playbook. They have to look to try and break any sort of setup that's happening and try and scrap their way back into the game. A double from Sab is a way of scrapping your way back in, for sure.
Just like that, Sab went from 1-5-5 to 6-6-7, turning things around. That's what they need. The Cloud9 are going to see success in this Slayer. Again, important to note, Rebellion are the best Slayer team in the league. They're second to nobody. So the odds are already stacked against Cloud9 here. They've got to mind their P's and Q's. When opportunities present themselves, they've got to capitalize, they've got to execute, and do so flawlessly.
Septify gets an opener here, Suspector follows up, and all the meanwhile, Suppressed is sitting back here. He's just watched all 3 of his teammates die, and that can be the downside sometimes of trying to play the anchor. He will guarantee the spawn over towards him, so at least they can all push together here, but this could be bad timing because Overshield's about to pop, and they are kind of on the back foot.
They all ascend of the P side. 2 members go that way, trying to contest this Overshield. Manny soars forward, but unfortunately for him, Manny men wish death on him. And he goes down. The Overshield remains top middle. It remains uncontested for now. Nobody able to get close to it. Sab is going to try to desperately, but unfortunately for him, down to no shields. Suppressed locks it in and locks in another kill for his team. We're still all tied up with that thruster pack. Locks in a double kill for Suppressed.
Suppressed just patiently waiting for Cloud9 to come to him at the moment, and it is going to be the Overshield in the end going in favor of Rebellion. But it's 27-27 and the Overshield depleted, and it's 28-28. So Cloud9, they were down. Shopify Rebellion were in control. But C9, every single time you think you've knocked them down, they get back up.
Incredible. These two teams have been firing at each other for all of about 6 minutes, but nothing to separate them. You get a kill, I get a kill. You get 2, I answer back with 2 more. And just like that, 2-kill lead. But you know Cloud9 will dust themselves off, they'll go again, they'll look to tie this game up once more. Sab's in trouble though. Grenade sent towards Soul Snipe, but not enough to take away his shields or in fact do any damage at all. He makes himself a really difficult kill here on the front of the base, doing a lot of damage, trying to get a sticky grenade. 2 members do avoid it. Mental soars in, and the Slays are going to favor Shopify Rebellion as 3 from C9 go down. Saab will answer back, but unfortunately for him, he's not long for this world. 4 kills now, 36 to 32, and Rebellion getting very close to that 50 kill threshold they need.
It's an incredible speed we're seeing this game played out. If this was 46 to 42, the game would be so much slower. People are far more fruitful with their deaths.
Frivolous.
They really are. They just throw them away. They get aggressive. They push because you are not at the business end of the game. And will you come to regret that a little bit later when, you know, 3 or 4 of those kills maybe could have not been against you had you played a little bit more cautious, maybe not taken such a big risk.
There is this crazy psychology when it comes to Halo, particularly in Slayers, that my death on minute 1 isn't as valuable as the death that I might have at minute 7 and 8. And as the game slowly chucks on, you need to lock in. As a matter of fact, if you do that from the start, you might not give up so many easy deaths. Another overshield for Soul Snipe as he looks to push his team forward, drag them forward, and ensure they have an unbeaten record in pools with a 2-0.
How many times do you hear no more deaths? When it becomes
Just
around...
say that for minute 1, no more deaths.
Yeah, when it's around 45 kills, no more deaths, and everyone suddenly, somehow stays alive. Just do it right from the start. There were several times here, players from both teams actually, just threw their bodies toward players, maybe not caring about the deaths as much. But it is favoring Rebellion. Cloud9 down by 6. And boy, do they need a play call, as the game does eventually slow down here. All 4 members of Cloud9 looking to try and maybe collapse on any individuals of Rebellion. But again, the anchor is going to be there from Shopify to try and maybe pick up the pieces.
And you said if it was 46, 42, the game would slow down. Matter of fact, at 43, it slowed down. All of a sudden, players are starting to put a little bit more weight in their deaths, recognizing that the mistakes you make might cost you the game, and as a result, the series now. We're in a game 5, we're in the shootout, and at the moment, it's Rebellion who have put clear daylight between themselves and Cloud9. A thruster pack now for Soul Snipe. He has the option to change direction at a dime, and he does so. To pop up, do some damage, just a little bit of poke damage and back away. Cycle gets a kill, they only need 2.
And they are going to start to push for our Rebellion. You can see they are surrounding Cloud9. This could be the last push of the game.
Here comes the pain, here comes the boom. Rebellion maintain. They are the best team at Slayers. They win game 5. 3-2 their score. They remain unbeaten in pools.
It's heartbreak again for Cloud9 though. Just can't get over that final hurdle when it comes to these game 5s. Surely, eventually, they're going to find a win, but will it be at this tournament, or will we start to look towards next year with how things have been? Couldn't do it to SSG, cannot do it to Shopify Rebellion. But what they can do is go toe-to-toe all the way, the entire distance with these top 3 teams, and that should bode well for Cloud9's chances, especially when you look at this pool. They're going to have to play against Native if they want to be starting from the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I really like what Cloud9 are doing. They can take confidence in the fact that they are taking these series to the distance. Yes, of course, you will look back with some point of contention. You'll think to yourself, if I had just made this decision, if I had just not died to that grenade, if I turned left instead of right, yes, these are the things that you will go back and analyze and overanalyze. You'll almost crucify yourself on it, but as a matter of fact, you need to know you're putting things together, you're doing the right things. The more reps you get, these results will come.
It's going to be a difficult pill to swallow yet again for Cloud9, but they need to forget about it, focus up, and start to think about their next opponent of Native, because if they do lose that one, they suddenly fall into that trap of maybe starting in the elimination bracket, if not being eliminated from the tournament, depending on what happens elsewhere. But I think with their victory, they should be okay, that they've already been able to put on the board. But for Cloud9, I mean, they're going to be looking at it saying, look, we've been able to get so close, but it almost seems like it's so far at the same point.
Well, we had an episode of Unlocked with Mental. Blaze with his good Gears of War friend. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan. Everybody show some love to Shopify Rebellion as they stay undefeated in their pools. As I got Billy Goat Mental on the stage. Man, you know, you guys go up against this Cloud9 roster. You know that they are the toughest competition in your pool. They come out swinging. You guys go down 1-0. How does it feel for you to fight back and come away and pull this win out with you in the squad when it was getting kind of testy up here?
Yeah, it definitely feels good knowing that we have a little resilience and then come back when we're down, starting down 1-0, and then win the next two. Fourth map was kind of in our hands. We kind of just threw it away a little bit, little mistake. So nice game 5 to get the tournament started on Friday.
A nice game 5 to get us started, okay? You guys stay perfect there. Now, you know, we watched you, you know, kind of get unlocked on the stage, you know, with the gameplay, but we also saw the Unlock series, you know, with you being a 22-time Gears of War champion, one of my favorite accolades of yours. How does it feel to be able to tell, you know, the Halo community that story and relive it here at the Halo World Championship?
I mean, yeah, it's super cool. I'm glad I did the episode and you guys did it with me. I haven't said much about my Gears career, I guess. I don't really go around talking about it too much, so I'm glad I can show some of the Halo fans and everyone, just Halo players in general, like, what it was like. So it's really cool.
And don't worry about it. You ain't got to talk about it too much. I'll do all the talking for you when it comes down to that Gears of War career. But Billy, was awesome having you on the stage with me. Everybody make some more noise for Shopify Rebellion as they stay perfect. Still one more match left in this series. Lot, let's break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze and GG. Shopify Rebellion, they stay alive in that series and they take the win and looking good in their pool, although a little bit bumpy. I think something that we're not kind of used to seeing, I think, from Shopify Rebellion this early on in the tournament normally. We're used to seeing a pretty dominant performance on a day one, unlike actually some of the other Titans that we also have. They seem to have shaky starts. Shopify Rebellion, it's their turn, but maybe they can turn things around into more of a dominant performance as we get on later into the weekend. But I don't know, right now, Clutch, I'm kind of toggling between, was this a strong Cloud9 performance? Was this just a little bit of a lackluster Shopify Rebellion? Where's your head at?
Yeah, I think Cloud9's a good team, and I think that they can push anybody to a Game 5. I have no confidence that they can actually take a Game 5. So good job by Shopify to get the job done by the end of the series, and I think that they'll walk away from their Friday. I think they may have one more series, but they've gotten rid of both the difficult teams in front of them in their pool, and they're going to be able to go back to the drawing board tonight and be very satisfied with how they play, but be hungry for more, which is a great place to be starting off a tournament on Friday.
Indeed, I got to say, in terms of one thing from Cloud9, Tony, before we get on to Rebellion, I was really impressed with some of their patience. And I think you need to be patient against Rebellion because Rebellion can come at you very thick and fast and it can be very difficult to deal with. But for me in particular, I think the combination of Suspected, the numbers that he was gaining and getting for his team, but then the patience of Septify. Septify often made hero plays to save the day in certain situations. I mean, we see it in the first Hill of King of the Hill. We also saw it in the Argyle Flag as well. Septify really stepped up to the plate and I was really impressed with his gameplay.
And that's really what Septify is all about. Like, what he brings to the table is the patience. He's able to stay alive in battles he has no business doing so. And then in game types where Cloud9 usually need to get over the hump like a Slayer, that's where Septify will really step his game up. And he's averaging a crazy KD when it comes to those Slayers. But it's just, once again, Cloud9, we had the same questions going into this tournament and we had the same questions going out. How do you get over the hump? You play up to the competition, to the Shopifys, to the SSGs, but you haven't been able to get over that hump yet.
Yeah, it certainly is there, indeed, and they're going to have to try and make a little bit more of a dent in it if they do want to continue this journey on through World. Clutch, you know, going back to kind of your point about Shopify Rebellion and just a little bit of a lackluster performance from them coming into this series, and you were looking for a bit more from them. Did you find any kind of characteristics that you're looking for them to continue on through Worlds?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they were all playing solid, but I think that they're going to ask themselves to bring more to the table when you're playing against some of the bigger teams. It's easier to get up for a big series if you're in Shopify's shoes that you consider yourself an underdog in. Against FaZe, SSG, or Optic, Shopify will be a little bit more fired up than they were to play a team like Cloud9. At this point in Shopify's careers, they have consistently made it to Championship Sunday, getting third 3 times this year. They know who they are. They knew that they have no business losing in pool play. They're looking forward to being the underdogs. And when they get to those moments, that's when they've got to make the big time plays that you're going to ask yourself, are they playing good enough? Are they individually good enough to get the job done? I think they showed us enough to where they can consistently beat the teams that should be competitive and can upset them. And as long as you don't lose to those teams, you're walking away from these series like no harm, no foul, no matter how far it went.
We quickly did have the stats graphic up on the screen. I definitely just want to give a couple of shout outs. You know, Suppressed, as far as his damage dealt, was impressive. I love what he's been bringing to the table. But one thing that didn't really show in that graphic was Soul Snipe. He didn't start off very hot, but going into that game 5, what was it, like 17 and 7, a crazy amount of assists to go with it. You know, to be able to clutch up when your team needs you the most. Definitely want to give a huge shout out to Soul Snipe, and good luck in the rest of the tournament, guys.
Hey, look, it doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you do it and you get there, that's all that matters. And Shopify Rebellion, they certainly have done just that so far. Looking pretty healthy in that pool C. And that really is our wild card pool coming into things. And I don't know if you would classify Shopify Rebellion as a wild card at this point. I mean, they've had consistent top 3 finishes. They're looking really good, and testament to them right now where they're sitting in this pool. I'm not sure I would categorize them in that, but we certainly do have teams in there looking to make a statement, and Cloud9 for sure have our ears perked up after that incredible series against Shopify Rebellion. Looking really good here, and I'm so excited to see what we have coming up next. And also, by the way, did you hear about the ITB win against Pure Game 5? My goodness me, that was insane. I heard some crazy things happening in that series, but ITB looking pretty strong, and a great start from Worlds from them as well.
Yeah, it was on the back of a massive performance from why can't I think right now? Wootum. I'm sorry. I was going to say Mighty's. Mighty's played well as well. But Wootum was by far the most impressive player in that series. He is a phenom on mouse and keyboard, and he is a problem on the map that they didn't have an answer for. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of Wootum, specifically at this World Championship, because he's such a young player, and he has thrived in big moments so far this year, and this is the biggest one he's had yet.
Well, we have a chance to see Pure potentially bounce back on that main stage in just a moment, because coming up next, we have Space Station Gaming versus Pure. Excuse me, I'm too excited up here. I cannot wait to see this one unfold on the main stage. You won't want to miss it, and we'll see you right after the break. The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Active, and today I'm going to be taking you through the top 10 ranked clips for the HCS. At number 10, we've got Suspector, and he's got this snipe. Scopes in for the first one. Other player not ready for it. No scope, no problem. Calls for the third as well. Gets the triple. And guess what? This player has no idea. Shot to the back of the head for the over. At number 9, we've got Boo Boo Doo Boo. Takes vent control on Argyle. The first shot is clean. Scopes in for the player on the plasmas. No shield, no problem. The overkill into Divine Damsel. That's an extermination. At number 8, we've got Be Lucky. Gonna save his teammate on the opponent's flag. Gets another spawner as well. The snipe is clean. That's 3 in a row here for Be Lucky. Getting pushed very aggressively. Patiently gets the overkill. Another spawner. Where are you going? That's the Kill-tacular. Gonna miss the shot there, but that's okay. The Bandit for the Kill Tross. At number 7, we've got Extreme Breaker. Beautiful shots with the Bandit onto this player trying to aggress, and all of this pressure being alleviated. But what? You taking his flag? Absolutely not. Gets another one at the bottom base. The no scope for the triple kill. And why don't we go back and take care of this guy? The overkill. Vamos. Now on to number 6, and we've got Saya, and he's on interference. Look at the hill time, the OS as well. Gonna be getting all that hill time, has the sniper, the second shot goes in, that's a double. Don't get in my hill, he says. Pulls out the Bandit so he doesn't have to reload, that's an extermination. Now we've reached the top 5, where everyone from here on out has won an HCS bundle for the team of their choosing. It's Arcazil with the camo snipe combination. Already took out one, but now he's moving towards the objective. It's the player in hill that he's worried about. Gets him, gets the spawner on the big door. Another player pushes pillars. He's taken out as well. And the clean overkill with the snipe. Wait, another one? Suspector on here for the second time, and yup, he's got a sniper already on a double. Don't jump up the tower. That's the triple calls for the overkill once again. Excitement in his voice, but he gets the kill tack as well. At number 3, we've got Frosty, and the question is, not will he get a lot of kills, but will he miss a shot? Doesn't miss that one. The player in the vent goes down as well. That's a clean 2 kills. You taking my vent control? Absolutely not. The triple, making it over. And oh my gosh, lots of damage towed into him, but he still gets the perfect for the kill tack. Ends up falling, but oh my word, what a run. At number 2, we've got Av Clancy, and directly to the nest he goes to get this snipe. It's one player to no shields, able to clean up a kill for his teammate there. They keep on coming. That's a double. The triple as well. No scope, not a problem. No shields, not a problem. That's an overkill. Extermination. It's all come to this, and of course, the number 1 clip, who better to go to the previous champion of London, and Frosty gets the first kill, able to get the second one, repulses up, turns around on the cuts, gets the triple kill, another repulse 360. That's an overkill. Oh my word.
I'll get cap, I'll get cap, I'll get cap. Oh my God.
The next playlist we're covering is ranked snipers, so make sure you submit your clips.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Halo World Championships live from Seattle, Washington. It looks glorious out there. The sun is shining, you know, the warmth is beating down, but I'll tell you what, nothing shinier than that trophy that somebody will be picking up on Sunday. And I can't wait for this journey, quite frankly. I would say that I'm excited about Sunday, but honestly I don't want it to end. So I'm just letting it happen. I'm hoping the days are long, we get some incredible series. But before we do get to the next series, and joining me on the desk I have Clutch and Tony, we need to talk about some pop-offs, because we all know our players get a little bit, I don't know, they get a little bit excited, right?
Emotional.
You know? Emotional, I think they're passionate.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple of things that you could maybe say, a few other terms we might use off camera, but they do pop off time, you know, every now and then. It's not very often, but I do love to see it. And we're actually gonna have a look back at some of the most incredible photos that we do have from some of these events and rate the pop-off. So this one is obviously legend. We have whiteboards in front of us. Write down where you think this is at. I actually know where this is, I think. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I see a little eco choke in the background too. I don't know. Hold on. The hard part is we need to guess the player, where it is, and who it was against. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
You just looked at my answer.
No, I didn't.
You cheated.
I did not.
You just cheated.
This is it. I think it's Legend London Quadrant.
I got Legend London Sentinel.
That's actually a great guess, but
Sentinel's
I don't
a
think
good
that's
guess.
right.
Yep.
Yep. That's Legend.
I was
Versus
thinking,
SSG
I
for
was
Squadron. The
thinking
match
it
was
Quadrant
for
for a
top
while.
8.
And then I wasn't sure, but it is against Quadrant. And I think that's why Legend's getting so low.
I gotta start hiding my answers out.
No, rubbish. I did not copy you. Okay, one more pop-off is what we have time for.
The
Right,
match was
okay.
for top 8,
I'm ready,
by the way,
I'm ready.
for
I'm
bonus
not
points.
here. Okay, we're waiting for the picture. We're waiting for the picture. yeah, whatever, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh,
that's easy.
Easy. Oh, okay. Easy. Okay. Easy, easy. Don't look at mine, okay? Because you have no idea, I know. Okay, I've done mine. Do we get points for doing it first? Double. Okay, we have 5 seconds. This is Torlik, FaZe, Atlanta.
Yeah. This is FaZe, Atlanta, Wi-Fi, All Ball was the game tonight.
Atlanta.
Wait, hold on.
You can
Wi-Fi or
versus FaZe.
Get out of here.
Ooh, extra bonus points up in here.
No way. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. We'd have to go and watch the tape to know if it's actually popping off.
He just hit a double kill with the no
snipe.
Yep.
Yes. I know it very well. It's seared into my brain, unfortunately.
There's one thing I know, it's my Halo.
Yeah, and honestly, incredible
Not much
pop-offs
else,
to start things. That's true. It's basically all Halo in there. That is for sure. I can also confirm. I can confirm. But we do need to get back to obviously what is happening on the main stage. I'm very happy that we all got that right, pretty much. Tony, I'm going to give you the first one as well. It was really
No,
close.
I got it wrong. I got it wrong.
I was given in the first one. He missed.
It was really close. Okay.
I got the right team.
It was really close.
It was very close. I like Tony a lot. Okay. All right. I can't help it. You get a bonus point for being so cool.
Tony, next time just
I'll
look at
take
what
it,
I write
baby.
down. Just look at what I'm writing down, Tony, and write it down.
Okay, well, main stage action is underway. It's going to be Space Station Gaming versus Pure now. Let's kick things off with Pure. They've had a bit of a bumpy ride so far for their World Championships, and, I think they're a team that a lot of people are putting a bit of weight on. My big question is, how they line up against SSG. They had a tough series against ITB, didn't go their way, but it's okay, refresh, forget about it. Goldfish memory. Clutch, when they do face up with Space Station Gaming, how do you like their playstyles and how they collide?
I actually really like how Pure matches up against SSG. I think that they play a very similar style to SSG, just not as well as SSG. They're traditionally the second fastest team in the league, only behind SSG. I fear for Pure, though, because they obviously are coming on the back of a loss. That can't feel good, and when you come off the back of a loss, knowing that your winner's bracket lives at a World Championship relies on you trying to beat SSG in a best of 5, that's a lot of pressure for these kids, and they haven't really been in the spot like this before, so this series could get ugly quick if they don't rebound quickly.
Indeed, and I got to say, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders for some of their superstar players, and I think one being Lashot. He has been so good for this roster. I think an injection of kind of stardom, an injection of, I think, moldability at certain points, because he does have some vets on that team, the likes of Torlik, Druck, Cherish as well. But the combination for me of Druck and Torlik and what they've been through in their history of Halo together is going to feed everything into this young man. But this guy on your screen, he is certainly one to watch. And Wes, I got you. I know you love talking about him because of the potential that you see coming out of your screen.
Yeah, I call him the truth, and he was playing phenomenal in the series to get to a Game 5. They went down 2-0, and last shot started to pick up his game, but unfortunately that Game 5 didn't go their way. He hasn't been in a lot of big moments like this before, and this is where you have to make a name for yourself. So if you are the truth, last shot, you need to have a big series now. Your team needs you now more than ever, because this is the last tournament of the year. Who knows what Pure will be after this, especially after losing to ITB, how their tournament is supposed to go into the elimination bracket, assuming they lose the series. He can turn this around, though. A last shot has to be the best player in this series for them to have a chance.
And also a big shout out to his family who come to every single event to make sure that this guy has all the support. I know they're in the building, so big shout out to Lashot's family. Tony, though, coming back to Pure really quick, what can we take away in the lead up to Worlds? How much weight do you hold on this roster?
I mean, honestly, coming into Worlds, I really thought that Pure should have a lot of momentum on their side, because they did 3-0 Space Station Gaming during the Complexity warm-up, which was the final online event leading up to this tournament. But after that loss against ITB, I would imagine that all that momentum that you had coming in, it's gone right now. They need to build themselves back up here.
Indeed, they do. And it's going to be tough, though, because on the other side of the stage is Space Station Gaming. Clutch, the most dominant team this season. What is the mindset of this championship roster coming into the biggest one of the year with all eyes on them?
It's do right and kill everything, right? I think that that's what these guys do best. And they're first in a lot of these categories, second in just one, maybe third and 2. But I mean, when you watch them play Halo, there is no team better so far this year at Halo Infinite than Space Station Gaming. And the big key to this series is, can Pure keep the snipes out of their hands? Because you saw throughout all of SLC the damage that these boys can do with it, and it can end up in any of their hands. Even Eco was popping off at SLC with that S7. So, I mean, good luck. You almost want maps without power weapons on them, but there's not a lot of those to go around, and you know eventually that man on screen, Stellar, is gonna find the S7, and when he does, it's too late.
Tony, it could be hard to improve on winning, but was there anything you were looking for SSG to improve on after SLC?
Well, there is one thing that I do notice that kind of stands out to me, the fact that SSG have one of the widest map and game type combinations in their arsenal. They are good at almost every single game type and map combination there is. There is one thing though. The capture the flag is their weakest. Although respectable, it is their weakest as far as compared to the rest. So if we're gonna beat them, our Pure, it has to be in that game number 1. You have to take Argyle capture the flag seriously and get back that momentum that you had when coming into this tournament before you matched ITV.
All right, well, here's our first look at your tournament favorites. Let's meet our team, Space Station Gaming versus Pure.
Welcome back to the main stage, everybody, and welcome to our first look at a team who has won 3 out of the 4 major tournaments so far this year. Space Station Gaming are sat there on our main stage, and we all know that 3 out of 4 tournaments is great, but their eyes are set on a world championship. Now, on the other side of the stage, we have Pure. We were lucky enough to cast over the series against ITB that was happening on the B stream. And let me tell you, that series extremely close, but the fact that they lost that series, excuse me, now makes this the most vital series for Pure to somehow try and pull off the upset here against SSG. Otherwise, like Wes said on the desk, their winners bracket run, their winners bracket life, it's essentially gone.
It's unbelievable, you're right. Pure, of course, the heavy favorite against ITB in their series. Once again, this is Pool A. Pure versus ITB was undoubtedly the second place match, that matchup. They fell in a Game 5. They failed to reverse sweep. They fall to ITB in the end by a narrow Game 5 Slayer. And as a result, they now have to perform against the #1 seeded team and the defending champs of Salt Lake City at Space Station Gaming.
Well, let's see how this game goes then. We're going to start off with a little bit of Argo capture the flag here. One of the slower game types, which is an interesting one considering, again, like Clutch said on the desk, 2 teams who love to play at a high pace, high velocity Halo. Doesn't really give you the opportunity to here, but one thing it does give us the opportunity to look at is how Stellar's shaping up with this sniper rifle. He has been rewriting the book on how to use this weapon all season long.
It really has. The highlight reel clips have just looked, to be honest, just inhuman the way he's able to use this weapon. He just seems to be able to hit every single shot. It's rare that it doesn't even connect with the head. The speed at which this man can take battles, and as we've seen time and time again, it doesn't matter how much shields he has in terms of entering engagements. He's not afraid to poke, pop, and prod, and not only do the damage, but make the plays that win games.
Well, he's going to come under a little bit of pressure here as there's a player flanking on that long haul. It's going to be Torlik off the back of 1 kill, finds a second, and if you're looking for the secret sauce, the recipes for success, get the sniper rifle out of the hands of Stellar and SSG. If you can use it against them, even better, and that's exactly what Torlik is trying to do. Now repositioning towards the commando, and for the first time in this game. Someone making some progress on the map, and it's SSG here on the back foot here.
We should also mention that just in case you didn't catch the ITB versus Pure series, there were games where Talik was double positive as he picks up another one unbound, and not afraid to take this battle either. Stellar-esque in his confidence there. We'll see what he can do in this series.
That's one thing you've got to be right. You've got to match the confidence. You've got to believe in your team and the ability that you have. Ooh, it's a shoulder shot, but not a headshot, as Bound will finally put that sniper rifle to rest for a few seconds. There might be a few bullets left for him to play with, or they might have just expired. So Bound now making some progress up the map with just the bandit in hand, but first time we're now seeing Space Station cross the halfway line, it feels, and put some pressure onto the Pure base.
It's also worth mentioning here as we see where the first picks go. Eco's actually the first to fall, which is going to make this a much more complicated run for the side of SSG. It's worth mentioning, though, you heard Legend in an interview before the tournament saying, yeah, we've won 3 out of 4, but really all that anyone will remember, ourselves included, will be the World Championship. So despite their success this year, they know there's one more job yet to do.
Well, Bound is being a little bit of a nuisance at the moment, and Pure going to have to find him at some point and hunt him down. Otherwise, he is going to be a problem. Tolic will be taken down and not trade, but Cherish will be there to trade those kills out. And we'll have to see if this time around, Stellar does a little bit more magic with his sniper in his hands. There's a body shot, which is going to force Last Shot to back down. And I love what Wes was talking about on the desk. You know, Last Shot, all of a sudden, at the start of this season, nobody was really talking about the guy, but now he is being talked about as the player who needs to be the difference maker in a series like this one, where Pure know how valuable a result here will be for their tournament. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of a young man, but it's because he's earned that respect, I think, of a lot of people. What? As Stellar starts to turn it on.
Okay, unbelievable 180, just unbelievable geometry that Stellar's pulling off there on that shot. Picks up another one as well. 3 dead. Tolic, last player alive. Things are heating up. 4 dead.
He's gonna take over here. Stellar gets the 2 kills, and that is enough to clear the way, at least, for Legend to get this flag back to the base. All they've got to do now is run this one in. A couple of bandits you would imagine will be traced on him. That's why he's just taking a little sudden step before he forces it in. And SSG, Space Station Gaming, will strike first here on Argyle.
Man, and how about that? Just you and I are mid-sentence kind of just talking about Last Shot's year so far, and all of a sudden all it takes is Stellar to hit an absurd 180 diagonal geometry breaking headshot to blow the game wide open. And just like that, it's Space Station Gaming off to a 1-0 lead. And that's the power that this man holds in terms of breaking a game open. No ammo, can he do it?
Oh, doesn't get the trade. He wanted it. He wanted that beatdown. Doesn't connect this time, and Stellar this time wins the fight with the bandit in hand. Drug trades that out, and it's Space Station who are 3 dead. Eco trying to progress up the map a little bit just to make sure that his teammates are comfortable to respawn, but been somewhat of a good response. The worry for Pure here is the fact that Space Station get 1 pull, and it's a cap. That's how effective they are.
It really is, and to be honest, nice shots as well from Eco, unsurprisingly, but to be honest, Stellar was kind of untraditionally missing a few headshots, right? He was hitting bodies in the opening, but the second he starts catching faces, guess what? The flag is off the stand, and SSG is away, and that's really all it takes. They're that dangerous.
Eco put down so much damage at the moment. You can see that the rest of SSG are trying to flood the engine side of the map, and with the flag moving, now he moves into a position to try and deny the line of sight for Last Shot to fire upon to that flag runner. I think it's Bound who might have got it moving, but alongside Legend, who's now been taken down, the flag is kind of in an awkward position. Bound now going to be hunted down by 2 players here from Pure, and will be dealt with. It's a good defensive play coming in from Pure. They will be able to send this one home, even though it's just a few feet away from that flag stand.
See what Tolic can do. Surprise, surprise. Stellar with 8 shots in this rifle, which spells about 8 problems for the side of Pure. And to be honest, that could be a lot of spawn rotations, could even be a few flags as well. First one will connect, and Stellar continues his reign of terror.
That's where Cherish just as well. Doesn't want to create an angle where he's not going to be able to confirm this kill comfortably. Last shot challenges. Stellar says cool. Let's boogie. Let's dance. And now with Legend and Bound picking up a couple of kills in the feed, he knows it's the time to progress forward and try and support his teammates. Drug trying to challenge him though, but there is that support once more. One thing they're doing so well is playing around the pivot of Stellar, knowing what line of sight they have covered thanks to his position and the angles that he's holding down.
Look at the way that Pure is afraid to move. You could just tell by the map positioning, right? They're all just getting caught out. Right now, though, as quickly as I say that, they do pick up 2 pretty important kills, and now Stellar's trapped low.
Last alive as well.
What can he do?
Drug's going to run that flag. Stellar misses a headshot. Another one for the scrapbook, but Eco is going to be there to get that kill anyway, and slow that flag run down. Now, where is the rest of Pure in this situation is my question, because the numbers were certainly in their advantage. Tonic is going to get a touch, but Eco's already managed to get across the map, but that's the big kill here from Last Shot. Eco's trying to stick this return. Tonic is trying to pressure him, and everyone just forgot about Eco.
Very, very important return coming in from Eco. Flag going to be taken as well from the other side.
Return comes in, but it's going to be Pure who run it again. And this time it's looking a little bit more like the pieces are falling together. Legend gets taken down by Druck inside of the base, and Pure might be about to answer back here. Stellar finds one, but the road looks pretty clear here for Cherish to run this one in. Bound trying to do what he can, but we're tied up at 1-1, and Pure do make the most of that second run.
Man, and just as quickly as I say that, it felt like players on Pure were playing a little bit kind of cagey, but instead they were actually just flying up the map there. They were off screen, and they put really nice pressure on. Also, Last Shot's kill against Stellar at the mid-map was absolutely huge. 3 dead here. Chillers was the last player alive. Let's see if SSG will just end up countering. A little bit of a fumble there from Stellar.
Cherish, such an important kill on his flag as well. It just creates space for his team to get back on the map and fight for this flag return. Cherish finds another one as well, so now that flag will have to be given up by Space Station Gaming. Wow. So a huge shout out to Cherish again. Some kills are built more importantly than others, and that was a great example of an important kill that if it doesn't happen, SSG probably have that flag at least halfway home.
Another big kill from Last Shot. That's the second time in a row we've seen him just fly right into Stellar and get the kill. Also, he gets the return on this one, so it's an even more important one. By the way, we got to point out, leading the game right now in kills is Tolic. He's 14-9.
They're going to have to match the slaying capabilities of Space Station if they want to have success in this series. Bound with his first hands on this sniper rifle. First time we're going to see him with it. And this time he's playing the back line at the moment. Druck is finding the sniper in his hands on the other side of things. Bound can't quite connect here. Does have a little bit of assistance coming in, but it's Cherish again who's been such a nuisance. Bound is going to challenge. Cherish is going to challenge, and Bound will win it.
Bound's crazy. He's always been crazy, and he's still crazy. What a 1v1 there as he just wins that one, even though the no-scopes weren't hitting. He just pulls out the bandit, hits all the shots he needs to. 3:42 left in the game.
There'll be moments in this game on both sides. You can see the Last Shot is a peek and jiggle, maybe just take the attention of Bound away. Druck!
Oh my God.
Through the QT to the death screen. And that was the player who had the sniper rifle last, and there it is indeed. So now you're going to have only one sniper rifle in play, and it's going to be in the hands of SSG.
Only 2 shots, though, notably in this rifle, so it's going to be a little bit of a good news for Pure that there's only that many shots left in the weapon. Maybe at worst, they could just now have only one more shot to deal with. Of course, Bound still makes them count. He'll get the kill. Those will be traded out, though, essentially. 2 dead for SSG. Ego's got to be careful. Might be 3.
Somehow manages to just get into the vents and survive a little bit longer. Cherish trying to push up the map at the moment. He knows that Legend is behind him, but Last Shot gives him the call out, and he sees it in the kill feed that Legend has been dealt with. Now, Pure, this is a chance. This is an opportunity. And with SSG 2 dead and Torlik finding another, 2 fresh spawners coming back onto the map. Cherish is running this flag, and if he can get it through this doorway without taking damage, then there might be an opportunity for them to take the lead here.
Oh boy, does he hit the drop side? Does not go drop side. Instead, going to try to go straight. Does not get punished as well. He wraps it. Do they have the kills? Do they have the cover? They should be able to. Heavy engine angle coming in from Stellar and Eco. Will they get the stop?
Torlik's got work to do here. Torlik got so much work. Last Shot is flanking behind him as well, and that is going to be the kills picked up. Legend the only last hope here, but Druck's going to be there. Bound gets a kill somehow. Bound gets 2 kills somehow. Legend is still alive. Torlik deals with him. Bound might get all of them here to send this flag home, but finally, Pure get the touch they need, and they're up 2-1.
Oh my God, Last Shot somehow gets that flag. Actually, I think it's Druck off screen, somehow gets that flag in unbelievably down to the wire. They get the respawn that they needed, and that flag went past the flag stand and almost went out of the base, which would have been tragic. It would have denied the cap, but just like that, do not adjust your television sets. Pure is leading SSG, the #1 seed, 2-1, with less than 2 minutes left in game #1.
This series is so important for Pure, not just for the pool, but for the rest of their tournament, the potential bracket that they could come up against. And with 1 minute or 30 or so left on this game clock, Legend is going to be taken down, and for Pure, it's about holding strong at this point, but they've lost 2, and the pressure is now starting to come in as Eco challenges Cherish and gets him. Bound wins his fight. It's 4 dead for Pure, and SSG might be about to tie this game up.
I didn't even have time to get the sentence out. I was going to say Pure needs to remember just how clutch SSG is. They do not make mistakes in the late game, and before I can even make that point, the flag is already on S2. Somehow Bound manages to make sure it does not go down. They should cap here.
Takes a second. Stellar has been taken down, but there's no overextenders here, and it will be tied up at 2-2. 60 seconds left on this game clock. And SSG just taking a second here just to stabilize in and around their base, having capped that flag to ensure there is no counter cap opportunity for Pure.
And with that exchange as well, Bound now goes into the lead over Talik with 21 kills to his name. 42 seconds left in regulation. And honestly, Pure just needs to make sure another cap doesn't go in the next 35.
Last shot's taken down. Talik's going to trade it out. And this is looking like a potential overtime situation here in game number 1 of this series. Stella's got a snipe though. Not sure if there's any ammo left for him to play with. Only the one bullet. He's not even going to get to fire his gun. Space Station 2 dead here. Is there anyone far up enough on the map for Pure to think about a flag cap? It doesn't look like they are at the moment. It's kind of the 50% line at the moment, being challenged by both teams. Legend gets the kill, but with 7 seconds left, it doesn't look like anyone is even in a position to get that flag moving.
No, I think that's going to be as we will be going into a pole comes off screen. Keep a very close eye on that, as well as the pie chart.
Not sure who that was. Came in on the SSG side, and now you have to wonder if that's gonna hurt. Then the pie chart will tick down though, and we will be going into overtime here. Sudden death, next cap will win. As we are tied up at 2-2 between these two teams.
I know we said it, but we really meant it when we said that this tournament was going to deliver. It feels like regardless of the seeds, regardless of the pool, every single match so far today on the Friday has been even closer than we expected. Of course, this series is no exception. We are in sudden death overtime in game number 1 between Pure and SSG.
Oh, there's Stella! There is Stella, and those eyebrows went skyward so quickly in the player cam of Cherished, because that's a mistake that maybe is going to bite them here. Flag is going to be pulled. Flag is going to be collected, and Stella turns his attention from Slays to objective. Now he has to stay alive. Unfortunately, for SSG fans, he can't do so.
Stella gets taken down there. Knew that he had to be the one to try to continue that run. In the end, he's taken down. The flag will go home. He almost wrapped the corner, to be honest. That would have been dangerous. But a little bit even too tall of an order for Stellar. We'll stay tied up here. Both flags will go back home after 60 seconds of play.
Damage output, look at the cover fire as well. Legend is just hunting at the moment for targets. Taking so many unorthodox angles in and around bottom middle. There's a more orthodox one coming in from Bound. Drog's got that sniper. Bound's always willing to challenge. And now Drog has pressure on his shoulders to hit some shots because there's only him and Cherished alive. Last shot comes off the respawn, but everyone trapped in the base. And if he can get some clear shots, Bound has a chance to carve an opening here for SSG.
Beautiful shot there. It's still going to be 3 dead. Drog's last player alive. Backstairs.
Gets bodied. Drog finds another though. Drog is still alive, but Bound finally gets that kill. Cherish is trying to overextend. Eco's going to be there to chase him down though, and Legend has this flag back. And even though Pure have given it their all in this game number 1, SSG are going to surely put this one home. And my voice went a little bit there as the snipe bullet started to fire in, but it is going to be Space Station who go 1 up in this series with an overtime win here on Argyle.
And last shot even hits the first flag carrier. Luckily, they double stack the flag, and that just tells you how much SSG knows that they can't take any chances against a team like Pure. Double stack the flag to win in overtime, but it's pretty crazy to go back to, it feels like only about 4 minutes ago. Pure was up 2-1 with 1:50 left. And what does SSG do? They put together the perfect 4-man wipe. And it just feels like they have the clutch factor that cannot be shut down. Doesn't matter the scenario, SSG pulls it out. Take a look at some highlights from that game number 1.
I want to give a huge shout out as well to Bound in those final moments. That final flag run, right? A lot of the progress up the map was made thanks to the shots he was hit with that snipe. And even though Drog made a heroic effort, you have to say, in the back of the base was last alive. I think he killed 2 when he was essentially half or no shields. Wasn't enough to stop SSG and the Swarm and the numbers they had to just carry on the momentum of getting that flag back to their base. A few moments in that overtime that stick out to me as well. The very first moments of the overtime. Cherish picks up the snipe, slides back onto his flag. It's a 1v1, but I think you saw what I can only just describe as one of the most intimidating sights on Halo Infinite is when you go back into your flag, you see the flash of a sniper rifle and you see the name Stellar above it. You know you've got less than half a second to react. Otherwise, exactly what happened is going to happen.
Absolutely. A little bit of signs of relief there on the sides of SSG as they take that overtime game 1 win. They knew it was not going to be an easy one, but maybe it was even a tougher test than they had expected. SSG will take game number 1 in the series 3-2 for that overtime win. Next up, Slayer on Livefire.
So we've seen some of the lower seeds take these game number 2s and make these series very, very interesting indeed. We're going to have to see if Pure can answer back. My issue here a little bit for Pure is what's going on between the ears at the moment. You know, after the ITB series, having come so close in that and falling, and then in that game number 1, coming so close but then falling in overtime. It's only so many times you can kind of go, okay guys, next game, let's focus up, before those thoughts start to kind of take over. And when you're looking at the records of both of these teams, when it comes to live fire Slayer, you don't really, if you accept those stats in front of you, think that this is going to be a Pure game.
You really don't, and these ones are tough to argue with. Sometimes it's a little bit closer where you might think it's a little bit closer to a coin flip. Now, I have to say, here at the World Championships, I think you and I are subscribing to the belief that largely anything can happen here. So don't let the stats card fool you. Pure still certainly has a chance here, but you get the indication that it's going to be an even tougher road, specifically on live fire.
I would agree with you, and I think the key to success, and something we talked about before the tournament got underway, is single snipe maps. You gotta get it out of the hands of Space Station. If that means playing it off the map, if that means burning ammo, whatever it might be, when you're coming under pressure and you think that weapon might turn over, you cannot leave the likes of Bound, Stellar, with an opportunity to turn a 2v4 situation into a 2v2 just like that with 2 bullets, because that's what he does. That's what he's been doing so consistently. To the point now for other teams, it's like you have to expect it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You have to try and essentially cut it off at the source before you have to deal with the problem.
Exactly, and it is going to be a huge problem if you don't deal with it. It's one of those that you want to take care of, as you said, early, and make sure you don't even get into that scenario. Once again, this is Pool A, a stacked pool without a doubt. You really could say that about every single pool here at the Halo World Championship. Game number 2 is going to decide if SSG goes up 2-0 or if Pure can tie it here 1-1 as we get into game number 2 here. Let's see what Pure has in store.
A little bit of eco POV to start off our game number 2. First kill is going to go to Tarlik. His grenades connect, and Druck will find another one. So Cherish gets away with that sniper rifle, and I mean, that's step 1.
Yep.
It isn't in the hands of SSG. Now, can you put it to use? Can you put them on the back foot and make them feel exactly the same as they make you feel when they have it in their hands?
And interestingly, I think the way that Pure found success in that game number 1 was really just trying to go toe-to-toe with SSG. Fly into the battle, get into the mix, keep things messy, play your game. And that's how they kept things close. Nice little job to defend here. See if they can pick up even more. That spike should flush him out. Bound somehow does get taken down. Stellar, though, with the camo, this is going to be dangerous. He picks up one. You get the feeling it's going to be a triple kill to open things up for Stellar.
That's what he does. Give him a camo, give him a power up. He can make the difference here for SSG. Cherish now might be about to fall, and if he does, well, Old Trusty was in his hands, but at least he uses that ammo. 9-6. Space Station get that camo, and Stellar puts it to use. And now you can see Tarlik trying to challenge him. Stellar plays his life beautifully, having output that damage, and he is 6-1 at the start of this game.
He has as many kills as does Pure off the opening rip. Still has as many kills as Pure with his 7th kill. There's a reason we talk about this guy. And if you haven't watched this year, you might think it's a little bit ridiculous, but what Stellar has done this season is nothing short of incredible, and he wants to crown it off here with a World Championship.
I was going to say, you're quite right to say it's a little bit ridiculous, because he has been exactly that so far this season, and now SSG are just starting to swarm and cut down Pure. Every time they've got a numbers advantage, they hold forward, they swarm, they make sure that multiple bandits are traced onto that target to just keep Pure just in a state of disarray in this game. It's 16-10. They were almost doubling up on the score, but finally, it's actually going to be Pure who just pull it back. They play tight, they play together, a couple of good grenades come in, and just, they almost baited SSG into that in that situation. Waiting for them all to push and just use those grenades effectively to slow down that push, get some damage, and get back on the map. And now Space Station, a 3 dead, and it's a 2-kill game.
Wow, and what was just, as you said, a 16-10 game now just becomes a 16-14 game. It's a good rally back by Pure. Let's get into a listen now with SSG to see how they handle it.
One screen. Nading cuts, cuts and screens. To the left, Kevin, to the left. Flank, I got cuts. Run B. Cuts, weak, cuts, shot, cuts. Check out. One shot in A and one shot top A to the right, and Druck's on overshield. Don't suicide. Come on. Gonna be on the nades. Gonna be on the nades every time. Take our time. One shot, one key door, one shot. Could be my inhibitor. We keep that together. Still key door. I can help you, Legend. Sorry, Legend. One shot rat. Two box. White wall, one's white wall. Sniper now. Key door, defenders. Two. Shot on race. Got one. Dummy door. Dummy door flanked. Dummy door flanked. Nanya. Yeah. Dominator still, Dominator weak. Dominator's weak. Here. Come on. Spawn day probably.
Yeah, they just got it.
I have sniper.
He's
One shot screens.
Yeah, Camo's there.
Yeah, I have sniper.
Beast dead.
Three.
We should hold tower.
Okay, watch out, take it.
Make sure we keep playing together.
Two key door. There's two key doors still. One's going cuts right now.
Hitting cuts.
Two going cuts.
I need it twice. Camo summit. Bottom mid.
Where's Camo?
Nice.
Cuts weak.
Kiddo.
One shot cuts.
We should spawn green. Yeah, look at Kevin. Spawn mud, Kevin. I'm doing tower jump. I'm going to elbow. See me? Nice.
Wait, elbow again.
Yeah,
He's tower jump.
T10.
Tower jump. Bottom tower, tap in.
Bottom tower. Push him.
I'm big door.
One top tower. Top A. Man.
One shot A dom.
One shot dummy door.
Not him. Yeah, I can't see him.
One shot dummy door. One is one shot dummy door.
Still sniper, guys.
My game crushed.
Oh. This game crash.
We don't need to tell you exactly what happened there. It's Pure who do have a lead in this game, but unfortunately Legends game has crashed and we got a little bit of a technical issue, so we'll get this one back restarted. But we need to talk about the rally from Pure, because it felt like at one point in that game, Space Station was just running away with it, and Pure looked like they were just falling apart a little bit like a cheap Jenga set. And unfortunately for them, they managed to find a little bit of a footing in the game, and it was all off of that little bit of kind of tight play together back of tower off the spawn where they got that 3 dead, and then they started to roll with it. And just before the reset there, we see essentially a tie game.
Yeah, 16-10 as well. When we started to look at their lead off to lead from the camo pull, the camo side, and also the camo grab, they were trailing about 9-6. They bring it to 16-10, a pretty sizable lead, but just as quickly as we went to the listen-in, all of a sudden it goes to 16-14, and just as you saw, it was tied around the 26 mark. We'll have to get an idea from station referees on exactly what the score will be, but you get the feeling it's going to be pretty close to tied around the 25 mark.
Yeah, it should be somewhere around there, and I think it's a little bit of a testament actually to Pure and the way that they've kind of kept themselves together mentally, right? I mentioned after that game number 1, it's another heartbreaking loss for them. This time it's overtime, and this time it's the final cap of a game, having pushed SSG the whole way, and at one point having led in that game 2-1 in flag caps as well. So to lose that game coming off the back of a series where you've lost a game 5, having been 2-0 down, sent into the game 5, won those 2, it really does play with the psyche of a team, and I think you're tested even more here at the Halo World Championships, just knowing what's ahead of you as well. It's not just what's in front of you, it's knowing what potentially could be ahead of you as well. As we take a look at this beautiful graphic that's going to give you an indication of the map records of both of these teams so far.
8-2, as we saw earlier before on the graphic for Live Fire Slayer versus an 0-4. If you're wondering where the purple is on a few of these green types, it's non-existent. It is a 0-4 record for both Live Fire Slayer and Recharge King of the Hill. Now, let's not forget, we know we will at least get to game number 3, where we know that Pure is only 1-0. Of course, that's going to be matched by Space Station's 7-1. But luckily, due to how math works, that puts them at 100% win rate, and they just edge out a 7-1 record.
Even though I got that one.
Even we got that one. So we'll see if they can do that. But first of all, they need to finish this Live Fire Slayer. We're going to wait to see exactly what the score will be off the rip. But you got to say, during the listen-in with SSG, they were being pushed and tested. Those were not easy kills, and we were tied at 25 for a reason.
Yeah, it was a very good comeback there from Pure in that mid-game. Really did show a little bit of steel in those situations. Can we talk about the SSG HWC jerseys, by the way? I mean, dude, they actually snuck up on this event through the bushes, through the forests.
They did. I saw the clip on Twitter.
Yeah. Beautiful place, Seattle.
I thought you meant the forest.
Yeah. No. Well, just north of Seattle.
Really is. And beautiful SSG gear without a doubt here. Also, if you're in the building, make sure you swing by all the great booths we have here. SSG's in the building. Shopify Rebellion is in the building. We got Gamers Outreach, Oats Overnight, amazing community stage, free play, side tournaments. Feature station, of course, a lot to do here at the Halo World Championship. And a lot of great Halo still to come, not just this whole weekend, but still today as well. A lot of pool play on the way. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the main stage. SSG takes down Pure in game number 1. It's an overtime win in Argyle CTF, which feels just fitting for this entire tournament. Any match that you think is going to be an easy walk in the park for anyone here is simply not going to be that. The teams that are here have worked hard all year long to be here. They're here for a reason. And everyone so far has put up a fight.
They certainly have indeed. One person who put up a good fight yesterday, I will say, is Shurs. Played a little bit of Halo 2 over the Shopify Rebellion, but he won. However, he was pre-aiming me off of every spawn because he is a
dirty screen watcher.
Sounds like a lot of screen watching coming in from Jersey.
Screen watching.
And doesn't surprise me at all. Let's take a look here at the Halo World Championship 2024 records here between the two sides.
He did actually beat me pretty fair and square, I'm not gonna lie, but I'll use any excuse I can find. This is, of course, the records as you say, and some of the stats, you know, tournament favorites for Space Station, no surprise, won 3 out of the 4 lands so far this year. A 28-4 series record, which is
unreal,
astronomical, considering we're the last event of the season. To only have lost 4 series the whole year long is absolutely ridiculous, and a 30-8 record in the map set as well. It doesn't get much better, to be honest with you. No surprise that they've won 3 out of the 4 events. I mean, it's good though. There's still room to improve though.
Yeah, pretty wild to even think about. CTF only 5-3 at Salt Lake City, so we're going to keep a very close eye on the CTF for SSG all weekend long, of course. And CTF's within 1 flag, they were only 6-5, letting them come down to the wire. Also, surprisingly, Slayer Aquarius map 5's 4-3, pretty close as well. So definitely a few things. I think it kind of goes within the entire storyline of the season, but a few things that are quite close.
Yeah, and then you look at the pure side as well. The great, the oddball. We do have some oddball coming up as well, which is good for them in this series. I will say the horrid seems a little bit.
That's rough.
It's not been good.
Graphics team is. Yeah. 3-10 in
horrid.
CTF.
Oh. Yeah. To be fair, 3-10 is horrid. So, you know, there's room for improvement for sure. We'll get this series back underway as soon as we can, of course. But I'm hearing Amir, I think we're going to go over to a different series, if I was not mistaken. We'll keep you updated, and we'll keep those games coming, because we've seen some upsets. I mean, saw Complexity going down a little bit earlier in the game 5 as well. Go on.
I'm going to say, Complexity, we only saw the stats. We didn't get to actually watch that series. It's impossible. We don't have the luxury of being able to have every single tab open. We didn't even be able to catch it. But Complexity did lose to Akabe, who almost beat FaZe in the game 5. So things are already heating up here in a wild way. You can't even really put words to it here. It's Optic Gaming versus Ascend Baseline here in what is a 2-0 Optic Gaming lead. And finally, it's the first series where we looked at the scoreboard and things felt somewhat normal. Right?
It's true.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Normal service has resumed here at the Halo World Championship.
Momentarily.
1-0 for Optic Gaming. They put the first flag in as Ascend Baseline find themselves 2-0 down in the series. And of course, now 1 down after that flag does go home. My boy Millsy, though, he's got a sniper rifle. Let's see if he can pick up more than the 1 kill onto Dead Zone. No, doesn't. Oh, no, sorry, it was Bastos who went down. Millsy does have the snipe. Get some bodies. But a good test for Optic Gaming a little bit earlier against Quadrant.
Yes.
Good series as well.
Really good series. And to be honest, you and I were kind of saying that Quadrant didn't probably stand a chance if Optic Gaming was on World Championship form, and Quadrant still put up a pretty good fight in that series.
Dead Zone looking to find Sunrise here. It's a little bit of a blink of that shield coming back. So we'll give away his position and know exactly where he is. Dead Zone waits for the shields. Sunrise is still here, and Sunrise will be dealt with. So then is another flag moving here as Lucid is trying to survive long enough for Dead Zone and Trippy to come through the Longhorn Green to help him with these kills in and around the Mauler, but he's got 2 players to deal with. Can't deal with that himself, but Trippy maybe is going to pick up the most simple double of his life.
He does indeed. He's able to pinch both sides. 2 Plasma is going to make it easy to flush out the Mauler, and to be honest, the problem comes out before he even had to deal with it with those Plasma grenades. As we said, Optic Gaming maybe just a moment to breathe for them, because they've seen a lot of chaos and carnage around the bracket. They probably would have preferred the Quadrant series to not even be as close as it was either, so maybe this series has been just a return to form for them. And to be honest, with SSG and FaZe looking on, and Shopify looking on, they're probably thinking, man, we'd love to be up 2-0 in the series. That sounds nice. What's that like?
I think everybody would like to just be winning a series at this point. Just any kind of lead is something to behold and love and cherish. Overshield here for Lucid. Working with Trippy to deal with Mo's in and around the sword. 13 seconds till that sniper rifle comes up. He's trying to steal this one from Ascending Baseline. And Ascend Baseline, excuse me, we're sticking with the same name as last tournament.
Ascend, okay.
Dead Zone with the rockets, going to pick up 1. And with 2 dead, he looks to move this flag once more. Just over 9 minutes left in this game, so plenty of time for Optic to formulate a push and make sure they're in the right position to get this flag moving.
Dead Zone's getting heavily pinged and heavily dinged there. Somehow Mose takes his eye off the ball for just a second, but it's actually going to be a Mauler spawn. Looks like maybe a first BR spawn, which is going to save them. And eventually that flag should go back. And in the end, Ascend Baseline maybe going to have an opportunity to try to formulate a push, but based on the series score and the game score, and also the heavy outslaying, by the way, Trippy and Lucid both on 8 kills already. Optic Gaming looking very, very much comfortably in control.
Moses has got a snipe again. Trippy has a snipe.
He wanted it.
I'd have been off after that one. I would have been off. Go to Lucid, though. Lucid he has one. He just picked up a double kill.
I was in a similar scenario once. I lost a phone because I had a similar scenario where there's a swimming pool at the bottom of me wanting to catch football, and instead I decided to send myself all the way in, yeeted my phone So Trippy's a much smarter man than I, but to be honest, we already knew that before we got into the series.
Doesn't have the story to tell, though, does he? That's the difference. Sometimes you're going to make those plays.
I didn't make the play. It was terrible.
No, you fell in.
I did. I fell straight in. Yep. Trippy's a wiser man. Doesn't go for the sniper. Doesn't need it. They've already got flags on the board. And they're going to be running a flag as well. That flag's going to be down in the green wall.
Dead Zone putting some damage onto Mo's. Teammates should be there to clean that one up. Instead, Trippy's going to have to wait a few more seconds for Lucy to do it as the flag finally continues on its journey. Speaking of journeys. Into the thinnest of air, whereas Trippy will finally send this one home as Optic go up 2-0.
2-0 now, and only one flag to go, and it looks like it's been, to be honest, maybe even for everyone watching at home, this is somewhat of a maybe anxiety-reducing series here to finally watch what looks like it should be a normal and expected scoreline in terms of how the seeds go within a series here. It's been a comfortable, as we said, match and series so far for Optic Gaming. Only one flag away from closing it out. Double kill here for Trip on the push.
I stand by the easiest double kill the Trippy's ever going to find. That one was easier than what we saw earlier. That one was much more simple. And now with Dead Zone,
that one hadn't happened yet, though.
Yeah, that's true. You know, history repeats itself, right? It rewrites itself at all times. Flag is moving. Formal has got 2 rockets. Overshield is coming up as well. Dead Zone just needs to secure this kill on the training, and you get the feeling that this might be the last opportunity. However, Bastos, he's got that repulse.
And it works.
I was going to say Optic maybe just misplayed that one a little bit, maybe overplayed it a little bit.
Yeah, I think Dead Zone probably with the over, he was going to just go in for kind of a brute force melee there and make sure guarantee the touch. In the end, though, he not only gets repulsed, but there's actually a lot of health that comes in, so that will extend the game even further. It felt like that could have been the game and series-ending flag. Instead, we'll play a little bit more here on period.
6 minutes and 20 potentially more as we have.
You don't think? Come on.
Hey, we're getting good at maths these days. Seconds.
Not predictions, though.
10+ years. Sniper rifle's coming up in less than 10 seconds as well. Maybe Optic are looking to have a little bit of fun at the end of this series. Well, maybe Lucy's just looking to get this one done. He's going to go for the green jump. Throws it towards green at least. Moses in the 1v1. Trippy's going to win that one. It's another double kill for him. This one ranks 3rd. The ones we've seen on screen at the moment. Dead Zone with another kill. And you can see the Optic are, I would say, overslaying at this point.
Yes, without a doubt. They had 2 dead on each side. They finally clear out the Mauler. And that flag is still going to be down in the green wall. I imagine some... Oh, my heavens. This should not be okay. Flag touch should be coming into green as well. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. Based on the meter, we can see that flag has been grabbed. And now Trippy's just showing off. I agree with you.
Flag is going to be back to... Well, should I say over to the green box, not back through the green box. And Mose will say, OK, well, we'll continue.
They're probably wondering... I've been in sometimes in some scenarios like this in matchmaking where I'm wondering, how are we still at this game? Doesn't feel like we've done everything right.
Well, 5 minutes now to see if we can get this final cap on the board, or if Optic are going to keep us guessing as to how this match and series is going to end.
5 minutes remaining.
Millsy finds one. Lucy's going to challenge. Dead Zone trying to get that flag moving. Overshield's coming up in around 20 seconds as well.
By the way, if the ending of this game seems slightly absurd, it is. Trippy's 20-6, by the way, and Lucid is 19-9. Wild numbers coming out of these two, and certainly they have been overslaying, but don't even mean that as a negative. I simply mean they have been slaying and slaying here, and they lead 2-0, and they're doing everything they need to do. But now with an overshield as well to his name, he might extend his slays even further.
I will keep this in mind if we do see some KDs later, though. Just saying.
Yeah, me too.
Lots of players like that.
Yeah, I'm
nothing wrong with it.
Talking to Easy Mac, and when we see some stats cards coming in, we'll remember this game. Flag, by the way, is being ran by Ascend baseline the whole time.
They're gonna get this one.
This is wild.
Oh, it's on.
It's on. Just when we thought this was a normal game, it's now 2-1 here.
Anxiety's back.
Optic Gaming somehow during that entire exchange, despite the fact that Trippy is 21-7 and had an overshield during that entire run, Ascend baseline runs that flag, and let's see if Optic's going to end it here and now with this counter. But this is a bizarre game number 3.
Dead Zone gets taken down. It feels like Optic are trying their best to get that flag past the green box, but every time they do, somehow Ascend baseline will get in a position to get a few kills and make it scrappy, and Optic just trying to play the, you would say, the numbers game, trying to get back on the map and just take no risks. But Ascend baseline are making this interesting. 2-1 now. Another kill goes in. Trippy's gone quiet, by the way. 21-7 still.
Triple positive, by the way.
Quiet.
Triple positive in a game where it's 2-1. Now, I know we've been having fun in this series and kind of poking and prodding and joking here about kind of what the series of events we've seen on screen, but I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit concerning if Trippy's triple positive and the game's 2-1 with 3 minutes left. This is the World Championships, and here we are in pool play, and you would think there'd be a little bit more efficiency that's coming in. I think we were having fun with it for the first 6 minutes of it, but now at this point, you do wonder how Optic hasn't closed this one out just yet.
Big challenge coming in from Millsy. Lucy's going to hit his shots. Sunrise taking down barely any shields as well. Just under 3 minutes left in this game. Trippy maybe thinking about pushing forward. Snipes come in from the sword as well. It's going to break the shields of Sunrise. Bastos does get the kill onto Trippy. His stats are falling off now. It's 21-9.
When you said there was going to be another 6 minutes 9 in this game, I really thought you were joking, but I think
I was.
You knew, you knew something that I didn't clearly hear, and now that we know how Imperium plays and the fact that we do have a 2-1 game, you get the feeling that Optic might just play time here because trying to push something that they shouldn't could actually come to bite them here. So 2:23 left on the clock. This one could easily just go down to time.
Millsy finds a kill. Send baseline looking to move forward here. Formal says no. Beautiful shot coming in from him up on the top of the tower. Bastos might be next. He tries to escape with a sniper here for Ascend baseline, who are 3 dead, and Formal's going to light up a few shots on respawners. Rocket's coming up in 4 seconds as well.
3 players here in the green box. Formal's going to pick them down 1 by 1, but Bastos actually wins the sniper battle off of the counter. So that'll keep things close, and to be honest, I did not think I'd be saying this here. 3 will fall. Sunrise is the last player for Ascend baseline, and Lucid does have the Rockets as well. Didn't think we'd be saying this, but if we can have a good push here and a good counter to stop this run, Ascend baseline could try to make a run, but that's not going to make it easy. The flag now finally maybe going to cross the green box. Not just yet. Oh, Millsy with a big kill from the long haul. It's not over.
So quickly, young man.
3 dead.
Not so quickly. That flag is allergic to going past that halfway line of the green box.
Formal last player alive, by the way. We got to see where the Optic spawners are, because if Ascend baseline has made progress up this map, we could still see them pull here with 120 left.
Yeah, we could see something crazy at the end of this game. Mose wins his fight. Bastos a little bit of help on it as well. Deadzone now trying to escape, trying to retreat. Manages to take one down with him. 2v2 on the map. However, the fight continues in Sword.
Looks like no progress here. I'm wondering where on earth Ascend baseline players never made their way up the map there. It looks like a big battle at Sword. A few of the spawners try to make it happen through Sword. There was never a green long haul push despite the return coming. And yeah, I don't understand where the Ascend baseline players went. And in the end, now they've only got 50 seconds to make something happen.
It's one of those situations where it's like last to a sword, and instead of progressing up the map and looking at those players, you run straight to them,
I don't know where they went.
Great, because then the spawner's going to be able to help them. So a little bit of a misplay there, but 40 seconds left until this game ends. Trying to think of an adjective there to use, and kept it safe.
Yeah, pretty non-traditional ending to this game. I mean, we've seen, we've been watching Pit and Empyrean CTF in many iterations of Halo for a long time, but this one, in the end, Optic Gaming just ends up having to play time on this one. 20 seconds left, and they're going to probably comfortably able to hold this off. They will indeed. Mose is your last player alive. He's on the training, and even if he gets this kill,
Mose has got this.
It would have to be a miracle. That's not going to be at 9 seconds left. And Optic Gaming, even though they had to fight all the way down the entirety of this game, you knew it. I don't know if anybody else did, but you knew it. That's it.
Well, here we go. Final second. And the series will be put to rest. Optic Gaming with a 3-0 win over Ascend baseline here in Pool B to keep their record immaculate when it comes to the results of the series they've played so far. And hopefully we can get back into our main stage matchup now between Space Station and Pure, and we can get back into a little bit of Slayer live fire. Still waiting to hear from the station referees what the score will be upon the restart, but we'll find that out because we have the new wonderful ability, of course, recent times, to find out when we get into game as they adjust the scores and how we will start this one off.
We do. It sounds like Pure 27 kills on the board to SSG's 25 is where we'll pick up, so we'll get ready to jump right back into this. And man, what was a 6-kill lead early on for SSG has now been turned into a bit of a deficit for them. And they'll know that based on simply how difficult that first game was to close out. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an Argyle CTF. It's a game of small margins and small score lines without a doubt, but still it did go to overtime. Now they're going to have to get ready to get back into game number 2. But let's take a look. It has been pool play chaos here, as we expected.
Yeah, a little bit of a pool play update for you if you're just joining us here in Seattle or wherever you are in the world watching right now. Let's take a look at pool play. That's where we find ourselves right now. The biggest result that we've seen so far, ITB beating Pure in a game 5. And what a game 5 it was to put themselves 1-0 in Pool A. Space Station 1-0 after beating Mindfreak in Pool A. Over at Pool B, we've just seen Opti Gaming close out their second series of the day against Ascend Baseline after they, of course, won against Quadrant a little bit earlier. Sentinels with the win over Ascend Baseline as well. Pool C, Shopify Rebellion. We saw them in a two very tight series, actually. But the most important thing is for them, they got the job done, right? And that was the conversation we were having beforehand. It's like, it doesn't really matter for Shopify Rebellion how they win the series as long as they do. They can't let Native and Cloud9 get into that.
And by the way, Dark Inside versus Native Gaming, that was a 3-2, a Game 5 again in the rematch. And what did we say? Dark Inside was going to have a rematch opportunity against Native Gaming. They did exactly what Native Gaming feared. And Native Gaming, your second seed in the pool, is now 0-2. We called Pool C the group of death for a reason. That thing is already full of carnage.
Well, that is a result for sure. Going to go back and watch that one in a few moments' time. Pool D, though, phase 2-0. Now, you might be thinking, phase 2-0, that's what we expected. Boy, has there been some results in this pool. TLF, unfortunately, lost both of their series. One of them against Complexity and one of them against FaZe. But Halo Esports, Andy, tell us the story of that. Because they're 1-1 in the pools, but they could quite comfortably be 2-0. It was a Game 5 heartbreaking loss against FaZe a little bit earlier today. Yeah. That would have been one of the biggest shocks we have had in Halo in quite some time if they were sat at the top of that pool. They've been fantastic so far.
Yeah, they've been in 2 Game 5s already, and it's only in their first 2 series of the entire weekend. They are the 4th seed in the pool, so they have a lot to be proud of. They took Complexity to Game 5, they win that. They took FaZe to Game 5, and if you watch the game, you might have think that they actually threw it. They let Renegade do Renegade things in the end with the shock. However, they have a lot to look forward to. Right now, they are, of course, poised to exit the group. We'll see if they can keep doing it. But, man, both Group C and Group D particularly have been spicy, and there's still a lot more Halo to come today.
It certainly is. The fact that it's, the first day here in Seattle, and we keep talking about how pool players never meant more, where you can see exactly why with some of the results that you're seeing coming in. People's predictions at the start of the event saying, X team is going to be top 6, top 4, and then you see results like that coming in. And, Halo Esports causing some carnage in their pool. You see FaZe Clan struggling a little bit to find, even though they get the wins, which is of course the most important thing, but you can see in those series the moments that are so close and deciding things. ITB beating Pure, it really is going to be a fantastic 3 days of Halo Infinite in front of us right now, where whatever script you've written for yourself and you want to enjoy, you can imagine there's going to be some revisions as the days and the series do go by. But good news is we are going to restart our second game of this series between Pure and Space Station. And if you're just joining us, firstly, welcome along. We hope to see you here for the next couple of days as well. HCS Year 1 up in the series against Pure in an overtime win on Argyle, and now we find ourselves essentially at this restart at a tie game.
Yeah, essentially right tied at the mid game. It's really a perfect place to pick up. As you see, Pure is up 27-25. It's been a huge comeback and a huge swing from them after trailing by 6 early on.
This time around, none of the grenades are going to hit initially. Looks like Eco might have got away with that sniper rifle. Torlik gets another, and it's a really strong start here on the side of SSG to answer back. A 1-kill advantage now. Still the case after the opening strategies have been executed by both of these teams. Didn't see where that sniper actually went to. I think it might be at the back tower. Last shot finds a kill. Manages to survive for a little bit longer than he should have. Drug finds one and is, again, just trades. 2 for 2 on the map at the moment. There is that sniper rifle. It's going to be dug up here by Eco.
And it really has been trades all the way through. You have to wonder, I mean, of course, this is one of the opportunities here. Repulse and sniper combo for Eco. Could blow everything wide open. Nice double team in mud from Pure to shut that down. You wonder, what's going to blow this game wide open? We're still neck and neck here at the 30 mark. Something is going to happen to give a lead, and just like that, Pure starts to pull away. And with last shot with the snipe, this could be the moment.
Trying to hunt down Eco as well. He's last player alive, and last shot leaving that to his teammates. He's turning his attention to spawners now. Stellar is going to be that spawner legend. He gets bodied. And Clutch was talking about how this man needs to have one hell of a series. If Pure want to take it, this is the opportunity as he hits another body onto Stellar.
And this is what I was talking about.
After game, the kill, though.
After game number 1, this is what I was talking about. Pure needs to not be afraid to bring it straight to Space Station. Play their game. Play their high-intensity, high-speed Halo right at the defending champions, and they may find themselves putting up some pretty impressive results. In doing that, they now lead by 5.
Oh, look at the pressure onto Eco. He couldn't even take a second to line a shot up there, and even though Stellar answers back,
enemy team nearing victory.
2 are still dead here for Space Station, and Stellar's going to be next. There's 2 players in front of him. It's 3 dead. Again, on the side of SSG, and Pure are looking to tie this series up. It's only 7 kills for them to find themselves at 1-1.
You and I joked about it in the ITB series, but Cherish appears to only get kills in pairs. Really nice set of swings and great work from the pillars as well. 46-34, just like that, an unbelievable 10-kill swing. Pure now only 4 kills away from taking game number 2.
And they're already pressuring forward as well. Tolik gets the first one with that sidekick. He's trying to survive another kill. Another trade is going to come in. And even though it's a 2-for-2 at the moment on the map, it doesn't matter if you're a Pure fan because you have that lead. And if you trade for the rest of this game, you're going to win this game.
48 on the board here. 2 players sneak away to dummies. Druck has to be selective in who he challenges. 49 on the board.
One more to go here. Bound gets one, but it's surely not going to be enough here. Stella, no shields top middle, will be taken down eventually by Druck, and we are tied up at 1-1 in this series that Pure needs so badly.
And like we said, as long as Pure plays their game, high confidence, high speed, they can take it to a team like SSG. They've done it before. Let's not forget their top 4 finish in Atlanta, taking down top teams in order to do it. They close out game number 2 in the end, 50-39. It's a comfortable win, and what a swing in the end.
One thing to talk about, remember when we saw the comparison head-to-head map record graphic? This is what we're talking about when we kind of get to the Halo World Championships, and records are one thing, but this event is different. Everybody is fully prepared for these kind of events. They would have addressed their weaknesses, and that's a great example of it. Pure's record coming into this game type compared to SSG's was night and day. It was an astronomical difference between the two, but it's Pure who come out with not just a win, but a win where they looked in control for the majority of that game. Now we go into game number 3. Now we go to Oddball, which has been one of Pure's better game types. And if you ask me and you're watching at home, I think this series just got very interesting.
It really did, and that's exactly why we said that. Now, we wouldn't say that at every single event of the year, but really here at the World Championships, even when you see a game type record that looks like there is no hope, think again. This is the World Championship. These teams are here for a reason, and just like you said, if anyone was putting money on that based off of the stats card that you saw before this, it would have been a very comfortable bet on SSG. Instead, Pure wins it 50-39, a huge margin at this level of professional Halo. And to see disappointment on the faces of the SSG players as they get a little bit to think about. And they're tied up 1-1, and I could not agree more. This series just got a hell of a lot more interesting.
And I mentioned what our next game type is going to be. It's Oddball on Streets. This is one where Pure have had success. And even though we've talked about how records, previous historical records, map mode combinations, when we get to the Halo World Championships may not be as impactful, it certainly gives us an indication that Pure are comfortable here on Oddball Streets. And for SSG, who have been phenomenal in Oddballs, I will say this year, it will be another test for them. Now, keep in mind that game number 5, and I don't want to get ahead of myself too much here, but this is a Slayer where Pure have looked good, and SSG, when it comes to the very small pool of areas that they can improve upon that we saw from our stat graphic a little bit earlier, that is one game type where they haven't had the level of success that maybe they have in some of those other ones. So for Pure, they will know that. They will keep that in the back of their mind, knowing that if we can just squeak one more game out of these next 2, we've got a real chance in this game 5.
It's absolutely true, and you have to wonder just how much. I mean, Pure is not just a team that is focused on playing this game very quickly and at the same kind of pace with one another, but they are a momentum team. We saw what they were able to do in Atlanta with the momentum. When they lacked that momentum, we saw what happened in Salt Lake City as they exited top 12. Coming off of that game, and also a lot to be proud of in game number 1, you have to wonder if that's going to work in their favor heading into game number 3.
I mean, we call this the swing game in the series for a reason, right? It's who's going to go into the lead. But when you talk about that momentum, when you talk about who's going to feel confident, the reaction from Stella at the end of that last game, it was like one that was like, oh, what are we doing? It was like that kind of look. As we take a look at some of the people who have been doing the objective work for their teams respectively. And it might surprise you if you've been watching and you've seen some of the stats that Legend puts up when it comes to KDs, when you see big moments. But this guy is the ultimate player who does everything. And you can see that there on the side of SSG. He doesn't just kill people, he does it with the oddball in mind.
Right, and with a 1.17 KD, if you are leading your team in objective and you are positive, it's an unbelievable testament to what you are doing on the map, your ability to drop and shoot, your ability to rotate properly, finish the kills that you have to as a ball carrier. There's a lot of nuance that goes into that. And of course, Legend is a man that can do it all.
So here we are then. Game number 3 in this series, Oddball Streets, 2 rounds to win. As SSG find themselves having lost the previous game, and Pure find a little bit, just something special. Can they ride this momentum? Can they ride this wave? Or are SSG going to shut it down almost immediately?
Good pressure from Talik, but it's nothing against Legend's red gun there. 3 dead for Pure off the opening.
Immediately looking for the spawns as well. You can see the awareness from Legend to look towards Tram. He's going to get damage. 2 bullets, which is going to essentially strip all the shields away. With this Stalker Rifle of Cherish, which stalls this push out of the spawn towards that oddball for a few more seconds. Now, Cherish does somehow get that first kill. Oddball has been tossed out bottom middle, but Legend continues his early reign of terror here. This is going to be another one for him as well. It's a double for him, but Druck has managed to sneak away with that camo.
I was going to say, all eyes were there on Druck. I think everyone watching was thinking, where exactly did Druck get away from bottom middle? Let's see what he could do with this camo in hand now.
Oddball is down bottom middle. You can see both teams are playing for the kills before they even think about putting their hands on that oddball. And even though Druck's doing some good damage, his teammates are just falling. As SSG send a 4-man push, it looked like, up that pink street. And come out of it in a really good position. Bound doesn't have to get the kill himself because he knew the Legend was alongside him. And with the kills now starting to stack up in the favor of SSG, they turn their attention to the objective as Eco brings it back to the tower.
Misplay there by Druck. He's probably going to want that one back. Unfortunately, he doesn't even able to get into melee range in terms of the actual tower stairs. That will now translate to more time for SSG. You can just tell they're being very cautious and careful, though, with how they're executing on ball time. Yeah. They didn't force anything out of the L. Only once they got the right kills did they even bring the ball to tower. And just now, with only a little bit of light pressure, they still play the ball bottom middle.
By the way, Legend's 7-0 at the start of this game. Yet to die.
Almost as many kills once again as the entirety of Pure.
The only thing that might stop him is the fact that once again he's got no ammo. Not for the first time we've seen this. He finds a bandit on the floor, which means that he's going to be back to doing what he does, which is just killing people in front of him. More Spartans will fall, you would imagine. Still alive at the back of the tower, and he's been alive for long enough for Eco to even get into position to pick up this second camo of the game. Only 15 points on the board in the favor of SSG, and the second camo is already in effect.
He still hasn't died. One and maybe a 2 here for Eco, making it look way too easy. The help comes in from Legend. By the way, Legend's 8-0. He has not died yet. And on the side of Pure, you got 4, 5, and 6 deaths apiece.
And who's holding the oddball?
I mean, come on.
Most ball time in the game. Legend inside a tram right now with the ball in his hand. Yet to die in the game. Most kills in the game.
It's unbelievable.
You really can't ask for more.
Unbelievable start here. And if you wanted a better gameplay evidence from a player to back up what we just saw on a stats card, this is exactly it. Leading the game in all 3 of those categories.
35-0, the real stat that matters the most. Legend has to back down as the shields will be broken. Eco's there alongside him to help him out and keep him alive. Now he re-engages. Last shot's going to be in front of him. And Legend is 1 kill away from a killing frenzy at the Halo World Championships. 10 without response, and he's still yet to see the death screen.
This is the slowest, most patient killing frenzy I've ever seen in a main stage match. They're only up by 35, and Legend is 10-0. Wild scenes here at the Halo World Championship.
Cherish gonna challenge. He's gonna be the next victim. Torlik, he'll be taken down as well by Bound, and the oddball will be brought back to Legend. And if I am SSG right now, I'm saying bring the ball towards Legend because he is dominating the map.
Unbelievable. We would have thought he might have dropped there and just held, but instead they're just gonna continue slaying out. And Legend 11-0. The team is 50-0. This is the slowest, most strategic, most kind of brutal way to play this game I can even imagine.
Oh, finally he goes down. It's his first death of the game, but I giggled to myself because I can just imagine Bound in the comms going, nice job, Legend.
Yeah, way to go, bud.
Keep going, Legend. Eco now looking to continue his little good start here. He's almost double positive himself. 7-4 at the start of this game. Pure yet to get a point on the board, by the way. And one thing that you kind of hinted at is how strategic this approach has been from SSG. Any kind of hint that they are not going to have control of the map and they might fold a few numbers, they leave that oddball. They are working in what feels like 10, 15-second chunks instead of looking for anything extra.
Legend still holding the ball once again. Chairs with some good shots. Now Legend is 12x positive. He's going to be upset because he just went from infinity x positive down to 12x positive in this game.
I would never die again.
67-0 with 1:23 left on the clock. I mean, this is absolutely Cherish with a very nice repulse there on that nade. Probably going to get flushed out in just a second out of PD. Bound should win this one. Eventually does, but man, you got to talk about what Space Station is doing to this team right now. To not only be up by 76, but 77-0. This has been an absolute clinic and one of the wildest score lines and approaches to this game we've ever seen.
I have to agree. It is surgical. It is precise. It is risk adverse.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely devastating.
Oh, God.
Legend just making that fight interesting as he goes to 15-1.
What do you do when you look at, it's 87-0, by the way, that's 10 points to go. What do you do when you look at the scoreboard and you see Legend's 15-1? How do you feel?
Sad.
That's it.
Reluctant to continue playing. 16-1 for Legend, as it will be Space Station who close out round number 1. A flawless round of Halo Infinite from them on Streets Oddball. It really did not get, it does not get much better than that.
No, it must be said. I mean, that was, you know, if you looked at that game without seeing the names on the scoreboard, you'd think Legend was playing matchmaking. And I don't mean that as a slight against anyone on Pure, but it has to be said, he's 16-1 in this game at the Halo World Championship. It's unbelievable what he's doing in this game and what the entirety of SSG just pulled off in that first round of ball.
Well, it's almost an exact start that we saw last time, around 11, 12 seconds on the ball from Space Station. Legends still refusing to die. And it finally looks like Pure might have a few numbers. Torlik sliding in. No way do you do this. Let's still get to the trade in a situation where he has absolutely no right to do so. 17-2 for him now. We'll stop talking about it for a few moments because Stella has camo.
Let's see what Seller can do now. And you have to wonder if Pure is going to find any way back into this because there's such a punishing and slow burn in that round 1. Space Station, as you said, I think you chose the best word, Mark, surgical, the way that they picked Pure apart in that round number 1. And we saw what Pure is capable of. Let's not forget, this series is tied 1-1. Everything's still to play for, but Pure has got to find a way to shut down these holds.
It just feels like they're squeezing the life out of Pure. It almost feels that deliberate the way that they're doing this, right? They are pissed about how that previous game went. And now they are just... It looks like that result just awoken something inside of SSG, right? It's like, okay, this is how we need to deal with Pure. We've just learned something very quickly. This is how quickly we can put that into play. It's a lot more deliberate. It's a lot slower pace. It's a lot more teamwork orientated. Nobody is over-challenging and giving Pure an opportunity to get up the map for free. And Pure, the craziest stat so far in this game is that we are a few minutes into a second round of oddball here. Pure have not got a single point.
To keep a team scoreless in ball this way, I agree. It's remarkable to say the very least, and not what you expect to see even in pool play here at the Halo World Championship. 24-0 now. Every player on Pure has been limited to exactly 9 kills and almost the exact same amount of deaths. When we say surgical, it's been perfect spawn rotations on the outslaying from SSG to keep them essentially all on the same exact stat line.
Legend somehow escapes the position he really shouldn't have. It's 3 dead on the side of SSG. Are we going to see the first point on the board here for Pure? They're going to surely try and grab this ball and rotate it back in towards the tram, having flushed Bound out. Well, hasn't been thrown into a position that's going to make it difficult for them to challenge. SSG are still 2 dead. Pure still not with their hands on the board. Torlik finally will pick up a couple of kills, and it will be the first point on... Wait. It will be the first point on the board here for Pure.
Gonna go ahead and just toss that ball up to C-Stairs, which took a second for the point to register on the second grab, but now they are scoring it. Now let's keep in mind, now we can all reset and cool our heads for just a second. This game is now just within 15 points in the round, so despite dominance from SSG, the fact that they're playing such a slow hold and a slow burn on ball means this is now just a 10-point round number 2, and they are very much still in this. Let's see what they can do.
Great shots coming in from last shot with his Stalker rifle. Another 3 connects. He repulses back up towards the commando to see if he can find some more angles. And Pure, for all of the positives we've been lauding onto the way that SSG have approached this game, are a few moments away from going into a lead down. Need to stall this push themselves, and it will indeed be a score flip here in the favor of Pure. So game on.
Just like that, and as we said, it was SSG just putting slow points on the board here, so finally they will find themselves getting... Druck wins that battle, which keeps things interesting at Tram. Let's get into a listen here with Pure as they lead for the first time in the game.
Nice. Could be
back trash, Legend, I'm coming.
Switch. Is it repulse? Yep, wait. Start repulse. Is one shot.
Get the ball out. Good job.
He's still commando with the repulse. He's going.
Camel's up. Camel's up.
One more guys. Shot down.
A shot. Two dead.
He just got it. Pop now, pop now.
Okay, good. Is it ATM?
2v1.
Okay, hear that. Bottom main truck. Okay, small.
Watch your purple. I think we're seeing.
Where's your purple truck?
Camo's probably around you, Hunter.
Watch a cafe.
Camo's around here. Camo's around here.
Yeah, bomb C one though. Go driveway.
I have no idea where Camo is, guys.
Don't try driveway. I'm still red room.
Yo, Ivy right now? Camo could be playing up.
It was Eco.
Yeah, Camo, guys. Kill No. Alright, 2p1. Shotty Jin going ATM window.
He's getting full ball.
To ATM.
One shot ATM. One shot. There's 2 1 shot.
Yeah, look.
Red room.
Yeah, hit this lane out. Hit this lane out. I'm with you. We're on the still there. I'm here.
Yeah, he's a repull.
Yeah, they didn't enjoy it. One drive it, one down.
I think Legends just spawned.
One drive it.
One shot. Still driver.
You know where he's going?
Nice job.
He's one shot mid.
This ball time. Get this ball time is high.
Yeah, front two. Yeah, no, front two is cool.
Yo, B-stairs, one shot Legend.
One shot C-stairs, front C.
I can look at C-stairs.
C-stairs, one shot, front two.
Nice, live now. Driveway now.
B7, 2B7, you're up.
Nice shot. Oh my god.
Let's do front two. Yeah, front two.
Laundry, or trash right now.
One shot back.
Yeah, one guy back, still trash.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
Nice job.
Good job, Drug.
One's B-stairs.
There's 2 B-stairs.
Yo, let's hit.
B-stairs.
Take our time here. Take our time.
This should be stairs, Joey. Watch out. Yo, B-stairs too. Yo, I'm P1 guys.
B-stairs.
Watch out.
B-stairs is dead. Spawners.
Commander right now, man.
Yo, watch back heavy.
One shot trash to pick up commander.
Watch out back heavy. Legend with the soccer.
You're last.
If you have nades, like...
He's still back heavy. Nice. Watch out back heavy.
Well, a perfect time to jump out the list, and as Cherish is getting fired up here, and Pure are certainly back into this game. They trail by just a couple of points. For the kills they're racking up now, get the oddball back into their hands. They're back into a lead here. And round number 2 is starting to swing back their way.
And what a round, what a game this has been. The last thing you'd expect after what we saw in round number 1, that Pure would be leading at this stage in the second round. They are staying alive here, and what a story it would be if they somehow pulled out this round and kept us alive.
Trying to challenge Stella, wins that fight. Such a big one to win. If you can slow Stella down in those situations, create an opening, it's one less problem to deal with. 2 players, no shields. Drunk finds one of them. Legend will fall as well as Torlik will do his job. Eco now last alive in PD. And as Drunk goes for that ball, Eco causes some problems, at least gets one.
Yeah, it must have been a miscommunication there. I think on our screen, of course, from observer mode, we knew there was still a player in PD. You have to think Drunk maybe wasn't aware there was a player in PD, or just a little bit of miscommunication there. They give away a free kill, but the pressure still being applied here on Driveway.
Cherish finds 2. Once again, it's a double. Can he turn 3? Yes, he can. It's perfect shots from Cherish to put 3 stars on your screen. And with 10 seconds left, it might have just shut down the final push here from SSG, and we could be going to round 3.
Bound is the only player forward. Red Room here coming in tires as well. With 2 seconds left, there should be no hold, no touch, and we will indeed go somehow into a round number 3. Unbelievably, Pure sends us to a 3rd round in what has been one of the strangest games of ball in terms of back and forth and score lines between the 2 rounds that we have ever seen.
One thing you have to say about Pure is you can't deny they don't have heart. A lot of teams would have folded after that first round. Not this roster. 4 players. A lot of this roster is built off of long-term friendships who support each other in the toughest moments, and you're seeing how that can affect a team as well. SSG go 2 dead. Once again, a very start to this one as Cherish tries to make a play towards that camo.
Also, unbelievably, Cherish now leads the game in kills after the opening that we saw, and another perfect kill added to the tally. After the opening that we saw from Legend, Cherish still, right now only by 1 kill, but leads the game in kills. What a comeback and what a rally from him in the second round.
Coming for SSG, they're looking for the kills they need to try and wrap that ball back towards the tower. 4 players are going to be stuck on the bus stop at the moment, but Legend, as the distraction comes in, just gets Space Station in a position where at least they can go into a lead and force Pure to go for that ball a little bit more than they would have wanted to. Last shot has that red gun again. He's been doing a lot of damage with it, and Eco's going to find that himself. Torlik, he'll take down Legend as well, and all of a sudden it feels like the game is starting to swing here. The Slays are starting to swing in the favor of Pure, and SSG are the ones on the back foot who look like they can't find a foothold on the map.
That was 3 dead. Eco was the only player alive, and let this game be another reminder at the Halo World Championship. Just when you think you know what's going on and where a game is going to go, think again. Somehow we're in round number 3 with these 2 in the go-ahead game.
Big push coming in from Pure on the pink street as well. They're trying to clear a bit of space to try and grab that odd ball back in. Legend gets a kill inside a tram. Drux gonna challenge him to the death, but usually not the greatest of ideas as he exchanges fire, and Bound picks up a double off the back of it. And the follow-on from that double kill is going to be the camo going to SSG. Ball is back into Tram. It's a really strong-looking setup.
Oh, Bound avoids all the splash damage from all of these nades. 4 separate nades. Right now, just laying down pings, not shooting just yet. Needed to win that one. It's a good trade from Cherish. It was 4 dead for just a split second for Pure.
Last player alive is going to be Torlik on this ping streak. He gets taken down as well. So like you say, fresh 4 dead. Last shot wins the battle against Stellar as well. He's holding his ground in these 1v1 moments that really are going to matter, but it's SSG who have a commanding lead here. 36 points already on the board for them.
He's got the Shroud as well, just in case he needs it on the push. He's going to go ahead and try to fly in and pressure Commando, but once again, it's a very similar story to what we saw in the other rounds. Legend just flushes it out.
Through.
Has no interest in wasting any time. He just cleans out the back of the base. Cherish manages to get to Commando, but not before Space Station has 37 points on the board. Not a huge lead, but with the way this game has gone, it does feel like a big one.
2 dead here on either side at the moment. Legend going to turn his attention to the oddball. Sees the opportunity to get it back towards spawners in Tram. If he can get around this corner, should be able to scrap a little bit of time up as the spawners will clear the way for him. Stella picks up 1. And Bound has found himself the Stalker Rifle. Now this is becoming a more and more impact. We always knew how impactful this weapon was. But with the slower rate of fire on the Bandit, it becomes even stronger than it ever was. So for Bound to control this, for SSG to control this with a 50+ point lead, starting to look like worrying times in the series. And in this game for Pure.
Oh my goodness, and the damage as well. And it's starting to look a lot like the first round. It's once again SSG just... Look at the peaks. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, Bound just absolutely dominating with both the movements and the shots and the peaks. 80 points on the board for SSG. And it looks like they're going to make us forget that second round ever happened.
And it's Legend with the ball in his hands once more. 122 points collected by him on that oddball. Slowed down a little bit in the slaves, but it's difficult to kill everything when you've got your hands on the oddball. Now he wraps it towards his teammates. Everyone from Pure is committed to the Tram push. And Legend is trying to just avoid the push and get those last few seconds. It's exactly what they will do. And Space Station Gaming, after a scare in round number 2, will close out the game and win oddball on streaks 2-1. But that game was like, there was so much to talk about in it because it was so unorthodox in so many different ways.
I feel like the second round was a fever dream.
I know what you mean. I feel like the first round was a fever.
I'm not actually sure if any of that just happened.
Check the VODs.
I'm gonna have to rewatch those. Yeah, we mean it when we've had the pleasure and privilege of watching a lot of Streets Ball. That one, we've got to look at the highlights, thankfully, so we can prove that some of that actually did happen. But that was a non-traditional match, to say the least. A really fun one to watch, but I'm still trying to process exactly what happened in each of those rounds.
Well, round number 1 was one of the most dominant rounds of oddball we've seen ever. 100-0, Legend refusing to die. I think he ended up 16-1, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of this round, maybe even 17. For a second, we thought that he was just decided he was never going to die again. And then round number 2, SSG got out to a slender lead, but then Pure kept it scrappy, kept it close, and managed to sneak out a 3-point advantage that was enough for them after this triple kill from Cherish. Great work from the replay.
I say, huge shout out to the
Zoom.
Yeah, huge shout out to the team in the back for getting this replay package together. This thing was full of highlights, so it feels like this replay package is doing this match justice because it was just packed with unbelievable sights and both sounds, based by the looks of it. And Legend just, once again, goes through the carnage, straight balling.
Straight balling.
And he closes it out, 27-18 with 137 seconds of ball time. He had double the ball time of anyone else in the game, and it looked like 3 or 4x the ball time of anyone on Pure. In the end, SSG wins largely an unforgettable Streets Ball. I'm never going to forget that one, 2-1. And the rounds that they did win, they absolutely dominated, and they probably aren't going to worry too much about what happened in round number 2.
Yeah, round number 2 is a distant memory at this point. As we turn our attentions now to King of the Hill on Recharge, the records speak for themselves. Pure has had no success whatsoever on this game type, yet to have a moment to smile. And when you're looking at the average margin as well, it's not losses by 1 hill or so. It looks like it's losses by almost 3, 2.5 it looked like. So nothing has been close for them, but if there's a time to put that right, like we have mentioned, it's the Halo
World Championships. And if they want to send this to a Game 5, if they want to go into the winner side of the bracket at the end of pool play, then they quite simply have to win this game. It's as simple as that.
See what they can do here. Everything to play for. Pure backs against the wall. But we know we've seen them before when they have nothing to lose. You might remember back to Atlanta. When this team has nothing to lose, they tend to put on the best show. They've brought the aggression here in each game. In game number 1, only losing Argyle CTF in overtime. Of course, taking game 2 Slayer. And now, in the end, only losing by 1 round of ball. We'll see what they can do in game number 4.
Well, that was 4 dead for SSG. Stella's just come off respawn, so it's a great start. They're going to get the camo as well. It was left behind bottom middle. And they do have a little bit of time on the board already here, Pure. Now, Cherish decisions to make. It looks like he's going to take the one to step inside of the hill. With that camouflage, which makes it a little bit more difficult to flush him out, but it also means he's not going to be as effective when it comes to picking up that first kill.
Right.
And slowing down the push from SSG.
Ooh, I like this, though. Love the bait of the hill. See if he can stay alive. The pressure is coming in thick and fast at gold. It's a nice job to get out of the hill and bait it, maybe even pull up this kill as well. Without trading would be huge. In the end, it is a trade, so 2v2 on the map.
Well, it is October. Spooky season's just around the corner, and Cherish is just getting in the spirit of things a little bit earlier. Eco now, having kind of helped Space Station break through to the pipe side where this hill is. Now has to turn his attention towards some kills. Stella's already in the death screen, so Pure with some numbers. They have a chance to try and push and try getting another one to Legend. It's going to make this access to the hill a little bit more comfortable for them. That's going to be 3 dead. Bounty's last alive. He goes down as well. It's a great push from Pure again, and a little bit of patience being shown by them as well, which is something that you don't usually kind of find in their playbook.
Stellar on last shot. A battle we never tire of watching there. All the way pushed back, but Pure, as you mentioned, with very good progress here. They're going to try to flush Stellar out. If they do, Stellar picks up 1. Pinched against the glass. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Now 3 fall for Pure. Cherish was the last player alive. Druck's going to be a spawner.
Great progress here from Pure, but the problem is it's close, but it's not the cap. And how many times are we going to see that this event, right? This season we've seen it so many times. You get close, you do the majority of the work, but one camo goes against you, one team fight goes against you, and you're playing against a team who have won 3 out of the 4 majors of the year, and before you know it, you're 1-0 down, and now we essentially have a tie hill for time that has been picked up by either of these sides, and Eco's gonna try and stack this with Stellar as well. And SSG are moments away now from stealing this one away, and they will go up by 1. It's a story as old as time. Close, but not good enough.
Eco plays that so well with the camo. Notice how he sat front mid-bridge and he gets damage on 2 players. He knew that was free damage because he could just drop down to Mangler Pit. They're never going to find him. They're never going to flush him out. He's got camo as well. Other players and teammates push in on the tower to continue applying pressure. They were never getting across mid-bridge there ever. And then he stacks the hill. It's beautiful work from Eco to secure the hill.
Last shot, last alive. And SSG, even though it looked like Pure gave up and tried to rotate.
Ooh. Jesus.
SSG have managed to get some element of control. Last shot with the shock rifle, though, is going to change that. One shot going to be connecting. The second one onto the pad inside of the hill to try and do a little bit of damage to help with the kill onto Stellar, and he turns it into yet another one, which means that the break now has come in from Pure. But this is the race, right? We always see this break come in, but where are the spawners going to impact it? Are they going to be able to capitalize on damage? Eco's trying to do so, but now here come the spawners from Pure, and they headbutt in and around blue, and it looks like Pure just still have that damage differential advantage they can clean up on.
Took 3 players, but they finally take Eco down. He's in a 1v3 momentarily. Stellar. Nice routing there to take the windowsill. And now he's just going to try to walk in with this shock, and we've seen him do some dangerous things here, but Cherish does very well to make sure he trades.
2v2. Inside of the hill is going to be Pure, but Torlik is last alive. Stellar gets the trade. And now Bound is going to have to try and headbutt Torlik inside of this hill as he's going to think about stepping in to try and finish this one off. Torlik makes a big play, takes the 1v1, wins it, and they will get that cap, and he gets the stick as well. Torlik, that is a ballsy play in that situation. If it goes wrong, if he loses the 1v1, they lose the hill.
Huge play from Torlik there. I don't think Stellar thought that Torlik or any player that was coming in from control was going to drop straight to hill. That's why he took a stacks angle towards gold. And the second you saw Stellar take the stacks angle towards gold, you realize he doesn't know Torlik's going to make this play. Torlik then takes the fight, and we're tied up 1-1. It's a huge play for Torlik and Pure.
1-1, Cherish last alive, however. Last shot trying to cross towards Cherish's position here at top gold is SSG have control of the elevator spawns, which is exactly what you want on this Turbine Hill. But the flood now comes in from Pure. Through those pipes, they've managed to break in. They've managed to flood in, but Stella with that first pick, Legend with the second. And with Bound still alive and outputting damage, this is going to be a pretty comfortable hold as Torlik finds himself last alive, and SSG will grab a little bit more time.
Very comfortable. There's going to be gold pressure coming in, as well as you saw Glass. This is a big, big team fight here. Good pre-nades that are coming in. Oh, but somehow...
No! Bound just goes through the nades! Hits the 2 shots. He got the call out. There's 2 one-shot. And he backs himself to hit both of those shots. And I've got to be honest, I don't think Pure just expected him to do that.
Is that the most bound? Is that the most bound thing you've seen this weekend? I think so. And you have the idea that he's got a lot more where that came from. That aggression into gold will give them the second hill as they lead 2-1. Beautiful slaying control, beautiful aggression coming in from Space Station Gaming.
Really well controlled hill, you have to say. Econo is going to be last alive for a few moments. He has the shock. We've seen what last shot could do with it to change the trajectory and the numbers on the map. Torlik going to show, but he's not going to be taken down with a headshot. Eco has to reassess the situation, and it's going to be Pure who start to pick up a couple of kills, but there's Eco. There's the headshot, and there is the camo! And maybe a triple kill if he can hit it, but Druck will shut it down, but it's Space Station, bigger picture, who have managed to break here, but the camo is still down. Stella's gonna get it.
Druck was last player alive, made the decision not to go for the camo. You gotta think, in retrospect, maybe he should have applied pressure. However, at the time, it looked like the right call, especially if he gets this one. In the end, he does. So camo will be shut down. Druck eventually take it down as well. And now everything to play for on this 4th hill.
And so many trades. And Eco survives the timing from Bound there. You can see the desperation to finish off Eco. The call out was obviously being screamed. There's a one-shot on the sneaky, but just as it looked like Eco was going to be lined up with that headshot, man, flies around the corner to get the backsmap, and the timing of the push from SSG is absolutely exemplary in that moment. That was a great example of what makes Space Station so special.
Really does. And a great example of it. Bound picks up a nice easy one with the teamwork there. 1 dead for each side. A little bit of a stalemate here. Both teams looking for a slaying advantage, before they continue scoring.
Well, SSG have the lead, remember, in this situation, and there's only around 70 seconds left in this game. If they can pick up 1 or 2 more 2-3 dead situations, then they will take home this game and take home this series. Time is on their side, but last shot on the flank here has forced Legend to retreat to tower. 2 players have fallen, and Legend will fall in a few seconds as well. Opportunity to step inside of this hill with SSG. 2 dead, but Stella laid the trap, and last shot took the bait.
Cherish gets dinged a bit as well. And just when you feel like you've got a golden opportunity, let Stellar be the spoiler of dreams. Shuts down any attempts to hold.
30 seconds left on the game clock. Eco finds a kill. Stella with the shock rifle as well, which is going to be able to get in a position to flush anyone out. Cherish is going to challenge. He's not going to be able to get in the hill. Shields are broken. Pure need to pick up these kills, and they need to pick them up now. But Eco's going to get the first. Cherish tries to push Stella out. He gets those shields broken. Last shot, he can't connect as well, but with 10 seconds left, they need to get in this hill. Legend comes through with 2. It's a 2v2 on the map. Torlik's going to fall as well, and that should be it. No one close enough. Druck makes the miracle play, but it's not going to happen, and SSG hold off Pure and will go 3-1 in this series and take that double.
And in the end, once again, it's a well-fought and closely contested end to that game as well, but you get the feeling, just like you had in Streets Ball, that SSG was in control the entire time.
Really well controlled those final moments from SSG. You could see that there was a lot of temptation maybe to step a little bit further up the map, but Stella, they put the responsibility on his shoulders, and why wouldn't you, right? Hold that angle with the shock rifle. See if anyone steps inside of that hill. You don't have to kill them immediately, you just have to keep them out of that hill, and the most exposed hill, probably easiest one to defend there at Space Station, showing that you have to really put your body on the line and have full control of the map before you can gather any considerable amount of time here on Recharge. Take a look at the series. It was close, for sure. You're looking at that. But when you watch those games back, it felt like SSG were really always in control apart from that game number 2.
It really did, yeah. I think even in, CTF Argyle probably is the one exception, but when you really look at games 3 and 4, this scoreboard would indicate that things were extremely close. For those of you who joined us for games 3 and 4, we think you would agree with us in saying that it was really SSG just playing things like game management and clock management to really make sure that they take those 2 objective games.
Very impressive stuff. We didn't see that game 5 Aquarius Slayer, which is somewhat of a surprise, I think, with how things have gone so far today. But it is going to be SSG, the winners of 3 out of 4 majors, who start their day right and really do put some pressure onto Pure now. They are going to have a very, very tough run here at the Halo World Championships. But one player who started off pretty well, it's going to be Bound. He's down on the main stage right now for an interview with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Seattle, make some noise for Space Station Gaming as they take down Pure and they stay perfect in their pool. Now, Bound, you guys come out, you win this 3-1. How you feeling getting this victory right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the first series of the event where it's like a truly kind of a test. Those guys beat us online last time we played them. They're pretty good online. We haven't played them since Atlanta, but they're still a pretty good team, and we know if we beat them, we'd be looking good.
Definitely would be looking good, okay? Because as you said, that last online tournament, okay, you guys come out with like a 6th or 8th place in after going back-to-back. And so I know you guys don't want to be complacent here on the main stage as you're the #1 seed. How do you guys plan on making sure that you guys stay on top and don't let them wins get to y'all head until you get the big one?
I mean, it's online to land, you know, so it's one of the oldest stories of all time. Just have little flukes online, and then just got to come to land and just be good. Just, you know, come in locks. We're just coming in and making sure we're straight, not losing too early like we've done in the past Worlds, and just playing our game correctly.
Just playing your game correctly. Okay, I love to hear that one. Next up, you know, when it comes down to, you know, your teammate Legend, he was popping off in that game, as he always is. Talk to me about, you know, how he's been playing with the squad, and how is it, you know, how would it be to get him his 3rd win in a row here?
I mean, that would be my first three-peat ever. It'd be my first ring, same with him. So we both kind of have that mental note in our head, I feel like, that, you know, there's a lot of greatness that can be achieved.
It is.
We're not trying to let it get, you know, bear on us too hard with the pressure. We're just trying to stay level-headed, but it would be pretty fucking awesome to pull that off.
No, it definitely would be awesome. It'd be awesome, Space Station fans, I'm pretty sure, okay? Make some more noise for Bound and the boys as they stay perfect in their pool. Lot, take us away.
Well, they're up there in their camo jerseys, but we see you, Space Station Gaming. You're picking up just where you left off at SLC, and quite frankly, the past couple of events as well. Winning, stay winning on that main stage. Incredible stuff. I mean, we saw so many glimmers of excellence from Space Station Gaming, and I think the scariest part of what we saw in that series is that wasn't even close to, I think, how they want to be playing, especially heading into tomorrow and potentially Sunday as well. I mean, it's near perfect. It just quite, you know, for Space Station isn't quite the perfection I'm sure that they would have wanted going up against Pure, because they're certainly capable of it. But Pure put up a really valiant fight there. Space Station Gaming, though, just managing to edge their way through that series and just looks so good doing it.
Yeah, you heard it from Bound in the interview where they have a lot of respect for Pure. They know they're a strong team. They got the better of them online. So a lot of reasons to bring your A game to this series. Getting the job done was really the only focus for SSG. They know that they put themselves in a prime position to be where they want to starting the winner's bracket tomorrow. So SSG getting the job done. But the big thing for me in that interview is twice Bound referenced, we didn't slip up. Our goal today was not to slip up like we have in previous Worlds. And then he also brought up this would be mine and Legend's first ring. You can clearly tell by his answers, there's one thing that this team is focused on right now, and that is a world championship. That is the mentality of what I want SSG coming into this weekend to be, and it looks like they have that championship mentality, knowing that they've had a phenomenal year, but the goal still remains on the table, and it is not achieved yet.
Yeah, their mentality is definitely there. I expect nothing less from a team who've really dominated this season so far in wins and looking to get that final one, right? It's really like all or nothing at this point, I think, in their minds. Like, yeah, we love those wins. They mean a lot to us, a lot of work paying off there, but this is where it matters the most. This is the big chip, and certainly the chip on their shoulder as of the rest of the Halo seasons that we have seen so far as well. So a lot of things on the line for this SSG team, and they were looking really good against Pure. Looking at the stats here, though, Tony, how are you feeling about Pure on the other side of things? Because they showed some fight against Space Station Gaming, especially coming off a really kind of disappointing loss to ITB earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel decent about them, but at the end of the day, you did just get 3-1 by SSG, a team that you already have 3-0, and after losing to ITB, it's going to be an uphill battle from here, you know, going into championship bracket, maybe through the lower bracket, maybe not at all, and it's going to be really tough. If anything, I do like that 1.06 KD out of Cherish. I thought he really stepped it up at times. I thought Talik looked good as well at times, but at the end of the day, SSG looked dominant, and I feel like I wanted to see more out of Pure, to be honest with you.
Well, you know what? I want to see more of some of our pool updates because things have been happening on different screens in this arena. It has been crazy. Okay, so just to update you, fresh off the press, Sentinels, they were beaten by Quadrant 3-0 in their series in that Pool B, Pool of Death. We called it a Pool of Death for a reason. Quadrant showing up and showing us how it's done to upset a big team like Sentinels there. We also have Halo Esports. They actually reverse swept Complexity. So there is something to be said here in Pool D for a potential three-way tie if FaZe can't get it done against Colt a little bit later on. We've also seen Dark Inside also take Native Gaming to a Game 5 and manage to take them down. So 0-2 Native Gaming sat there in Pool C. Crazy things have been happening, Clutch. I mean, we expected some upsets here, but these are just in numbers right now.
Yeah, unacceptable, honestly. And when you talk about pretenders and contenders in this league coming into this tournament, I think a lot of the pretenders are the ones that are losing these series that you don't expect them to lose, ones that are must wins in order to get to championship bracket. Now all of a sudden there's a couple of teams that we expect to at least get inside the top 12, teams that have gotten top 6 last tournament that are falling short in pool play. Unacceptable results from them, and honestly just shake of the head because this is the entire year builds up to this moment, the biggest prize pool, the biggest moment, the biggest opportunity for these guys, and they came out flat on the most important day.
And I feel like if you have been paying attention all year long, you've kind of been seeing this coming. Like, it's been the year of upsets. Yeah. So, you know, I gave a shout out to Halo Esports earlier. You 3-0'd Sentinels last time. You pushed FaZe to a Game 5, and after that reverse sweep, congratulations to you. And we talked about Pool C being that wild card pool, and you can make a good argument for anybody to make it even through the winner's side, even Dark Inside.
I know, they all seem pretty Pool of Deathy right about now with all of these upsets coming across the board. But folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, not only do we have an exceptional series for you, but we have something very exciting that you are going to want to listen to. We'll see you guys right after this.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
I present to you your 2024 HCS Season MVP, Legend from Space Station Gaming. Can we get some claps in the audience, please? Because this guy has been absolutely amazing all season long. Firstly, I'm going to probably embarrass myself here, but félicitations, Legend. Vous avez été incroyable cette saison. I mean, an incredible season for you.
Thank you.
So proud to watch somebody not only start, you know, so young, but just have the most incredible pathway to this moment in time. MVP of the entire season. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing. Like at the beginning of my career, I never thought that I will achieve what I did today. You know, like going from a stand, like getting stuck like between top 12, top 8, and then having a crazy year with Quadrant, like being the first international team. Sorry.
It's okay.
Bro.
It is unbelievably emotional right now because I think
it's unbelievable.
You know, it's something that I think every young player dreams of, right? And your dreams come true. I mean, so many times, not only just with Space Station, but you did it with Quadrant back. You made history with that team.
Yeah.
And then to join Space Station Gaming, to get MVP, not trying to make you more emotional, but we want to celebrate you up here, Legend, because you are absolutely incredible and you're inspiring young kids as well. You're inspiring young kids because you are so incredible. And while I let you catch your breath, Clutch, you know, I mean, looking at the emotion from Legend is amazing because, you know, it means everything to these players. It really does.
Man, I remember talking to you in the airport over in Valencia when we were leaving outside Chick-fil-A, I think it was.
Yeah.
Man, you surprised the hell out of me the first time I saw you on LAN really competing, and I knew you were a special talent. I didn't know how special you were, and I said it I said it at SLC that you were by far the front runner, and I've been in Halo for a long time. I'm old. Never did I think a European player would be able to call himself the best player in the world, and I truly think that you are the best player in the world. I get emotional just thinking about it, so hey.
Thank you very much.
Your hard work has done unbelievable things, and I can't hope for you to continue to achieve it.
Thank you.
I hope you find yourself a world championship here soon, because I know that means more. That's probably more important to you than any individual accolade you could achieve.
Yeah, obviously. Shout out to my teammates and even my past teammates, because I will never achieve what I've done without them.
We love to hear it, Legend. We are so unbelievably proud of you. And I know somebody else who is very proud of you coming on the stage right now to give you your trophy for MVP this season, 2024. We have the Legend himself as well. Two legends.
Thank you.
Walshy.
The Godfather himself.
Thank you.
Hey, there we go. There's the trophy lift. Is there anything that you want to say in French to any of your French fans that might be watching?
Merci à tous les fans français de m'avoir supporté pendant ces 3 années. Et je vais continuer de vous rendre fier.
I loved it. I don't know what you said, but I know it was wonderful. Thank you so much, Legend. A huge congratulations to you. Space Station Gaming fans, I hope you're happy because you have one amazing player on this roster, including all the rest of them. Best of luck going forward, Legend.
Thank you.
You've got a really incredible weekend ahead of you. And GG's against Pure. That was incredible.
Thank you.
Well done. Folks, I'm going to have to hold myself together now.
I'm struggling
I'm getting emotional, so I'm going to need some help up here. But we're going to let Legend go away with that trophy, get ready for his next couple of series because he has a long weekend ahead of him. And as we do that, I just want to quickly talk, you know, Tony, a little bit about this young guy because he really is so special as a talent. I mean, to watch him kind of come forward, not only achieve almost the impossible, I think, for a European player as to date. You know, getting these event wins, it's just been absolutely amazing. But then to see a European player pick up MVP, it is something I think little kids dream of. And you could see how emotional he was on this desk. I mean, how do you feel about Legend and obviously everything he's accomplished so far?
I mean, it's amazing and it's real. Like when I first started commentating, I was commentating that young man playing in 2-on-2 tournaments. I was commentating him playing, you know, in all these different tournaments, and to see where he has gone is incredible. I've been able to watch him grow and mature as not only a player but as a person. This young man that I see in front of me right now is not the same young man that was a few years back in Halo 5, and that was just so real, and it was beautiful, man. Legend, you are a rock star, you are a superstar, and you have a bright future in this league. I am a fan. and I know many people here are too.
I think we're all fans up here, that is for sure. I could talk about him all day, but we have to move on to the series that is coming to our stage in just a moment, and that is going to be FaZe versus Complexity. Two teams looking to really head off this pool because some crazy things have been happening for both of them. There is a potential three-way tie to be occurring if FaZe don't get this done against Complexity here. FaZe sitting 2-0, looking pretty good right now, but Complexity, can they answer back to maybe a bit of a lackluster start? Let's kick things off looking at the boys in red though, and looking at FaZe, you know, a lot of questions I think coming into this World Championship for them. I think, you know, Wes, in terms of mindset, this is going to be a big mindset series for this FaZe roster. Start how you mean to go on. Are you expecting a dominant performance here?
You know, I have to be, and it's because they've earned that expectation over the years, being world champions. They haven't been consistent enough, though, and that's what scares you about this team. They had a very scary series earlier today against Akave, and if they play like that, that will not win a world championship. They will not go back-to-back. I haven't seen them play since, but I know that they won in a 3-0 fashion against the next team that they played. So you got to think that they're starting to get the juices flowing, starting to wake up a bit and know that it's tournament time. But what FaZe are we going to see in any series is my question.
Tony, how are you feeling about this roster defending their World Championship title?
I mean, like Wes kind of said, you know, it really has been an up and down season here for FaZe, you know, missing out on a championship Sunday, you know, getting top 4 at SLC, but I do see a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. I do see a little bit to shine over, you know. You're undefeated in Game 5s, which to me is incredible when going up against some of the best in the league, you know. You've only dropped one Slayer at SLC and still were the #1 Slayer team all year long, so there is still some ups here for FaZe, and obviously they're gonna have to look dominant against Complexity. If they want to go back-to-back as far as world championships, they're gonna have to get through Complexity and make it look easy.
Speaking of Complexity, mindset change here, Clutch coming in from Cole because of their top 6 finish. You know, how much weight do you kind of hold on what they did in SLC?
Yeah, I alluded to it, right? I said there's contenders and there's pretenders. To me, Complexity is a pretender. The teams that they beat in order to get top 6, yeah, it was Optic Gaming, but we know what Optic Gaming was going through on that Friday. But after that, it was not an impressive road to that top 6 performance. You have to see more out of them. Breaking Shot was a phenomenal player for this roster at SLC. But I almost think he outkicked his coverage. That can't be the expectation we hold Breaking Shot to every single tournament. They are no slouch, don't get me wrong. These guys are veterans in the scene, but against a team like FaZe, there's no chance in hell that I'm picking a team like Complexity to compete.
Yeah, I've got to say right now as well, especially with the start that they've had at Worlds and not being able to get it done, especially when they were 2-0 up, that is a very big issue. To get reverse swept, Tony, it speaks volumes. Not having the ice to clutch things out and losing 3 games in a row, that speaks a few problems maybe with this roster. How do you feel about bouncing back for them and their ice?
I mean, it ain't going to be easy. I mean, to beat this same Akave roster back at SLC in the winners bracket and then get reverse swept by him, like you said. Now, we have seen Complexity pull off upsets against the likes of the FaZes, the Optics, and other teams in the world, so I'm not going to count them out, but I'm going to be real with you. We all know it ain't going to be easy. We all know FaZe are a heavy favorites, and honestly, that's an understatement.
Yeah, I've got to say I agree, and I also think in terms of finding some form, FaZe certainly have found that, I think, in a couple of moments between tournaments. You see improvements slow and steady, but it seemed to have been the biggest heading into this World Championships. I think efficiency was something that we were questioning on the side of FaZe, and they picked things up. I think not having those kind of average deaths that we're seeing from some of their main Slayers pushing forward a little bit too fast, and seeing some objective work come across the entire team, that's going to bode really well.
It's a must. If they want to perform at the level that SSG and Optic are playing right now, they have to consistently be efficient with their objective play. And in all honesty, earlier this morning against Akave, they were not. And it was that's the reason that series went to a Game 5. We'll see if they're more efficient. I think that they'll take Complexity more serious than they did Akave. You'll see very quickly if that's the case, if the objective efficiency is being done by everyone on the team, because best player available, best player in position available has to be the one that's doing that objective. It cannot always just be one.
All right, well, we're going to dry our tears over here because there might be another team that needs some tissues and some crying on that main stage just in moments to come, because we're ready for this one, FaZe versus Complexity. Let's meet our teams.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2024. As we get ready for the action, it's going to be Complexity taking on FaZe Clan here in some pool play action, getting closer to, sending a team home. And some of the
you want to get people out of here already?
Not really. Up to me, everyone would win. Anyway, hello, everyone. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy over here. We're going to yap about some video games today, and it's going to be super fun. Glad you could join us here because we have FaZe Clan, your defending 2023 world champions, going up against a complexity roster, that Dave, they ended up getting rocked by Kave, and now they're in a very precarious position.
Yeah, rarely did you think that you'd hear the phrase of, all right, if Complexity beats FaZe here, it's going to be a three-way tie in pools.
Yeah.
You wouldn't expect that sort of situation.
Wild stuff. But here's the series layout. It's going to be Live Fire, King of the Hills, Slayer on Solitude, Strongholds Recharge, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to some Forbidden CTF and closing it out with Streets Slayer. Now, there was something that I think, Wes had pointed out on the desk, and he had talked about how he was a bit more, bothered by the FaZe performance in the Akave matchup. And he was talking about how you wanted to see this team really come out of the gate swinging, be very, very strong. And that's what we saw when you and I had an opportunity to commentate FaZe over in the Bravo stream against TLF just a little while ago. They look strong. They look fierce. They look like they are so put together. And if their objective efficiency is as efficient as it was in that TLF game, this is going to be very hard for them to stop.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we always go back to that talking point where, like, Ryan Noob always finds a way to, to bring his team together, find a way to play that scrappy, objective playstyle. But there is a lot of truth to sentiments like that. And, I've had a lot of rosters in the past where I'll bring together a group of players and we'll figure out that style together. And we build that together and make sure that we're not overslaying. Because a lot of times, too, outside of some of these very top rosters, like, you might have to go into certain matches where you realize, hey, we're just going to go slay for slay, and whoever gets more kills is going to win this game. They might be us in the objectives. It's going to be tougher to outslay them on a consistent basis.
Yeah, there are players on that Complexity side that can shock you at a moment's notice here with incredible plays or incredible shots. So let's see if FaZe Clan can manage to have a strong closeout to their pool, or can Complexity bounce back, because they need it. And what a way for them to do so than against the 2023 defending Halo World Champions in FaZe Clan, and to do it right here and now in pool play. Let's see as the players are getting loaded up, ready to go. It's time to start. Let's do this bad boy. We got Ryan Noob on the screen, so let's jump right into the action. Actually, we got Frosty, who we were talking about him earlier, Dave, and Frosty was unbelievable in that TLF series that we saw earlier on in the Bravo stream. Let's see if he can continue that success. He already does so with a double kill to kick things off. Maybe looking to find himself a trip ski. He's got someone in front of him, but that is going to be Rain who gets the melee there. It is going to be traded instantly, though, so job done.
Look at this, Renegade just helping set up this ammo, trying not to give any chance for Complexity to get back in this game. Looks like they know where the pressure's coming from. They just start to grenade that window, and it looks like Complexity able to get with a camo along with breaking shot with a beautiful flank. Great play by Complexity right there to get 2 kills, get the camo, and now they're gonna get some hill time.
Yeah, the win condition there, don't let the sniper rifle be a factor. And they did that expertly with those spike grenades, with the flank from behind. That sets them up nicely here, but they're gonna need to play off of this. And Ryan Noob with the camo could be a problem.
And this is awesome. Ryan Noob just completely sweeps all the way out here towards cuts. His teammates don't have to worry about someone over at Mud, Nest, or Tower during this push. But what they do have to realize is Big Door and Bags is trouble, and they can sometimes not stop all those members pushing out from FaZe.
Yeah, and FaZe, once those guns get hot, it's really difficult to shut them down. Breaking shot, though, is able to find himself a double kill off screen, courtesy of some shots that were there thanks to Ryan Noob and friends. And even though Ryan Noob's running into quite a few players here, I like the way that they're just playing in the face of Complexity, not giving them any space to breathe.
Yeah, rather than just holding a static defense, you see Complexity being offensive, pushing out, and it's easy when you have something like Breaking Shot. Starting off this match, 9 kills, 2 deaths. More kills than the entire FaZe roster right now on the board. Breaking Shot playing out of his mind.
My guy's trying to make a name for himself here today. Wants to see if he could try and shut down FaZe, get its first point on the board. So close for them, and Complexity are going to strike first here against FaZe Clan.
Let's see how he decides to play this. Perfect first hill there by Breaking Shot and Complexity. I also like the fact that you only see 2 deaths on the board for Ryan Noob, but he has 5 assists, doing such a great job pushing around the map. But as I was saying before we started hyping up Breaking Shot there, the Complexity strategy there was, instead of holding back and holding a static step, they decided to push out one side, and once they met resistance, they would either fight or back off, or if they didn't see anybody, they knew where the push was coming from because they eliminated one of the options.
And the key was not to invest everything into that.
No, it's just almost like sending out a scout.
Yeah, which
scouting
is
for
perfect
information.
at that. He's perfect at that. He's one of those annoying players that difficult to kill, right? He's always made himself that. So when you put him in that position, and here he is with a camouflage yet again, this is where I do fear a little bit for FaZe, because in the last series that they had against TLF, they were controlling power items, power weapons very, very effectively. This time around, you got to expect that Complexity will have their number when it comes to that type of utility efficiency by grabbing those items.
Yeah, and look at that. Ryan Noob didn't even have the chance to really grab that sniper as he decided to opt to put a few shots of damage into another player there. But whose hands would you rather it be in? Maybe breaking shots as he's not missing. Somehow hits Frosty in the knees right there. And somehow Complexity is also able to even out this hill, but with all four going down, I expect FaZe to close out hill number 2 unless Complexity make a quick push.
Oh, brother, and they're giving him 6 rounds in that snipe too, so there is a lot of shots to work with in that. He's got good coverage, Renegade, and on top of that too, they're gonna get this point here in a moment's notice, so we're gonna be locked up 1-1 as we make our way for that third.
Renegade happily will stay top tower and shoot all the way at Bags as they give him shots over there. But after the damage has been done, he wants to close this gap. They don't want to lose this spawn war, but Complexity already spawning in over at Garage. This is going to be tough. FaZe have to get another round of slays.
Yeah, they're getting exactly what they want, Complexity, but they do lose Ryan there, so that is going to be a player down for the fight. But no big opportunity for them to try and make this push happen. You can start to see, though, over at the big door, right? Rain as well, as Huss is trying to see if they could stop the push from FaZe, and they're not successful in that endeavor because Frosty's able to get himself a double kill, and Renegade's right in the spot, too. So that means you got FaZe with control yet again.
Yeah, somehow you see Frosty flying in, and you're like, all right, this person's gonna be the entry fragger, maybe first death, but somehow Frosty walking away with 3 kills. Just knowing that there's an opening there, must have had a lot of damage from teammates, and cleaning that up.
He was focused on the other guy. I knew it was going to happen. I saw he was focused on the other guy, and the other dude crossed in, and he still hit him.
You can't out somebody for something like that. You just, like, when some clip like that happens in a montage, like, oh yeah, I was totally expecting that.
Oh yeah, you 100% knew it was planned. The observers didn't see anything. But this is starting to look a little dire for Complexity, at least on this hill. They started things off, all right? They were able to, get a few big slays that happened over toward that tower side. They were playing the map effectively. They had the positioning, but it just took that one big push, and FaZe get themselves 2 points on the board. Now they're up by 1.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all 4 down for Complexity again. Feels like last couple times, it feels like they're almost committing towards the end of a hill to try to get a desperate stop. You saw that over towards the C-plat when you had 3 players running back and forth at Bags, getting picked off by Renegade, getting body shotted by Renegade. And then once again, they're in the garage. You saw all 4 go down immediately after that hill was capped. Sometimes as the hill is about to be capped, you have to have the patience. You have to say, we have to let this one go. Let's get control in the new area.
Yeah,
get control of tower. Get control of garage and Bags or whatever.
It's to live to fight another day in a lot of those instances, and when to play those advantages and disadvantages. Because sometimes, you're in a situation like where this is unwinnable. We can't really do much about this here. And this has been the situation that, well, Complexity have found themselves in quite a few times now. Does Complexity, though, rally back in this one? They're going to be looking to see some big plays here, but the captain's not going to allow that to happen. Although Huss had other plans there. Breaking Shot and Huss are able to bring that sniper back into their control. It's got a decent amount of shots in it still. It's got to put this thing to work, but Frosty's good shots really not allowing Huss to get comfortable with that S7.
No, there's like 2 different defenses against Snipe. There's the people that just barely peek around a corner and not do anything, and then there's some that just jump out, jump back and forth like they're just going to try to challenge you to death. And sometimes when someone has that level of confidence, someone you don't want to be sniping against.
Exactly. But Huss
hits that.
It was 1 shot, and Frosty knew exactly where that was, so it set up Snakebite for the pickup there, but not enough to be able to get control of that hill quite yet. It's going to be a bit of a tall task here, but you do have some activity happening over toward the mud side of the map now. Frosty, does he wait for his teammates here? The smart money would be yes, but watch out for mid, because there comes Huss, who's going over towards Secret to try and be a little bit of a spoiler here for FaZe. And look at Frosty, he's really struggling to find a target because Complexity, they're just all over the place.
Every time he looks behind him, someone's shooting him over at Nest. Once he looks back over at Nest, they're shooting from cuts, but he's still doing a good job dancing back and forth over at Dice, not making it like he's just jumping out, panicking out in the open. Instead, making them take those extra seconds. Those extra seconds add up for FaZe as they're able to get those double teams.
Those extra seconds is pretty much the entirety of the sport there, right? It's about scrapping up whatever you can in those vital moments. And for Complexity, they need to scrap up some more time, some more possession on this hill. Get that bar moving a little closer to the edge there, and it seems like it's working out for them. They got 3 down for FaZe. Complexity looking to tie this one up. Snakebite and Frosty there, nowhere to be found. And as time continues to tick on down, is anyone going to be in a position to try and challenge it? Not happening today, but look at this there. They're pinned inside. These are big kills that FaZe need to try and get, but they're fighting out.
Great play there, too, by Complexity, especially Ryan there. I like the fact that you double back over towards the hill to make sure you for sure get that, because you know FaZe were in a position to potentially get that stop over from the plat. But then secondly, as they round up together, rather than leaving just one person on their own to go out from mud, they're all of a sudden running to a double team.
Yeah. That's where you got to be careful, because FaZe with a double team is diabolical. They will find those advantages, and they will take advantage of them whenever they're presented. And as we talk about the lead starting to, accrue here, it seems pretty good for Complexity out the break. But now you got FaZe looking to try and respond.
FaZe off to a strong start here on this one, but don't worry about that clock down there. This is likely going to be decided by these next couple of hills.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be OT if it keeps going like this. Yeah, man. This is going to be a nail biter for sure, down to the wire. But FaZe, if there's a team that can close it out in those vital moments, clutch up, it's what's won them championships. They would do it here. So Complexity need to be on their toes.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a repeat of our Optic match earlier, where they were just chill. Like, they kept the top center hill, and then we were like, are they going to waste the last minute and a half? Instead, they went for the 4th and final cap instead of running off the clock. Like we said, after this top center hill, it would move towards green. But based on the pace so far, I feel like we're going to see it decided here once and for all on this top center hill.
Man, I got to tell you, Renegade kind of ridiculous in that whole exchange there, doing everything he can to keep himself in the back of the base. But Complexity knew they had to just get him the hell out of there ASAP. And they're getting close to this one, Dave. They could get this lead.
Complexity put up plenty of points there. Also, it's interesting seeing Frosty dance back and forth over towards that hill. You almost saw that play from, I believe it was Huss, where he was like, something's too good to be true. I need to worry about my C plat.
Yeah. Well, I think they cleared out Snakebite, so that's going to leave it wide open. And Complexity are going to get that 3rd point. And with 38 seconds left on the clock, FaZe have no other choice. They got to play this.
Yeah, not impossible, though. As we talked about before, this B stronghold over at the back green is very concealed. So it's not like as safe of a spot where you can just pick off somebody like in top center.
And they have everything.
This is very possible here for FaZe to tie this up. But Complexity, they just need one big break right here. They need to get kills on this Camel player. They need control of Nest. What route do they decide? We'll find out.
A couple calls coming through there. You seeing the tags? They're making halfway progress now. FaZe looking to come back. He's going to get one in the whack there, but he can't find the second. And instead, he's going to hit him with a Shoryuken off the map. But it is going to be FaZe still holding on to this one. Breaking shot looking to challenge, but Snakebite with some good nade placement is going to prevent him from getting up onto that bridge. And he needs some help here to try and stay up.
And look at these routes he's taking. He's opting to hide over towards top green rather than bottom because he realized it's just a pure, easy sitting target at bottom green where he can't see where threats or grenades are coming from. Instead, FaZe somehow capture that hill. We're going to a 7th and final hill here, Golden Boy.
Yeah, you called it, man. You were like, we're definitely going to be.
Yeah, I was like, we're
getting a few more hills here. It's going to happen.
It's tough. Like I said, like you go from the most exposed hill over in top center where things can go for quite a while, and then you go towards green where a team can just sit in. It's tough to get them out. They just have 3 main areas that they can sit on. They can sit on towards Nest side, garage side, or at the bottom of green.
Next point's going to pick up the dub here. Bakery gun kill, and a little dicey there for a moment. And now we're going into OT. 2 minutes on the clock here. Who picks it up? FaZe Clan sitting in a decent position back of the tower here, but they got to be careful not to get a little overzealous.
Yeah, historically, last time we saw this, FaZe Clan took the C plat hill right here. After they had such a strong start there from Complexity, FaZe were able to answer back and get the 2nd hill, and they're already off to 50+% on this hill number 7. I don't know how Complexity are going to break out of this one. Looks like Huss and Rain get a couple kills across the map, and they break through the tower. Roll to the only one alive over at Silo. wisely backs down. He can't just sit and camp at the spot and eventually gets hunted down by breaking shot. Player that's going absolutely off the sniper earlier. Can he be the hero for his team at the end of the game?
Well, they are going to be able to get that sniper rifle back in their hands again here. Get a body shot for him. That's Frosty. We saw what he could do with this weapon last time it was in his hands in that TLF series. He was unfreaking believable. A body shot for him there, but Huss is there for the immediate pickup. Rhinoob's got the camo. Could be the difference maker here, Dave.
They know where pushes can come from. Looks like Snakebite is found over the dummies, and you know he needed that finish. It's going to be tough. You got to take the jump up. There's too many long routes.
They got control.
But all of a sudden, Rhinooob decides to make the long flank. Gonna go through pillars, gonna go through door. And you gotta wonder, is he out of the fight for too long? He's able to get that first pick, but right now, FaZe have the numbers advantage on top of the map. But I guess if they get filtered down to you and scared out, it doesn't matter.
It could very well be it.
Somehow.
This is now, it is flipped over toward FaZe because we were asking a question before, how does Complexity break out of this? Well, job done. They achieved that goal, and they're getting dangerously close to being able to close this one out. So now the question is, how does FaZe break out of this? Because they have found those moments in the past, but Complexity, they're making this really difficult for them to do so. Only a hair's breadth away from being able to get into that hill, and oh my goodness, FaZe managed to get their bodies in there in time, and they're holding this one down. Does Complexity have what it takes to dig deep and get inside of that hill in this critical moment in time? They do not, and FaZe pick up the dub, and Frosty lets them know what's really good.
How often do you see Frosty pop off?
Yeah.
And he is getting pumped here in pool play. You realize that Complexity came out to play.
Yeah.
They were able to shut him up. There must have been some back and forth throughout that we didn't see. Didn't get to hear all the behind the scenes drama. But Frosty just steps up, lets them know that they are more clutch. FaZe icing it up when they need to.
Yeah.
Closing out a crucial game one in a so close 4-3.
Yeah, that one was, that was a heartbreaker for Complexity, without a doubt. They did practically everything right there in those critical moments that you would want them to come up clutch. They did it, Complexity. But when it matters most, FaZe Clan, they always find that next level that they have to hit in order to push forward into the series, in order to push forward with the dub. Truly incredible stuff. But I think what this shows us here, Dave, is that we got ourselves a little bit of a series here. I wouldn't be shocked if this goes to 5 with how Complexity is playing. They just got to bring that same kind of firepower into map 2 and 3.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, it's so tough, like, for Complexity there. I felt like they played so well. They had it to the very end, and FaZe just made one concentrated, perfect push together. Nobody panicked on the FaZe side as they made that last push. They took their time. Eventually, somebody was able to get towards back tower, took over tower, and they took over the hill and get 3 kills. And Rain was the only one left standing that could have tried to get a stop. Obviously, you're not going to win a 1v3 or 1v4 against FaZe, and that just closed it out for them in the end. And this play by Snakebite 2 over at Green, staying alive for so long in a situation where they didn't have full control. It was just like this half setup where they had Nest side, and he continually held the left side or the Nest side of Green.
Yeah, very well played there by the captain, of course. Well played there by both squads, but it is going to be FaZe who manage to get themselves a crucial map 1 victory here. Live Fire, King of the Hill. Now we move forward. Slayer, Solitude. What do we have in store here as Complexity? This is a great opportunity, right? It's a good map for some shenanigans. It's a good opportunity for guys like, Rhinoobs to, be able to move around the map efficiently. You can set up breaking shot with Snipe and let him just go to town. There's a lot of win conditions, Dave, for Complexity in this one.
A lot of opportunities there, but they also just have to bounce back from the last one. Those ones can be an emotional roller coaster as you're through a game that you're like, all right, especially when they got up 3-2 in that game. They're like, 3-2, we just got to hold them out for, oh wait, Snakebite's already in there, and Snakebite's not getting out of the Green Hill.
No,
so that's a tough one, and then losing those back-to-back, especially when it was in their hands. The end of the game was in their hands, but we are going to go on to Slayer Solitude. You got the camo, you got the shock rifle, and you got a whole lot of ground in the bottom middle where people can be sneaky.
Oh, yeah. Look, I'm just going to say this, a little aside. It's kind of cool. FaZe red, Complexity blue, and they're both red and blue. So this way, my eyes don't get confused.
That's your takeaway from all that?
That's my takeaway.
I'm talking complex strategies here on the map. Like,
I just thought, I was like, oh, they're the same color.
Christmas is blue and green.
No. All right, well, seems like we had a technical issue.
So it's all good. We got turmoil within the teams. Renegade betraying Snakebite. I don't know what's going on with these guys.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so much is happening. I did realize, though, maybe the sides need to be flipped. I don't know. I'm crazy. In any case, so let's see. How does complexity, right? Who do they lean on in this game? And I do believe, based off of what we saw in that map one, breaking shots.
Breaking shot for sure. Like, I know there's always that fallacy that's called out, like the hot hand fallacy.
Yeah.
I agree in the sense that maybe when it comes to like placing a bet or certain things like that, yes, there's obviously a fallacy in there. But there is something to it when somebody's on fire, when it's their day.
Yeah.
Especially in a game like Halo, where it's who's making the correct decisions. You have to make, you know, you have 50 different options to do, and you have a few that are the great options. And in Halo, when those players are making those right options, hitting the shots, and everything's going right for them, you can expect that sort of fire to carry through on a series. And so in a spot like that, if it's a question of, hey, we have a shock rifle and we have time to drop it to give it to somebody, you give it to your player who's on fire.
Yeah, you certainly do.
Every time.
You know, one of those individuals who has had, on the FaZe side, a decent amount of success this weekend has been Royal 2. We're talking a lot about Frosty, but Royal 2 has been a bit of a X factor at times for this team, especially with the way that he posts up and gives them so many resources to work with how he really just plays the map so efficiently. That being said, though, you could pretty much make the stats without anyone on FaZe, and I think you'd be perfectly fine because each player has had, I would say, throughout the day, each player has had a moment, you know, like a shining moment, whether it's on the objective, whether it's on the slays. And Wes said he wanted to see this FaZe team really, you know, work on that objective efficiency, even though we're going into Slayer. I felt like if we were in a similar position in SLC with FaZe, Dave, I think they would have lost that live fire King of the Hill game from SLC. So you can see that work that has been put in.
Yeah,
by
and that's
the team.
And that's what you know, people always talk about, like, you know, as you're going through and practicing, you want to be able to perform when you're at your arguably worst or the worst case scenario situations. And right there it really was a very bad scenario for FaZe. The other team had the full hill, they had full set, they had one push to do.
Yeah.
They spread out perfectly, they made the push, and that's just from all those years of practice, of training, of talking through VOD and talking through those situations like, all right, backs against the wall, we gotta make push here. Who's the one that's first going in? Who has the opportunity to make the entry play?
You know, FaZe fans and FaZe have to feel pretty confident coming into Halo World Championship 2024 with that HCS warm-up victory, same as they did last year. FaZe are looking to see if history, better yet, if lightning can strike twice for the boys in red. But this has been one of, if not the most competitive years of the HCS ever. And it is truly anyone's tournament to win. All of these teams have an opportunity to be able to do it. It just comes down to who is going to put up in those moments. And as we kick things off of Frosty, he gets bombarded by a lot of grenades. You need to see if they can get this camo here, Dave.
Dude, I love watching Rain's POV on here. He's always looking like he's confused. He's like, I thought you said he was behind me, man. Like, he's always... I just get that sense from him that he's confused, even though whether he's getting a triple kill or overkill or whatever, it's a confusing overkill.
Yeah, you know, he's got an intent face. You know, that's what you want out of a player. You know, I wouldn't want a guy who's looking all happy-go-lucky up there. Send him back. 6-4 in the count here, just starting things off, and starting to see FaZe get a little bit of this early-ish control, just trying to muscle them out of those key positions. And now that they have this camouflage too, Frosty's giving them so much intel. And I love the different approaches we've been seeing, Dave, to how players have been playing with this camouflage. Uh-oh, that was a Mario stomp right there, if I've ever seen one.
And oddly enough, you know that he's practiced that where he knows he can jump on someone's head and get the back smack there.
Because if I did that,
otherwise he wouldn't have risked that. He wouldn't have risked any chance that it was like a front melee or anything like that. So he's practiced that, which is frightening.
Which is frightening. I like you just say that with like, that's how you end the sentence. We just practice that.
Which is frightening.
This is frightening.
Period.
Yeah, I'm horrified. He's too good. Still though, anyone's game, complexity, they're keeping this one very, very close. 3 kills separating them. At any point in time, Cole can find that opportunity, but could be a triple kill for Snakebite. Instead, he's gonna have to just suffice for a double. But he'll take that 4-kill lead here for sure for FaZe. And his players, they're putting in some work here at the bottom of the map. Royal 2 just trying to tag as many players as he can, get involved in the fight, but also play his life if he can.
Royal 2 just gonna hunt over here at U-turn. Almost gets turned on, but not likely to happen against someone like Royal 2. That's just be kills traded back and forth here. When things get chaotic here, I don't want to say Slayer any mode. People are going to keep rejoining the fights.
Yeah.
They're going to make sure that they're not just going to sit back and say, all right, we'll wait for the next spawners and stuff. They're going to say, I can sit on the outskirts here and join this battle a little bit. And then you get sucked in. You're like, well, maybe I'll just go over near the Prius and go fight from there.
Exactly. And
all of a sudden, you're in the midst of the fight.
Yeah, you're right in the middle of the action.
You're back in the middle of it.
And now you're up by 8. It seems like FaZe, though, they are not allowing Complexity any of those opportunities, any of those clean fights. It has been just brutal for FaZe every single time Complexity looks to set something up. Someone from FaZe is there to immediately disrupt it, and it's been coming off of a lot of these camo plays too that we've been seeing from earlier from Frosty and now, you know, from Snake. I really just giving them info because they know exactly where they are.
Also interesting enough that those grenades are hitting Snakebite right there. I don't think they even spotted him, but it must just be such a common spot to hold as you got this center map set up. And people are saying, you know, it's very difficult when somebody's over at that plasma corner. Let's just make sure we pre-nade that, get them out of there, flush them out, and then actually move across the center of the map.
Yeah, it's like, but it's the fact that you got to do that work.
Yes.
and you got to put effort to do that work. And while that's happening, you're already going to be down by a sizable amount here, right? Because when that happened, they went down by 10. And now look at the scoreboard. I mean, it's just astronomically different here, right? FaZe have just added so much more cushion for themselves that at this point, they could just be a little bit more ginger with how they want to approach this.
Yeah, I mean, they're just sitting in the driver's seat right now. It is much more comfortable here where you're not feeling like you have to make perfect plays and perfect 2-for-1s or anything like that, but also helps when you have someone like Renegade who's also just going to turn that into a near double kill.
But we have seen these leads in the past diminish in a heartbeat. Whether or not that happens to FaZe here, obviously yet to be seen. But Complexity, if they can get that opening, if they can get 2 players down and start to coordinate together and get the next 4, that would be the best possible situation for them to start to get those spawns in their favor. But it is not happening. I mean, the snowball is real, and on top of that, FaZe got themselves another camo.
Yeah, but I like the way that Snakebite's playing this camo.
Yeah.
Just deciding to shoot right away. He doesn't have to be the sneaky player that's going to try to get a back smack during a flank. Instead, hold numbers with your teammates, shoot them across the map, and then where the opportunity presents itself, he can be a little sneakier if he wants to be.
Yeah. And the sneakiness certainly paid off there for Snakebite. Gets himself 2 players, 2 more down. That's going to be 38-20, an 18 frag lead for FaZe here at the Halo World Championship, showing that, hey, you know, they are quite good at that Slayer game time.
I know you said before, sometimes we'll see like a 10-kill lead disappear after a setup, but we rarely see a 20-kill lead.
Yeah, that one's a little bit more...
So this one's going to be very, very tough for Complexity. I actually don't know if I've seen a comeback from this large of a deficit, so Complexity might have to go back to the drawing board and be focused on game number 3.
There's no other choice that they have here if it keeps going like this. 8 kills remaining here for FaZe. A dominant performance in game 2 here on the main stage. Complexity left scrambling. What happened? What went wrong? It kind of feels like he got hit with a sledgehammer. Nice win there for Rain, but it's okay because World 2 will pick up that kill, and each and every time you get that trade, it's great for FaZe. You only need 5.
Dragon Chalk gonna try to close this one out here a little bit. Get a couple more kills, make it a little bit more respectable, but end of the day, this one, it's over as we talked about, Golden Boy.
Yeah. But then again, imagine.
I could imagine. It's the Halo World Championship, and I would pop off with them as well. I doubt I'd do a good job commentating towards the final 5 kills if Complexity were able to bring this one back, but you know, we will have to see. But there's a start of it, if anything. There's a killing spree.
Yeah.
Now we just need to see 21 more kills.
We just need to see 21 more kills. But you know what, though, Dave? I did say previously that I felt like one of the big things that they needed to do, get 2 players put in a really bad spot and then try and, you know, test your luck that way. And, hey, they did it. The problem is they did it when they only have 4 kills left to give. And now you have 1 more remaining. Snakebite's got himself the camo. It ain't gonna matter. It's gonna be a back whack to end it, and that will be all she wrote on map 2.
Also, sometimes it's a sense of pride too, like denying them getting like a final cap, or in this case, denying them a stake. So they made it a 50-31 game. Respectable there, given that it was down to such a big deficit. But either way, FaZe dominating game 2 after barely squeaking out game 1.
All right, well, FaZe up 2-0. And this is an opportunity here for Complexity. Take a little bit of a bathroom break, you know, chill out a bit, right? Talk about what's been going on.
Absolutely, especially if you don't feel like you have much momentum. If you have an opportunity to take a quick break, throw them off a little bit, like do any sort of thing you can. I feel like that's just what the best option is when you're in that position. Generally, if things are going well for you, like, hey, let's jump into next game right away.
Yeah,
things aren't going so hot, and the series has been going a while. It's like, hey, actually, need to take a break. Give us 5 minutes. Time out.
Well, good news for Complexity fans as we get ready for map number 3. Statistically speaking, at least, like both teams pretty much coming at this one with similar expectations, you know, with a 1-2 record. But let's not forget that, you know, you got a FaZe Clan team that really is hitting, Dave. Like, they're not missing any shots. The pushes have been clean. The coordination has been immaculate. Honestly, it's quite scary to see the way that they've been coordinating so efficiently here. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge.
It will be a challenge. The one thing I've also noticed is it feels like, obviously both teams played so incredibly well during game 1, but during game 2, the thing that I mainly noticed was when FaZe started to get a lead, they kept that pace up quite a bit and kept that pressure on. So it felt like you'd see all these members of Complexity kind of continue to fall in these traps, and anytime there's that chaotic, like, neutral situation, it felt like FaZe would get a kill or two and then just keep rolling that advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas I didn't feel like that from Complexity. I felt like a lot of Complexity's kills were like kind of answer kills, and then couldn't really be transitioned into much after that. It wasn't like they could get 2 kills and then like go for a spawn trap over near hotel.
Outside of that first hill that Cole got, where they looked like in firm control, and Ryan Noob got the second camo and they were doing everything right, that was probably the most control that we saw from Cole in this series. And I
mean, throughout that King of the Hill game, they had many times where they were in really strong control.
Yeah, they had
game number 2, I didn't really see that one single time.
Yeah, but I never really felt confident, right, in Complexity's, you know, when we got down to the wire and Complexity made that push happen in map 1, then I'm like, okay, great. This is Complexity's biggest opportunity here to be able to squeak by with a win. But then when that doesn't happen, when you get stopped at the front door like that, the way that Complexity did, that is a tough one to dig yourself out of. So that Slayer Solitude score does not shock me all that much, considering that a lot went into that map 1 game 1, and it just did not play out in their favor. So they will need to do it here on Recharge Strongholds, but good news is that it's Recharge Strongholds, right? Opportunities for players like Ryan Noob to do some magic here, right? For Rain to slay, for breaking shot to be on fire, right, Dave?
Absolutely. But let's take a quick look at how pool play has been shaken out so far as we're going through these final rounds. This one is important here for Complexity because if they lose this, they will be starting in the elimination bracket for tomorrow on Saturday.
Yeah, and
I mean, Akave, I think, just surprised everyone here.
They went 2-3, went map 5 against FaZe Clan.
Yeah,
proving that this is a team that can very well compete, you know, at the highest levels. And we saw it as well in SLC when they were formerly known as Alpha Esports. They came out and knocked out Sentinels.
Yeah.
So, you know, that was a massive, massive upset. So shout out to those guys. This game is going to be big for Complexity.
Yeah, so Complexity going to see if they can bring it back in this series. They want to see if they can somehow force a 3-way tie into the bracket or into their pool. But they got the work cut out from them. I mean, FaZe, they just look like they're playing phenomenally. Like, FaZe is one of those rosters where you start to say, okay, if FaZe aren't playing super great and the other team's on fire, like, you almost need a couple of those factors to align, it feels like, to take them out in a series. But it is very difficult when those factors like FaZe who are playing well.
The stars are not aligning, Dave.
No, they are not.
Someone call Neil. We need to read on the stars because right now it ain't looking good.
Pale blue dot on game 5. It's so far away. You have to get past game 3 to get to game 5.
Wait, are you fortune teller? I didn't know that. Is that another career? Oh man, first Red Bull professional player, now fortune teller.
Actually, no, I did get to see Neil. He did the old Carl Sagan speech when I went to
a
speech of his. He did.
So you're an intellectual?
I wouldn't say that. Most people wouldn't call me an intellectual, but
yeah, I definitely would. All right, well,
it was pretty fun watching him do that speech in front of the audience. So.
Hell yeah. I totally agree with that. And I also agree with a beautiful triple cap here for FaZe Clan to start things off. That's called a segue, people. But with a trip cap to start, FaZe already show that what we saw in maps 1 and especially in map 2 ain't slowing down anytime soon if they keep playing them like this.
Such a heads-up play there by Frosty, just knowing how to grapple out of there. Like, he realizes he has time to get one shot. And that's just part of the quick decision making you see at this highest level of play. Yes, he didn't turn around and get another kill after that or turn that around, but he lived so much longer. Instead of just challenging maybe a second shock rifle shot there, he's able to reposition towards top A. Maybe his teammate helps him against that finish before, but that's one thing why Halo will always remain one of my favorite title and my favorite series, is because of all those decisions you get to make during a fight.
Oh yeah, and these players, I mean, see the micro decisions that they constantly are being forced to have to, you know, settle on here, and that is going to be a trip cap now for Complexity. Their turn to strike here. And we were complimenting before about how well FaZe had kept themselves alive in those situations, right? But it seems like once Complexity got rolling, they are not stopping. You had Ryan with a killing spree there, but just as I say that, FaZe, they managed to flip C and they're in a process of getting A, which are successful.
Yep, and in a case like this, you're going to see FaZe happily trade A or C for that B hill. We're going to have to see exactly how or when they'll do that, but they're in a position right now that says that Complexity has to be the aggressor. Otherwise, time's going to slowly tick down. And here comes C. Now let's see if FaZe are actually going to able to turn over and grab B during this time where Complexity are pressuring C. And it looks like they're just going to have to give up C here.
Yeah, I mean...
No, they don't have the numbers to jump into B.
I thought the Frosty got that melee, and it didn't work out there. So, yeah, hate to see it, kids. But, hey, you're just going to have to dust yourself off and just move forward there. No other thing you got to do. But 3 down now for FaZe. Players starting to come up here. You got 2 down on the Complexity side. Frosty looking to get in the action there. And he will stop, at the very least, someone trying to make that cap happen. But it's Breaking Shot's turn to flip this in his favor. He's got 2 teammates up there to back him up. But look at Snakebite working alongside World 2, the tandem duo. And they stop that cap right at the nick of time, and they flip it.
That is a huge stop there, even though Snakebite would have melted, they're cleaning it up, but it just frees up that player so much more. No longer do you have to have a static player just sitting over towards top A where people know he's guaranteed to be there. Instead, they have to check extra corners. They can't overload a certain side of the map.
Snakebite knew someone was going to be around here. He heard their footsteps. And Breaking Shot thought he was a little clever with that one. Didn't really work out in his favor. So he's been doing excellent work over here. Now he's going to just push his way toward control, right? He's got a few players that are going to be hanging out toward there. They know exactly where they are. They have great positioning along the map. They just have to be ready. And now Complexity now has to coordinate this push.
Yeah, we're going to see where they decide to make it.
Ooh, I like it.
A lot of times you do have to go for A if you have those options. It's just sometimes too tough to overload B. If you jump into B too early, everywhere across the map can see you. There's very few spots across the map, besides somewhere like in pipes, that don't have an angle to challenge B.
Big shot for Renegade, looking for a second one. He got him, he tagged him, and his teammate was there for the pickup. So that is going to be a flip A site now. 123 points have been accrued here for FaZe thus far. And they have them pinned. A camo has been grabbed too. Frosty's got himself the commando. He's going to try and look to go to work with this.
Let's see how Frosty decides to play this one. Looks like Royal 2 gets a pick with the remote detonation, also traded a Husk, so that takes off half the players on the map. You know Frosty with the first shot here, he's gonna be feeling pretty good. Commando right into Ryan Noob, plus the reset. Continued control here for FaZe.
Well, let's see how FaZe continues on with this control. 147 to 79 and counting. We'll jump in with a listen in.
Long on probably?
Yeah, waste your time, John. Waste your time.
Nice, John.
Nice. One more.
Long. Long and back C, I think?
Hit him with a gun nade. Long and back C, long and back C, long and back C.
I'm just living. In B.
He's on top A.
Top your and red steps. When it's top your arena, come me L2, no beat down.
Top A cat, in, pushing, dropping.
Shit, John.
Holy fuck. To your left.
He's getting to you. He's top A, John, top A. Nice, good shit. Yeah, Brad, I'm going red again. Spawning where? Okay, heard that. Yeah, watch your guys spawn. Just container here. Careful your guys spikes, Loki. They're gonna move up. They got damage on us. I'm just saying I've got it. They can't.
Up here, I'm turbine. Swipes.
Yeah, they spawn pipes.
Bottom right, there's AK weekend, bottom A.
One shot, see,
Lots in A. John's gonna die here. I go one. I'm pushing cheap here, Brad. Where's this guy?
One's up A.
I can just B.
Defend B.
Top A cat. Yo, 2 B.
I'm probably dead. I'm gonna die. Top window, both on Brad.
Cam on 20, guys. Cam on 20.
One hit, BR steps.
One's A? Yeah,
Suitcase back blue. You want to see pop?
Back in one shot, he's back in one shot.
There's 3 there. Is that?
The lobby crash.
All right, so we had a disconnect there, but we were hearing some damn good comms from FaZe in that one. Even that instance where he's like, "Ah, yeah, John's dead, Renegade. Renegade's dead." Oh, he gets killed.
Yeah, somehow squeaks out a couple kills. We saw that before when he was over at C, and then you heard it over at that elevator. The biggest call out I really like to hear there from their team was when they were setting up a push from control over towards elevator.
Yeah.
There was this time where like, oh, they don't have the opportunity to push, meaning that they had grenades, they had those sort of things. They knew they had them held off. And that's just a powerful call out so someone knows do I need to be ready right now to cross map over towards a cat or anything like that. Instead, they knew that they could focus on their own or focus over towards control or some other spot. So it was just a really wise call. I felt like let them know whether they had a window opportunity of charging or not.
Just want to give everyone an update with that issue that we had on stage. We'll get that sorted in a moment here, but for now, we're going to be checking out action, as you can see, over toward the Bravo stream. You can enjoy the action on B-Stream at twitch.tv/HCS, as well as on YouTube as well. So make sure you check out the action there with commentary as well. But let's focus on what we got right now. C9, Native Gaming, and boy, oh boy, I did not expect Native Gaming to come into this event really not finding a groove whatsoever, especially after what happened in SLC and them squeaking by, Dave. So, you know, a little bit of a heartbreaker there for, you know, a team in an org that we all come to know and love.
Yeah, I mean, game is not over yet, but it's also not looking great here for Native. However, they've made a push on through to get the stop. I also would be surprised if Barcode goes in for the second grab. So Barcode and crew could turn this into a counter cap if things go well, but they still have, count their chickens before they're hatched.
Or count their kids before they hatch.
I can't say that phrase because I haven't said it in 10 years, but I was gonna say you have to still get that recovery because you can never be too safe on a spot like that. Someone could come through over at the pit box and get that get that flag grab. So great job there by Native to get the flag recovery, to keep a little control, somehow tapping buttons, hiding there at ramp. Great job for those kills, but it looks like that flag is also gonna be down. So no flags going in for either team here. We're still stuck at a 1-1, and these power-ups and power-ups are coming up.
I actually thought that there was an opportunity for a player back base to squeak by with that, but I didn't really find it. So, of course, we'll keep eyes on it. I think you may have seen also Barcode in the back of the base, so watch for him. And maybe, never mind, he just got picked off screen. While I say that, Suspector's going to be joining him in the death screen for a moment there. You got plenty of time to work with here, Dave. 3 minutes, and at this point, you're at a that was brutal. At this point, you're at a one-cap game because no matter what happens, like, that's it, right? If you get that cap, you're going to have an incredible counter cap in order to, keep this one close, right?
Yeah, you really have no choice there, especially as the last few minutes tick down. So great stop there from Native, but right here, as you're going to these final minutes, I would say you don't have to force anything. You almost are in a position to try to let other teams make mistakes, especially as you have a sniper coming up. But it looks like Cloud9 being the aggressors here in this potential final game 3. They don't want to go to OT. They want to end right here, right now. Barcode puts a stop to that flag run, though. Gets a double kill.
Yeah, big double.
Sab's not going to be able to grab this one. However, Sab does have a sniper all the way across. Nope, pushed over towards the sword side. So getting a couple picks, letting his team get more control across the map.
And now with Native Gaming getting their very own S7 here, maybe they can put it to good use. But Sab does get that kill onto APG. And tapping buttons answers right back. So there you go. You got 2 players down on each side of the field here. Barcode, gotta find a way to get in. Remove Sab from the equation here because Sab has been present for a decent amount of time, and he's finally going to get iced out over toward that sword.
Sab down, and here's a spot where Native Gaming have 2 snipers. Not a ton of ammo in the second snipe, but still 2 snipers nonetheless. Situation I was talking about where as people get chaotic or crazy towards the end, just need to slow it down, let them make a couple mistakes. You're not in a spot, neither of these teams are in a spot where they have to force this tying cap. Game's still tied. You want to let them make a mistake and then push in for a flag grab to go for that lead.
Mistakes are going to be very difficult to come from, but you just saw it on the screen there. You can check out more of the B-Stream action over at twitch.tv/HCS with commentary from, I believe, young Dan Gaskin and old Richie Sherry. So you can head on over there, check out the action. We'll be jumping into our game in a moment here as we had Complexity versus FaZe Clan. If you're just joining us, folks, welcome to the Halo World Championship. We're right in the middle of our series here with FaZe Clan and Complexity. 2-0 on the count for FaZe. Presently, you're defending 2023 Halo World Champions. And Complexity now have to make a reverse sweep happen in order to, well, tie their pool, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 with the rest of the guys in Pool D.
Yeah, and we got about 100-ish point lead. I want to say it was like 193 to 86 is what I heard in my ears. So we'll find out how Complexity are going to try to close that gap. But, you know, never say never. Especially we saw they got that early trip cap for Complexity. They went on like a 40 or 60 point run, and that's totally a possibility to come back in here and cut that lead in half.
Yeah, that is enough, you know, like if you're able to do that, what you did last game, start things off, hot triple cap, and you have 50 on the board and barely any times passed, you're looking in a pretty good spot there if you're Complexity. The challenge of getting that.
Yeah, the flip side of that too is, hey, if it goes the other way for FaZe, all of a sudden game is over.
And let's not forget, FaZe did it too. FaZe did it too, right?
Both
Complexity did the trip cap.
At this point, FaZe would happily say, yeah, let's both put 50 more points on the board if you want to play that way. But Complexity have to do or die here in just a moment. 193 to 86. Let's see who tries to make the first move. Breaking shot takes out Renegade to kick it off.
That could be quite helpful for them to get control of that camo down low. I don't know if anyone's been able to grab it just yet. Trying to get some eyes on who might have that weapon, or sorry, that power item in their possession here. But so far, so good for Complexity as they'll manage to get that A and B control out of the start there. But just like say that, you got Renegade who's going to be inside of that site.
Yeah, one part about getting B is you need to make sure you're doing it when you can still stay alive. It's different if you're flipping it from the opposing team and forcing them to go back in it. But in a situation where you're taking the neutral B, that can be dangerous. And right there, you saw Complexity committed towards getting B. They get slayed, and now FaZe have that fabled trip cap. And Complexity have no room for error. They have to break out of this quick. Look at how fast those points are going up on the board, Golden Boy.
Yeah, this thing is flying here. And now that they have this trip cap control, it ain't going to get any better here. You got to do something now. You got to respond right now. You only got 3 points remaining, or you get onto C, but it ain't going to happen. And GG, FaZe Clan, just like that. Blink, and you missed it. Pick up the win, pick up the series 3-0, and end pool play in clean fashion. And unfortunately for Complexity, they'll be taking a trip to that lower bracket, considering that they lost to Akave earlier. But we will be seeing Cole later on, and hopefully they can take what happened here today, grow from it, learn from it, and come back even stronger, especially with the veterans that are on that side of the field. But the day belongs to FaZe Clan, and they look good, Walshy.
Yeah, FaZe are looking strong. Even at a time where Complexity, they were playing so well, especially in game one, where we saw a lot of brilliant moments from so many individual players there from Complexity. But end of the day, just shut down.
Yeah.
Sometimes just get shut down, and then FaZe do their thing. FaZe as always.
Yeah, it's just, you know, click on heads, right?
Yeah.
That's basically what they're.
Simple as that.
At the end of the day, it's a shooting game. You gotta hit those shots, and FaZe are hitting them. They are feeling it. If FaZe is on fire, that could be problematic for the rest of the field here, considering that we saw this script kind of play out last year at the Halo World Championship. Don't want to, you know, harp on that too much here, given how this season has played out, especially with Space Station Gaming having a hot season here. And then Optic Gaming constantly coming in that second place spot, but very, very easily can win these events too. So really, when you think about it, there is a lot of pressure on FaZe, but if you're a FaZe fan, you got to be feeling nice and pretty right now.
Yeah,
they look good.
Great.
Yeah. They definitely do. They look fantastic. Is Blaze ready to go? He's ready. Blaze, you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? All right,
I'm
let's
ready.
go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Come on, bring it on. Bring it on over, everybody, okay?
Do the NWO thing. It's all.
Throw it over. Throw it over, G.
Baby, I got you. Boom.
We got it over here. Everybody make some noise for FaZe Clan on the main stage. I got Big Frosty with me. 3-0 to wrap up your pool play, I want to say right there. Yep, for the day. They getting it in over there. Frosty, how you feel about your performance today as a squad and what you guys want to accomplish? Do you feel like you did that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're feeling really good. I feel like we're clicking, and that's exactly how we want to go out on that pool play day. So.
Definitely do, okay? Now, you know, you guys are our defending world champions here in Seattle, okay? Now, you know, you haven't won since London. how amazing would it be to be able to come back and go become a back-to-back world champion? Because it's been a while since you did that one.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, we got to defend our title, right? So, I mean, we did everything we can as far as prep and things like that going into this event. Obviously, it's been a while since London, but we know we can hit that form on pretty much any given day.
You definitely can, and we all in this venue believe it, and we're all waiting, okay, when is FaZe going to hit that next level and become the world champions, in which we know, and I believe you guys are a day away from being able to do that in the bracket. Now, FaZe showed up full here today in the venue, okay? What do you want to say to these fans that's been cheering for y'all since the first match of the day to get you through that Game 5?
Yeah, shout out to all the fans, FaZe fans. I appreciate all you guys. We hear you guys. Yeah, I mean, it just gasses us up mid-game, so I appreciate you guys.
All right, yo, you got your love from Frosty and FaZe. Make some more noise for them, Seattle. That's going to do it for us on the desk. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. FaZe fans are going wild already on day one. And I honestly think that's because they're seeing the boys cook for the first time in quite some time. And I think it's not just about the slays. It's not just about the incredible shots you can hit, but the efficiency certainly was there. Yes, it's taken time to form, but form it has. And going up complexity, I think, honestly, Ryan Noob, you can never count him out. Him and his squad, I think they also do have a little bit of a rivalry against the likes of FaZe, so he's always going to be trying to play lights out with the rest of his team. And I think right now, FaZe, they just had the answers that they were looking for with every question that complexity posed.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm not happy with how Game 1 went for these guys. I think that they're a much better team than that, but the way Breaking Shot was playing to kick this one off, it's going to be tough to beat a team with an individual just dealing that much damage and having that much success. So shout out to Breaking Shot for his Game 1 performance. He is starting to becoming a name in the scene and starting to make plays on the regular. So it's good to see a nice young gun on his side. But for FaZe, Games 2 and 3 were perfect. That's exactly what you want to see from FaZe Clan going throughout this tournament. You want to see the best of FaZe play the best of Optic, play the best of SSG at the end of this tournament, even throw Shopify in there as well. This is not something we've been able to say all year. We've seen lackadaisical FaZe, inefficient FaZe, but these last two games give you a lot of hope if you're a FaZe fan in the crowd to get loud come Saturday and Sunday.
They certainly have indeed. Tony, when it comes down to specifics, what were you most impressed with this FaZe Clan win?
I think we kind of talked about it already, but really the efficiency getting better. Like you've mentioned it in the past, sometimes FaZe will have they're almost too much of like a perfectionist. They won't play for that objective unless they have that clear 2 or 3 down, that clear advantage where sometimes the SSGs, the Optics, the more efficient teams will start to play for the objective as the play is developing. So I think we saw that out of FaZe. My only problem is like complexity is a lot different than our big four. You know, complexity is a lot different than what I want to see against the SSGs, against the Optic, against the Shopify Rebellions. And I want to see that same efficiency. I want to see that same level of energy and the objective against those as well.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to certainly get our turn at seeing that very shortly, probably tomorrow. But we'll see what some of our other teams can do as well. Really excited for FaZe Clan, though, because I think that they have polished some things. They have gone to the drawing board, and it's certainly paying off at this moment in time. What they can do in the championship bracket tomorrow, though, that's a whole other story, and we'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look right now at our pool play updates and see what's been going on since we've been on the main stage. Some things have been happening here, but we won't see a 3-way tie in pool D. FaZe managed to get it done against Cole. But for other notes, Shopify Rebellion 3-0 their pool, so looking really good for them. Optic Gaming, they are waiting to play Sentinels, which is coming your way next. And Space Station Gaming find themselves in a tie right now, 2 apiece with ITB, and that's got to be one of the big shockers for me, I think. Just seeing Pure 0 for 2 right now is looking pretty scary for them heading into tomorrow. Can they do this against Mindfreak? That's another thing. They're going to have a chip on their shoulder going up against the ANZ team here. But ITB is looking strong, Clutch.
ITB winning that series over Pure is massive. Even if they are to fall short against that team against Space Station, they still go into the winners bracket. It's just a matter of where they go in the bracket. And the way they were playing, they were very impressive. SSG need to come ready for that series, but I have no doubt SSG will continue to see the best of SSG, I should say, because you just know it's on their mentality that they cannot slip up here today. You can tell how serious they're taking it from the banner interview earlier.
Indeed. Halo Esports also, by the way, are up right now in their pool. Actually, I think it's TLF, is it? I can't remember. Yes, TLF. Yeah. I'm just reading that. Yeah, exactly. So they're also doing really well as well. So really excited to see how that one actually plays out. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, though, we have a lot of exciting things for you. Not only do we have our last series of the day, Optic versus Sentinels, but we also have a little bit of an update coming to you on the desk with one of our favorite friends from HCS. We'll see you right after this.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Active, and today I'm going to be taking you through the top 10 ranked clips for the HCS. At number 10, we've got Suspector, and he's got this snipe. Scopes in for the first one. Other player not ready for it. No scope, no problem. Calls for the third as well. Gets the triple. And guess what? This player has no idea. Shot to the back of the head for the over. At number 9, we've got Boo Boo Doo Boo. Takes vent control on Argyle. The first shot is clean. Scopes in for the player on the plasmas. No shield, no problem. The overkill into Divine Damsel. That's an extermination. At number 8, we've got Be Lucky. Gonna save his teammate on the opponent's flag. Gets another spawner as well. The snipe is clean. That's 3 in a row here for Be Lucky. Getting pushed very aggressively, patiently gets the overkill. Another spawner. Where you going? That's the Kill-tacular. Gonna miss the shot there, but that's okay. The Bandit for the Kill Tross. At number 7, we've got Extreme Breaker. Beautiful shots with the Bandit onto this player trying to aggress, and all of this pressure being alleviated. But what? You taking his flag? Absolutely not. Gets another one at the bottom base. The no scope for the triple kill. And why don't we go back and take care of this guy? The overkill. Vamos. Now on to number 6, and we've got Saya, and he's on interference. Look at the hill time. The OS as well. Gonna be getting all that hill time. Has the sniper. The second shot goes in. That's a double. Don't get in my hill, he says. Pulls out the Bandit so he doesn't have to reload. That's an extermination. Now we've reached the top 5, where everyone from here on out has won an HCS bundle for the team of their choosing. It's Arcazil with the camo snipe combination. Already took out one, but now he's moving towards the objective. It's the player in hill that he's worried about. Gets him, gets the spawner on the big door. Another player pushes pillars. He's taken out as well. And the clean overkill with the snipe. Wait, another one? Suspector on here for the second time, and yep, he's got a sniper already on a double. Don't jump up the tower. That's the triple calls for the overkill once again. Excitement in his voice, but he gets the kill tack as well. At number 3, we've got Frosty, and the question is, not will he get a lot of kills, but will he miss a shot? Doesn't miss that one. The player in the vent goes down as well. That's a clean 2 kills. You taking my vent control? Absolutely not. The triple, making it over. And oh my gosh, lots of damage going into him, but he still gets the perfect for the kill tack. Ends up falling, but oh my word, what a run. At number 2, we've got Av Clancy, and directly to the nest he goes to get this snipe. It's one player to no shields, able to clean up a kill for his teammate there. They keep on coming. That's a double. The triple as well. No scope, not a problem. No shields, not a problem. That's an overkill. Extermination. It's all come to this, and of course, the number 1 clip, who better to go to the previous champion of London, and Frosty gets the first kill, able to get the second one, repulses up, turns around on the cuts, gets the triple kill, another repulse 360. That's an overkill. Oh my word.
I'll get cap, I'll get cap, I'll get cap.
The next playlist we're covering is ranked snipers, so make sure you submit your clips.
I've got you under my skin.
Again, get control of top mid.
Yes, they need to use that overshield as some sort of bait by pushing top center, soaking up some damage, and eventually getting control, because they just can't sit back, go for kill for kill. It looks like CLG is playing passive. They had the weapons, they had the power-ups, and look at this. Snakebite running away, eventually taken down. Sniped down in the EG squad, smell blood as they have 49 kills.
And Frosty's gonna get killed as well by Snipe Down. Here's the new combo, and look at what it means to Evil Geniuses. Your X Games gold medalists just erupt in the booth. And as you said, Walshy, a little bit of a misplay from CLG at the end, but Evil Geniuses, they don't care about that. They just won X Games gold.
And oh my God, you know EG have to be feeling good, proving their former teammate Lethal wrong, saying, you made the wrong decision, you left the squad that won the X Games.
There's another incredible memory across the last 10 years of the HCS, and I know right now Clutch has tears in his eyes, not for good reasons, for reasons that I'm sure take you back. But you know, hey, you have to have losses to get those incredible moments because it makes them mean all the more. And that certainly was one. I remember actually hearing about X Games and how close you guys were, and it really was unbelievably tight. But those tiny little margins, they've been around for quite some time in Halo, hey?
I mean, the Snipe Down luncheon rule, you can never count them out, and they brought their A game to that tournament. We thought no chance anybody was beating us at that tournament. Absolutely not. But it did fire us up for that next Worlds run, the North American Finals, and then the Worlds run, obviously. So CLG ended up having quite the year, but hats off to the Twins, obviously. I mean, they brought an amazing environment to that X Games gold medal performance. You could see the pop-off. You don't see pop-offs like that. You could tell how much those moments meant, especially the only X Games gold medal winners in Halo history.
Certainly did indeed. Hold on, I'm gonna have to stop you there, Wes. Hold on. Tashi, how did you get up here on the desk? Hold on a second.
Yeah, how did I get up here?
Hello, welcome.
You kind of own the place, though.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Hold on a second. He's allowed to do whatever he wants, folks. Bob, good to see you as well. Lovely to have you on the desk. But I got to say, and everybody else at home and in the arena knows one thing, that if you're up here, it is for good reason, not just to talk about the exceptional series that we see on our main stage, but 10 years, big dog. I mean, my goodness, has it really been that long? Some insane history that we've seen for Halo, and it means so much to the community. So, you know, what have you got in store for us on the desk today?
Yeah, I think first just want to say thank you to everybody who's now been with HCS and supported the scene for the last 10 years. November 5th is the anniversary, and we wanted to kick off the celebration here with the whole community at Worlds. So thank you everybody for being here. And for those here, we do have a little something special.
Okay.
So the first 1,000 fans in attendance tomorrow will get this free t-shirt celebrating the 10-year anniversary.
That's sick.
That is nice.
Love
I need to make sure that we are for sure in the first 1,000 to get in this room.
Is that a large?
We should be the first 1,000 to get in this
Sorry, first 999.
Okay, all right, fine. All right, we've taken a spot now. No, absolutely amazing. Love to see that. Everybody loves a bit of merch as well.
Yeah.
But really, really special there, Tashi. And obviously, you know, there's a lot that has been going on, I think, inside the scene, but also just to kind of celebrate all the different iterations of gameplay and games that we have seen across the last 10 years. One being a pretty incredible tournament put on by a pretty incredible man, which Chris Bucket has injected himself back into Halo, of course, and rightfully so. But he's also putting on a Halo 2 line. Have you heard about that in Vegas?
We did catch wind of that, and we're really excited. Obviously, Halo 2 is kind of near and dear to everyone in the franchise, especially competitive Halo. And yeah, I'm excited to announce that we're going to be boosting the prize pool by $25,000. And yeah, so more to play for. We're going to have a few people from the team there supporting the event. So we love Halo 2. It's literally on the same weekend. Somehow it lined up the start of the line for this event. So we'll be there. Best luck to all competitors. And yeah, things got a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, Halo 2, boys, would you be down to go and potentially join that and LAN? And
are you going to let me play down there?
Get a little mix in?
You can compete if you want.
Ooh, I hadn't touched a controller in a couple of years. I'm a Master Key guy now.
Oh, he's a Wu-Tang fan, guys.
Just in case I lose, I have that excuse. But if I win...
He's a Wu-Tang man. Hey, listen, Halo 2, amazing. I can't wait to watch that one go down in Las Vegas. But obviously, my mind is also on one thing, and that is next year. So... Year 4, how are we feeling about that, Tash?
So, yeah, big news. I'm excited to confirm there will be Year 4 of HCS for Halo Infinite, as well as another $1 million Halo World Championship 2025.
Look at that logo. 2025
I know,
on it.
it's pretty sweet.
Oh, it's crispy.
Yeah, thank you everybody for our partners, the fans that watching at home, everyone plays online. All the support for Halo Infinite has just meant the world to us, and we want to continue to invest in the community and the sport. So I'm excited. Yeah, year 4, we'll be back next year.
You gonna let me compete in that?
Yeah, probably not.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, you're not good enough for that.
I'm just saving you from a top 24 placement.
Hold on.
Don't let me on that stage, I promise.
We got into specifics here. Hold on, where's my
I'm a duo up with Wutum. We're gonna be the
Hot
Mass and Key guys. I promise.
No comment.
I love to see it.
Yeah.
Rob, just to bring you into the conversation as well. I mean, another year for HCS means the absolute world to all of us and the community. But I've got to say, each year it gets crazier and crazier. 2025. I mean, what's that going to bring to this Halo? I think I might actually go out with a heart attack by this time.
I mean, yeah, honestly, we say it time and time again, the competition has never been closer. So to know that we have, at minimum, another year here of where the skill gap is pretty wild, and I can't even imagine what next year is going to have in store.
I know, it's going to be exceptional. Tashi, thank you so much for coming up here, delivering all these goodies for us, because yes, this segment was full of them, so thank you. And remember folks, first 1,000 coming into this room gets that t-shirt, so I want to see a lot of pushing and shoving in that hallway.
Don't line up now.
And it's $999.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, $999 now. Sorry, because Rob took one.
Nice. I got you, bro.
He's been covered. So, thank you so much, Tashi. Enjoy the rest of the show. We have one series left. And with that, folks, let's have a look at pool play right now and see the updates coming on forward, because we have some mixy things happening. Pool A, Pool B is still yet to be decided. We need to figure out who is going to be heading their pool heading into tomorrow, and who we're going to be basically saying goodbye to as well. And looking across here, Wes, how are you feeling about a pool of death right now and how that was actually really shaken out today?
Yeah, Sentinels losing the quadrant is the big series in that pool, because right now their backs are against the wall as far as the winners brackets hope. They're going to have to take down Optic Gaming in order to advance in the winners bracket potentially. So they haven't created an upset of that magnitude yet this year. They've been close. They've been to game 5s against several of our big dog teams, but there's nothing that tells me that Sentinels is going to get the job done. And Optic Gaming have put themselves in a prime position to be exactly where they want to be when they wake up tomorrow morning.
They certainly have. Well, let's set it up right now. Optic Gaming going up against Sentinels. A big matchup for both of these teams. I think with Optic, it's just the last one in their way. They are looking to show us the dominant performance coming into day 1 to show us they mean business. And on the other side, Sentinels, they're really kind of pushing this boundary a bit further here, because they need to find some type of fire within themselves to keep this dream alive this weekend. I think that's some of the issues here coming forward. I think Optic right now are looking pretty happy. They've got their legs up almost. Can they take Sentinels seriously? That is the big question. And Sentinels, how much are you willing to go? How far are you willing to push this to be able to get this series up against Optic? Looking at this Optic Gaming roster going up against Quadrant earlier on that we had the pleasure of watching on the main stage. Tony, how are you feeling about the roster? You know, they did drop one map. It got awfully close at certain times, but since then, they've continued on their greatness.
Yeah, right. They really heavily slayed Quadrant and even out-assisted them. The damage was great out of all of Optic. And when I look at the stats, it was a very balanced attack. 54 kills out of Dead Zone with 29 assists. 51 kills out of Lucid. A Formal up there with 53 kills and 35 assists, and 55 out of Trippy. So very balanced attack when it comes to the kills for Optic Gaming. And when they're playing like that, they're really hard to beat.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and that is everything this roster has been built on. And I love to see Formal coming over on our screen here, because this honestly is where my head goes to right now. We saw him just have an electric season, and we're seeing him continue on that electricity. He's found the plug here at the Halo World Championships because he's lighting up the stage clutch.
He keeps going, right? It's consistent at this point. Formal playing amazing Halo this Friday and giving Optic everything that they want to see going into this World Championship weekend. Honestly, the big question for me is, when is Lucid going to start to catch fire? Because that's when this Optic Gaming team all of a sudden becomes the favorite in this tournament. When Formal is playing like he is, Trippy and Dead Zone, they're also playing very well, but Lucid is the guy that you know has more in the tank, has more to give us.
Clutch, while I've got you with Sentinels here, what's your confidence level like for Sen in this series? How honest do you want to be here?
Yeah, I don't have any confidence for them in this series. They haven't proved to me that they can create this upset yet this year. They've been close. Like I said, they've been through the game 5s, and they've lost so many close slayers throughout this entire season, but none of them go in their favor. And at some point, that's going to define you. Right now, Sentinels, the definition for them is close, but not close enough. Close doesn't cut it here. You need to find a way to win some of these close games, And after seeing the results from them for Squadron, I didn't even see the series, but to get 3-0'd by Quadrant, you have to have major concerns because Optic looked dominant against Quadrant.
Tony, we do have a couple of places to hold on to hope for Sentinels. Where are those for this team?
I mean, the one good thing about it is that you do start precision on your team, and he's a damage machine. Oftentimes, no matter who's he's going up against, he's going to out-damage them, no matter who's in the lobby. You have Falcon as well, who puts up a 1.09 KD consistently against Optic Gaming. So your leaders in firepower is going to be there. Now it's up to Boo Boo Dubu and Lethal to have that same type of output, and maybe Sentinels pull off the upset.
Well, it's your final series of the night. The stage is set. Optic versus Sentinels. Let's meet the teams.
It is the final game of the night. Optic Gaming and Sentinels still have something to settle here. Pools looking pretty spicy. Optic Gaming 2-0, looking to complete the clean sweep. For Sentinels, it has not gone to plan. 1-1 with their win coming against Ascending Baseline. They have it all to do if they want to stay in the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, if they want to be into the winners bracket, they have to win here against Optic and potentially send us into a three-way tie between three of these squads. All to play for Sentinels, but we did watch them against Quadrant. They got 3-0'd, and they did not look like the Sentinels that we have seen. If they play like that against Optic Gaming, this could be a very quick series indeed. They have to step it up here at the Halo World Championship.
Cannot afford to come out flat, or they will be in the elimination bracket tomorrow. And for Optic Gaming, the mission hasn't changed. It's to change the narrative on a grand finals. It's shields up, it's weapons hot. We're underway with the green wall up against Sentinels.
It is a good start when it comes to Argyle CTF for Optic Gaming. They haven't lost it so far this season, so could be the perfect momentum builder. On the other side for Sentinels, they're 2-3, so they've certainly took some heavy losses, and Optic can maybe take advantage of that.
And for Sentinels, the results of the pools so far has very much been indicative of their season. They've stopped starts, they've come out flat. Still time to change things here. But to do it against Optic Gaming, that is going to be a very difficult task indeed. Formal with the sniper rifle, positioned in the basement, looking to do some absolute damage.
I mean, for Optic Gaming, going up against Sentinels, knowing that they can send them into that elimination bracket, essentially with a victory here, is one way to put your competitors down in the ground. For Sentinels, I mean, at least they know that they're not going to be eliminated from the competition, right? That is definitely something that you can sit back on. But they wouldn't really want to be starting from that elimination bracket here at the Halo World Championship, especially a team that had aspirations of being up there in the top 6, if not further in the top 4 when you look at the names on this squad. But Optic Gaming, it won't matter who they are playing against. They have one goal in mind, and that is to win another Halo World Championship.
Formal's made a little bit of progress, but not that much. Oh my! Formal rips the face of Lethal. A jiggle peek finds the face. Boo Boo Dubu could be his next victim. Wisely backs away, does Boo Boo. Formal's patrolling. He's now made it to the bottom middle. Face to face with Boo Boo once more, lined them up. Tried to go for that sliding scope, unfortunately just did not find a home. The flag has been pulled, but not much progress being made again. Boo Boo Dubu facing with Formal once more. They exchange damage, but Formal's backed away. With good reason. A lot of pressure being applied. Precision down to no shields. Formal expertly drops down, gets the kill, and he knows a player has leaked through the lines. Looking for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Doesn't have tabs on him just yet, but you can tell he knows there's trouble afoot.
We saw the stats before the series of how Formal's playing at the moment here on Friday, the Halo World Championship. He is in championship form. He is just playing his life perfectly at the moment. He's not overextending for any kills. Out of sniper ammo now, so he is starting to move around the map a little bit more, but the flag, all the meanwhile, has been moving as Trippy puts the first in, and Optic Gaming will take the lead here.
Lucid drops out of vent. Boo Boo gets taken care of by Formal. And they highlight him on the desk, just how much damage Formal does. In terms of just raw damage, but of course the slays as well that come along with it. Clutch talked about if Lucid can catch fire, this Optic Gaming team is a totally different beast.
It's just the way that... Oh, God. That's one way to catch fire, is to hit headshots like that. It's how they survive, both players. I mean, if you're on the map for that long, you're going to have a high damage output because you've just got more time to deal said damage. They make themselves such difficult kills, both Lucid and Formal, as it's again going to be out of sniper rifle ammo and out into the vent, so Lucid just about surviving. But now with a 1-0 lead, they can just kind of force Sentinels to try and do something here, wait for them to make that push, and then counter on them.
Lucid caught falcated. Almost got precision as well. Kill was cleaned up. Formal's got a sniper rifle to play with. 4 bullets in the magazine. 1 loaded in the chamber. Ready to go to work. Teammate dies around him. Trippy is going to fall. Dead zone to the respawn screen as well. Formal recognizing this, backs away. Playing a little bit of defense here. Dead zone aids the cause by getting a kill. Quantum Translocator is positioned top middle now. Falcated goes down. Body shot connects. Finds the home. Lethal will join his teammate. Optic Gaming have an opportunity to push forward here. Precision's in the vent, and the Quantum Translocator is popped. He has a get out of jail free card, but that nade finds a home somehow, some way. Formal throws that nade into the vent, and it finds it, and it connects.
We've not seen Sentinels beat Optic Gaming all season long. They really would have to find something special to do it here at Halo World Championship, especially on a Friday at pool play when Optic are playing in this manner. They look very confident, very focused. We know that they would love to try and replicate their success just a couple of years ago, and to regain that trophy, to reclaim it off of FaZe Clan.
Optic Gaming look confident, they look focused, but do they sound confident and focused? Let's find out with an Optic Gaming listening.
Careful. Be on our side, Jesse. Try and flip the devil.
Timer's coming now.
They're frags, and he's going. Their screens. Going our pistol door with sniper right now. Going our pistol door.
I'm going out. Trying to get out.
Sniping our pistol door now.
RE1.
Yeah, and sniping pistol door.
So he's one shot RE1.
No, RE2 is snipe.
RE1 going over base, I think.
Wait, one shot at E2, guys. One shot at E2.
Just get lost, Joey.
Joey is 3 right now.
I got 3 guys.
There's 3 on our side, guys. RE2 on our grapple.
Yeah, our top main guys. Our top main sniping. One shot, our top main.
2 dead.
Back flag.
E2 on our back flag.
E2, looking E2. E2, precision, one shot.
Dead.
Back flag, right? Back flag. You want going front, 2 shot, front 2, 1 shot.
Dead. 2 dead. 2 dead.
I'm going out long.
That was grapple. I have a grapple.
I'm looking at their
Alright, we just need to get flag out.
They're
E2 lethal.
Got that guy.
Yep, weak E1, 2 shot E1. I'm on their elbow, guys. I'm on their elbow. Yeah.
Full snipe down max. Our vent. Full snipe down right there, coming.
Look at that.
One's a pistol too.
They're E2.
I gotta back up.
They're bent.
Quantum's coming in 5.
See their vent.
Here, Quantum.
Okay, I have a full snipe, guys.
They're main weak.
I'm getting pushed, guys.
Our main guys? Yo, they're main. I just saw guys.
Weak. One shot lethal.
2 there.
Guard pistol.
Nice, we got 1.
Bottom mid on me, kill is cool. They're cool. Bottom, last guy bottom mid. Last guy bottom mid. I'm repulsor. Last guy. 1 shot, 2 shot bottom mid. On the neither.
Wow, he's one bullet.
Still 1 shot down there. Still, yeah. Nice kill.
Communication is flowing. People are listening. Kills are getting cleaned up. Front bases, engines, screens, you name it. It's getting scooped up. We're seeing Formal hit filthy shots. Lucid the same. But with all the pressure that they've applied, they only have a 1 cap advantage. Still an opportunity for Sentinels to answer back here.
I think the scary thing for Sentinels is, a full sniper goes down on Formal's body and he says, hey, Lucid, pick it up. And Lucid's like, all right, let's get to work. And you cannot be comfortable on Argyle when either of these players have a sniper rifle. No matter which corner you turn, there could be a bullet about to go right through your head. And now Lucid's going to try and do some work, though, because a couple of his teammates have gone down here. This flag probably is going to amount to nothing, so you have to focus on defense instead.
Whoa. You speak about
hold up,
working, do some work. He's clocked in, he's locked in, and he's ripping faces. Flag gets sent home. The sniper rifle does drop.
They were saved by that battle rifle. He couldn't grab the flag because the BR was there. He would have had to drop down. He would have been too exposed. Had the battle rifle not been there, he could have actually just grabbed it from a safer angle. Maybe a little bit of fortune there from Sentinels. They are still only a flag down here, so they're still very much in this game, despite the slays heavily in the favor of Optic Gaming.
It really dents your confidence when you're like, I'm gonna kill this guy now, and he hits a shot like that. The dagger. Here comes Boo Boo, faced with Trippy. They exchange 3 shots each, give or take. That seems to be my measurement anyway. Boo Boo down to no shields. Falcade is there as well. There's a couple of compliments of Sentinels. Lethal's gonna fall. 3 dead, 4 dead. Trippy's in the perfect spot to pull this flag.
Trippy again, he's always in the right time, at the right place.
He's always in the right time.
Always in the right time. Doesn't matter what timeline he's in. Trippy's there. And he should be able to maneuver this, that he gets the shields back and they get the flag safely. You can see Sentinels are trying their best to try and head across the map, but Formal's waiting there with the sniper. This is going to be 2.
Try as you might, you can't stop the green wall right now. They've punched in their second flag. Things are looking good, things are looking rosy. Falcade just about avoids the scope of Formal. He knows exactly where those 2 players are attempting to go. Here comes the push. Lethal will fall. Falcade will join him. Formal double kill. Looking for a third. It won't come.
16 kills at the moment for Formal. And at 2-0 with 3 minutes left, you might want to start thinking about map 2 already. That's how confident I am in Optic Gaming's ability to hold on to this lead. Sentinel's going to start throwing everything into the kitchen sink forward. Sadly, you can throw all you like at Formal. He's going to be ready and waiting.
Formal's not really afraid of the kitchen sink right now, it seems. He's shooting absolutely everything. Oh my. Body shot. Falcade gets put in the dirt as well. Locks in Booba Dooba almost. You can tell he thought about going for the flag, but perhaps recognizing top middle was a better place to be. He's now starting to apply pressure to those fresh spawners as well. Looping back around, trying to take different angles, staying on the move.
Listening to everything his teammates are calling out as well. You can see the way he's moving around, is trying to find those one-shots. With all the damage that's being drilled into Sentinels right now. Dead Zone gets a touch. Member's gone down on Sentinels though, and this should be a dead flag. I think Sentinels have done enough to save it.
Formal has 20 kills, 10 assists. We speak about turrets. There are none more successful than him. Push is going to come from Sentinels, and it has to. They're running out of time here in this game. The first one's not going to be good. Lethal steps out. Falcade abandoned them. He also falls. Triple kill, an unofficial one, falls on the lap of Lucid. It was all 4 dead for a moment. Sniper rifle now scooped up as well. And he's got Sentinel sniper, and he can put it to work. As he repositions top middle now. Sentinels are running out of time.
So map 2 then is going to be... No, I think this is arguably one of the problems that Sentinel's going to face now. Is you saw the way Lucid played that. He just kind of waiting around the corner, waiting for them to push pistol. He heard the footsteps, communicated that to the team, and it was just a matter of throwing grenades. And I think there's 2 snipers in the hands now of Optic, so this is going to be a rough last minute and 20 for Sentinels.
There's 2 snipers on the map, but Lucid's, I think, changed teams as he shot Trippy in the face. I have to understand what happened there. Is it a 5v3? Nope, he's back on Optic again. Precision falls. 2 more players of Sentinels over towards that screens area, and Falcade goes down as well. They're like clay pigeons right now, Sentinels. They just keep hitting the respawn screen. A killing spree for Lucid, and he might not be done just yet.
Yeah, they're having a field day now, Optic Gaming. you take down one sniper, but there's another one waiting around the corner. And Optic Gaming are looking to solidify this victory. They only really need to survive about 10 more seconds, because there's not going to be enough time for Sentinels to send this flag back and then pull 2 of their own.
Lucid had a sniper rifle and a killing spree. Formal has a sniper rifle and a killing spree. They're almost in competition with one another on the same team. 30 seconds remaining, and I think you're right. This one's done, and they're happy just to slay out.
Yeah, make those stats look a little bit better when they're shown on broadcast, but he could make it a 3-0 here to just put the icing on the cake. The flag is on the spot. Who wants it? Formal says, you know what, thank you very much, I'll put it away. Optic Gaming dominate game 1 here on the main stage.
It was a wham and it was a bam. Game 1 in the record books already. dominant, Dan. Absolutely dominant. For Sentinels, we were hoping that maybe comparing their game against Quadrant is like comparing apples with oranges. Different teams match up differently, but that was pretty much what we expected.
Especially with Argyle CTF, it does really just pander to the way that Optic play the game as well. They're so good at analyzing the speed of which their opponents are playing, when to slow down, when to just wait around the corner, look for that kill. Then they pounce, they dominate, they squeeze you every single time you spawn. And as soon as they had sniper rifle control, we saw the damage that they were able to output. And as I mentioned, it didn't matter if it was formal or if it was lucid. Sentinels kind of had their tail between their legs at all times, because you know full well someone's going to be ripping some faces. And it is going to be a dominant 3-0 for Optic Gaming.
You're saying it didn't matter whether it was formal or lucid. I mean, it was both of them at the same time. Stealing Sentinel sniper rifles. I think we might just say that Sentinel snipers was actually just Optics all game long. They seem to be playing in their half all game long. Eventually get that third and final flag capture. Put themselves one to the good here. With a Slayer on the horizon, Dan, you're a stats man. You've got something for me.
It is a better mapping mode actually for Sentinels. It's one of their best Slayers. It's going to be Slayer Live Fire for map number 2. They're 6-1 throughout the season. So if it's going to happen anywhere here to give them a chance, you'd feel like this is going to be the best opportunity. It's not a bad one for Optic Gaming. They're 5-3, so I think they'll still feel pretty confident on it. But is this going to be the last opportunity for Sentinels to try and find something? Because you look at the rest of this series, Shurs, and it gets drastically worse for Sentinels.
I don't like the way those things are trending.
1-4, Recharge King of the Hill, 2-4, Aquarius Slayer, 1-5, and you look comparatively to how well Optic Gaming have been playing on all of these maps and modes. It's one of the reasons why Optic has been arguably one of the most consistent teams in the league this year, is because their map depth is incredible. They have very little weak game types.
Optic Gaming, no matter what map mode combination is put in front of them, they seem to give you consistent 8 or 9s out of 10. And for Sentinels, they have the task now of trying to beat them on this live fire Slayer. Statistically, this does favor them just a touch, but will that play out, or are stats meant to stay on the page? Formal's got that sniper rifle again for free.
Yeah, that's my worry here, is if they are sniping like they did in the previous game, then this could be a very difficult one for Sentinels. You don't want to allow them the freedom to be able to hit shots. And sure, it was only a body shot, but you can really see how locked in Formal is. Anything that walks in front of his reticle at the moment is getting absolutely obliterated.
I thought you were quoting Braveheart for a moment. You didn't quite have the pitch. We might get there.
Freedom!
Lucid's got the camouflage, so it's getting from bad to worse. 3-kill advantage for Optic Gaming. Sniper rifle in their control. Camouflage 2. They've got the goodies they need. And now it's just about trying to spot out the Sentinels players who are playing a little bit ratty right now. He's trying to sniff them out. A couple of grenades go down as though Lethal knows something's coming that way. Boo Boo's in trouble. Needs the help from the players situated on Nest. Falcade does eventually drop down, but not quick enough to save the life of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Lethal soaring forward to apply pressure to Dead Zone. Dead Zone wins that 1v1. Precision's over towards Pillars. He gets blown out of his boots. And the pushes that Sentinels are trying to put together just not bearing fruit right now.
It is far more difficult to snipe on live fire comparatively to Argyle in terms of like sight lines, elevation, and all the different angles you can take. It really is more impressive when these shots do connect. There's a few more bullets for Formal to work with. It's a 5-kill lead as well. It's another body shot, that's all you need to do. Sometimes you don't really need to aim for the head, especially when you're on a team like this who are so good at cleaning up kills.
Crazy thing was he hit the body shot into the player situated over towards dummies as well. But now an opportunity for Lethal. It's only a 2-kill game, so the pressure that seemed to be on our screens didn't really amount to much in the side of a lead. Dead Zone's gotten a double kill. Falcade answered back with 1. It's a nice body shot from Lethal as well. Can he start to put something together for his team? Because they desperately need him here to pull them forward. So far, their day has not gone the way they would have liked. Still time to change that. But it's got to be here, it's got to be now. You do not want to go down 0-2 to the green wall.
Yeah, I think if you go down 0-2 against Greenwall on a map and mode that is arguably one of your best, and then you look at the rest of the series layout, you might start thinking about Saturday already. Especially in the form we're seeing Optic Gaming right now. You just have to wonder, like with the Halo World Championship being here, and with Optic always being the bridesmaid, never the bride throughout this entire year, can they change that? And if they could do it at the big one, then it would all be worth it.
It is that crazy thing that the prestige that's up for the taking, up for grabs here at the Halo World Championships. That all those second places, if you win the big one, all of those wash away because they were just leading to that one big final moment. And is that what we're going to see? A lot of Halo to be played between here and then as Lucid rips the face from Boo, sliding across the screen, still hits the face. All 8 players in this lobby have the ability to take over a series at any given time, but right now it's the Optic Gaming players who are finding that form.
But again, it's just another sniper rifle that is comfortably in the hands of Optic Gaming. Not a chance for Sentinels to really put it to any use. It's more body shots to really pin back Sentinels every single time. They can't really get off spawn because they just keep running into snipe shots.
It's the pressure these players apply with the sniper rifle as well. Yes, it can hit pretty hard from distance, absolutely. But they walk forward and just no-scope like it's a shotgun at times. Boo's shields get ripped from him. He backs down towards the pillars. Lethal's got a double kill elsewhere. So all of a sudden, Lucid's in big trouble. They spot him out. They collapse and they get the kill. Beautiful work from Sentinels. All of a sudden, that lead that Optic had cut down to 4.
It's still a small lead, so it's not like Sentinels are out of this one. They can definitely come back into it. Arguably need to stop these sniper rifles being given over so easily, and it is all 4 dead on the side of the green wall. So Sentinels make it within 2 now. It has been a relatively slow game here on Livefire. I think that is mainly down to the camouflage. Both times the camo has been grabbed, Sentinels have kind of just sat back, waited, and looked to see if they can spot a shimmer on the map. And actually, both times they have seen the camo trying to make a play.
And it is a viable tactic. You want to try and minimize the risk, minimize the advantage that the opposing team has. The longer time you burn, the less influence that camouflage is going to have. So yes, he might eventually get a kill or 2, but then it runs out and he doesn't catch you on a respawn again. Falcade is sliding forward over towards green. Ambitions are heading into big door. Formal's just spawned in-house. Instead, he turns his attention to bottom middle. Camouflage about to pop. You know Falcade's hoping to get a backstab here. The plans worked perfectly. Camouflage has popped up. He's looking to go big window or maybe even sandbags instead.
Maybe Falcade could be the key reason why Sentinels potentially find a victory here. As they now lead this game, as I say that, it's all tied up. Where's that camo gone? It's gonna be Boo. Decides to put his sneaky boots on. Can he do anything with it? Both times that Optic had it, they got spotted out, and Boo just hasn't been able to get his shields back yet, and somehow gets taken down by Trippy. Trippy did not let him escape.
Sneaky Boo boots coming to a store near you. As a matter of fact, they might not be selling pretty well because they were not successful. Trippy, though, combines with Formal. They get a couple of kills. Precision and Lethal in the respawn screen now. Falcade's over towards Cuts. Boo's there too. It's a 4-kill game. All to play for still. Trippy currently sitting at 13, 7, and 8, having a massive influence on this Slayer.
It's gonna be another sniper rifle uncontested. Sentinels really need to kind of step it up when it comes to this timing, when it comes to being in the right place at the right time. I got it the right way around that time.
I prefer it the other way.
It was more funny. But now it's Trippy's turn with the sniper rifle to show what he can do. So actually, Formal, Lucid, you've had your fun. I'm the one with 13 kills right now. And I don't hate it. Give the hot player the chance to actually shine for a little bit.
Passing the sniper rifle over to the player in form. Lethal almost stepped out a pixel too far into the waiting grasps of Trippy, but alas, Lethal survives for now. He's around bottom middle. Falcade's over towards big door. Not peeking, a couple of grenades go down. Trippy just de-scoped at the worst possible time. 7 kills the difference now, and all of a sudden Optic are starting to pull away.
Really interesting way that Optic just played those last like 30 seconds though. They were almost rotating with Sentinels. Sentinels were trying to close that gap. They were trying to negate the sniper by closing in, basically. And Optic said, actually, we're going to deny that. We're going to continue to move and watching those sight lines, and it means that Sentinels are still just struggling to get close enough to Optic Gaming and having to avoid a lot of these angles in fear of being sniped.
And it is something Optic Gaming have a track record of doing, being a little bit more creative with their routes. All 4 players pushing over across top middle or bottom middle when they know a team has an overshield or a camouflage. Now camouflage is about to pop up here. Trippy, eyes trained on it, waiting for a victim. It's going to be Lethal. Will he set off the trap? He's too clever as Lethal, will not fall for that one. He sees the shimmer sitting top tower, sitting pretty, and will not give any sorts of pixels that way. Boo though, He's also going to evade the attention of the sniper rifle, but now Trippy remains patient. He knows someone has to come for it.
4 more kills required for Optic Gaming. 11 on the side of Sentinels. There is a big job to do here, and I think the first is going to start with this camouflage. If you can grab it, you can do something with it, maybe there's a chance, but now with precision going down, Optic will have the numbers advantage. Yes, there's a trade, but Trippy is still there and waiting as they get the job done. Optic Gaming take away arguably the best chance of Sentinels getting a map. It's going to be 2-0, and we could be looking at a clean sweep.
And with that, our Sentinels now looking at a 0-6 map record against Quadrant and Optic Gaming. So far, the color green has not looked good for them. Optic locked in, dialed in, hitting shots they need to. What do Sentinels have in the chat? What's the playbook looking like now for this next objective game type, Dan? Because we're heading the streets up ball. Typically structured, typically favors the team that's a higher seed most of the time. But Optic Gaming, well and truly in the ascendancy here. Sentinels are in big trouble.
Big trouble. You saw it earlier with the map records across the year. Opal Street Sentinels are 1-4. As for Optic, they're 6-2. It's one of Optic's favorites, and it's for that reason, structure. We've always said Optic Gaming are one of the most structured teams. They love slowing that game down. They love it when they can set up and really annihilate a team trying to break through. And that's exactly what's going to happen here on Opal Streets. When you look at CTF Argyle, Slayer Live by Opal Streets, that is an Optic Gaming masterclass with how they play all 3 of these maps and modes. And sadly for Sentinels, they are coming up against an Optic who are very hot when Sentinels have been a little bit flat today.
As we load into Oddball Streets, Dan, is there a player that you want to keep an eye on for either team that you expect to be the difference here? Maybe it's Sentinels needing to pick one player to drag them through what seems like an impossible task. And for Optic Gaming, we've already seen Lucid and Formal popping off. Confirmation of said pop-off. Formal sitting at the top of the KD leaderboard with a 1.53 here on Friday at the Halo World Championships in Seattle.
It's a beautiful image, really, isn't it? The MVP of this season as well, Legend, the only European to feature in this top 5. And I think that award has already been warranted here at the Halo World Championship, but there is still a long way to go. Game 3, is there anything left in the tank for Sentinels? You asked for a player. I think Falcated is going to be the guy that we should watch. We saw glimpses of hope there on live fire. He was the one who was picking up some big kills. But you look at the stats from Formal and Trippy from this series, it is hard to go against that and say, oh, I'm going to be able to step up and be the big boy when these two have put their big boy pants on this morning and are very much showing up.
Over 11,000 damage for Formal. He's called the human UAV, but he's been doing other things today. Maximum damage, maximum pain inflicted on Sentinels. And as we kick off game 3 then, all to do for Sentinels. They need the perfect break. They need to get the first round here on the board if they're going to believe.
And remember, it wouldn't be the tournament being over for Sentinels if they were to lose here. Still an elimination bracket would be waiting for them, depending on what happens everywhere in the pool, but most likely is looking that way. For Optic Gaming, though, they would top the pool, and they would keep their seed going into that championship bracket. No points on the board just yet, but all 4 dead for Sentinels, so now Optic, this is where they get terrifying. They get that ball, they get set up, especially if they can take it over towards tower, which I think they will be able to here, as Trippy is continuing that fine form.
Trippy's putting on a clinic. A subtle movement top tower as well, with the camouflage, jumping so you evade the line of sight of that player you're about to descend on, just so he doesn't see that shimmer and you can do maximum damage before receiving a melee. Heads up plays from the players. That's why these are some of the best players at Halo Infinite on our screens. Trippy 5-2-1. There is exploits from that life, a killing spree. Lucid was the ball carrier, designated. Someone's got to do it. He will. Dead zone, rotates it, throws the ball front pace, puts it in no man's land, and makes it very difficult for Lethal and Co. to score any points.
Will Sentinels look back at this pool play performance and think 3-0'd by Quadrant, potentially 3-0'd by Optic? It doesn't give you that confidence going into the elimination bracket. You start to ask yourselves, I mean, Are we gonna turn up? Are we gonna turn up to the Halo World Championship at all? We haven't even won a map when it comes to playing some of these top sides, but you look at the names on Sentinels, you look at the history throughout this season, it's been a very up and down season for them, and I guess that's something they can actually go off of. You could have a bad Friday here if you're Sentinels, but still hold on to the elimination bracket and then suddenly find your form at the right time on Saturday.
We have seen teams go on momentous runs in the elimination bracket. SSG springs to mind immediately. So not all doom and gloom, but you're right. The complexion on this team and maybe the mood in the camp is going to be very different after going 0-3 against these two teams, as opposed to maybe taking both to a Game 5 and narrowly missing out. The results matter. And Halo Infinite can be about momentum and indeed confidence. And Sentinels have got to be running low on both.
Falke has just picked up a couple of kills, and they should be able to get some ball control here. Falke does well just to nab that before he gets taken down, but is very low on shield, so really needs to work with the rest of the team to stop this Optic push. But look, it's not a comfortable setup because they had lost someone. They're kind of in between setups at the moment, and Optic can potentially take advantage of that.
Lethal waits for his shields to come back. He's got the stock rifle, so a very important piece on the board right now. 3 of the best shots connect. Onto Lucid. He tried to crouch and avoid the headshot. Not doing. TJ heads up play, adjusts his aimer, locks in that headshot. Unfortunately for him though, the help didn't come. The work he was putting in with the stock rifle wasn't enough to really give his team any sort of advantage. They do come together there and combine to take out Formal, but unfortunately for them, Trippy's got the ball and he is a long, long way away.
Boo Boo might be the first player that comes across him, as Lucid, though, is going to try and full send it. Boo Boo's doing a lot of damage on the map right now. It's a double. It could have been a triple had he connected with that headshot previously. But he is certainly giving Sentinels a chance here, albeit a slim one. You might just need Optic to fall apart at this point. Can you make them implode from the inside? Is there any way you can get under the skin of Optic Gaming? It's very tough to do when you're 2-0 down.
You think it has to come in the shape and the form of a resounding, dominating round 1 victory here, but unfortunately Optic have already got 59 seconds. Amongst the chaos that was happening on Boo Boo Doo Boo's screen over towards Tower, Dead Zone was able to whisk away the camouflage. Not much doing though, not much damage done with it, not much progress made. Now they have a tower setup. You spoke about how structured Optic Gaming are. They love having setups, they love setting up the wall, and it's now for Sentinels to come and break it.
Optic are just so good at taking 1v2s. I think that's what always impresses me, that they can set up, see 2 people pushing them, and take the right angles to do enough damage in the fight, then back off, wait for the teammate, and then re-engage. The bait and switch is always a successful one from the green wall. As for Sentinels, they have been able to break somewhat, but with Boo Boo going down, it wasn't a chance for them to really toss that ball out and do anything with the break. And now they're on staggered spawns. Boo Boo and Lethal are down. Falke and Precision need to wait, but they don't really have the time to wait. We're on 90 seconds already.
No time, you've got to go. Formal sitting pretty with the ball in his hand over towards PD. The push is not going to come quick enough. Optic Gaming are going to claim round 1.
Was relatively comfortable in the end. 2 big setups from Optic Gaming, and now they are so close to winning this series 3-0. Of course, our final official game of Friday here, but with it being this fast, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's other games still playing elsewhere. Remember, the rest of this pool also still needs to be decided. I believe Quadrant are still playing their last game as well. Sentinels maybe will be looking at that one a little bit curiously, saying, what does happen in that last one? Is there a way we end up in some sort of 3-way tie?
I think you're right about how quickly this series has gone so far. Maybe that's what Sentinels just kind of want. Get this Friday over and done with. They haven't come out hot. They've been slow out the blocks, and they've been punished by Quadrant. And now, by the looks of things, by Optic Gaming. Maybe they want to get this day behind them and reset, go again tomorrow.
Some of our top teams often have shaky day ones. Optic very rarely. And I think at the Halo World Championship, they needed to do it for themselves to show that they are going to be the real deal. Show no weakness whatsoever, because ultimately you want to strike fear into your opposition. When they match you in that winner's bracket, they should know that you are in fine form, not that you've struggled against any team. I think Optic have certainly proved that so far today here on Friday.
It's been a real statement of intent thus far. The long road back for Sentinels if they're going to get back into this series here. Down by a round in the oddball, down by 2 in the series. They have a lot of work to do. But while you have time, you still have a chance. Precision front base down to no shields. Dead Zone being pressured from behind over towards the Commando. Ultimately, it was enough to take him down. Perhaps now is the time to go. 2 down a piece on the map. But Lucid's close to the ball. Lethal's going to get there too. He gets pressured, he gets taken down. Falcate will fall as well. They're trading all the meanwhile. The ball will not get picked up, and every second that passes by, you could think it only benefits Optic Gaming.
I could do that commentator curse thing and be like, there is no way Optic throw this map away now, and then Sentinels suddenly come back. That's what happened earlier on the Bravo stream, right? Sentinels were down heavily against Quadrant, and I said, this game's done.
246 to 10.
Like 10, and then suddenly Sentinels bring it back by a couple 100 points. They don't win in the end, but it was very worrying. But that did prove that Sentinels can come back in any game. However, Quadrant and Optic, 2 different, very different competitors and very different playstyles.
Falcade still with the camo to play with. Dead Zone Tribute in the respawn screen. Formal will take this fight. Lucid will jiggle peek as well, making themselves very difficult kills. Lethal's there though to get one. Can he take down Lucid as well? Sliding forward over towards bottom middle. Lucid's position top tower, done more damage to ensure Lucid's shields remain popped. Good damage from Lethal. Falcade's isolated in the cafe, has to settle for a trade. Formal and Trippy combined to get a couple of kills. Ball now over towards the benches area as Lethal re-engages with Lucid.
Good amount of time for Sentinels. They're able to at least double their lead here, but again, Lucid just sneaks in, grabs that ball. Great heads-up play to recognize that there was no real shots on the map, and maybe eyes were trained elsewhere that he could just move on in, grab it, and now gain some time. And just like that, the lead that Sentinels worked so hard to gain has been negated almost instantly, just with 1 ball pull.
He managed to get that ball time whilst all 4 members of Sentinels were still on the map, so taking advantage of the lull in shots. I think he read that one perfectly. I think you're right. Trippy now, back tram. Ball is over towards the garbage area. He's got Boobadoo below him. Lethal's down bottom middle. Precision will put a shot on him now. They have that information to Sentinels exactly where Trippy is positioned. Falcated though, making this one a difficult task. Boobadoo slides in. 2 kills go in their favor. Good for Sentinels. They can move this ball over towards the Commando and really start to put distance between them and Optic Gaming. Unfortunately though, camouflage about to pop, probably the worst possible timing for it.
Looking across at the stats, it's interesting to see Dead Zone leading the way in kills. No objective time. How many times has Dead Zone been like objective player of the weekend, right? When his stats have been insane with his objective work, and arguably was brought onto this team to be an objective player. But Optic are one of these squads that when they recognize a team is a player is playing well, they allow them to flourish. They give them the opportunity and say, actually, no, you know what? You're playing well. I'll grab the ball. I'll make sure I grab the flag. You keep doing what you're doing because you're finding success. You're hot right now.
If you're vibing, you keep doing you, boo. And that's what Dead Zone has been doing here. How he would desperately want to win the World Championship here. Of course, we harp on the story dropped by Space Station at the start of the year for Legend. Both teams have had stark contrast seasons. SSG only dropping 1 tournament so far all season long. Of course, that was at HCS London and not to Optic Gaming, 2 phase. And for Optic, it's been a season of second places. And boy, oh boy, do they need this one. This World Championship could change the complete complexion of their season if they could win the big one here.
I mean, a season of second places would sound great for a lot of teams, but for Optic Gaming, it is not what they are searching for. It is not the reason why they made the change. They wanted another championship. They wanted plenty more trophies. But as you mentioned, this one could make up for all those they just about missed up in the previous. 47-79. Sentinels still have the lead here. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so Sentinels kind of have that on their side, but Lucid is again being a nuisance here with the ball, and he's got support from the rest of the team. This could be a big amount of time, but that is a great nade and work from Boobadoo.
Dead Zone backs away.
Enemy has the ball.
Formal was left to fall. Precision eats a lot of commando shots. Huge damage being done by the commando. Falcade's forced back in the tires. Camouflage has popped up. Dead Zone holding forward, using the repulsor to get rid of those grenades and swat them away. Unfortunately, 10 seconds remain for Optic Gaming. They've got to get close to the ball. They're in a similar situation that Sentinels were in round 1. And we could be about to get all tied up here in the oddball. Nobody on the side of Optic Gaming in position. Oddball will go 1-1.
There is still life in Sentinels just yet. And Optic just need to be careful. They do not give Sentinels a ticket back into this series. You don't want to give them that momentum. You don't want to even give them that little bit of belief or hope. You want to shut them down immediately. Sadly for Optic, they just couldn't get that ideal setup that they had found in round 1. Sentinels did very well at disrupting it time and time again. Are we going to see a different approach now from Optic? Do they up the speed a little bit? Because it was a very slow game, and maybe that allowed Sentinels just too much time to think.
And there is almost an oddball hangover when you win round 1, particularly if it's comfortable. You get led into a false sense of security and you almost fall into a lull. Have Optic Gaming been guilty of that? Sentinels have put them in that position. Lethal almost winning that 1v1. That would have been huge as well. Can he escape with the camouflage? The answer is yes. Lethal putting in huge work here. 18, 16, and 16. Trying to pull his team forward.
I was going to say the fact he survived was going to be massive, but sadly not able to continue in that way. Traded out in the end. Trippy will go down. Big double kill for Falcated, my player to watch in this series. And he's done all right so far. 19 and 20 is nothing to scream and shout about. It's been more of Boo-Boo Doo-Boo who's been the playmaker, it has to be said. And he is now going to have the chance to get some real ball time over towards Tram. Lucid's going to be the biggest worry over at Arcade, though. A big 1v1 with him and Boo-Boo.
I think you're right, highlighting Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. 24 kills, 15, 22. Couple that with the fact that he has the most ball time by a considerable margin on his team. And for Optic, Lucid putting in perfect work as well. 21, 13, and 20 with 69 points of ball time.
Nice.
Nice. Ball down over towards Garbage then. Scooped up by Optic Gaming, pushing it over towards Commando. Lucid soaring forward, trying to catch fresh spawners unawares. Into a corner he goes, and he sets the trap.
Okay, it doesn't quite walk into the trap. Lucid springs it early. He is able to gain a lot of information there. Provide that to the rest of the team that actually there's only going to be one player over towards Pink, but Precision has found him, but Lucid said doesn't matter. Help from a grenade. Now 2 are dead on either side here.
Lethal's got camo again, and he survived. Just picking the pockets of Optic Gaming. What influence can he have now as he pushes forward? Grenades go down. Trippy spotting out the camouflage player. Very little health left to play with. Lethal soars in, tries to use the cover of the shroud screen as well, just until his camouflage reactivated. As he descends now down the front base. Ball down in no man's land. You can see he wants to get close to it. He wants to put time on the board for his team. 2 members of Optic Gaming positioned over towards Cafe. Falcade could be in big trouble if he's not careful. Wisely backs down. Ball remains on the floor until this very moment. It's been scooped up for just a second.
Yeah, that was down to dead zone. Last remaining player, Hadball, was able to put it out into no man's land, as you mentioned. And that really has kept Optic ahead here. Sentinels could have scooped up a lot of time had he not been able to toss that ball out. Now instead, they still find themselves 12 points behind. Again, it isn't a dominant performance in the moment from Optic. Sentinels are doing very well at keeping this competitive, but with 3 going down, it's going to be more ball time. They just need to find that last remaining player, and they do see him over towards the Tram side. But at the moment, they are just holding angles. They almost want them to cross. They almost want them to push the ball here.
Enemy has the ball.
Falcade goes down in a pretty advantageous position as he was very pushed forward on the ball carrier. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo answers back with a huge double kill with some massive grenades. Lucid and Dead Zone now have to scamper towards the ball, scamper to do some damage. Precision was down to no shields. He re-engages both players down. And camouflage on the horizon, just about to pop out the oven. This one could be huge for what way this game is going to swing. Lethal in the 1v1, Lucid wins it.
Really would love to see those grenades from Boo-Boo Doo-Boo as well. I mean, the setup was quite clear for Optic Gaming. It was have those players over towards the upper side of Tram, wait for the cross, and then just all deal damage from the angle that they had in bottom middle. But the nades from Boo-Boo just really shook things up, and now Optic will find themselves behind potentially here as Boo-Boo has the ball. He does toss out just before they gain the lead, but they have been able to get back into this one and keep this game alive.
Sentinel starting to build now, maybe getting some confidence flowing. A lot of players getting closer to being positive in the slays. Working better as a team. Maybe just planting the seed of doubt in Optic Gaming that this one's not going to be as easy as it looked like it was going to be after the first couple of games. Lethal gets a double kill. Falcade gets one as well. Formal's inside Tram. Lethal prioritizes getting the ball, maybe with him being down no shields. Yes, he does. Throws it towards Tram. Taking shots, but somehow, some way, stays alive.
Sentinels are doing so much better in their team fights now as well. They are surviving a lot more. They're not as easy a kill as they were in the previous game. And that just means they are able to be on top here. They are making it so difficult for Optic Gaming, and they are getting good ball time. Lethal still scoring here. And just hold on a second. You might have thought this series is done. Optic about to blow Sentinels into the water, out of the water. Doesn't matter. 3-0 was what we were thinking. There is still a chance the Sentinels keep this one alive.
Creeping towards that 100-point threshold. A lot of Optic Gaming members pretty far away. Lucid's the closest one over towards the L. Trippy drops down on the B steps. Lucid puts down more damage, pops the shields of Lethal. Lethal is forced to play the ball. Did he get it out? The answer is yes. Over towards the front base. For third time of asking, he has finally tossed it out. Falcade gets taken care of. Boo Boo goes towards the camouflage, gets taken out by Dead Zone. These final innings in this game, these final passages of play, 4 dead for Sentinels, camouflage, ball. Optic Gaming have everything they need.
Dead Zone just locked in his 37th kill. He's going to need to find probably upward of 40 though, if Optic are going to win this one. And he has eyes trained on these players over towards Arcade. Does have the camera to work with, but he's been spotted out. This is a massive opening now for Sentinels. The ball has to be played. 3 go down. Trippy just needs to try and play his life here and delay as much as possible. Not able to do so. Sentinels need 15, and they may just be able to get it off of this.
They need 10 seconds. Time is running out for Optic Gaming. All of a sudden, the script has been flipped. Sentinels showing signs of life. Just planting the seed of doubt in Optic Gaming. Sentinels not going away in a clean sweep fashion. They bounce back. 2-1 now, the series score.
Sentinels wake up here in Friday. Is it a little bit too late? Is there a little bit too much to do to try and reverse sweep Optic Gaming? Well, they've certainly planted the seed of doubt in Optic's minds, but now can they actually make that seed grow? A fantastic comeback after going 1-0 down and really having their backs against the wall. For Optic, I don't think they'll be too worried, but maybe a little bit disheartened, especially on a map and mode that they are usually so solid on. Round 1 was sound. Structure was there. They were able to get set up. They were able to be comfortable. Everything was happy, fine, and dandy. And then Sentinel said, actually, I think we made that a bit too easy for Optic. Why weren't we trying to break it quicker? Why were we constantly waiting for the perfect time? They were waiting until there was always 4 up, and it was a predictable push, time and time again. They said, look, let's maybe start sending just individuals behind enemy lines, and Boo Boo Doo Boo did just that. Boo Boo was time and time again finding 1, 2 kills to disrupt the setup of Optic Gaming, getting that ball out of their hands, and because of it, they were able to then use that momentum into round 3, and they will find the victory.
It was the avenues and the lanes and the timing Boo Boo Doo Boo had in that game. Almost just threading the needle every single time, getting behind enemy lines. Falcade done it a couple of times as well. Just getting behind Optic Gaming, making it very difficult, particularly when they had those tram setups. They found success in game number 3. And looking at the series layout then, 3-0 Argyle CTF, it was easy. Live Fire Slayer, routine. Oddball Streets though, all of a sudden Sentinels find their feet, they find their footing in this series. King of the Hill recharge. The issue and the concern I now have, Dan, is we had a look at the graphic. There was a lot of bars and a lot of things trending towards Optic Gaming.
They were, but they also were for Oddball Streets, so at least there's that to go off for Sentinels, and it is another map and mode which is a slow one, a methodical one about setting up, so again, I would lean towards it being a favorite for Optic Gaming, and you can see the difference in terms of King of the Hill throughout the entire season. In terms of matches played, I mean, Optic have played far more King of the Hill because they've, of course, got further in the tournament. They've played more series, and they still have a better win rate than Sentinels.
This one's not done just yet. Our final series of the night, the Green Wall, not able to get it done in 3. Sentinels being a thorn in their side, making it difficult. And maybe now, they can start to believe that a Game 5 is not only possible, but a series win is possible.
To try and reverse sweep the green wall is not something that many teams are able to do. For Sentinels, if they want to be in the winner's bracket tomorrow, they have to beat Optic Gaming. They cannot afford to go down here, otherwise it would be the most likely an elimination bracket, depending what happens in the Quadrant Series elsewhere. I don't want to start thinking about three-way ties. My brain starts to get confused. I start going cross-eyed.
That's a frazzling. And if you're watching from Europe, from ANZ, good morning, good night, whatever fits your billing right now, we thank you for tuning in and watching, and of course for everybody here live. Aren't you happy you stayed awake or you got up to watch Optic Gaming against Sentinels? Because this one could go the distance.
I mean, at this point, even if you're on the east coast of North America, you still, thank you for staying up late. It's starting to get later all around the world. It's still in the early evening, I'd say, here in Seattle. And still plenty of Halo to be played if Sentinels keep playing in the way they are in the previous. But Optic will look to try and finish this off right here, right now. And just to get this first hill, I think would be massive for Optic. You know, after losing that initial, or the second oddball round, they maybe got a little bit deflated. And now getting this one back on the board, they say, look, we're not going to let it dishearten us whatsoever.
For Optic Gaming, that settled the nerves. As perhaps had Sentinels taken the first hill, the heckles would have been up and would have been cause for concern. But all of a sudden now you have a base, a foundation to build upon. Lucid then with the shock rifle, still playing with it. Still got work to do. One shot remaining. And some sort of unorthodox speed boost as he zipped over towards tower. Not interested in getting inside the hill just yet. Has got to clear out with a couple of slays. But all four members of Sentinels positioned towards tower and indeed elevator. As they now start to rotate towards pipes, does Booba-Doo-Boo. And it 1v1 against Formal. Lucid with the grapple. Pops the camouflage. No shock rifle to play with. But he can start to get information for his team. He can start to apply pressure and start turning that screw.
It's very important that Lucid stayed alive as well. When he had that grapple, we knew he just had to get to this side of the map and then wait and pick his moment, and the camouflage would be his. There's an easy stick onto Lethal. Just ran straight into the reticle. And Lucid, again, is just avoiding all sightlines, being a right nuisance. Teammate almost kills him.
Sticky business, having the camouflage inside the hill. Lethal spawning over towards goal. It's always a very difficult place to spawn. To cover a lot of ground. Unless you go glass, you go long haul. You can tell Lethal wanted to try and put as much damage down, apply as much pressure to Lucid whilst he was in the hill. Falcated is there, and they can start to progress this second hill. And they need it because Optic have already put a lot of time on this second one.
A lot of time. If they break it one more time, it should be a 2-0. So Optic do have a little bit of time to work with as well. And kind of wait a little bit, wait for those spawns, make sure they are a healthy 4, and then look to try and break. Trippy just trying to gain some information and do some damage initially to the hill player, and now Lucid comes in to finish it off. So good work from Optic Gaming to use their angles effectively.
Falcade was doing some really good poke damage. Shot 3 players. Continues to do damage. Formal falls down. Killing spree, double kill. Locked in for Falcade. They need players like Falcade to come to the fore here and now. Another kill locked in. And just now, you can start to believe it's Optic Gaming somehow, some way, sneak in and whisk that second hill away. Trippy does it again.
Actually, kind of genius from Dead Zone. I was kind of wincing a little bit when he re-challenged, but I think it might have been purposeful. I think he wanted to keep the attention away from Falcated because he saw that the team were going in the hill. He said, actually, yeah, I'm happy for you to take these shots onto me. I'm happy for you to challenge because we're going to go 2-0 up. And even though Falcated is on a killing spree, got 8 kills, getting a double, they are 2-0 down here.
A lot of kills going down, but a lot of kills going down in the wrong place. As that hill has rotated. Booba-Doo-Boo, though, has got the camouflage. Members of Optic Gaming towards tower and blue plat. Maybe they can put their first hill on the board here. Over towards Whirlpool. Optic Gaming have it all to do to break this setup. Boo-Boo can just sit in a position to get information. Pops Formal shields, but the exact same damage comes back his way. Perhaps an opening for Dead Zone to get over across top elevator. He opts to stay instead. Grenade will hit the floor, and a trade for Dead Zone and Boo-Boo.
As we celebrate the 10 years of the HCS, I will say that one of the most iconic moments of Halo history has to be Booba-Doo-Boo with the force choke in London. I think that will always be on the record books, as now Sentinels will put 1 point on the board. It's 2-1. They are very much still in this one, despite losing the opening 2 hills here.
2-1 in the series, 2-1 in the game then. All to play for here. Trippy will eventually get taken care of. Precision with the plasma pistol. Formal will go down. Boo Boo was there as well. Fortunately though, Dead Zone and Lucid are in a position to make sure that this blue plat hill doesn't get any progress on it. Making it very difficult whilst they wait for Formal and Trippy to spawn back up. They have now done so. Formal's on glass. Trippy's over towards gold. And Sentinels do step inside the hill. They do have about a quarter of the progress they need to secure this second hill. To tie this game up. But you know Optic Gaming are not panicking right now. They are comfortable in the position they're in. Where's he going?
Zips to his death. Really, the positioning for quite a while from Precision was, I want to hold top white and I want to do as much damage as possible, but Lucid was able to come from behind and take him down, but all the meanwhile, Sentinels were still scoring. They are closing in on tying this one up. These hills have been brilliant from Sentinels. They've been far more patient. They haven't been throwing themselves at Optic this time. They might be rewarded here with a second hill of their own, but Dead Zone maybe has something to say about it.
Sentinels have been working way better in tandem with one another, baiting and switching, capitalizing on the damage that's being done. The bait and switch has been on point now, but that could soon change. As now the Optic Gaming machine starts to roll. Formal, camouflage shock rifle, connects with one. And they now have complete control of this blue plat. All the work Sentinels have put in could be undone by Formal with a shock rifle and a camouflage.
Just lining them up and knocking them down. And Sentinels look a little bit scared to push out, but they need to start thinking about how they break out of this elevator side. Need someone to maybe do a little bit of info scouting here, and it's Falcated who just slides across, gets that info of where the shock rifle is just from the missed shot. And now everyone pushes out, but they push out to their demise. All four are down, and Optic maybe are going to steal this hill away from Sentinels.
How quickly your fortunes can change if you get a power-up and a power weapon and you put it in the hands of a man like Formal. 3-1 the score now. Optic Gaming put real breathing space between them and Sentinels. With 2 minutes on the clock, Sentinels now back in peril.
That could be the final nail in the coffin for this series. Sentinels need to find 2 hills with 1 minute 50 left on the clock. And it is going to be a bottom middle hill as well to try and get something here. So Optic are very much just going to use the clock to their advantage. They're going to play time. They will not want to step foot into this hill, apart from maybe to grab a camouflage.
Will Sentinels now be ruining the almost hills that they had? They were whisked away. The one in blue comes to mind. Trippy snuck inside the hill. Dead Zone had the attention of Falcade. Those little moments, when they go against you, they can really be the nail in your coffin. Boo Boo has the camouflage. It's been traded out. The wind conditions get taken away once more. Lethal over towards gold pipes, peeks, jiggles, shoots, gets a kill combining with Falcated. But time is running out here for Sentinels in pool play.
Still confused how Falcated got that kill. I think Trippy was a bit confused how he got that kill as well. He shot his heels, but he is able to take him down.
Right in the Achilles.
Optic doing very well to just keep Sentinels out of this hill and making sure that that clock is going to really be against them. They can afford to really let this one slip and be 3-2 up as well. You just want to make sure you use and eat up as much time as possible.
Play Slayer, it's eat away the clock. Sentinels inside the hill now. 47 seconds as it stops on a dime. Boo Boo Doo Boo needs to have the same influence Formal did. First shot is a swing and a miss. Trippy over towards glass. It's about to shut down the shock rifle player. Precision's over towards goal. Trippy gets one more. Lethal answers back with another double kill, but Lethal falls. Falcade on single stack. Can he do the damage required? He has the shock rifle, but every single time the time dwindles down, it only benefits Optic Gaming now.
Yeah, Optic are loving taking these fights. They're saying, actually, if your attention is on us, it's not in the hill. Sentinels do step in again, though. 27 seconds on the clock. If they can score with 7 seconds left, there is still a chance, albeit it will be difficult. But Optic are going to have to work hard still to win this game. Yes, they have eaten away a lot of that time, but Sentinels do secure another one. 24 seconds then to try and find a third to tie us up.
Have Sentinels been able to rotate towards the new hill, or did Optic Gaming give it up tactically? Optic Gaming all positioned towards goal. Lucid and Trippy are there. Formal gets a kill. as he bare knuckle boxes his way out of trouble. Boo Boo's in goal, but nobody's in the hill. Lethal's going to be the man to put his life on the line. Lethal falls down. Formal keeps on shooting. Sentinels hit the floor, and Optic Gaming win the series 3-1.
Much to the delight of the Green Wall fans here in Seattle. They have traveled from all areas of North America and maybe even the rest of the world, for all I know, with how popular Optic is nowadays. Sadly for Sentinels, they gave it their best and they were able to come back into things with an oddball win, but you have to look back at the Slayer, I think, the Map 2 Slayer, one of their better maps and modes. Had they won that, this could look like a very different series indeed.
Optic Gaming, the organization, its very foundations built upon winning championships, winning world championships. And Seattle has been kind to them in the past. They already have a world championship from year 1, looking to make it a second in year 3 here. They put Sentinels to the sword. Quadrant taken care of. They're 3-0 in the pools and looking to sail into Saturday.
Optic Gaming, it's job done. It is chalk another team off the list of taking them down and start to focus on bigger and better opponents. As they start to now look and see, oh, well, how did FaZe do? How did Space Station do? How are they looking here in Seattle? Certainly Optic Gaming are looking good. Yes, they drop a map, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I think maybe after they went 1-0 up, I think you mentioned it, they thought it was just going to be a comfortable breeze after shutting down Sentinels time and time again. But Sentinels just had that one last burst of energy, that final caffeine hit just before to say, actually, we've got one left in us. But then sadly, they go down to the Green Wall in the end.
I think someone we have to talk about is Formal. How good he was in that series, how good he almost is every single time we're watching him, Dan. Damage put down, kills, the output from that man. He's a human turret.
Yeah, he will go down as one of the best, if not the best, console players of all time with the accolades that he has. And I'm sure if he was to add another World Championship on his belt, then we might be just bowing at this point. Build a statue for him, for all I care. He has been phenomenal.
Well, no statue right now, but Blaze has got him on the main stage for an interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dan and Sher. Seattle, make some noise for Optic Gaming. And let's get some H4Fs in the chat as well, because I got Formy with me on the main stage. Formal 3-0 against Sentinels here. Talk to me about what was the game plan to go up against these guys and how you feeling with the day?
Well, it was 3-1, but I mean, we just wanted to play our game. Like, we knew every team we were going to play is going to be, you know, nothing we've haven't seen yet. So we just knew if we played the way we should, and we did. So
you guys definitely did. Okay, made sure that you stayed cool, calm, and collected in that series to be able to pull this one out. Now, it's been a year since we've been here at Worlds. Okay, you know, you guys have, you know, had a few seconds this season. You guys been playing lights out, most consistent team in the league. But are you feeling more confident at this Worlds this year than you were last year coming into it?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I feel like we're doing a lot of things right every event. To get back to the final, it's really hard. So I'm hoping that this is just the event. We put it all together and, you know, pull through.
I think this could be the event y'all pull it through. You got a lot of people out here in this crowd cheering for you and a lot of people at home as well, okay? You know, lastly, you got a big day coming up here tomorrow. What do you want to say to these fans in the venue and the ones at home that's ready to cheer you guys on all day?
We hear you guys, for real. Thank you guys so much. So just keep it up all weekend. Thank you guys.
All right, they say they're going to get it done for you, Optic fans. Make some more noise for Optic Gaming on the stage. And Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. There we go. Green Wall, some really good things coming out of your Optic Gaming roster to end your night. The first day here of the Halo World Championships. Ooh, Clutch Tony. I mean, a really good series, to be perfectly honest. I think we saw a couple of times where Optic were tested. Sentinels really kind of pushing them a little bit further than I think we had kind of anticipated based on what Sentinels were bringing to the table heading into that series. But Optic Gaming just looking really good. And in certain moments where they were kind of challenged and potentially capitalized on, they bounced right back. And that is testament to the teamwork, I think, and kind of the growth and things that they've been doing kind of in the back rooms heading into this championship to ensure that when they do potentially make it to that grand final spot, that they take the trophy this time around.
Game one was awesome if you're an Optic fan. You got to see Lucid with the snipe, then Formal with the snipe, then back to Lucid with the snipe, then back to Formal with the snipe, and they were all making plays. I mean, it's so difficult to try and deal with that power curve that the S7 brings, especially when both of them are on killing sprees with the sniper rifles. There's about nothing you can do from the answers of Sentinels, but good on Sentinels to come back here in this game 3 that was the Streets oddball. And one of Optic's strongest game types, definitely the strongest mode in my opinion. They really set the bar on oddball. So Sentinels did rebound. They did show some signs of life. But Optic were in the driver's seat once again when they got their hands on the shock rifle here on recharge, and that was pretty much the big difference maker for me as well. Like those shock rifle shots giving Optic the advantage to play from the lead the entire game.
I think, Tony, also on the side of Sentinel, some interesting decisions being made, and I think at times the chaos got the better of them, not knowing what to do in certain moments and, you know, not making the right decisions. And I know you can have a couple of those during a series or a map and you often bounce back, but it seems to be time and time again we were seeing, you know, a little bit of uncertainty coming across from this roster. What did you make of the gameplay?
Yeah, I don't want to beat Sentinels up too much. Like, obviously, Optic did enough of that 3-1, to be honest with you. But I mean, they can't get outslayed by over 50 kills. You can't get out assisted by 50 kills. You can't get out damaged by almost 8,000 damage. It's just, you can't expect for Optic to look as comfortable as they did and for you to get the win. So Sentinels, we have to show us something for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I got to say, also a little bit strange to see Precision also on a difficult run there in that series. Not often we see him at the bottom, the KD, for his team there. So I think a big bounce back needed from him, but with the rest of the roster as well. Optic Gaming, though, looking so good, especially heading into tomorrow, because of course we'll take a look at the pools. There were potentials there for that pool B, that pool of death, to have some certain implications based on the results of that. And Clutch, you were actually talking to me about that during the series and about what certain scorelines meant in certain situations. And I think at one point, even if Sentinels had won that series, the implications were going to be very difficult.
Yeah, after Optic won 2 games, that was all going to be Sentinels going to the elimination bracket. Sentinels needed a 3-1 or better, and even in order to have any sign of life for a winner's bracket hope. But as soon as that went to a game 3, they were down to that series is already over. So the real thing that you're playing for is just to build momentum, to build some confidence. Sentinels were maybe able to do that in game 3. Game 4 was also solidly competitive from their stack. But we can talk about the other pools and the other upsets that have actually happened. Dark Inside getting the better of Native Gaming earlier today, and they're going to be able to go to bracket play. Native Gaming out of the tournament. Complexity losing to Akave is going to put Akave in the winner's bracket as well. So a lot of teams that we might not have predicted to end up in the winner's bracket actually going to be there. We'll see who they stack up against when we see the actual bracket, though.
Yeah, I think some big movements have been made here from some teams. Some certainly wildcard rosters who are coming forward. Excited to see what they do in the championship bracket tomorrow. But our KD leaderboard, you can see right now, heading that one up. It is our season MVP legend right at the top of the chart. We see Royal 2 right underneath, his duo Snakebite as well, Formal and Lucid. I gotta say, that's a pretty stacked KD leaderboard right now.
Gosh, Legend is so cool.
He is.
He is so cool. I want to be him so bad.
Hey, you can if you want to when you grow up.
I was half the player Legend was, and that's respect on my career.
I was about to say, I've never heard you say anything of that kind of
I mean, if I was half a Legend, then I was making plays, because that kid is constantly making plays.
He certainly is special, and special is what they're going to need here on the winner's side of things. Space Station versus Quadrant, so a little bit of a rivalry potentially there. I'm sure his teammates, you know, his past teammates are going to be super happy for him. So that one's going to be a little bit of a difficult one on the back of his MVP trophy win that he picked up today. FaZe Clan take on Cloud9. Shopify find themselves with Halo Esports, and Optic Gaming will take on ITB, which I'm really excited about because ITB, they're on a run this tournament. We've said that a couple of times this season, Tony, but I do think based on what we've seen from Into the Breach, I don't think it's fluky right now. I think they're having a tournament. I think they have worked on some things behind the scenes, and they're looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, the future for European Halo is really bright between ITB and Quadrant. They've both been fantastic, and although you're going up against a team like Optic Gaming, I'm excited to watch Roots. I mean, the man's on mouse and keyboard going up against all that aim assist, and he's still looking deadly on the map. So excited to see what ITB have for us. We'll see if they can beat the likes of OG.
Indeed. On the other side of things, though, we have, of course, our elimination bracket and who's already going to be in there waiting in the wings. This is a tough one. Heading into day 2 of your World Championships and knowing that you already cannot mess up. There is no room for error in this run. This round 1 is going to be tough. Dark Inside, Pure, Sentinels, and Complexity. And I think, honestly, just looking at this bracket, the whereabouts Sentinels and Complexity have ended up on the same side of things, again, is going to be tough because they could potentially match up in that round 2 depending on who falls down. And that in itself is just going to be rough. Like, this is not what either of these teams had in mind coming into this tournament. To know that they're potentially going to be facing each other as well, like that is on the cards for them, let alone who might drop down. Oh boy.
Yeah, they need to be worried about who's dropping down before they worry about any further places in the bracket. They had not proven or earned the spot, the next step in the bracket. And having come out both third in their pools today, they have proven that there's teams in the winner's bracket that have beaten them that should not have. So if I'm them, the bracket doesn't really matter. We got to figure out a way to win a series now.
I know, that is definitely got to be definitely on the minds going into your hotel room tonight and thinking about what you want to do. Yeah, the sleeping is going to be difficult for sure. Your mind will be tossing and turning, but I know I certainly will be because I'm so excited about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the championship bracket. Make sure you guys are tuning in 12 p.m. Pacific time. You don't want to miss the action. Day one has been just electric so far. I mean, pool play always gets better each and every event. I just did not expect what would be happening in day one here at the Halo World Championships. Day two, we head into the championship bracket where you really cannot fall short, because if you do, you're going to be going home if you're on that other side of things in the elimination bracket. So you don't want to be doing that. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed the show. Cannot wait to get to bed and get ready for tomorrow. And we'll see you for plenty more Halo World Championships heading away here in Seattle.